Many thanks, sir, for bestowing this name. The voice of the nine-leaf flower echoed within Lin Fan's mind, a woman's voice. At the same time, within that graveyard, a female phantom also appeared, bowing deeply toward Lin Fan, her face filled with reverence. Lin Fan nodded slightly. I hope you will not disgrace this name, he said. A trace of puzzlement crossed the woman's face as she did not understand the weight this name carried, yet still bowed and nodded in acknowledgement. Once everything was settled, Lin Fan returned to the library pavilion, picked up the few remaining books, and began to read. There were not many left. It would soon be time for him to go out and take a walk. Through the threads of fate and causality, he could locate Qin Gu, Qin Ming, Chu Yin, and the others, yet Lin Fan had no intention of seeking them out. For the Heavenly Emperor star to transform into another human realm, it required not only that everyone become as dragons, but also that the pinnacle of combat power be raised. In the future, they would become the supreme powerhouses of the human world. They needed to walk their own path to proclaim their supremacy and become ancestors. Beidou Star. Within both the Tianhuang Guild and the Star Pavilion, the atmosphere was heavy, especially in the Tianhuang Guild, for they alone truly understood the reason. It must have been that person who made a move. He actually dared to strike directly at our Tianhuang Guild. Far too arrogant, someone shouted in fury. The crowd turned to look at him, yet all remained silent. How could an existence capable of killing the Icefire Taoist be judged with simple thoughts? Word has come from above, someone said. We are to avoid provoking him for the time being. Several 7-star mercenaries on par with the Beidou Star Lord will be dispatched. We are to simply wait in silence. The Beidou Star Tianhuang Guild president spoke. Everyone looked at him, their expressions quivering. Several experts comparable to the Beidou Star Venerable. In the Supreme Divine Domain headquarters of our Huangtian Guild, every 10,000 years there is a genius assessment. A powerful life form somewhere in the Sea of Realms or a certain perilous secret realm will be designated as the mission target. The Heavenly Emperor Star and the Heavenly Emperor upon it should have been designated as such a mission target. The Beidou Star Tianhuang Guild president drew in a deep breath as he spoke. Even he had been unable to suppress the shock in his heart upon hearing this order from the Supreme Divine Domain. That the headquarters of the Tianhuang Guild would pay such attention to the Heavenly Emperor Star, even listing it as a genius assessment mission, meant that before long they would have to receive geniuses arriving from the Supreme Divine Domain headquarters. If that is the case, then there is indeed no need for us to concern ourselves with that Heavenly Emperor any further. No matter how strong he may be, the moment he is set as an assessment target by the Supreme Divine Domain headquarters, he is already as good as dead. Since ancient times no one has ever survived, they said. For such an assessment mission from the Supreme Divine Domain headquarters to fall upon them was something they had never even dared to imagine. Star Pavilion. A group of people there also wore grave expressions, yet they did not know what had happened. In an instant, without any message being sent, that Songyun Star Pavilion had simply vanished. Could it be that they failed to open the Star Pavilion world? Someone asked. This was the point that puzzled them all. The Star Pavilion world could transcend certain rules of existence. It had been created by their greatest Star Pavilion master. It allowed those of the Star Pavilion to connect to pavilions in other star domains at any time. Yet, even up to the moment of its destruction, that Songyun Star Pavilion had not sent out a single message. Something is amiss in that Songyun Star domain. Not only because of the disappearance of the Songyun Star Pavilion, but also due to the excessive attention the Tianhuang Guild has paid to that domain in recent days. News has come from the Shantian Star Sea. The soul lamp of the Icefire Taoist has gone out. He came to our Beidou Star Sea and only then died. Combined with the recent actions of the Tianhuang Guild, it is highly likely that the death of the Icefire Taoist is connected to the Songyun Star domain. A group of them spoke, all focusing their attention on the Songyun Star domain. Informed the Beidou Star Lord. In the end, the Star Pavilion master spoke. Following the direction from which the starlight descended, they stepped onto a celestial stairway of starlight heading toward that towering figure standing within the starry void. The Beidou Star Lord, the mightiest existence in the Beidou Star Sea. When he emerged in former days, several Hunyuan divine venerables acted on his behalf, and he was hailed as the foremost prodigy of the Huangtian Realm Sea. The Star Road stretched for billions of miles, and along the way countless cultivators bathed in starlight, observing the Tao rhythm surging around that towering figure, attempting to tread the path he had walked. The farther forward they walked, the more shocked the group from the Star Pavilion became. In the final 10,000 miles, an invisible barrier stretched across their path, preventing them from taking even a single step further. Led by the Star Pavilion master, they all bowed toward that towering figure. Star Lord, one of the Star Pavilions in the Beidou Star Sea, has suffered a great calamity. In that region of starry sky, perhaps a remarkable life form has been born. We cannot contend with that being, and have come specifically to request that the Star Lord deduce that person's traces, they said. With that single sentence, they truly awakened the Beidou Star Lord from his meditative comprehension. With the slightest movement, the entire Star Road trembled. Countless cultivators lifted their heads to gaze at that towering figure. The Beidou Star Lord had awakened. Direction. Location. A voice rang out, followed by a gaze that seemed capable of piercing through all things, causing the group from the Star Pavilion to tremble as they dropped to their knees. The Tsangyun Star Domain, one of the 7 great star domains of the Beidou Star Sea, the Star Pavilion Master replied. Immediately, he felt a terrifying power emerge beyond the bounds of myriad Daos. Their hearts trembled. The Tao of Fate. They all knew the source of this power. A first-grade supreme Tao, the Fate Tao. In this era, throughout the entire Huangtian realm, the only person known to have comprehended this Tao was the Beidou Star Lord. Upon a long river of fate unseen by any other, the Beidou Star Lord stood upon its surface. Below flowed the fate traces of the Star Pavilion Master, the other members of the Star Pavilion, and the countless living beings upon the Star Pavilion along that Star Road. You who slay those of the Star Pavilion. Who might you be? He said, coolly, searching along the river of fate for the slightest trace. Yet after a long time he still found nothing, and for the first time a hint of confusion touched him. Unable to find it. Impossible. With the coordinates of that region of starry sky, he could even roughly deduce an existence as exalted as a Hunyuan divine venerable. Since the Star Pavilion group had come to him, by rights the perpetrator should not be such a being. Suddenly, as though he had thought of something, his expression hardened. So it is you, he said. The river of fate before his eyes collapsed into nothingness, and his gaze fell once more upon the group from the Star Pavilion. By what name does he go? The faintly spoken words carried supreme pressure, making the Star Pavilion group shudder. A wisp of killing intent had appeared upon the Beidou Star Lord. Could that person actually be connected to the Beidou Star Lord? They did not know what had occurred in the Tsangyun Star Domain. They had only a few conjectures. In the Tsangyun Star Domain, a heavenly emperor star has appeared with a heavenly emperor upon it. It may be him. As for his true name, we do not know. They spoke. It had originally been only a guess, and they should not have voiced uncertain speculation. Yet before the Beidou Star Lord they could only utter this name. Heavenly Emperor. The Beidou Star Lord said, his voice low and heavy. In the next instant, killing intent surged to the heavens, and the entire starry sky roiled. So you have been in the Beidou Star Sea all along. The Star Lord actually knows that man. A group of people from the Star Pavilion stared at the Beidou Star Lord, their faces filled with astonishment. The Beidou Star Lord's body had stood motionless in this stretch of starry sky for 10,000 years, never shifting, whereas the appearance of the Heavenly Emperor Star had been no more than a little over 100 years ago. How did the Beidou Star Lord know of him? Along the boundless Star Road stretching for billions of miles, countless beings turned their gaze toward that majestic figure. Every living creature beneath this starry dome could feel the fury emanating from the Beidou Star Lord. And there was also a trace of battle intent. Who was it who could stir such violent fluctuations of emotion in the Beidou Star Lord? After a long time, the Beidou Star Lord's emotions gradually calmed. He looked down at the group from the Star Pavilion kneeling within the starry space, and at the innumerable beings who were gazing up at him in reverence. Go to the Heavenly Emperor Star, and inform the Heavenly Emperor that my true body shall descend 1 year from now. That battle will be a duel of life and death. As he spoke, his voice spread throughout the starry heavens and into the Beidou Star itself. Countless people who looked toward that towering figure within the starry space wore expressions of utter shock. The Beidou Star Lord was issuing a battle challenge to a man known as the Heavenly Emperor. Who was this Heavenly Emperor? For someone whom the Beidou Star Lord regarded with such gravity, he did not strike to suppress and kill him directly, but instead set a duel for a year later. It seemed even the Beidou Star Lord held a certain dread toward him. There is a mission regarding this Heavenly Emperor on the mission board of the Tianhuang Guild. Suddenly, someone noticed several tasks hanging upon the Tianhuang Guild's mission board, one of which was to investigate the whereabouts and cultivation of the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor Star. A 2-star mission. Many people were puzzled. For someone treated with such seriousness by the Beidou Star Lord, the investigation of his information was actually listed as only a 2-star mission. Yet in just a moment, the mission's grade was raised again and again until it reached the level of a 7-star mission. 7-star mission: suppress and kill the master of the Heavenly Emperor Star in the Tsangyun Star Domain of the Beidou Star. See the Heavenly Emperor. Only that single simple line of text made countless people shudder. They turned to look at the members of the Tianhuang Guild, only to see that the Tianhuang Guild cultivators were just as grave-faced as they stared at this 7-star mission. A 7-star mission. This was the highest level mission ever issued in the history of the Tianhuang Guild within the Beidou Star Sea. By rights, with their level of authority, they should not have been able to publish a mission of such rank, unless the higher echelons had approved it. This meant that the supreme powerhouses of the Tianhuang Guild were likewise paying attention to this Heavenly Emperor. The Ice-Fire Taoist died at the hands of the Heavenly Emperor. This was the Tianhuang Guild's response to the countless questions, causing everyone to turn pale with horror as they stared in disbelief at the two characters that spelled Heavenly Emperor on the mission board. Who exactly is this Heavenly Emperor to emerge from nowhere with such terrifying might that he even slew the Ice-Fire Taoist, that peerlessly ruthless figure? The Ice-Fire Taoist was someone the Tianhuang Guild had focused on cultivating. The Tsangyun Star Domain, a border star domain at the edge of the Huangtian Sea of Realms, the Heavenly Emperor Star. Was that not the newly opened pioneering world that caused such an uproar some time ago? Even the Ice-Fire Taoist has died. Have you ever seen such a newborn world? The Heavenly Emperor Star is very likely a newly emerged secret realm. The Heavenly Emperor is the one who controls that secret realm, its sovereign lord. Endless voices rose in discussion, speculating in every way about the Heavenly Emperor Star and the Heavenly Emperor. Not only within the Beidou Star Sea, but this news was also spreading madly throughout the Star Pavilion world. Of course, what they cared about most was the Beidou Star Lord's challenge. The Heavenly Emperor had entered their sights only because of the Beidou Star Lord's invitation to battle. Is Mr. going to make a move? In a special secret realm where a great blazing sun hung high in the sky, a young man stood beneath that sun, longbow in hand, gazing into the boundless firmament. The Star Pavilion token in his hand emitted a faint shimmering glow. "Xinhua, what are you doing?" A voice sounded from behind him. It was a young woman dressed in a pleated green skirt, carrying a basket of flowers, her head tilted as she looked curiously at Xinhua. Xinhua withdrew his gaze and said nothing. Turning around, he walked back into the stretch of forest behind him. Flaming red trees and crimson mountain rocks. From the sky to the earth, the entire world was awash in scarlet, as though a great sun had once fallen to the ground and smelted this realm into being. "Xinhua, if you wish to leave, it is actually very simple. Agree to my father's condition, and he can send you away. No need. You cannot leave on your own." "I can leave. Do you dislike me that much? Do you know how many people in this ancient forest like me? Marrying me would be a blessing for you. You blockhead." This was a mysterious secret realm that no one had ever truly explored, nestled within a colossal star that had burned for endless ages. Within this place, there were even existences at the level of mixed origin divine sovereigns. Yet another upheaval is about to begin, but we still cannot help you. You are still alone, though I do not truly believe you will lose. Amid a vast divine mountain range, a woman in blue garments gazed quietly at the sky as she spoke. Tianyi Sect, one of the most powerful forces in the Huangtian Sea of Realms, second only to the Tianhuang Guild and the Star Pavilion. Chu Yin had already served as an outer disciple here for several decades. The Howren Great Tao. This was a Tao that the beings of the Sea of Realms could not comprehend, a path never before seen within the Huangtian Sea of Realms. They did not know what role such a great Tao could possibly play. Thus, the people of Tianyi Sect classified the Howren Great Tao as a ninth-grade Tao, one of the most useless paths, and consigned Chu Yin to the outer sect for several decades. Yet Chu Yin instead grew accustomed to such a life, contemplating the Tao at dawn, sleeping by day, and singing by night, accompanied only by a single blue lamp and a stack of books. His cultivation was advancing at a terrifying speed. The Beidou Star Lord. Nine tails blotted out the sky as a white phantom stood atop a nine-tailed celestial fox, looking down with cold indifference at a group of terrified beings in the starry void below. "We know our sins, spare us." A group of people begged for mercy. Their leader was even at the first level of the creation realm, yet he was still crushed against the starry ground, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Bai Zhun cast them a faint glance, a hint of crimson flickering in her pupils. In an instant, the expressions of the entire group froze as their souls were extinguished. The ignorant know no fear. There are actually still those who dare to take the initiative and challenge Mr. Xinyuan Ming walked with Xinyuan through an ancient stretch of starry sky, having likewise learned of the events in the Beidou Star Sea via the Star Pavilion world. He only shook his head slightly as he spoke. Xinyuan also nodded. The beings of this world have gone far too long without seeing the human race, and have come to believe that they alone are the sovereigns of this vast sea of realms, unaware that the 3,000 seas of realms all originate from the human realm. Without the human realm, how could there be the 3,000 seas of realms? Even in the era of the human realm, there was no one who could be compared to that person. He is destined to become a Tao ancestor. This Beidou Star Lord would not even have ranked in that era. He spoke having once followed a titan of the Immortal platform and seen uncountable geniuses. Compared with those prodigies, this Beidou Star Lord was scarcely worth mentioning. Xinyuan Ming nodded. Though the Fate Great Tao is a supreme path, it is also the most arduous to cultivate. Some, even after grasping the Tao of Fate, are still inferior to those who have comprehended certain second-grade Taos. The Beidou Star Lord is precisely such a person. Born with enlightenment, he stepped into the doorway of the Fate Tao in a single stride, yet afterward could not advance even half a step further, and instead turned onto the path of faith. North Dipper Star Lord, a year's agreement. On the Tian Emperor Star, Lin Fan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this news, then smiled. I thought you would come directly, but it seems you are quite composed. A year is not long, so I will wait for you. Lin Fan said calmly, while Zhao Kuangyi beside him appeared stunned. After hearing the news, he hurried here, not expecting Lin Fan to be so nonchalant. It was as if he had known all along. After all, he was the strongest of the North Dipper Sea, the #1 prodigy of the desolate Heaven Star Sea. Could such a person be disregarded by the master? A year is enough for you to recuperate. During this time you all return here, Lin Fan said, and at the same time this voice echoed in the minds of Hong Fu, Xin, Jin Ling Hui, and others, shaking them all. Tian Emperor. They all bowed towards the starry sky, leaving Tsunyan Star and returning to Tian Emperor Star. Only the Demon Emperor Qian Yuan remained guarding Tsunyan Star. He watched as Hong Fu and others departed, seemingly showing no expression, but there was a hint of despondency on his face. The Tian Emperor had not completely forgiven the demon race. He glanced at the demon race on Tsunyan Star, shaking his head slightly. At least the demon race now has freedom, he said, then immersed himself in cultivation, more frenzied than before, harboring a suppressed anger and obsession that no one understood. I, Qian Yuan, will one day earn your recognition. No need for help, I alone can still reach the pinnacle. In the next battle my demon race will still stand before millions. The demon race undefeated and undying. On the ground the demon race saw the expression of Demon Emperor Qian Yuan, sensing his indomitable will, and everyone was shocked. Demon race cultivate. A voice echoed, followed by the Demon Emperor spreading the great Tao, using his own demonic path to aid the demons in enlightenment. The entire demon race had never shown such cohesion. Other races returned one by one to Tian Emperor Star, with only a few remaining on Tsunyan Star. With this battle concluded, it was time for the Tian Emperor's rewards. Bow. In the Star Clan, Ling Hui led numerous Star Clan members before the statue of the Tian Emperor, and other races did the same. They roughly understood the reason for the Tian Emperor calling them back. In the Shishan Library, Lin Fan placed the book back on the shelf and then looked out the window. The Great Tao is never about forced indoctrination. Everything must be understood through one's own insight. What I can do for you is to clear a path. As his words fell, numerous Tao flowers appeared throughout Tian Emperor Star. These Tao flowers scattered among the myriad races, birthing sacred places of enlightenment where countless beings comprehended the Tao. Comprehend well, Lin Fan said, and all beings trembled, bowing towards the heavens. This was the Tian Emperor's reward, allowing the flowers of the great Tao to bloom across the world. On the Yuming Sea, oil lamps lit up one by one, and shadows appeared. They looked towards the Tao flowers drifting down from the Yuming Sea, filled with longing. Shouldn't we also seek the Tian Emperor? A voice echoed, but the response was a silence. We are from the Soul Sect. So what? The Soul Sect has long been destroyed. The Tian Soul Divine Sovereign has been dead for many years. Why not just change our allegiance? The Tian Soul Divine Sovereign is not so easily dead. The ultimate of the Soul's great Tao is reincarnation. Perhaps the Divine Sovereign has already entered reincarnation and been reborn. They spoke unaware that their voices fell into Lin Fan's ears. Reincarnation, so that's how it is. Lin Fan said, waving one hand. A cycle of life and death appeared, causing all beings in the courtyard to tremble slightly. Especially the 9-leaf flower on the grave. It seemed to have sensed something from this cycle of life and death, continuously bowing towards Lin Fan. Reincarnation should not be so silent but lacks a touch of spirit. Lin Fan continued. A wisp of spiritual energy appeared within the cycle of life and death, but was instantly extinguished. Lin Fan frowned, blending the Yuming Tao into it. After a long time, a cycle of reincarnation finally appeared in the small courtyard, gray mist slowly swirling, as if any being stepping into it would fall into endless reincarnation. But Lin Fan shook his head at this scene. It still cannot be considered reincarnation, it merely has an empty form. If you like it, take it. Lin Fan waved his hand, and this cycle of reincarnation fell onto the grave. The 9-leaf flower quickly rooted itself upon it, continuously absorbing the true essence of the great Tao from above. Lin Fan looked at this scene and shook his head slightly. He picked up another book to read. He had long noticed the group of beings on the Yuming Sea that seemed half alive and half dead, but he did not wish to intervene. In a sense, they could also be considered the indigenous people of this world. They were the remnants of the human realm. The news of a year's battle challenge gradually spread throughout the entire desolate Heaven Sea, unrelated to Lin Fan only because of the North Dipper Star Lord's notoriety. The North Dipper Star Lord originated from a star. Even if it birthed a spirit, it preferred to exist in the form of a star standing in the starry sky for 10,000 years. This was the first movement of the North Dipper Star Lord in 10,000 years. Could it be that the North Dipper Star Lord has already discovered the Tian Emperor's anomaly? In the North Dipper Star Desolate Heaven Guild, a group of people from the Heavenly Desolate Guild looked at the North Dipper Star Lord descending from the starry sky, their expressions grave. If that Tian Emperor is killed by the North Dipper Star Lord, what will happen to our Desolate Heaven Guild's genius assessment at the Supreme Divine Domain? We cannot bear this responsibility. Why did the North Dipper Star Lord come at this time, instead of earlier or later? They said now their only concern was the genius assessment at the Supreme Divine Domain and how to serve those geniuses who had come down from their well. If those geniuses were to miss their targets and end their tasks early, they would not know how to endure the wrath. After all, they were the ones who reported the information about Tian Emperor Star. What if the North Dipper Star Lord is not a match for the Tian Emperor? After all, the Icefire Taoist is dead, and the North Dipper Star Lord is only one realm higher than the Icefire Taoist. Someone said, and everyone looked at him in shock. The North Dipper Star Lord loses to the Tian Emperor. Do you know what you are saying? The North Dipper Star Lord has comprehended the path of destiny and is an unparalleled prodigy, a disciple of a Hunyuan divine sovereign from the Star Tower. In a year, the North Dipper Star Lord is likely to summon the will of the Hunyuan divine sovereign. With a genius like the North Dipper Star Lord, even a slight guidance from the divine sovereign will lead to a qualitative change in combat power. They said no matter how powerful the Tian Emperor was rumored to be, they had never believed that the North Dipper Star Lord would lose, precisely because the North Dipper Star Lord's strength was too deeply embedded in people's hearts. The number one prodigy of the Desolate Heaven Sea, almost universally acknowledged. Indeed, just as they thought, the North Dipper Star Lord summoned a wisp of the Hunyuan divine sovereign's will, and at the moment of descent the entire North Dipper Star trembled. It felt as if a massive stone was pressing down on their hearts, heavy and suffocating. Beta, what do you summon me for? A phantom descended upon the vast starry path, causing the countless beings on the Beidou star to bow down in reverence. This is the primordial will projected from the supreme divine realm, capable of creating ripples across a star river simply by standing there, even influencing the Tsungyun star domain. Lin Fan also gazed at the Beidou star as layers of space peeled away like silk before him, and a wisp of his Tao shadow silently manifested on the Beidou star. Primordial divine sovereign, he said lightly, standing amidst the celestial dome of the Beidou star, surrounded by many others like him who gazed upon the vast starry path. Yet no one noticed that he was merely a shadow. Master, I have arranged a life and death duel in a year with a person who is a master of a secret realm, perhaps on the verge of breaking through to the primordial realm. I need your help. Even someone as proud as the Beidou Star Lord bowed to this phantom, who was not only the primordial divine sovereign, but also a controller of the Star Tower. The phantom slightly focused, sensing something as it looked towards the Beidou star, seeing the myriad beings there, but detecting nothing unusual. Nothing. It furrowed its brow and pondered for a moment. Above the celestial dome of the Beidou star, a wisp of chaotic Tao rhythm enveloped Lin Fan's Tao shadow, so much so that even the primordial Tao sovereign could not perceive his existence. Of course, those nearby were different. They trembled in unease under the gaze of the primordial divine sovereign. Is this the legendary primordial divine sovereign? Terrifying indeed. Just a glance from him nearly extinguished my soul. Unbeholdable, they exclaimed, believing that the primordial divine sovereign was angered by their gaze, and everyone averted their eyes from that phantom. Only Lin Fan gazed quietly at him. Master, what's the matter? The Beidou Star Lord inquired as the gaze of the primordial phantom fell upon him, sensing the fate Tao upon the Beidou Star Lord. I sense a trace of probing. It must be someone from the Huangtian Guild. I don't know whose consciousness projection has come here, but they are deliberately avoiding my gaze. He said, interpreting that gaze as one belonging to someone of equal standing from the Huangtian Guild. It's no matter, let's talk about you. You possess the fate Tao, the destinies of countless beings lie within your grasp, and you've already reached the 8th level of the celestial realm. Is there anyone beneath the primordial realm that you fear? As a top-tier Tao of the highest order at the 8th level of the celestial realm, you should be invincible beneath the primordial realm. Even those who have just entered the primordial realm would not dare to underestimate you. The primordial Tao shadow remarked. He felt a sense of pride in having taken on a disciple who comprehended the top-tier fate Tao. In his eyes, his disciple was invincible beneath the supreme divine realm. Even the geniuses of the Huangtian Guild would not suffice. He had not expected that this genius disciple he often mentioned would one day seek his help. The Beidou Star Lord trembled slightly at those words, then shook his head. He is different. He looked towards the starry sky of his memories, a shattered expanse, where the only eternal great wall lay across the cosmos, a young man in white robes standing atop the celestial gates. though unwilling that battle was indeed his defeat. The first defeat since his birth. He descended as an incarnation, but that person was not their true self, either merely a manifestation of divine thought. He is very strong, and that secret realm is also quite unique. Within that realm, I saw the remains of human artifacts and countless bloodlines from the ancient human era. It resembled a battlefield of the human race. The Beidou Star Lord stated his words, causing the primordial phantom to slightly shudder. Humans. In the Huangtian Sea, the human race had nearly been exterminated, with only a few remaining hidden among the stars, living as part of ordinary starry races. To discover a new human race is surprising. The ancient human race, no wonder you value it so. The human race indeed possesses some means we do not understand. Even after years of research, we have never truly uncovered the secrets of the human race. With the human realm shattered, the 3,000 realms evolved into the supreme divine realm, yet there is only one Tao ancestor born from endless epochs, while there were several Tao ancestors in the same era of the human realm. Their celestial giants far outnumber those of my 3,000 realms combined, yet it is unknown why these powerful beings of the human realm all vanished at the same time. The primordial phantom spoke, sharing much about the human race, and the human realm finally shaking its head slightly. All of it is too distant. The human realm no longer exists. This is no longer the era of the human race, especially here in the Huangtian Sea, where my Star Tower and the Huangtian Guild have launched a great purge against the human race. Few humans exist in the Huangtian Sea. You must win this battle. Then it looked at the Beidou Star Lord with a serious expression. The Beidou Star Lord focused and nodded. I will transmit to you half of the ancient celestial scriptures and bestow upon you a primordial Tao weapon. This will be the first battle between the beings of the Huangtian Sea and the human race in countless years. You represent the beings of the realm. If I'm not mistaken, the Huangtian Guild is also preparing for this battle, but there are no geniuses from the Huangtian Sea. They need to look for them from the supreme divine realm. And you are the only one capable of battling the human race's prodigy in this star sea. It said, its voice gradually fading into the starry sky, shielding the senses of everyone so no one could perceive the scene within the vast starry path. Lin Fan also withdrew his gaze. It wasn't that he couldn't see, rather looking would draw the attention of that primordial phantom, but being able to hear these words was already sufficient for Lin Fan. Brother, stop looking. There are things the primordial divine sovereign does not want us to know that you won't figure out even if you stare for 100 years. Actually, you don't need to look, you can guess what it is. It's nothing more than the primordial transmission of Tao bestowing treasures and then waiting for the year-long appointment to eliminate the Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor Star. This Heavenly Emperor is foolish. As the master of a secret realm, he should act low profile. Isn't that courting death? They observed Lin Fan, who had been gazing upwards at the starry dome, and couldn't help but voice their thoughts, but that figure did not respond, merely standing silently beneath that celestial dome. After a long time, a breeze blew by, and that figure vanished into thin air. A group of people stared at this scene, looking utterly dazed. He disappeared. In the small courtyard, Lin Fan looked at the system panel. Over the years, the system had given many rewards, yet he had hardly claimed any. All the sources of the great paths come to me, he said, as a wisp of consciousness split into tens of thousands of strands, each entering a source world to begin comprehending the origins of the cosmic great paths. The primordial Tao born from the convergence of myriad paths is far more challenging to cultivate than the top-tier Tao, yet Lin Fan possessed not only extraordinary talent, but also the assistance of the system. In a year's time, he faced not just the Beidou Star Lord, but also the two colossal forces of the Star Tower and the Huangtian Guild within the Huangtian Sea. This year, the Beidou Star Sea was remarkably tranquil, devoid of conflicts. Even the Xinglo and the Huangtian Guild had fallen silent. Yet everyone understood that this brief calm was brewing a greater storm. In the past, the legendary experts of the Tongtian realm rarely appeared, but this time, they had shown up several times in the 6 major star domains outside the Tsungyun star domain. As for the Tsungyun star domain, few dared to approach, treating it as a forbidden zone. With the ice-fire Taoist already slain, was there anyone left whom the Heavenly Emperor dared not kill? A starship glided slowly through the starry sky, and the people aboard were discussing the upcoming battle between the Beidou Star Monarch and a master of the secret realm. Are you quite invested in this battle? Shen Qi asked the veiled human woman before him. Qin Ge glanced at him, but did not respond, silently listening to the conversations about the Beidou Star Sea outside. Let me guess, you are concerned about the Beidou Star Monarch or the master of the secret realm. It must be the latter. After all, the Beidou Star Monarch is a being transformed from a sun, having little connection to this world. However, the appearance of this so-called master of the secret realm is rather abrupt. To have the Beidou Star Monarch engage in battle, they must be formidable. He spoke without anger at Qin Ge's attitude, having grown accustomed to it over time. After all, it was all worth it. The more he interacted with this woman, the more he found her to be extraordinary. Although the Beidou Star Monarch had comprehended the Tao of Fate, he felt she might surpass him. From ancient times to the present, there have been those who understood supreme paths, yet none had stepped into the immortal platform realm with a first-grade supreme path. For many, a first-grade supreme path might even serve as a shackle. Of course, the combat prowess of these individuals was terrifying. Once they entered the perfect state of the primordial realm with a first-grade supreme path, even a giant of the immortal platform would find it hard to kill them. Not merely the immortal platform, but comparable to it. After all, having comprehended the Tao of Fate, it will likely be difficult for that master of the secret realm to survive this battle. However, I can offer my assistance. As long as you are willing to join the Divine Demon Hall. He added. The old man behind him remained silent, unable to suppress a deep breath at Shin-Chi's words. He couldn't comprehend why this woman would refuse an invitation from the Divine Demon Hall, having done so more than once. This time Qin-Gu turned to look at him. My lord will not lose. A simple statement that left Shin-Chi momentarily stunned, then he smiled. At last he understood her background. It seemed that the master of the secret realm was someone she cared for. Targeting this master of the secret realm should provide an opportunity to persuade her to join the Divine Demon Hall. I fear no one will dare to claim they can defeat a genius who comprehended the Tao of Fate, unless your lord has also understood a supreme path. Moreover, he has the backing of the dominant power in this realm, the Xinglo. The master of Xinglo is indeed a remarkable figure. Your lord is but a single individual, he stated, and to him, that was the reality. How could a so-called master of the secret realm contend against the Beidou Star Monarch, who had the Xinglo as support? To break the deadlock, only he could take action. To be honest, I am a primordial divine sovereign, and my Divine Demon Hall does not fear the master of Xinglo. The strength of Xinglo lies only in its master, while all my Divine Demon Hall members are the most extraordinary in the 3,000 Sea of Realms. He spoke, releasing a breath that shook the entire starry sky. The old man behind him sank to his knees, not daring to lift his head. Qin-Gu finally turned to him. Primordial realm, she said, and Shun-Chi nodded with a smile. Just say the word, and no one in the Huangtian Sea can harm your lord. Join my Divine Demon Hall, and I, Shin-Chi, will be your protector on the path. With those words, it was as if a heavenly sound resonated. Terrifying divine patterns emerged from Shun-Chi's body. He was indeed an extraordinary individual, though he had yet to gain recognition from the Divine Demon Hall, and had only become a hall leader. His hall was still lacking a hall master. Not only him, but all 131 guards of the 7th Hall of the Divine Demon Hall were traversing the 3,000 Sea of Realms in search of the most powerful prodigies. No need. However, the response he received was not what he desired. Qin-Gu still refused, and the momentum he had built up instantly deflated. Why? He was puzzled, wondering what the reason was. The Divine Demon Hall was a superpower in the 3,000 Sea of Realms, and just the 7th Hall could rival the combined strength of Xinglo and the Huangtian Guild. Anyone else would be thrilled to be presented with such an offer, but this woman before him remained unmoved. My lord does not require it, Qin-Gu stated with just 5 simple words, leaving Shun-Chi speechless, his numerous words caught in his throat as he looked at Qin-Gu with exasperation. He was, after all, a formidable primordial realm figure at the 7th level. Even a dominant power in this realm should give him some respect. Yet he could do nothing against Qin-Gu. Fine, then I shall see what your lord is capable of, whether he can defeat the Beidou Star Monarch. We shall head to the Beidou Star Sea now, he said, and the entire starship began to turn, heading in the opposite direction. The people aboard were startled, who just as they were about to express their anger, they suddenly felt the ship accelerate. The surrounding starry sky seemed to vanish in an instant, even causing ripples across the stars. A group of people stood dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Then a voice resounded. Aren't you all interested in the battle at the Beidou Star Sea? They'll take you to see it. Those who do not wish to join can simply say so, and I will have them disembark. This was an incredibly domineering voice, not allowing anyone the chance to refute. Several Tantian realm experts stepped out, looking at a man in green standing atop the starship. With a single glance, several Tantian realm experts sank to their knees. A primordial divine sovereign. There was indeed a primordial divine sovereign on the ship. Is that so? Shin-Chi asked again, and no one dared to respond. Then let us go take a look. With that, Shin-Chi's figure vanished, and the several Tantian realm experts took a long time to shakily stand up from the ground, looking at the starship before them with a sense of dread. A year is not long, and in the blink of an eye the entire Beidou Star Sea seemed to awaken, with countless individuals heading towards the Heavenly Emperor Star. It is about to begin. This battle attracted not only the attention of the Beidou Star Sea, but also countless individuals within it, especially the prodigies of the Huangtian Sea. They were all eager to see just how strong the Beidou Star Monarch had become over the years. As for the so-called Heavenly Emperor, they had never regarded him as a threat. They considered it merely the Beidou Star monarch using the Heavenly Emperor to establish his authority. Boom. Beyond the Beidou Star at the end of the 10th Sand Mile Star Road, a towering figure erupted with power that swept across the Star Sea, half of an ancient immortal platform scripture, allowing his strength to undergo a qualitative change. In his hand appeared a 7-star divine sword emanating a primordial aura, a primordial Tao weapon. Heavenly Emperor, are you ready to die? He declared, his voice echoing across the star sea, causing countless individuals to tremble. With each step he took, a piece of the starry sky unfolded beneath him as he walked through the sea of stars, resembling an ancient giant, causing the entire Beidou Star Sea to tremble. Beidou Star Sovereign. Strong figures appeared, powerful beings rarely seen in a millennium, emerged one after another, standing in the starry space, gazing at that figure with shock. Is this the foremost figure of the Huangtian Star Sea? So powerful his aura feels no weaker than that of the Hunyuan Divine Sovereign. That is the Tao weapon of the Tianqing Divine Sovereign. It turns out his master is the Tianqing Divine Sovereign, a supreme overlord in the highest divine domain. They are all prodigies of the same era, many of whom are at the peak of the Tongtian realm, yet before this one their brilliance is completely overshadowed. He is too strong. There is no thought of fighting back. Truly he can suppress an entire era. To take the name of the Heavenly Emperor is indeed arrogant. He must be an unparalleled genius, but alas, he must face the Beidou Star Sovereign. The outcome of this battle is already determined. In the Tsangyan Star domain, countless people rushed in, watching from one end of the starry sky, gazing at the Life Realm Star, where the rumored Heavenly Emperor resides. On one side is a grand and overwhelming figure that crushes the starry sky, while on the other side there is calm, as if unaware that the Beidou Star Sovereign is on his way. He hasn't fled, has he? Someone asked, looking towards the Heavenly Emperor Star surrounded by layers of clouds, with an invisible force shrouding the entire Heavenly Emperor Star. What they saw was merely a life star. Sir. In the Shengjing of Zhuzhou, Liu and Zhao Kuangyi gazed towards the western mountains, their expressions heavy. Although the Beidou Star Sovereign has yet to arrive, they have already sensed the terrifying aura locking onto the entire Heavenly Emperor Star and all living beings within it. Beidou Star Sovereign, the foremost prodigy of the Huangtian realm, has comprehended the first-grade supreme Tao and has the Hunyuan Divine Sovereign as his master in the highest divine domain. Xianjian said, his face heavy. He should win, right? They did not know Lin Fan's strength. He had been missing for quite some time. Even Liu and Zhao Kuangyi's calls went unanswered. The western mountains are located in Shengjing, yet no one can enter there, as if it has become an independent world, a realm that surpasses the entire mortal realm. On Sangyan Star, the demon emperor Qian Yuan also ceased his cultivation, stepping into the starry sky, still gazing at the Heavenly Emperor Star, believing this time he would force the Heavenly Emperor to unleash his full power. In the small courtyard of the library pavilion in the western mountains, Lin Fan sat under the Bodhi tree, eyes closed, surrounded by the power of myriad origins, seemingly complex and contradictory, yet under the resonance of a chaotic Tao rhythm, it became tranquil and stable. If such a scene of enlightenment were to spread, it would surely shock the giants of the immortal platform. One person's cultivation of myriad paths is a terrifying existence. It is not that Lin Fan is ignoring the Beidou Star Sovereign, but rather that his cultivation is at a critical moment, his divine sense fracturing into myriad pieces, practicing within each of the source worlds. It seems your master is afraid. The starship docked in the Tsangtian Star domain. Shen Qi stood atop the starship, speaking lightly, while Qin Ge stood beside him, calmly watching the Heavenly Emperor Star. He is not worth your master's attention, she said, causing Shen Qi to pause, then smile and shake his head. I want to see how your master will defeat the Beidou Star Sovereign. Although the Beidou Star Sovereign's understanding of the Tao of fate is not deep, he is ultimately a comprehender of the Tao of life, and his true form is a star that has also practiced the immortal platform Tao Sutra. In the same realm, I am not as good as him, he said, watching the Beidou Star Sovereign approaching from the Beidou Star, a hint of admiration on his face. Had the Beidou Star Sovereign not already belonged to the Xinglo, he might have truly attempted to invite him. However, he looked at Qin Ge and smiled again. The Beidou Star Sovereign is indeed a prodigy, but he may not necessarily surpass her. If you need me, just call. With a single word, neither the Beidou Star Sovereign nor the Tianqing Divine Sovereign behind him would dare to touch him. If you fear retaliation from the Xinglo, your master can also join the Divine Demon Hall, but not as the Hall Master, rather as a Hall Guard. Do not think that being a Hall Guard is inferior. The Hall Guards of my Divine Demon Hall are also unparalleled prodigies emerging from the myriad starry skies. He said, intentionally or unintentionally mentioning the strength of the Divine Demon Hall, and even promising a position as a Hall Guard. However, when he looked at Qin Ge, he found that she was not listening to him. It seemed that in this starry sky her eyes were only focused on her master. What a headache, he said helplessly, having never seen someone so stubborn. The invitation from the divine demon hall, even just to be a hall guard, would have made others ecstatic. Forget it, let's just watch this battle. Since she cares so much about this master, she will surely call for him when he is on the brink of death. Heavenly Emperor, come and fight. A voice reverberated through the starry sky as the Beidou star sovereign arrived outside the Tsangyan star domain, endless starlight pouring from his body, illuminating the entire starry sky. The seven-star divine sword shimmered with Hunyuan light, causing countless beings to feel a suffocating pressure merely by gazing at it. The Tao of Fate unfolded, and all beings in this star domain felt a tremor in their hearts, as if their fate was no longer under their control. This scene made Shin Qi's expression tighten. He looked at Qin Gu and saw the Tao of life and the Tao of death swirling around her, transforming into a cycle of life and death, while melodies resonated in the void, surprisingly blocking the probing of fate. Indeed a prodigy, he exclaimed in shock, feeling fortunate for his decision. This one is even more terrifying than the 9 lives divine sovereign, who merely fused 2 types of Tao. Boom. With a single step, the vast starry expanse collapsed, countless causal lines extending towards the heavenly Emperor star, and although many beings could not see it, they all felt a hint of apprehension. They knew this was the Tao of Fate, the first great supreme Tao, standing atop myriad Taos. Whoosh. However, such a terrifying commotion only stirred a faint, imperceptible ripple in the clouds above the heavenly Emperor star, and then disappeared. How is this possible? Countless people watched this scene, all in shock. The Beidou star sovereign also narrowed his eyes, an unprecedented gravity in his gaze, with half of the Immortal platform, Tao Sutra, operating wildly within him, and the 7-star divine sword in his hand tightening. Others did not know who the heavenly Emperor was, but he did. This is a supreme prodigy who has comprehended the Tao of Fate just like him. He has even suffered a crushing defeat at his hands once, and must admit that this person's grasp of the Tao of Fate surpasses his own. Thus he summoned the Tianxing Divine Sovereign, obtained the 7-star divine sword and half of the Immortal platform Tao Sutra from him, and prepared for a year before coming. He stood in a vast starry sky where the starlight surged, sweeping across the surrounding star domains, seemingly waiting for Lin Fan's response, yet after a long, while the Tiandi star remained motionless. He furrowed his brows. What's wrong, are you afraid? He said, his voice booming across millions of miles, stirring the tides of the starry sky, causing many beings to be extinguished by its sound. For a long time, there was still no response. The Lord of the Big Dipper smiled. It seems I truly overestimated you in that past battle. You must have relied on some artifact. Otherwise, if you were really that strong, you wouldn't be hiding here, he said, stepping into the Tsangyan star domain, causing the entire domain to tremble. Aside from the Tiandi star, all beings in the surrounding starry sky were quaking. Lord of the Big Dipper. The demon emperor Qianyuan focused, intently staring fixedly at the figure of the Lord of the Big Dipper, a tidal wave of demonic energy surrounding him, forcibly resisting the oppressive force. God Seven's gaze fell upon demon emperor Qianyuan, momentarily taken aback. Demonic path. He said the demonic path had been recorded in the annals of the divine demon palace. It was a new path created by a forbidden existence during the human realm era. However, after the human realm shattered, that forbidden existence vanished, and this path disappeared along with it. How could such a path manifest here? Do you know that person? God Seven looked at Qin Gu, pointing into the void, and the image of demon emperor Qianyuan appeared in Qin Gu's eyes. Qin Gu glanced at him. The Lord of the Demon Race. Just those 4 words, yet God Seven's expression tightened. Qin Gu truly knew him. Could it be that this practitioner of the demonic path also came from that life star? His gaze returned to the Tiandi star. With just one glance, the 9 layers of clouds trembled and the Bodhi tree swayed. Just as he felt overwhelmed, a streak of white light appeared above the 9 layers of clouds. Nothing at all. God Seven retracted his gaze, feeling even more puzzled. It was merely a life star. He should be able to see through it completely with a thought, but when he looked at the Tiandi star, he saw only emptiness. This shouldn't be the case. There was only one possibility: some kind of power was obscuring his sight. The year-long appointment has arrived. Are you still unwilling to show yourself? At that moment, the Lord of the Big Dipper's voice resonated again as he approached the Tiandi star, the starry sky collapsing along his path. With each step he took, gathering momentum to adjust himself to his peak state. Countless beings looked at the Lord of the Big Dipper with such solemnity, all shaken. Tiandi. A single shout made the starry dome tremble. Before the Lord of the Big Dipper descended upon the Tiandi star, countless beings within the Tiandi star looked up and could see starlight obscuring the sun and moon, a magnificent figure overshadowing the starry sky. He has come. In Shunjing, everyone trembled. Only when truly facing the Lord of the Big Dipper did they realize his terrifying nature. If not for the Tiandi's presence, a single breath could extinguish them. In a small courtyard, Lin Fan finally opened his eyes. A trace of chaotic Tao rhythm flickered in his gaze, and the myriad sources of the great Tao converged into the void. Lin Fan's aura stepped slightly forward, reaching the third level of the Tongtian realm. Lord of the Big Dipper. He gazed at the figure outside the Tiandi, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then he looked towards the Bodhi tree and the dragon clan in the pool. You have food again, he said, his expression calm, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Then unhurriedly he stood up, picked up a cup of tea, and slowly began to drink. With no red flaw Bodhi to brew tea, he took up the responsibility himself. Whenever Lin Fan's cup was empty, he would manifest as an old man quietly refilling Lin Fan's tea. 8th level of the Tongtian realm, quite high in cultivation, but how dare he provoke the master? He truly thinks that understanding the Tao of fate makes him invincible. How could he compare to the master? He's far from it. In the pool, splashes of water surfaced with heads popping up, all looking at the Lord of the Big Dipper above with anticipation. Lin Fan also looked at the starry dome. The Lord of the Big Dipper had made his move. Without any arrogance, he struck with the 7-star divine sword, combining his own Tao of fate and the Tao of belief, unleashing a sword light that could extinguish the starry sky. Since you are unwilling to come out, let me cut you out, he said, with a sword so wide that it seemed even larger than the Tiandi star. When it fell, it appeared as if 7 gigantic stars descended along with it. At the same time, behind the Lord of the Big Dipper, a vast ancient starry sky emerged where stars flickered and countless phantoms stood in that starry sky. These phantoms all pressed towards the void of the Tiandi star simultaneously. Starry Immortal Sutra. Witnessing this scene, God 7 was shaken, revealing the terrifying phenomenon surrounding the Lord of the Big Dipper. The Immortal Sutra belongs to the Immortal Platform's giants, the highest scripture of all known great Tao classics. Only the giants of the Immortal Platform could write such a book. The Immortal Platform is not immortality. Immortality is merely a concept. It is the highest pursuit of all practitioners, a legendary realm of eternal life, a state that even the Tao ancestor seeks, but has never been attained. Thus, the books written by the giants of the Immortal Platform are called Immortal Sutras. Chingu, do you really not need me to intervene? Even half of the starry Immortal Sutra is something ordinary practitioners cannot resist. That 7-star divine sword is also the innate weapon of the celestial star god. The Lord of the Big Dipper cannot lose. No need, she said, causing God 7 to smile bitterly. Forget it. In his heart, he stepped forward, about to intervene against the Lord of the Big Dipper's sword, but an attack faster than him appeared. A figure appeared outside the Tiandi star, and no one could discern how he arrived, as if time and space had paused at that moment. Dressed in a white robe, he stood nonchalantly beneath this world-ending sword. He did not appear to utilize any weapon, merely pointing into the void. Whooshed! The starry sky shattered like a mirror, revealing layers of spatial interstices. That terrifying sword momentarily froze before that finger. The hand of the Lord of the Big Dipper holding the sword trembled slightly, and the phenomenon of the Big Dipper began to crack, the manifestation derived from the starry Immortal Sutra collapsing. How is this possible? He was horrified, a trace of fear appearing on his face. He wanted to retract his sword, but it was too late. An indescribable force surged from that finger, and he saw Lin Fan's finger slightly moving forward. Crack! The 7-star divine sword developed a fine crack. It shattered. This sound not only startled the Lord of the Big Dipper, but also made countless others, including God 7, change their expressions in disbelief as they gazed at this scene. You dare to seek me out when you couldn't even defeat my divine thought incarnation. The calm words carried an overwhelming intent. With an 8-foot stature, yet possessing a terrifying Tao rhythm that could crush the vast form of the Lord of the Big Dipper. Who gave you such confidence? A single sentence infused with overwhelming dominance left countless people pale. As a finger fell, the starry sky collapsed, and the colossal figure of the North Dipper Star Lord shattered, while the eternal starry firmament behind him was obliterated, as if everything was in the throes of destruction. The River of Fate. The North Dipper Star Lord roared, his divine sense spreading across the heavens. An unseen river descended, causing countless beings to fall into a state of chaos in an instant. God 7 focused, slightly waving a hand, as the starship retreated thousands of miles. The Tao of Fate, one of the 3 supreme paths of the 3,000 seas, should be the first true manifestation in the 3,000 seas in tens of thousands of years. Fate is profound and inscrutable. Even the primordial God Lord speaks of it with an unconscious trepidation. Who in this world can truly claim to control their own destiny? The primordial God Lord, the giants of the Immortal Platform, or even the Tao ancestor. If they truly controlled their own fate, how could there be such endings as ascending to heaven and transforming into the Tao? God 7 looked at the North Dipper Star Lord, his expression equally grave. In this moment, countless beings' gazes converged upon the North Dipper Star Lord, all eager to know just how powerful the legendary Tao of fate truly was. Lin Fan watched this scene calmly, also letting a finger fall. Like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, the ripples shattered the North Dipper Star Lord's final struggle as a finger appeared above the river of fate he had manifested. As it fell, the river of fate stirred up endless waves, even submerging the North Dipper Star Lord who stood upon it, forcing him to disperse the Tao of fate. Uffed. He spat out blood and retreated, suffering an irreparable Tao injury that severed his future. He looked at Lin Fan in terror, unable to believe the gap between them was so vast, having exhausted all means without a shred of power to resist. Why? He shouted. I am a primordial being of the Sea of Realms, born to comprehend the Tao, destined to become a primordial god lord, and I had the chance to reach the realm of the immortal platform giants. How could I be defeated? He roared, filled with unwillingness. Yet even in his madness, there was not a hint of ripple on Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan merely gazed at him quietly. Are you done speaking? Lin Fan asked a single sentence, causing everyone to pause. Then they saw Lin Fan smile. Once you're done, it's time to leave. As his words fell, Lin Fan reached towards the vast figure, and with a grasp of his 5 palms, he transformed the world, enveloping the starry sky, capturing the North Dipper Star Lord in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the colossal figure was reduced to a mere point in Lin Fan's palm. If it weren't for the need for the North Dipper Star Lord's body as nourishment, he would have already perished with the first finger. Though it was troublesome, it was worth it. The primordial being born from the 3,000 seas, with a colossal body and mastery over the Tao of fate, was a rare source of nourishment. In the palm of his hand, the North Dipper Star Lord trembled as he gazed up at the figure in white robes above his 5 fingers, experiencing fear for the first time. I don't want to die, he said, but the one he regarded as his fated enemy didn't even spare him a glance, as if everything in his eyes was merely a joke. Lin Fan finally turned his gaze to the starry sky, and with a single glance, countless beings trembled. At last, Lin Fan looked towards God 7's position. Sensing Lin Fan's gaze, God 7's expression shifted slightly. He concealed his form with his own Tao, yet this heavenly emperor could still see him. Could it be that this heavenly emperor's cultivation surpassed his? He also looked at Lin Fan, but Lin Fan had already withdrawn his gaze, turning to walk back towards the heavenly emperor, his figure vanishing amidst the 9 layers of clouds. Left. He frowned, glancing at the side where Qin Gu stood. Qin Gu bowed respectfully towards that direction, and for the first time, he saw Qin Gu with such an expression, causing him to involuntarily feel a moment of daze. No need to worry about me. Wherever you go, the heavenly emperor's star remains, and I will always be here. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling God 7 and the elder behind Qin Gu, who looked in shock towards the direction of the heavenly emperor's star. That person had actually noticed them. God 7 furrowed his brow. He did not like this feeling, as if he were always under that person's watchful gaze, every move scrutinized. Yes, Qin Gu replied. Then she looked at God 7. I promised to join the Divine Demon Hall. God 7 had struggled for so long, unable to get Qin Gu to agree to join the Divine Demon Hall by any means, yet that person merely used a single sentence to change her mind. God 7 felt a slight sense of unfairness in his heart. His divine sense crossed the starry sky, passing through the 9 layers of clouds before entering the heavenly emperor's star. Before he could search for Lin Fan's position, he saw the space in front of him tear and overlap, and the next moment, he found himself in a courtyard. A young man in white robes quietly looked at him. Heavenly Emperor, he said, and this time Lin Fan did not conceal his cultivation. He could see at a glance that Lin Fan's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Ascendant Realm. Yet this was what shocked him the most. You are only at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Ascendant Realm, he said in disbelief, as all his common sense and worldview collapsed in that instant. There were indeed many prodigies and monsters in the 3,000 seas, some even surpassing his imagination, but they could not exceed this much. The North Dipper Star Lord was at the 8th level of the Heavenly Ascendant Realm, having comprehended the Tao of fate, hailed as the number 1 prodigy of the wild heaven sea, yet he had no power to resist before the person in front of him. He had thought this so-called Heavenly Emperor should have already stepped into the primordial realm, but unexpectedly, he was merely at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Ascendant Realm. The difference of 5 realms between the 3rd level and the 8th level of the Heavenly Ascendant Realm. He didn't know what words to use to describe it. Lin Fan smiled gently and nodded. Surprised, he said, not revealing any fear in the presence of the primordial God Lord. He waved his hand, and a stone table and 2 stone benches appeared in the courtyard. Beauty, pour the tea. The Bodhi tree swayed, and a vague shadow gradually solidified, transforming into an old man who began pouring tea for the 2. Sit. Lin Fan said, and God Seven, unsure of what he was thinking, followed Lin Fan's words and sat down opposite him, staring at Lin Fan in a daze. After a long while he asked, "What Tao are you cultivating?" staring earnestly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled slightly. "I dabble in various fields, understanding a bit of everything." As he spoke, Lin Fan refined the North Dipper Star Lord into 3 pills, giving one to Pewdie, tossing one into the pond, and sending the last one soaring towards the backyard. The Tao of Flames Alchemy, the Tao of Soul Fusion. He watched this scene, his face filled with shock. If he saw correctly, this should be using the power of several Taos to refine the North Dipper Star Lord. Was he casually merging several Taos? A prodigy, he took a deep breath and said. Facing the calm young man before him, he had lost count of how many times he had been shocked. What genius, what prodigy, all paled in comparison before this young man. A thought arose in his heart, but it was quickly snuffed out, inviting him to join the Divine Demon Hall. What was that? A Hall Master. He felt that position was unworthy of him. Have you comprehended the path of space? Suddenly he asked again. Upon stepping out of the Heavenly Emperor Star, he experienced a sense of spatial disarray, and then he found himself in this small courtyard. What was once mere suspicion now felt inexplicably certain. It was simply because it was him. Having already reached such monstrous prowess, what difference would it make to be a little more monstrous? Lin Fan nodded. Shen-Chi took a deep breath, looking at the person before him with a grave expression. He stood up and performed a slight bow of respect toward Lin Fan. My name is Shen-Chi, the leader of the 7th Hall of the Divine Demon Palace. I have come to this starry expanse because of Qin Ge. I want him to join the Divine Demon Palace and become the master of the 7th Hall. He introduced himself, seemingly afraid that Lin Fan might misunderstand, and took the initiative to mention his purpose. The Divine Demon Palace is a superpower in the 3,000 realms sea with giants from the Immortal platform. It consists of 72 halls and 10 imperial courts with countless strong individuals. The previous master of the 7th Hall died in the flying Immortal secret realm. We are traversing the 3,000 realms sea in search of a new master for the 7th Hall. Finally, we have decided on Qin Ge. After finishing his words, he looked at Lin Fan. He had revealed all about the Divine Demon Palace, including the existence of the Immortal platform, yet this person remained calm and composed. It seemed as if he was not particularly interested in the Divine Demon Palace. Qin Ge practices the integration path, which is not inferior to the 3 supreme paths in the Divine Demon Palace. The 9 lives Divine Sovereign of the 9 lives realm serves as an example. The integration path theoretically has almost no limits, but it is exceedingly difficult. He said, recalling the scene of Lin Fan refining the Beidou Star Lord. His following words could not continue, a difficulty perhaps only applied to the majority. The 7th Hall is not in the wild heaven sea. I must take her away from this realm. He concluded, and Lin Fan looked at him and nodded. Shen-Chi revealed many secrets of the 3,000 realms sea, but they were still far from him. The Divine Demon Palace should be the true dominant existence of the 3,000 realms sea. The 3,000 realms sea is vast, indeed I should explore more. Each person has their own destiny and path, and the Divine Demon Palace is a good place to go. Hasn't she already promised you? Lin Fan said. In a small courtyard there was a library pavilion isolated from the world. He looked at Lin Fan, slightly dazed, and the invitation he wanted to express ultimately remained unspoken. It was as if he feared breaking the tranquility of this realm. I understand, he said, drinking the tea in his cup, preparing to leave, but a glance caught his eye. He saw the scene in the pond, and his entire body froze in place. The Dragon Clan. He widened his eyes. The Dragon Clan, ancient beings from mythology, had long disappeared along with the human realm, yet here there were dozens. Then he looked at the Bodhi tree and the 9-leaf flower in the graveyard behind the courtyard, unable to suppress a shiver. The world's source Tao tree. The Immortal's sacred medicine. Each of these could cause tremors in the 3,000 realms sea, yet they had all converged in this courtyard, and they were centered around this young man. Fragments of the human realm. Finally his gaze fell outside the small courtyard, where he saw various clans standing tall, as well as the human imperial court. In that moment it seemed he understood everything. So that's how it is. I remember you. He took one last deep look at Lin Fan before his figure dissipated. Lin Fan watched the place where he had vanished, faintly smiling as he picked up a book beside him and began to read. In the starry space aboard the starship, Shen-Chi regained his thoughts and turned to Qin Ge, his expression now serious. I have spoken to your teacher about taking you to the Divine Demon Palace. Previously, he merely regarded Qin Ge as an accidental discovery of a prodigy with no significant background. But now it was entirely different. That person was her greatest background. He was only at the 3rd level of the celestial realm, yet he was already this powerful. How frightening would he be when he reached the Hunyuan realm a myriad of years later, comparable to a giant of the Immortal platform? He even entertained such an unrealistic thought. Regardless with his talent, even if he could not reach the Immortal platform, he would certainly attain the pinnacle of the Hunyuan realm. With his combat power, he might even surpass the average giant of the Immortal platform. Qingge looked at him and nodded. As the starship departed from the Beidou star, Shin-Chi began to subtly inquire about Lin Fan from Qingge, but Qingge did not pay him much mind. The integration path, did he teach you that? How many paths has your teacher comprehended, and how many has he integrated? Does he understand the path of time? As for how the Star Tower and the Wild Heaven Guild would treat that individual, he had no worries. What he should worry about was the Star Tower and the Wild Heaven Guild. Having drawn the attention of such a prodigy, even survival would be fortunate. The Wild Heaven Sea had once birthed giants of the Immortal platform, but they had long since left. Now the strongest in the Wild Heaven Sea, including the Supreme Divine Domain, was merely half a step into the Immortal platform. Outside the Tsunyan Star region, a group of people from the Star Tower looked in disbelief at the towering figure that had disappeared into the starry space, unable to regain their senses for a long time. The Beidou Star Lord was captured, the Divine Sovereign's sword shattered. They trembled. Heavenly Emperor. Those two words were almost etched into their minds. The Beidou Star Lord actually lost, and it was a crushing defeat. Merely 2 fingers were used, and even the sword of the Heavenly Star Divine Sovereign was shattered. The scriptures of the Immortal platform were of no use. The entire Star Sea trembled, and the news spread from the Beidou Star Sea throughout the Wild Heaven Sea. The Beidou Star Lord had unexpectedly fallen to the hands of someone unheard of. Someone recorded that battle in the recording stone, transmitting it to the Star Tower world. Everyone witnessed that terrifying yet brief battle. In the Beidou Tianhuang Guild, a group of people were also watching the scene of that battle, their faces filled with shock. We underestimated this Heavenly Emperor. The genius from headquarters probably cannot defeat him. They said, originally thinking that headquarters was using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, but did not expect that they were not cracking a nut, but slaying a dragon. Raise the mission level. For the first time, they did not notify headquarters in advance, raising the original mission level from 7 stars to 9 stars, the highest level. Only those in the Hunyuan realm may act. From this moment on, the Tsunyan Star region was renamed the Heavenly Emperor Star region, becoming a forbidden area of the entire Beidou Star Sea. In the small courtyard, Lin Yang, whom he had not seen for a long time, arrived here. He stood outside the courtyard for a long time before stepping in, then knelt respectfully before Lin Fan under the tree. Thank you, Heavenly Emperor, for avenging my parents. From this day forth, my life, Lin Yang, belongs to you. If the Heavenly Emperor requires it, Lin Yang can die for you and for the human race at any time, he said, and Lin Fan looked up at him, slightly taken aback. He had almost forgotten about Lin Yang, but this casual encounter unexpectedly led this descendant of the celestial path to embark on a branch of the path of fate through the fateful object in his hand. Listening to his words, Lin Fan shook his head. It's good that you have the intention. Since your obsession has been resolved, live your life well and try to explore the realms. Your journey has just begun. Lin Yang said, nodding earnestly. He bowed to Lin Fan once more and then left the small courtyard. The Star Tower features 3 rankings, the first being the Divine Sovereign ranking, which lists the top 100 Hunyuan realm powerhouses in the Wild Sky Star Sea, and the second is the Mighty One ranking, which records the top 100 from the Tongtian realm. The last one is the Talented Ones ranking, which includes the top 100 individuals with the most monstrous talents in the Wild Sky Star Sea. After this battle, Lin Fan was placed 50 on the Talented Ones ranking. Talented Ones ranking 50, the Emperor of the Northern Dipper Star Sea, suspected to have just entered the Hunyuan realm, crushing the 8th level of the Tongtian realm with absolute strength, is the Northern Dipper Star Lord. The introduction of Lin Fan on the list is quite simple, reflecting the Star Tower's limited knowledge of him. As for Lin Fan's cultivation, it was deduced from some calculations. Before the battle in the Emperor Star Domain, there was already a confrontation, so the estimation should not be far off. However, the battle in the Emperor Star Domain revealed a stark difference, indicating that during this period the Emperor's strength had significantly increased. This improvement must be the Emperor's breakthrough from the Tongtian realm to the Hunyuan realm. So he is of the Hunyuan realm. In that case, this Emperor cannot be deemed particularly monstrous. A gap of an entire realm can allow even me to crush the Northern Dipper Star Lord. Other talents in the Wild Sky Sea glanced at the information on the list and remarked nonchalantly, he only relies on his cultivation to overpower others. The Northern Dipper Star Lord is quite unfortunate. If it weren't for that year's agreement, the Emperor might not have broken through to the Hunyuan realm, and the outcome would have been entirely different. What does it matter if one understands the Tao of fate? No matter how monstrous, once dead, nothing remains. The Northern Dipper Star Lord is dead. It is now our era. In the Northern Dipper Star Wild Heavenly Association, a group of people sighed in relief upon receiving information from the Supreme Divine Domain headquarters. Those few have gone to an initial secret realm to find an opportunity to break through to Hunyuan, they likely won't return to the Northern Dipper Star Sea for a short time. The president of the Northern Dipper Star Wild Heavenly Association spoke, but then his expression grew serious. However, this task has not been cancelled, it has merely been postponed. Once those few break through to the Hunyuan realm, they will also need to undertake this assessment task. All are of the first level of Hunyuan realm. The few divine sovereigns at headquarters believe it is just right. During this time, we must closely monitor the Emperor's movements to ensure he does not leave the Northern Dipper Star Sea. Any developments must be reported immediately. These words left everyone shaken. Monitoring a Hunyuan divine sovereign is no easy task. Northern Dipper Star Tower. Everyone's minds descended into the world of the Star Tower where a figure stood between twilight, gazing at them. The group shuddered, all kneeling down. Divine Sovereign, it was a mistake in our intelligence, we failed to notice that the Emperor had already entered the Hunyuan realm, leading to the death of the Northern Dipper Star Lord in the Emperor's Star Domain. Please spare us, Divine Sovereign. They trembled as they spoke. The person before them was the Star Sovereign, the Master of the Northern Dipper Star Lord, and one of the authorities in the Supreme Divine Domain headquarters of the Star Tower, ranked 89th on the Divine Sovereign ranking of the Wild Sky Sea. Hunyuan Realm 8th level. The Star Sovereign gazed at the group before him. Even within the Star Tower world, fear was etched on their faces. The Emperor, he said softly, his gaze seemingly piercing through the world of luggage towards the Emperor's Star Domain, seeing the place where the Northern Dipper Star Lord perished and the location where his sword shattered. His expression then turned cold. What an emperor, to dare to call himself an emperor upon entering the Hunyuan realm. To kill my disciple and shatter my sword, it seems he does not take this lord seriously. His calm words carried boundless killing intent, causing the people of the Star Tower to tremble, their heads bowing deeply to the ground, fearing that this being might annihilate them in a fit of anger. If this being wished to kill them, it would be futile no matter where they fled. This lord is escorting the talents of the Star Tower to the initial secret realm and has no time for other matters. After this matter concludes, I will descend upon your Star Sea. I do not wish to find that he is no longer present when I arrive. If his trace cannot be found, then you all may vanish from this world. These words made the group in the Star Tower tremble. When they looked up again, that figure had already vanished from their sight, as if they had passed through this crisis. Yet they understood that the most dangerous time was just beginning. They had to monitor a Hunyuan divine sovereign who had just killed the Northern Dipper Star Lord. How did this emperor reach the Hunyuan realm and act so audaciously, knowing he is a disciple of the Star Sovereign, while still daring to strike so ruthlessly? This time it's not just him. It seems we may also struggle to survive this tribulation. How can we monitor a Hunyuan divine sovereign? Neither the Northern Dipper Star Wild Heavenly Association nor the Star Tower believed it was possible to monitor a Hunyuan divine sovereign, but they had to try. Thus, one after another, assassins entered the Emperor's Star Domain, only to perish as they sought to determine whether the Emperor remained. They knew there was only one Emperor in the Emperor's Star Domain, the others were not strong, and those they sent were all at the 5th level of the creation realm or above. Moreover, this was the first alliance between the two forces that had fought for countless years. It was only because the cost was too high. Finding willing participants for a mission certain to end in death was exceedingly difficult, and the price to pay was immense. It seems I will have to wait a while longer. Lin Fan casually crushed a spy sent to the Emperor's Star and refined it into a pill for the beings in the courtyard. He looked toward the vast starry sky and shook his head. Fortunately, Liu knew that the collection in the library was dwindling and sent many books. Lin Fan was in no rush to leave. Additionally, Lin Fan could tell that there were others behind the Northern Dipper Star Lord with Hunyuan Dao soldiers and half a volume of the Immortal platform Dao scripture. These were not possessions of an ordinary Northern Dipper Star Lord. The Northern Dipper Star Wild Heavenly Association had also kept a task regarding him prominently displayed on the Wild Heavenly Association's task board, leaving one to wonder what they were brewing. Moreover, those who came to investigate the Emperor's Star were all from the Star Tower and the Wild Heavenly Association. A storm is approaching. In the Star Tower of Shungjing, Liu and Zhao Kuangyi gazed at the individual revealing a 5th-level creation realm cultivation, falling amidst the stars, their expressions grave. We have gathered news. Both the Star Tower and the Wild Heavenly Association are waiting for someone, and the two forces seem to have reached some form of alliance. They are likely targeting the Master, they said, looking toward the western mountain. However, the Master seems unfazed. Perhaps for him this is no storm, but merely a light rain. They continued, shifting the topic. The Tsangyun Star had already fallen. They had begun to lay out their plans for the entire Northern Dipper Star Sea, but the upcoming battles would not conclude in a short time. Thus, the Northern Dipper Star Sea entered a strange tranquility, and 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. Under the Bodhi tree, Lin Fan, who was taking a midday nap, suddenly opened his eyes. A chaotic Dao rhythm coursed before him, and another vast world quietly unfolded. The newly born domain of life, apart from being known as the Wasteland, has another name, the Secret Realm, signifying a world within the sea of realms that remains yet to be fully explored. In the eyes of many, the Tiandi Star is a secret realm, and Lin Fan is the master of the secret realm. Of course, there are distinctions among secret realms. An ordinary secret realm is merely a nascent world home to many feeble beings, perhaps containing star cores, spirit stones, and source crystals. A higher tier of secret realm is known as the Ancient Secret Realm, which has existed for a while yet remains undiscovered, followed by the Middle Ancient Secret Realm, the Upper Ancient Secret Realm, and the Primordial Secret Realm. The highest grade of secret realm is called the Initial Secret Realm. What the Star Tower and the Wasteland Association discovered is not a true initial secret realm, but rather a fragment of one. Yet it is equally precious, containing many unimaginable treasures and divine objects that attract countless beings from the creation realm and the celestial realm. However, great opportunities come with great dangers. Even a being of the primordial realm would face near certain death in a true initial secret realm, a place only accessible to those of the immortal platform realm. Even just a fragment could ensnare a primordial divine lord if one is careless. The world unfolding before Lin Fan is a fragment of the initial secret realm discovered by the Star Tower and the Wasteland Association. The reason no powerful beings have descended upon the Tiandi Star domain for 300 years is precisely because of this. To them, this fragment of the initial secret realm holds far greater importance than Lin Fan. Yi Bujing led a group of humans to obtain a sword engraved with a dragon and phoenix totem, but soon found themselves being chased by the Star Tower's people who sought to seize the sword. Yi Bujing tangled with the Star Tower's people for several years, fighting all the way to the edge of the secret realm, where there was nothing but endless void, finally finding themselves with no way to escape. Brother Yi, I know the Tiandi must have given you a means to preserve your life. You should leave without worrying about us. As they looked at a great formation sealing off the heavens and the earth and the gradually approaching people, a group brought by Yi Bujing spoke to him. While speaking, they shielded Yi Bujing. Leave? Where do you intend to go? A voice responded, and a young man with golden horns descended upon the land, accompanied by dozens of others, all exceptional beings from the creation realm. I never expected that there would still be humans infiltrating the initial secret realm. We shouldn't have heeded what the Wasteland Association said about letting some mercenaries follow us in. Originally, they were meant to serve merely as cannon fodder, and yet they dare to compete with us for opportunities. The youth spoke, possessing the strength of the 5th level of the creation realm, 4 realms above Yi Bujing, wielding a weapon of the celestial high realm. This fragment of the initial secret realm connects the Wasteland Sea and the supreme divine domain of the Wasteland. The Wasteland Association had granted some slots to free mercenaries, and Yi Bujing came to the initial secret realm through this means. Kid, considering you are somewhat of a genius, hand over that sword and agree to be my servant, and I will grant you a chance to live. The youth looked at Yi Bujing, his expression slightly tense as he spoke. He had never regarded the cannon fodder brought by the Wasteland Association as anything significant. He was a prodigy from the headquarters of the Star Tower, and those cannon fodder were all easily disposable in his eyes. Yet Yi Bujing was an exception. When they first met, he had not taken Yi Bujing, who had a lower cultivation level, seriously, believing Yi Bujing would not dare to defy him and would surrender the sword. However, he did not expect that Yi Bujing would dare to resist, and what shocked him most was that despite being at the 1st level of the creation realm, Yi Bujing was not weaker than him. With a mountain-splitting blade, he had been forced into a disadvantage. Without the weapon he held, he might not even be Yi Bujing's match. Absolutely impossible. Before Yi Bujing could speak, the few people in front of him had already voiced their anger at Xiefeng. Xiefeng laughed coldly upon hearing this, turning to look at Yi Bujing. 10 breaths, give me your answer. As his words fell, dozens of creation realm beings from the Star Tower surrounded them. These were Xiefeng's guards, who were also prodigies in some regards. However, they did not meet the standards of the Star Tower's prodigies, and could only remain as prodigy guards to gain training resources from the Star Tower. Even the resources for guards were beyond the reach of ordinary powers. Yi Bujing watched this scene, his gaze narrowing slightly as he stepped over the crowd, saying nothing, and slashed towards Xiefeng. No answer was needed. This was the answer. Foolish. The guards were startled by this scene and charged towards Yi Bujing. In their view, such behavior was a death wish. Becoming a servant of a prodigy from the Star Tower was not such a bad deal. The slash was unembellished, merely a straightforward swing, as if chopping down a tree. Yet when the blade fell, it directly cleaved through the formation laid by the others, killing one instantly. Without pausing, he charged at another. The group was horrified and quickly formed another formation. The young man, named Xiefeng, also joined the array, wielding a long spear as he struck towards Yi Bujing. Yi Bujing raised his blade to meet it. Boom! A tremendous backlash surged forth, forcing Xiefeng to retreat a step. Yi Bujing was merely sent flying 100 meters, sustaining only slight injuries. His expression was shaken, somewhat incredulous. As a prodigy from the Star Tower headquarters, he had been countered by a human from Waknoshir despite the latter being 4 realms below him. Yet soon the killing intent in his eyes intensified as he thrust his spear again. Die, he shouted fiercely with Yi Bujing meeting the attack. Though he blocked this strike, he was simultaneously besieged by another group of guards and instantly drenched in blood. Kid, stop struggling. Serve me as your master, and I will spare your life. He stood with his spear, the aura of the 5th level of the creation realm surging around him as he looked at Yi Bujing, seemingly trying to uncover the secrets hidden within him. He did not believe that a person of the 1st level of the creation realm coming from Waknoshir could counter him. This person must be hiding some great secret or perhaps an opportunity. This was the reason he sought Yi Bujing's submission. Meanwhile, his protector was arriving from afar, an elder at the pinnacle of the creation realm, standing quietly beside him with overwhelming pressure. Master, that blade of his has issues. The elder's gaze fell on Yi Bujing's sword, his brow furrowing as he spoke. A seemingly ordinary sword could effortlessly cleave through formations and contend with Xiefeng's celestial high realm weapon without falling behind. Yi Bujing observed this scene, looking back at the group behind him, blood filling the air in a tragic display, yet there was not a trace of fear on his face. Instead, there was a hint of a smile. It seems my journey ends here. I apologize, but I cannot take you all out alive this time. My master has already given me so much, and I have no other means. He said, then bowed towards the heavens before all. Master, I am sorry I have let you down. A single sentence solely to repay Lin Fan's teachings. Yi Bujing never considered he would receive any response. After all, it was too far from the Tiandi star. Between the rift of the Huang Tian Sea and the supreme, divine, domain, a fragment of the initial secret realm. The master is powerful, able to hear the voices of all beings and observe the affairs of the world, yet from a certain perspective this can no longer be considered the Huang Tian Sea. It seems you have some background, but can you compare to the Xing Lu? Xiefeng said coldly, pointing his spear, requiring no action from him, as the protector beside him had already made his move. At the peak of the creation realm, a single palm strike in void was beyond Yi Bujing's capability to withstand. However, he did not give up, gripping the Kaishan knife tightly, still remembering what the master had told him. With this knife, one strike after another cutting through the Tongtian realm, striking the Hunyuan realm, until there was no one left in this star space worthy of his blade. Open the heavens. He swung his knife upwards without any signs accompanying him, just a man and a knife, defying the immense pressure and formation above, slashing at an opponent 8 realms higher. Bang! The gap in cultivation had surpassed what his talent could compensate for. The open heaven strike was ultimately blocked by that palm, and then his entire body was smashed into the earth. Overestimating oneself. The protector of Xiefeng coldly observed this scene. The earth stained with blood, yet that figure stood up once more, holding the knife, looking at him, impervious to the howling winds. Yi Bujing. A group of people looked at Yi Bujing with sorrowful expressions, but Yi Bujing was within the formation, and no matter how hard they tried, they could not approach him. They could only watch as the protector grabbed a sword and walked towards Yi Bujing. Kill him. Xiefeng coldly watched this scene. Indeed, Yi Bujing was a prodigy, even causing him to feel fear, but that was all. Only the living genius is a genius. The protector no longer held back, slashing down with a single sword, instantly cutting through the formation that enveloped the entire realm, and then directly struck towards Yi Bujing. Master. Yi Bujing looked up at the sky, slightly dazed. In an instant, his entire life seemed to flash before his eyes like slides, and some indescribable insights appeared in his mind. If he were to survive, perhaps he would undergo a transformative change with this faint insight, but there were no ifs. He ultimately let down the master, who, in an instant, time froze. Everything in the realm became stagnant, and then the space before Yi Bujing was torn apart, another world directly intruding in. A courtyard, a library pavilion. Under the Bodhi tree lay a young man in a white robe. A person from Xing Lu. Lin Fan's voice rang out. Time resumed its flow, and Yi Bujing widened his eyes, looking incredulously at the scene before him. With just one glance, the creation realm peak protector directly vanished into thin air, and then a wisp of spiritual energy flowed into the Bodhi tree, causing its branches to sway slightly. Xiefeng had just awakened from that moment of chaos and saw this scene, his face filled with disbelief. His protector was killed with a single glare. What kind of existence is this? Who are you? He stammered, unable to stop himself from retreating. The surrounding guards wore expressions of terror. Everyone wanted to flee, but could not move their bodies at all. An invisible force firmly locked them in place. It was him. They fixed their gaze on the young man lounging in the chair. Me. Lin Fan smiled, slowly rising, and the group couldn't help but tremble. The moment he stood up, it was as if they saw worlds collapsing before their eyes. Master! Yi Bujing exclaimed excitedly. I pay my respects to the Tian-D. Subsequently, others respectfully addressed the Tian-D. The two words caused Xie Feng's expression to change. Some news from the Huang Tian-Si returned to his mind. He looked at Lin Fan's face, full of terror. The Tian-D of the Tian-D star domain, the one who crushed the Beidou Star Lord, rumored to be at the first level of the Hunyuan realm, the one designated to be killed by the master of the Tianxing Tower. He actually came here. How did he get here? He looked towards the torn world, then at the realm where Lin Fan was unable to help but tremble. He thought of a terrifying great Tao. One of the three supreme Taos, the Space Tao. This Tian-D mastered the Space Tao. I am a core disciple of the Tianxing Academy under the master of the Tianxing Tower. If you kill me, the Tianxing Divine Sovereign will surely not let you go. He is right outside the initial secret realm. He spoke, bringing up his background, the Tianxing Divine Sovereign, but Lin Fan merely glanced at him indifferently. Without saying a word, Xie Feng was directly extinguished. A wisp of spiritual energy appeared in the small courtyard. So the Tianxing Divine Sovereign is not here. What a pity, Lin Fan said as the remaining group trembled and knelt down. The Tian-D, truly a madman. He is not afraid of the Tianxing Divine Sovereign. Lin Fan's gaze swept across the entire initial secret realm, then landed on Yi Bujing, a smile appearing on his face. Since you are here, let's walk through this so-called initial secret realm. Lin Fan said. Then a divine sense fell into this realm, transforming into Lin Fan's figure, while the small courtyard world directly shattered and vanished. It was not his true body, just a divine sense descending into this realm. That was sufficient. The group of Xie Feng's guards looked at this scene in disbelief, unable to believe such a terrifying existence had just descended into this secret realm. Wasn't it said that this fragment of the initial secret realm couldn't bear the descent of the Hunyuan Divine Sovereign? The so-called initial secret realm to me seems more like a Tao field, just that the owner of this Tao field is very powerful. If not the Tao ancestor, he should be close. Lin Fan felt the aura of this realm and spoke. One sentence made the entire group tremble. However, this should be a very small corner of the Tao field world, not a core area, and does not possess much, but it is already sufficient for you. Lin Fan said, leading Yi Bujing and the others towards the core of this initial secret realm, while the group of Xie Feng's guards directly turned to ashes. Yi Bujing handed the sword he obtained from this initial secret realm to Lin Fan, who merely glanced at it and threw it back to Yi Bujing. The sword is nothing mysterious, merely a mundane weapon stained with the blood of the Immortal platform, retaining a trace of thin Immortal platform power. It should aid you a bit when you reach the Tongtian realm. Lin Fan spoke simply, yet the listeners wore shocked expressions. A sword stained with the blood of the Immortal platform. They gazed at the sword in Yi Buzhang's hand, unable to tear their eyes away. They certainly knew what kind of existence the Immortal platform was, that it was an immortal legend of the 3,000 realms. A supreme existence. The Immortal Platform Dojo is considered a holy place only while its master is alive. Once the master dies, it becomes a place of utter despair for countless beings. The people of the Star Tower and the Tianhuang Guild should be grateful that they have only discovered a corner of the Immortal Platform Dojo, which cannot be deemed a core area. Otherwise, it would be a catastrophic blow for them. Of course, it is already somewhat akin to that for them, as Lin Fan has arrived. You free mercenaries over there, come here. There is a celestial spirit tree with a celestial spirit fruit on it. Go and pick it for me. While traversing the sky, Lin Fan and his companions heard a voice. A group of prodigies from the Star Tower and the Tianhuang Guild stood in a valley, their attention focused on a massive spirit tree at the center. A brilliantly red spirit fruit hung amidst the branches, and even from miles away one could feel the rich life force emanating from it, which should have effects of prolonging life and strengthening vitality. Yi Bujing and the others looked towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan slightly stomped his foot, glanced over, and with a wave of his hand the entire world suddenly darkened, and the celestial spirit tree shrank down into the palm of his hand. Then a wisp of flame ignited from Lin Fan's palm, and in an instant the celestial spirit tree and the celestial spirit fruit transformed into a single pill. Take this. In the end, this pill landed in Yi Buzhang's palm. Yi Bujing stared at the pill in his hand, momentarily stunned before regaining his senses and swallowing it whole. A surge of rich life force erupted from within him. Lin Fan pointed into the void, and a gentle force suppressed this burst of energy. Don't rush to refine it. I will seal the spiritual energy within you for later digestion. There are still plenty of good things here, so don't let this tree hold you back. Lin Fan said, and Yi Bujing opened his eyes, bowing to Lin Fan. Thank you, sir. He spoke, and then looked towards the group of people from the Star Tower and the Tianhuang Guild in the valley, who were all staring at them in a daze, especially at Lin Fan. I'm sorry, but we will be taking this tree, said a woman in blue behind Yi Bujing, named Gu Yan, who had been following Yi Bujing since they left the endless sea of the Tian-D star. Since leaving the Tian D star, they had been holding back, especially upon arriving in this initial secret realm where they were constantly restrained and anyone could order them around. Now they finally had a backing. Impudence. You are merely auxiliary to the Tianhuang Guild in our treasure hunt. If we do not wish it, you have no right to step here. How dare you snatch our things? One of them shouted while others took out communication talismans to call upon nearby experts. Indeed, a few experts of the celestial realm were found, but as soon as they approached, they halted midair. In the next moment, the heavens stained with blood and several celestial realm experts exploded into a mist of blood. Then a figure clad in a white robe, standing at the forefront of the group, cast its gaze upon them. Who? The group scattered like grains of sand, and the entire land fell into silence. The primal beings of this dojo world witnessed this scene. As soon as one of them peeked out, they withdrew and began to relay the news in their own way. All primal beings in the dojo world learned that a terrifying entity had entered. The primal being noted Lin Fan's appearance, but when it attempted to draw Lin Fan's likeness to convey it, found that no matter how many times it drew, the figure would always vanish. As if the paper could not bear the weight of that person's image. Let's go to the next place. The group moved swiftly, scavenging all opportunities along the way without leaving a trace. As for all the people from the Star Tower and the Tianhuang Guild they encountered, they had vanished. No primal beings of this dojo dared to block Lin Fan's path. Outside the initial secret realm, in a vast expanse of void, a man standing with a great star hovering behind him sensed something, frowning slightly. Tianqing, you sensed it too, right? The casualties this time seem a bit excessive. A voice echoed from the other side of Tianqing Shenzun, where a woman resembling a giant stood amidst a sea of stars surrounded by small stars, as if she were a celestial deity. This was Tian Yi Shenzun, a mixed-element deity from the Tianhuang Guild, stronger than Tianqing Shenzun. From the creation realm to the celestial realm, more than 100 have perished from our Tianhuang Guild. It seems that something we are unaware of has occurred in this super initial secret realm. Perhaps they discovered some true opportunity. She smiled at the last part. The count of over 100 refers to the prodigies who entered the Tianhuang Guild. The guards, guardians, and free mercenaries recruited from the wasteland seas do not count. Apart from the prodigies of the Tianhuang Guild, others do not count as people in her eyes. My Star Tower and the Tianhuang Guild have provided them with so many cultivation resources. If they cannot survive even this little danger, they are merely a bunch of useless trash. The dead are just some inconsequential individuals. Tianqing Shenzun said, her expression even colder. Both of them wielded the soul lanterns of the prodigies entering the initial secret realm, so they were aware of how many and which individuals had perished. Tianqing Shenzun seems to take it lightly, but I heard your most treasured disciple has died, a genius who comprehended the Tao of fate. You must not care at all, right? Tian Yi Shenzun remarked, causing Tianqing Shenzun's expression to suddenly harden. The void rippled, layers of space shattered as he gazed into the void beyond, beneath the realm of the supreme gods at the edge of the wasteland sea. A heavenly emperor who appeared out of nowhere killed his chosen disciple with his cultivation. He could descend with divine consciousness to teach the Beidou Star Monarch, demonstrating the importance he placed on him. Among his disciples, he was the only one with a chance to glimpse the immortal platform realm. His purpose in cultivating the Beidou Star Monarch was also to have him assist him when the day comes that Beidou truly crosses that threshold. The immortal platform realm. In endless ages, this realm has trapped too many people. He must prepare in advance. Yet the Beidou Star Monarch, whom he had invested so much effort in, had met his end just like that. The Heavenly Emperor, I heard he is merely someone who just broke through the mixed element realm. Quite interesting, he dares to disregard even your Tianqing Shenzun's face. Tian Yi Shenzun continued, and upon hearing this, Tianqing Shenzun's killing intent grew stronger. If it weren't for the initial secret realm being particularly important to my Star Tower and Tianhuang Guild, that so-called Heavenly Emperor would have died already. How sooner or later it would have been the same. At the edge of the realm, see a sudden emergence of a life domain, a heavenly emperor capable of slaying the North Dipper Star Lord feels like a probing by some force into my desolate realm. See. The master of the desolate heaven and the master of the Star Tower have been gone for too long. Some people can no longer suppress their impatience, said the divine Lord Tianyi, his expression inscrutable. Let them come, we will slay one by one and see just how many of them there are, said the divine Lord Tianqing. Divine Lord Tianyi looked at him and shook his head slightly. If they are merely from the heavenly realm or the primordial realm, that is fine, but what if one day a powerful figure from the immortal platform descends? Will the Lord of the desolate heaven and the master of the Star Tower truly respond to us? It has been tens of billions of years. Could it be that they have already perished? The calm words carried an unspoken emotion, causing the usually proud divine Lord Tianqing to fall silent as they gazed into the boundless void, lost in thought. The desolate heaven realm sea once ranked among the top in the 3,000 realm seas. At that time it boasted two unparalleled figures, one lord of the desolate heaven and one master of the Star Tower. Both were powerful beings of the Immortal platform, and many other formidable beings from different realm seas traversed the endless starry sky to pay their respects merely to catch a glimpse of those two. Yet those two have long since vanished. The desolate heaven realm sea still exists only due to the lingering might of those two, but that cannot last much longer. At the edge of the realm sea in the starry sky, where the heavenly emperor star once resided, a beam of light suddenly appeared, slicing the entire starry expanse in two like a thin blade. Then a woman with 16 wings descended into this starry sky. She was enveloped in vast brilliance, wielding a holy sword resembling a radiant deity, her gaze sweeping across the heavens with indifference. "Where are the fragments of the human realm you mentioned?" she asked as light surged from the void behind her, and an old man clad in white ritual robes emerged from the rift. Countless figures stood behind him, each with luminous wings resembling an army quietly stationed in the void. The old man was the one who had appeared at the heavenly clan altar before. He gazed at the empty starry sky before him, confusion etched on his face. "How can there be none? It should be in this position," he murmured repeatedly, sensing the surrounding starry sky and recalling fragments of memory. Eventually the two starry skies began to overlap, and certainty spread across his features. "It is right here," he proclaimed, yet soon fell into a daze again. "Indeed it is here. But what about that vast world of Xianhuang? How could a fragment of the human realm vanish into thin air?" The woman in white glanced at him, then fixed her gaze on the distant vast realm, her eyes narrowing slightly. To move an entire world silently, without drawing the attention of the surrounding realm seas, only those two forces could achieve such a feat. "Very well, then let us remain in this desolate heaven realm sea for a while longer," she said, waving her hand, as boundless light descended upon this realm sea, and countless armies infused with luminous power surged into the desolate heaven realm sea. The realm of light. Among the 3,000 realm seas, it ranks within the top 300 powerful realm seas devoted to the power of light, entirely belonging to one force, the Church of Light. Within the heavenly emperor star, Lin Fan shifted his gaze from the book in his hands to the starry sky, momentarily stunned. The heavenly clan. In truth, he had long sensed that the former Xianhuang Great World was not unknown to all beings. It was simply that those beings and clans were still in the stage of exploration, not fully settled in the Xianhuang Great World. The heavenly clan was one such group. During the era of the human race, the Xuanwu Emperor faced a similar clan probing the Xianhuang Great World, and these clans did not all belong to the same realm sea. The starry sky where the Xianhuang Great World resides is unique. It is marked by the seals of powerful beings from the Immortal platform and is intertwined with chaotic void currents not merely existing at the edge of the desolate heaven realm sea. It had also appeared at the edges of other realm seas before. However, in this life, the Xianhuang Great World remained at the edge of the desolate heaven realm sea, and an anomaly like Lin Fan emerged, leading the Xianhuang Great World away from that starry sky. What secrets does the human realm hold? Lin Fan pondered. So many beings have come in pursuit of the human realm, and it is merely a fragment. How could it provoke such interest? During the era of the Xuanwu Emperor, that may have been just one age, according to the elder from the ancient Forbidden Zone, many such ages still exist. Many have also ventured into the ancient Forbidden Zone. After a long while, Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, redirecting his attention back to the book. All things have their causes and effects, he would eventually understand, so he would not rush it at this moment. With the changes in the realm sea, he preferred to be the watchman. Yet there are always those who intervene in his world, forcing him to break his own rules time and again. In the human race's celestial gate, the divine Lord of Judgment was observing the traces belonging to the human race upon the celestial gate, when he sensed something and furrowed his brow. She looked forward towards a void cavity. "It seems you already know of my arrival, but knowing does little. The master of the Star Tower and the Lord of the Desolate Heaven have already passed away. If the Lord of Light descends, you shall all be subjects," she stated. Whether the one peering into this starry sky did so intentionally or unintentionally, in the final moment of withdrawing her gaze, she clearly caught sight of it. Someone is watching her in this world. Divine Lord, there exists an extremely fearsome being within the Xianhuang world. It is. The old man in the ritual robes hesitated for a long time before finally speaking, recalling the young man who had once descended upon the heavenly clan's sacred hall. However, before he could finish, the gaze of the divine Lord of Judgment fell upon him. What cultivation level? Just 4 words, and the old man's body stiffened. At that time, he should have just entered the creation realm. Now he should be at the 2nd or 3rd level of the creation realm, he replied. As his words fell, a terrifying divine judgment light descended upon him, causing him to involuntarily prostrate on the ground. Does a being of the creation realm even need to be mentioned to me? Came the calm words, followed by a pair of eyes that disregarded everything. This is but a one-time occurrence. Next time you shall return directly to the Lord's glory. With that, the old man spat a mouthful of blood on the ground, his entire being weakened significantly, and he dared not mention the one who had once destroyed the heavenly clan. The Lord has said that there are too many realm seas among the 3,000. This world should not have so many realm seas, and some should have long since disappeared. Just like the desolate heaven realm sea without any beings of the immortal platform, what qualifications does it hold to be called a realm sea? The divine Lord of Judgment continued, her gaze fixed upon the desolate heaven realm, see her pupils swirling with boundless light power. She was not an ordinary primordial divine lord. She is one of the 4 divine lords under the Lord of Light, only half a step away from the immortal platform. Since the master of the Star Tower and the Lord of the desolate heaven dare to hide the fragments of the human realm, let them all be destroyed together. From this day forth, all followers of the Church of Light shall march against this realm. Her words echoed throughout the starry sky and reached that realm of light. Is this truly something a living being can ascend? Within the initial secret realm, a 10th sand-step staircase stretched from the earth straight into the clouds, where a palace stood enshrined amidst the mist, bearing 3 grand characters. The Hidden Dragon Hall. Countless beings climbed this myriad-step staircase. To their cultivation it was but a blink, yet upon truly setting foot on it, they realized the immense difficulty of each step. Our clan produces 1 summit ascender roughly every millennium. Even the weakest can reach 5,000 steps. Those below are stripped of their clan roots. You are all too inferior. By the side of the myriad steps a man spoke indifferently, his words harsh and cold, as if he cared not for the beings themselves, only the rules. Those who reach the summit may enter the Hidden Dragon Hall and comprehend the immortal terrace method. Another sentence instantly quelled the rising anger in many, and they continued climbing step by step toward the cloud-shrouded palace. A complete immortal terrace method. Even the Desolate Sky Guild and the Star Tower possessed only 1 such method each, yet this palace held one within. This should be the place where that immortal terrace giant once selected disciples. The Hidden Dragon Hall. Perhaps that giant once stood here. Yi Bujing and his group arrived here, gazing at the countless figures climbing the steps before them, their faces filled with awe. This seemed to be the only place devoid of slaughter. Fortune and opportunity lay above, to be obtained by one's own merit, and no amount of strife would change that. Boom! At the 3,000th step, a prodigy from the Desolate Sky Guild trembled, as if unable to endure further, and plummeted directly from the staircase. A host of guards and protectors rushed forward to shield the Desolate Sky Guild prodigy, but the black-clad man merely swept his gaze over them, sending the entire group reeling back. He let the Desolate Sky Guild prodigy crash to the ground, reduced to a bloody pulp. Worthless, he declared, as if this too was one of the rules he followed. Those below 5,000 steps are unworthy to be of my clan. Their clan roots shall be severed, and they shall be demoted to mortals. He spoke coldly. We are not of your clan. Someone cursed in anger, but once they had set foot on the staircase, they realized there was no turning back. Failing to reach 5,000 steps meant death. This man was imposing the rules of a fearsome clan upon them, setting a terrifying challenge. For some, even 3,000 steps were an insurmountable ordeal. Those who cannot reach 5,000 steps are all worthless and do not deserve to live. The black-clad man spoke coldly, and only then did they sense something amiss. He seemed devoid of full consciousness. He merely acted according to certain rules. He's just a puppet, useless, someone said, plunging many into despair. Then countless guards and protectors charged at the puppet. The black-clad man merely glanced at them, and as if by divine punishment, countless bolts of lightning rained down from the heavens, obliterating all who attacked him. Those who defy the rules shall be slain without mercy, he declared, then turned his gaze back to the figures on the myriad steps, as if monitoring them, forgetting the slain as quickly as he had acted. Master, is he truly just a puppet? Yi Bujing looked at Lin Fan and asked. Lin Fan glanced at the black-clad man, then at the cloud-shrouded palace. Do you wish to ascend directly, or climb on your own? Lin Fan did not answer his question, but posed another. Yi Bujing paused, his gaze falling upon the myriad steps, sharpening. Master, let me do it myself, he said, stepping directly toward the staircase. Brother Yi, there's no turning back on these steps. Are you sure you want to climb? Someone behind him asked. Yi Bujing merely smiled faintly. If we cannot even ascend these myriad steps, then we are unworthy of the fortune within the Hidden Dragon Hall. Master can protect us for a time, but not for a lifetime. This path must be walked by ourselves. He spoke, gripping his blade tightly as he stepped onto the staircase. Behind him, his companions steadied their resolve and followed. The Hidden Dragon staircase has nothing to do with cultivation. It tests only talent and insight. You need only climb upward. The black-clad man added, but when he felt a gaze upon him, he fell silent, reverting to a statue watching over the myriad steps. Lin Fan glanced at him, then at the newcomers. The Hidden Dragon Hall. This must be the greatest fortune in this corner of the initial secret realm. If we obtain it, we might glimpse the path to the Immortal Terrace. 5 individuals, all at the peak of the Transcendent Realm, were accompanied by 20 more peak Transcendent Realm cultivators as their protectors. These were the most formidable prodigies sent by the Desolate Sky Guild. I wonder what clan the puppet spoke of. The weakest can reach 5,000 steps. With our talent, 5,000 should be manageable. They spoke as they stepped onto the staircase, landing not far from Yi Bujing. No sooner had the 5 ascended than 5 more figures tore through the sky. Unlike the varied attire of the Desolate Sky Guild group, these 5 wore the standard robes of the Star Tower. They were prodigies of the Star Tower. It seems we haven't arrived too late, they said, eyeing the 5 Desolate Sky Guild prodigies who had just begun climbing. Get out of the way. One of the Star Tower prodigies spotted a figure standing in the void ahead and slashed horizontally with his blade almost casually. As he struck, the black-clad man's gaze slowly shifted. The strike was aimed at Lin Fan. Boom. The blade seemed to hit an invisible barrier. The Star Tower prodigy stared in shock, and the next moment Lin Fan turned his gaze upon him. With a single glance, his entire sea of souls was extinguished and his body crashed to the ground. The other 4 Star Tower prodigies recoiled in alarm, hastily distancing themselves from Lin Fan, staring in disbelief at the corpse. He was the strongest among them, killed with a single glance. A primordial Unity Realm cultivator. But this fragment of the initial secret realm couldn't sustain the power of the primordial Unity Realm, could it? Quick, onto the staircase. One of them came to his senses and urged the others following suit as they scrambled onto the steps. The myriad steps were guarded by the black-clad puppet bound by its rules and could offer them protection. Once on the staircase, they turned back to Lin Fan, one of them burning with murderous intent. Whoever you are, for killing a member of the Star Tower, you will not leave the initial secret realm alive, he declared, emboldened by the protection of the steps. But Lin Fan merely extended a finger toward him and pressed down. A massive finger imprint descended upon him on the staircase. He looked at the black-clad man. He attacked someone on the staircase. That violates the rules. Kill him, he shouted, but the previously impartial black-clad man acted as if he hadn't seen it, even turning his gaze away. With a thunderous bang, the entire myriad steps shook, and that prodigy of the Star Tower was reduced to a puddle of blood, all eyes falling upon Lin Fan. Dressed in a white robe, he appeared like a scholar quietly standing beneath the vast sky, seemingly not there for the myriad steps, but like a deity standing above all beings. Why doesn't he have to abide by the rules? Someone asked, glancing at the man in black, who at that moment seemed to become an eternal statue, offering no response. He is the one who brought those people here. The 5 most powerful prodigies of the Desolate Heaven Guild focused their gaze on Yi Bujing and his group, their expressions slightly tightening. Human race. Yi Bujing and his group showed no signs of concealment, fully exposing the existence of the human race for the first time, leaving all who noticed them in shock. When the Master of the Star Tower and the Master of the Desolate Heaven ascended to the Immortal platform, they had conducted a cleansing of the human race throughout the Desolate Heaven Sea, making it exceedingly rare for humans to appear. Even if there were any, they were hidden away in some secluded corner. For the first time, the human race appeared before them, contending for the opportunities of the Immortal platform. Human race experts. They finally realized Lin Fan's origins, and upon this realization, fear gripped their hearts as they desperately tried to contact the 2 deities outside the initial secret realm. But all information seemed to sink into the ocean without a trace of response. The Star Tower and Desolate Heaven Guild had killed too many humans. They understood the hatred between them, knowing that any chance would result in a battle to the death. Originally, the human race in the Desolate Heaven Sea should have been exterminated, yet it was unexpected to find their existence along with such a powerful primordial deity. Let us ascend the mountain. Perhaps reaching the Hidden Dragon Palace will give us a glimmer of hope. One of the prodigies from the Desolate Heaven Guild said as they looked up at the Hidden Dragon Palace, their faces heavy with worry, seeing it as their only chance for survival. This is the Immortal Platform's dojo, the initial secret realm. No matter how strong he is, he cannot truly ignore the rules here. He too has his concerns. This is also why he hasn't directly killed us. They spoke while some noted Lin Fan's demeanor. He simply stood there calmly beneath the sky as if he hadn't heard their words. His fragment of divine sense had long since detached from this physical form, merging with this piece of the initial secret realm, probing the secrets of the entire fragment. What remained here was merely a physical body. The man in black seemed to sense this and looked at Lin Fan's form, unconsciously taking a deep breath. There are still such powerful humans in this world, he said, a mere fragment of divine sense, yet even the rules of this dojo are suppressed. He must be close to the Immortal platform. I am not a mere puppet, but I am also not a truly existing being. If he were human, Lin Fan would have already spoken to me. I am merely a spirit of a vessel. The entire Hidden Dragon Palace, including the myriad steps, is actually a half-step immortal platform weapon, and I am the spirit of this weapon. Seeing no movement from Lin Fan, they all let out a slight sigh of relief, further confirming their suspicion that Lin Fan was also subjected to the suppression of this world. Climb on, they said, beginning to ascend towards the Hidden Dragon Palace, and nearly everyone regarded Yibu Zheng and his group as their rivals. The human race. Once the supreme race governing the 3,000 seas of the realms, what kind of strength do they possess? This is what many wish to see. The human race is merely a bit more fortunate than us, having birthed a few Dao ancestors who occupy the most vast realm. In the same era, we may not necessarily be weaker than them. They said, especially the prodigies from the Star Tower and the Desolate Heaven Guild, perhaps having been indoctrinated with too many thoughts of the human race's weakness, they felt little fear towards the human race. Yibu Zheng paid them no mind, ascending step by step. Behind him, Gu Yin and the others closely followed, this time walking in the world as humans seeking to vindicate the human race. The human race, regardless of the era, is an existence you cannot hope to match, was once and still is. Gu Yin spoke earnestly, looking at the surrounding beings. Even those far more powerful than them wore the same indifferent expression. Just you one at the creation realm and a group that hasn't even reached the creation realm, someone scoffed. Unexpectedly behind Yibu Zheng, someone at the peak of the rules realm shot back. In a battle of the same realm, I would slaughter you like a dog, he declared, exuding a terrifying sword intent, not weaker than an average creation realm, one shocking the creature that had spoken. They followed Yibu Zheng all the way, constantly comparing themselves to him and the prodigies on the Heavenly Emperor Star. In comparison, they indeed fell short. But when compared to these beings of the realm seas, they were absolute prodigies. Yibu Zheng's gaze also turned there without needing to speak. Just a formless pressure caused countless people to struggle for breath. Having gained countless opportunities along the way, his cultivation had already reached the second level of the creation realm. That's enough. Suddenly, a voice interjected, belonging to one of the 5 strongest prodigies of the Desolate Heaven Guild in existence at the peak of the celestial realm, looking at Yibu Zheng with overwhelming might, pressing down. Boom. A terrifying force suddenly descended directly, sending the prodigy of the Desolate Heaven Guild flying, causing countless people to tremble and look at the long silent man in black. No fighting on the myriad steps. This is your first warning. Should there be further violations, there will be no mercy, he stated, addressing a group of prodigies from the Desolate Heaven Guild, without even casting a glance at Yibu Zheng and his group. It was as if he did not see Yibu Zheng and his group at all. That's unfair, someone protested. The man in black struck him dead with a single palm. Should there be further doubts about the rule, there will be no mercy. A cold statement left everyone choking on their words. Though there was discontent, they could only bite their teeth and swallow it down. Thank you. Gu Yin bowed slightly towards the man in black, smiling. A fleeting smile appeared in the man's eyes but quickly vanished. Just one step away, I am about to succeed. At this moment, someone reached the 4,999th step, glancing back at the countless climbing prodigies, unable to contain their excitement. Then he stepped up. Boom. In the next moment, he exploded into a mist of blood, shocking those behind him. Though I have some comprehension of the great path, my physique is too weak. Cultivation emphasizes equal progress. Without a powerful vessel, how can one contain boundless strength? The man in black said, speaking from the heart. In that era, those daring to step onto these steps were all prodigious beings full of vigor. After all, this place was once a sacred ground within the human realm. The words of the man in black sent a shockwave through the crowd, especially among the followers and guardians who came with the prodigies of Xinglo and the Huantian Guild. There were also many soldiers recruited by the Huantian Guild who similarly stepped onto the myriad steps, eager to seize the supreme opportunity within this initial secret realm. 5,000 steps served as the threshold. Of failure to ascend meant death. According to the man in black, the challenge of the myriad steps tested not only one's comprehension of the Tao, but also their physical constitution. The Tao is the root, and the body is merely a vessel. Who would still cultivate their body? Someone protested angrily, and the man in black immediately struck down a bolt of thunder towards that direction. As I have said, no one is to question me. Since you have come, you must abide by the rules of this place. Moreover, these words are not mine, they are the words of the sacred ancestor. His final words made Yibu Zheng and the others' expressions tense. Sacred ancestor. This must be the master of this Tao field. A colossal figure from the era of the human realm. I will give you 3 days. If by then you have not reached the 5,000 steps, you shall remain forever on this staircase. If the immortal treasure is destined for you, it will prove that you are not the chosen ones. His indifferent words carried an endless coldness. Standing at the edge of the sky, he seemed to embody the rules of this world, indifferent to whether it was Xinglo or the Huangtian Guild. He acted solely according to the rules. At this thought, they involuntarily glanced at Yi Bujing and his group. In just a moment, they had already ascended 3,000 steps, and not a single person had fallen behind. Especially the one at the front, who carried a wooden axe at his waist, stepping forward as if he felt no pressure from the myriad steps. For them, each step felt as though they were carrying a mountain with countless inner demons surging forth at any moment, threatening to devour their minds. They could only adhere to their true selves, countering with the power of the Tao. The stronger one's cultivation, the more terrifying the pressure and inner demons they had to endure. We are the prodigies of the Huangtian Guild, chosen from countless beings. How could we possibly be inferior to a few unknown humans? The pinnacle prodigy of the Tongtian realm from the Huangtian Guild declared, surrounded by a manifestation of a thunderous world under which all inner demons were extinguished. He walked directly ahead of Yi Bujing and the others, and behind him the prodigies of the Huangtian Guild, and Xinglo erupted one after another, surpassing Yi Bujing and his group. Yi Bujing was not anxious. He even had time to stop and trace the Tao patterns on each step, his brows occasionally furrowing and then relaxing as if he were comprehending something. The Immortal platform's methods might be inscribed on these myriad steps, right? Gu Yin whispered, also staring at the Tao patterns on the steps. Unlike Yi Bujing, she couldn't directly comprehend them, but could still discern some of their profundities. Others were the same. They did not understand the mysteries of the steps, but they followed Yi Bujing along the vast starry path, and the ethereal realm, having walked alongside him. They knew just how terrifying Yi Bujing's talent was. During the Celestial Emperor Star's assessment of talent, Yi Bujing still had rivals, as each disciple of the teacher was a prodigy. Yet in the Huangtian Sea, no one could compare to Yi Bujing. They began to contemplate carefully, not seeking to understand everything, but even grasping a hint would suffice. The prodigies of the human race are nothing extraordinary. Someone passed by them, seeing their strange behavior, and scoffed. After so long, you have barely ascended this far. I see that, as our divine sovereign of Xinglo has said, the human race merely lives in a fortunate era, seizing the opportunity. Otherwise they would be just as we are. What is there to see in a few steps? They said, yet they did not realize that although Yi Bujing and the others were moving slowly, they had never stopped, while many others were stuck on various steps and could no longer advance. 5,000 steps. Finally, someone reached the 5,000th step, one of the last 3 pinnacle prodigies of Xinglo. He stood on the 5,000th step, looking back down at the staircase, especially seeing Yi Bujing and his group with a proud expression. Then he turned to look at the man in black. Originally expecting some encouragement, he was surprised to find that the man in black did not even glance at him. His gaze was fixed on Yi Bujing. Oomph! He snorted coldly and continued climbing, but each step upward became increasingly arduous even for him, taking a long time to make any progress. Soon a day passed. The vast majority remained below the 5,000 steps, with only a few dozen having reached it, and of course many more had been crushed into blood mist on the 5,000th step. They are coming. Suddenly a voice rang out. They looked back and saw Yi Bujing already stepping onto the 4,999th step, without much pause, directly advancing to the 5,000th step. Then the 5,000th first step, the 5,000th second step, the 5,000th third step. As he progressed, he seemed to move even faster, an indescribable aura of the Tao enveloping him, as if he had merged with the entire myriad steps. He had entered the Tao. Gu Yin and the others followed him upward. The pressure above 5,000 steps was intense, but they still felt capable of moving forward. Countless people watched this scene with disbelief. Not only had they ascended, but they had done so without losing a single person, 19 in total, more than all the others combined. The human race. They silently recited these 2 words, feeling an involuntary tremor in their hearts. Just a small group of humans they encountered was so monstrous. Oh, what about in that era? Impossible. The prodigies of Xinglo and the Huangtian Guild were still struggling to ascend, yet no matter how hard they tried, they were continuously surpassed by Yi Bujing. The steps that seemed incredibly difficult to them felt like walking on flat ground beneath Yi Bujing's feet, as if he sensed no pressure at all, and an aura of the Tao they could not comprehend emanated from him. The prodigies of Xinglo and the Huangtian Guild. Merely so. Gu Yin said with a smile. Her calm words sent a shock through the countless others. This must be the first time someone spoke to these prodigies in such a manner. Yet at this moment, they couldn't even find words to retort. Clearly Yi Bujing's cultivation was much lower than theirs, yet he was able to surpass them so effortlessly. Especially the one at the front. His steps seemed to grow lighter as he ascended, moving with the Tao, as if each step bloomed with lotus flowers. He had even gained sudden enlightenment. Brother Yi, it seems I cannot accompany you to the peak. On the 9,000th step, Gu Yin stopped, watching the gradually receding figure, emotions swirling in her eyes. She then sat down on the steps to cultivate. As he ascended further, one person walked alone. Qianlong Hall. Standing before the last step, Yi Bujing halted, looking at the Qianlong Hall before him, and suddenly shook his head. To follow your path may lead me into the primordial chaos, ascending the immortal platform, but this is not the road I seek, nor the path my teacher wishes to see me take. With these words, everyone was taken aback. The method of the immortal platform lay ahead, yet someone would refuse it. Young man, have you thought this through? The Hall of the Hidden Dragon is the most critical link in the inheritance of the Holy Ancestor. Countless powerful beings have comprehended the Tao here, including many giants of the immortal platform. The man in black seemed taken aback by Yi Buzheng's rejection. He looked at Yi Buzheng, who no longer appeared as a rigid puppet, but rather wore a serious expression. Yi Buzheng gazed at him and slightly shook his head. I have already attained the path of the heavens and no longer seek the Holy Ancestor's way. In this world there are countless beings seeking the Tao, I'll let them pursue it. His hand rested on the axe at his waist, a smile appearing on his face. With that, he directly descended the steps without a hint of reluctance, leaving the man in black in a daze. To refuse the Holy Ancestor's way, it seems there are indeed people in this world who would do so. All matters in the world have causes and effects. Where there is gain, there must be consequences. He may not withstand this consequence. A voice rang out, startling the man in black. He turned to see a figure that had appeared beside him, bowing respectfully to the person in front of him. Since he is unwilling, I will not force him. He said the Holy Ancestor is human, and even after countless ages, he still maintains respect when facing a human powerhouse. However, the celestial Xian Holy Land requires a successor. Though I am but a spirit of a vessel, I too will have my day of decay. I cannot hold on much longer. I wonder if I can still find a successor for the Holy Ancestor. He remarked, the once supreme spirit of the Hall of the Hidden Dragon has reached the end of its life. Even a spirit cannot escape the erosion of time. Lin Fan looked at him, and then at the Hall of the Hidden Dragon. A strand of chaotic Tao rhythm surged in his eyes. He saw a mat in the center of the great hall, and the statue standing upon it. Buzz. It seemed to resonate, and the statue turned to look at Lin Fan, a gaze that seemed to transcend the eons and meet his. To awaken this remnant consciousness within me, you must be considered one of the strongest of the human race in this era. It appears the human race has regained some vitality. This was not the Holy Ancestor of Tian Xian communicating across time with Lin Fan, but rather a memory preserved within this hall. Do not blame us. If we do not do this, no one will survive in the 3,000 realms, including the human realm. What we can do is completely bury the 3,000 realms. If one day you ascend to the immortal platform and Tao Ancestor's realm, remember, do not. The words seemed to touch upon certain taboos and were abruptly cut off. Over endless ages, perhaps this so-called initial secret realm of the celestial Xian Holy Land has undergone some unknown changes. Crack. Lin Fan saw the statue in the Hall of the Hidden Dragon cracking with fissures, as if it were divine punishment. Even the statue left by a giant of the immortal platform was to be shattered. At the same time, the entire initial secret realm was engulfed by annihilating thunderbolts, each bolt capable of erasing an entire realm. Fragments of this corner of the initial secret realm were being destroyed piece by piece. Lin Fan frowned. The man in black also revealed a trembling expression. As the spirit of the Hall of the Hidden Dragon, he too could see the statue collapsing within. It seems my time is drawing near. He smiled bitterly as if he had realized something. The myriad steps were also collapsing, and those atop were crushed one by one, with only a few escaping. Those who followed Yi Buzheng survived. Sir. Yi Buzheng and the others arrived before Lin Fan, following his gaze to the crumbling world, their faces filled with shock. In just a moment, nearly half of the world had been destroyed. Celestial Dragon God, save me. The native beings of this world gathered toward the Hall of the Hidden Dragon, calling out to the man in black, often glancing back with terror on their faces. To them, the man in black was the ruler of this world. He was also the strongest in this realm. Those from the Wasteland Guild and the Star Tower who managed to escape were also calling out in fear, but they called for the Celestial Star God and the Celestial One God. Something is wrong. Outside the initial secret realm, the Celestial Star God and the Celestial One God both looked toward the initial secret realm, sensing the anomaly within their expressions grave. The soul lamps in their hands extinguished one by one, and the tokens lit up continuously, filled with the terrified cries for help from the talented individuals of the Wasteland Guild and the Star Tower. Lin Fan watched this, seeing his gaze suddenly sharpening. The heavenly tribulation, I haven't seen it in a long time. Lin Fan said, lightly extending a hand and pointing at the void. An invisible ripple spread out in all directions, and wherever it touched, time and space stood still. Even the thunder descending from the sky halted midair. Chaos opens, all things are born. A voice echoed in the minds of all beings within this realm, and time began to flow again. Everyone turned to look at the figure in the heavens, dressed in white robes, standing beneath the myriad annihilating thunders. The path of time, the path of space. The celestial dragon god looked at Lin Fan, disbelief etched on his face. Two supreme paths had appeared simultaneously on one individual. As Lin Fan's voice resonated, a mass of chaotic energy appeared in his hand, rising to the heavens, causing all the thunderbolts to be obliterated within it. Chaos bore 7 colors merging into the heavens and the earth, and the entire world began to visibly recover, including the collapsing myriad steps. What is this? Everyone wore expressions of shock. What terrifying means is this? Can a human truly achieve such a feat? Boom. Suddenly a massive shadow appeared in the sky, as if a great star was crashing down, shaking the entire initial secret realm. People from the Star Tower come out. A hand tore through the sky, reaching into this world. It was the celestial star god, one of the strongest of the Star Tower. A group of Star Tower individuals was filled with excitement as they quickly flew toward the gigantic hand. However, a sword ray faster than them fell toward that hand. A 7-colored sword light carrying an unimaginable, terrifying Tao rhythm severed the giant hand, and a voice of astonishment and anger rang out from beyond the heavens. Who are you? It was the voice of the celestial star god. He transformed into a giant of stars, overlooking the entire initial secret realm, seeing those from the Star Tower flying toward him. Just when he was about to catch these individuals from the Star Tower, a sword obliterated all of them, even severing the giant hand he had manifested. Get lost. A voice resonated from the initial secret realm, further enraging the celestial star god. He saw the person within the initial secret realm, but it was merely a fleeting silhouette. He attempted to continue attacking the initial secret realm, but was stopped by the celestial one god beside him. The secret realm has completely closed. The celestial one god said, looking at the initial secret realm gradually merging into the void, his expression grave. In that instant, the soul lamps of all the talented individuals from the Wasteland Guild extinguished. They are all dead, said the Tiani Divine Sovereign. Though he appeared calm, beneath that calmness surged a suffocating, murderous intent. For the first time in such a long, while someone completely disregarded the archaic Sky Guild and the Star Tower, killing all the talented individuals they had painstakingly nurtured right before their eyes. Colors of the rainbow enveloped the entire initial secret realm, dragging it into the void, and then it vanished completely from their sight. A path that has never been seen before, with an indescribable, inexplicable feeling. That person in the sea of 3,000 realms is certainly not an insignificant character. Since he has come to the archaic Sky Sea, he will eventually appear. The Tiani Divine Sovereign spoke lightly as he gazed at the vanished initial secret realm. My Star Tower possesses a Fate Tao soldier at the primordial level. As long as he remains in the archaic Sky Sea, he will undoubtedly fall under the Fate Tao soldier's lock. The Tianqing Divine Sovereign also said, the fundamental embodiment of the Fate Tao is causality, which is the established understanding of fate by the people. Of course, the Fate Tao encompasses far more than just causality. The Fate Tao soldiers search for individuals through causality. I never expected that we would one day have the opportunity to cooperate, said the Tiani Divine Sovereign with a smile, while the Tianqing Divine Sovereign also looked at her and smiled faintly. The initial secret realm. For all living beings here, this was a heart-shocking miracle. They witnessed the reversal of time, the reshaping of life, and the rainbow, mending the heavens, creating countless wonders. And all of this originated from that figure in the heavens. Dressed in white robes exuding elegance, he stood quietly there, seemingly lost in thought, while the surrounding void was shrouded in tranquility. After a long while, the Qianlong Divine Sovereign took a deep breath and respectfully bowed to Lin Fan. Thank you, Senior, for your grace of rebirth. Thank you, Sovereign, for the grace of rebirth. From the Qianlong Hall to the outside, all the beings in the initial secret realm bowed to Lin Fan. Though they had lived for a long time, they had never witnessed the peak of the Tianxian Holy Land. Since their birth, they had only seen a world sealed away. With external beings arriving, this was referred to as the initial secret realm. How powerful the Tianxian Holy Land truly was, and how strong the Tianxian Holy Ancestor was, were all passed down from the previous generation. They had never experienced the glory of the Tianxian Holy Land. Yet they felt that even at its peak, few could compare to the figure before them, capable of mending the heavens with a thought and striking down powerful beings beyond the sky with a wave of the hand. Lin Fan regained his senses from the words of the holy ancestor of the Tianxian Holy Land, looking at them and nodding. I must take my leave now, he said, his gaze resting on the Qianlong Divine Sovereign, who quickly bowed deeply. I have banished this world into the void. Perhaps it will appear in another realm 100 years from now. They will be entrusted to you. With those words, the Qianlong Divine Sovereign quickly nodded. Senior, rest assured, as long as I Qianlong am here for a day, they will not come to harm, though I do not understand why the holy ancestor's statue shattered or why the heavenly tribulation descended. But there should not be a next time, he said, his expression determined. Lin Fan looked at him, slightly taken aback. The shattering of the statue and the heavenly tribulation should have originated from him, but even if it weren't him, someone else would have triggered such changes. Qianlong was originally someone abandoned by the Tianxian Holy Land. His existence was merely for that one sentence. Yet he would never know this reason. Even the holy ancestor of the Tianxian Holy Land could not have anticipated that someone in the future could erase the heavenly tribulation and recreate the world. Live well, Lin Fan said as he transformed into a rainbow of light before countless eyes and finally merged into this world. A manifestation. Countless people watched this scene in shock. Such a powerful being turned out to be merely a manifestation. How strong must the true body be? Could it really be an ancient giant of the celestial realm? The world fell into silence. After an unknown period, the Qianlong Divine Sovereign looked at Yi Bujing and the others. Young friend, may I ask what the senior's honor title is? He asked, and all eyes turned to Yi Bujing. Heavenly Emperor, Yi Bujing replied. Just those two words caused the Qianlong Divine Sovereign's pupils to tremble, retreating in disbelief, unable to regain his senses for a long time. Is he truly the Heavenly Emperor? He asked, his face somewhat dazed. Yi Bujing looked at him and nodded. The name of the Heavenly Emperor is not self-proclaimed by you, but is collectively acknowledged by countless beings in our realm. You are indeed worthy of the title, and had it not been for you, we would have long ceased to exist. Yi Bujing said, and the Qianlong Divine Sovereign slowly regained his senses. In the last days of the human realm, there was indeed such a being. He was a Tao ancestor, also the ruler of the human race, who once dominated the human realm for nearly 30,000 reincarnations. But that person has long since passed away, he said, his face showing a hint of confusion. The Heavenly Emperor was dead, he knew this, but he did not know how the Heavenly Emperor had died, as if some memory had been forcefully erased. He possesses the demeanor of the Heavenly Emperor, the Qianlong Divine Sovereign finally said. In his eyes, this was the greatest praise for a person, a Tao ancestor, the pinnacle of the celestial realm, and also the ultimate goal of cultivation. Heavenly Emperor, star the small courtyard of Shengjing. Lin Fan set his book aside and rarely gazed at the starry sky, lost in thought. Should I bury the sea of 3,000 realms? He pondered. Certain things he had always believed were suddenly shattered at this moment. He looked at the information about himself in the system panel, paying particular attention to the cultivation section. Name: Lin Fan, age 589, cultivation, primordial realm, first layer, talent, peerless for eternity, sword, Tao deduction opportunity, 1 time and used life and death, source inside opportunity, 8 times and used life, source inside opportunity, 7 times and used. Once he understood the rules in the realm of creation, what was originally the quasi-emperor realm transformed into the realm of rules, allowing him to perceive the world beyond the Xianhuang Great World. And now the primordial realm remained the primordial realm. There were only 2 possibilities: either the sea of 3,000 realms was the ultimate world, and the celestial platform was the peak of cultivation, or that there was a world of higher dimensions than the sea of 3,000 realms that was still far from him, one he had yet to come into contact with. The sky he saw might not be the true sky. It really is like a nesting doll, endless and never-ending. Celestial platform giants cannot leave even a single complete sentence behind. In this vast human realm, just like that, it vanished. Was this to abandon the chariot to save the commander? Suddenly Lin Fan smiled. He then stopped dwelling on these thoughts. All answers would gradually reveal themselves to him in the future. What he needed to do was to keep moving forward. That the holy ancestor of Tianxian said at the end, not to let Lin Fan do something. His final words were erased directly by a force of taboo, but this only piqued Lin Fan's interest. If he forbids me from doing it, I will do it nonetheless. One of the 7 star domains of the Northern Dipper Star, see the Huayin Star Domain. A beam of light penetrated through billions of stars, and a man bearing a giant sword of light emerged from the vast brilliance, followed by an overwhelming legion of light. On the Huayin Star, countless people looked up in horror. This is the Holy Army of Light, they exclaimed in shock, and then saw countless light spears descending upon Huayin, piercing through many before they could react. By the decree of the judgment god, annihilate the wild heavenly sea. The man with the giant sword said calmly. A strand of light transformed into a sword, slaying the supreme beings on Huayin. Holy light rose over the Huayin Star, and the Huayin Star Domain fell. Not only the Huayin Star Domain, but all 7 star domains of the Northern Dipper Star Sea were attacked simultaneously, utterly crushed, with no chance of retaliation. In the Heavenly Emperor Star Domain, a woman clad in silver-white armor with holy light pulsating on her forehead descended, holding a spear of light, followed by countless beams of light, a legion of over 10 million. Among the 7 star domains of the Northern Dipper Star, see only our territory remains unconquered. she said, gazing at the vast star domain ahead, her eyes filled with indifference, raising one hand as countless holy light crossbows soared. Kill. A single calm word and countless holy arrows of light streaked across the starry sky, like meteors heading towards the Tsunyan star, and the heavenly Emperor star followed closely by millions of light legions. In a small courtyard, Lin Fan looked up at the starry sky. They actually dare to strike from my place, he said with a thought. His gaze fell upon the shattered starry sky, where the once Xinyuan great world existed, and there stood the Judgment God with 16 holy wings suspended behind. Behind him was a gaping void in the starry sky, from which countless holy armies of light surged forth, continuously entering the wild heavenly sea through the shattered stars. Sir. Li Yu and Zhao Kuangyi arrived in the courtyard, witnessing Lin Fan looking up at the sky. They then saw Lin Fan point at the void and make a sweeping gesture. Shoo. A voice sounded nearby as if something had been torn apart. They looked up and saw the vast starry sky being ripped and divided. A terrifying sword light slashed across billions of stars, seemingly splitting the entire heavenly Emperor star domain in two. No. The millions of holy light legions looked on in horror. Even the leader of the legion wore a face of fear under this sword strike. He had no chance to evade, as they were all locked in when the sword was unleashed. The path of destiny. She was horrified inside, wanting to relay this news to the Judgment God, but it was too late, as the sword light cleaved through all her consciousness was extinguished. So it was a being from another realm. Lin Fan said calmly, his 5 fingers transforming into black holes, gathering the countless essence and life force scattered across the starry sky, as a great cauldron materialized in the void, absorbing everyone's essence and life force. Perhaps it is because of me, or perhaps this was a predetermined event in the river of time, where certain things that were supposed to happen in the future have occurred prematurely. The invasion of the realm. See, this is a battle of the realm. See, Lin Fan said, and both Li Yu and Zhao Kuangyi were taken aback. Then, sir, no need to concern ourselves, Lin Fan said, with thousands of Tao flowing in his pupils as space closed around the heavenly Emperor star domain. A sword path river spanning billions of stars fell around them. In the past, there were giants from the Immortal platform sealing off the starry sky surrounding the Xinyuan great world. Lin Fan, like those giants, sealed off the entire heavenly Emperor star domain. No one could enter from the outside, and no one could exit from within. The Judgment God came specifically for the heavenly Emperor star, while countless strong beings from the 3,000 realm seas coveted the fragments of the human world. The torrents of the 3,000 realm seas are simply impossible for Lin Fan alone to resist. The heavenly Emperor star would be destroyed with a mere touch. Now is not the time for the heavenly Emperor star to reveal itself, so he would not allow the beings of the world to know that the heavenly Emperor star is actually a fragment of the human world. The Star Tower and the people of the wild heavenly society believe the heavenly Emperor star to be a secret realm, so let them think so. From today, the heavenly Emperor star domain is sealed for 3,000 years. A voice resounded throughout the heavenly Emperor star domain, regardless of whether they were beings of the heavenly Emperor star or not. At that moment, they all looked towards the direction of the heavenly Emperor star. Their eyes were filled with shock, still unable to recover from the previous scene. A sword swept across billions of stars, avoiding all realms of life, obliterating the army of light that surged towards the heavenly Emperor star domain like a meteor shower. The leader of the light army, clad in silver-white armor and wielding a spear of light, should have been a formidable being in the heavenly realm, yet could not withstand even a moment. A single sword swept across the starry sky. Then came the words that the one known as the Heavenly Emperor had sealed the entire Heavenly Emperor star domain with unimaginable terrifying means. I heard earlier that the Holy Light Realm Sea was invading and the Northern Dipper Star Sea had fallen completely. Oh, I thought we would be unable to escape this calamity as well, but unexpectedly. Someone trembled as they spoke. They had intended to flee to other star seas only to witness a scene they would remember for a lifetime. Heavenly Emperor, just how strong is he? Killing the Northern Dipper Star Lord, disregarding the Star Tower, and with a single sword slaying millions of holy light legions, he forcefully blocked the terrifying onslaught of the light. He is definitely a Hunyuan god. Someone reached the end of the Heavenly Emperor star domain, witnessing the closed-off space and the river of sword paths encircling the entire Heavenly Emperor star domain. Just getting close sent shivers down their spine. Not only is it merely the sword path, but there are other paths as well. I sense the path of thunder, the path of fierce fire, and the path of gold within it. And some unknown great paths. This is the greatest miracle in the starry sky, as countless sword cultivators came before this river of sword paths to comprehend the sword, while an indescribable rhythm of the Tao fell over the entire Heavenly Emperor star domain. The entire Heavenly Emperor star domain was undergoing transformation. Lin Fan stood in the small courtyard with chaotic light illuminating the myriad like a creator weaving this star domain bit by bit. In the ancient Forbidden Zone, in that small courtyard, the old man awakened once more. He stepped out of the house looking at this scene, equally shocked. Tao Ancestor, is this the last resort you left for the human race? He said, his face filled with bewilderment. He could not believe that in such a short time of slumber the one who had come to him, as merely a first-level creator, had reached this point. Hunyuan Realm First Level. Possessing the power to change the heavens and the earth, that one touch of Tao intent even made him feel a tremor, as if transcending the three supreme Tao. 3,000 years should be enough now. The chaotic Tao converged around Lin Fan, who looked at the changes in the entire star domain, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face, and then he let out a yawn. He then fell asleep on the recliner beneath the Bodhi tree. A gentle sound of breathing arose, causing Li Yu and Zhao Kuangyi to be startled. They did not disturb Lin Fan, bowing respectfully before exiting the courtyard. The master is tired, Li Yu said, standing with Zhao Kuangyi in front of the western mountain, watching the slanting sun move from east to west, followed by the moonlight washing over the world. It has been so long, yet we still cannot help the master. The invasion of the Realm Sea has led to the destruction of all 6 star regions in the northern Dipper Sea, and the only one we can rely on is the master. Zhao Kuangyi, do you remember the first time we met the master? Li Yu said, and Zhao Kuangyi nodded. In front of the library, a scholar in white came to seek books. He was still an inexperienced young aristocrat, and later, he became Lin Fan, who decapitated the Grand Master of the Song Dynasty in Bianjing. At that time, Lin Fan was all alone, and at this moment no one could stand by his side. They were still young eagles sheltered under the master's wings. Even the master can be exhausted. I don't want this anymore, Li Yu said. I don't know how long the master will sleep this time. Zhao Kuangyi said, sensing the master's aura fading away. The barrier that enveloped the western mountain also vanished, allowing the western mountain to truly appear in Xinjiang. Perhaps it will be a long time. 3,000 years, this is the time the master left for us. We cannot disappoint the master. On the lofty divine mountain, a towering palace stood inscribed with the words, 7th Hall. A woman emerged from that hall, and a group of guards appeared around the divine mountain. Palace Master. They bowed, nearly 200 people, all at the Hunyuan realm, with Shen Qi standing at the forefront. Their gazes fell upon the woman at the mountain's peak, Qin Gu, who had passed the assessment of the 10 great imperial halls and truly entered the 7th hall. She became one of the 72 hall masters of the divine demon hall. Qin Gu did not disappoint them, quickly breaking through to the creation realm, defeating 7 prodigies of the 7th hall who were far above her in cultivation. It was the first time they saw a look of melancholy on Qin Gu's face, as if the most important thing in her life had vanished. Master. Perhaps it was due to an instinctive connection. She sensed that Lin Fan's condition was not right. Shen Qi's expression slightly changed upon hearing Qin Gu's words. Others did not understand the significance of the word master, merely feeling that the palace master was nostalgic for the mortal world, unable to fully shed the 6 passions and 7 emotions. But he knew that that master was the most terrifying person. That was someone even he dared not invite. He promised Qin Gu to keep this secret, not just for Qin Gu, but also for that one who belonged to the remnants of the human realm from the ancient human race. Qin Ming, Xian Hua, Bai Zhan, Xinyuan Ming, Chu Yin, and Yi Bujing all had an intuitive feeling they were the ones most connected to Lin Fan. The invasion of the bright realm sea is chaotic. This is our opportunity. In one corner of the star sea, powerful auras gathered, and behind them were countless people, all from a mysterious organization. The Rebellion Alliance. The Star Towers resisting in the Wild Sky realm, and the rebellious alliance dominated by the Wild Sky Guild. Qin Ming was one of them. He stood at the back of the crowd, carrying a sword, standing on a meteorite, quietly watching the person speaking in front. His thoughts were simple. Since the Star Tower and the Wild Sky Guild targeted the human race, and the Emperor Star, he would join the Rebellion Alliance, which stood against the Star Tower and the Wild Sky Guild. Qin Ming, it seems the Alliance leader and those divine beings are preparing to instigate a great upheaval. Those people have backgrounds. For us who are alone, there's no one to collect our bodies. Next to him, a bald, chubby man slung a knife over his shoulder and said, this man was at the 2nd level of the creation realm, with cultivation similar to Qin Ming. Just as Qin Ming was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something and looked towards the starry sky in the direction of the Emperor Star, feeling countless Tao rhythms surge from within. On this meteorite, he had an epiphany. The bald, chubby man looked at this scene bewildered. What a talent to be envied. I never expected to encounter someone whose talent surpasses mine so easily. Those old men still say my talent is unparalleled in 10,000 years. He pouted, never imagining that it was just a gathering of the Rebellion Alliance where Qin Ming had his epiphany. All he could see were heads. They could only see the Alliance leader while the rest were just sparse voices. It was merely a formality shouting along. After a moment, Qin Ming awakened, and just as the bald, chubby man was about to speak, he suddenly noticed that Qin Ming's gaze had changed sharp as a blade, sending a chill down his spine. He unconsciously swallowed, suppressing his words. How strange this prodigy's eyes changed after his epiphany. He mumbled to himself, not daring to provoke Qin Ming, feeling that in the next moment Qin Ming might draw his sword, yet he couldn't win against him. Are you going? Suddenly Qin Ming looked at him and asked. The bald, chubby man Lu Dei was taken aback, then understood what Qin Ming was asking. That's the Star Tower and the Wild Sky Guild. It might even involve the war with the Bright Realm Sea. One misstep, and you could lose your head. Think carefully. We should just watch, he said, and Qin Ming glanced at him before turning to leave. Lu Dei was stunned and hurriedly followed. Don't rush. I didn't say we wouldn't go. We just need to prepare a bit in advance. Just the two of us going to the battlefield would just make us cannon fodder. As Lu Dei rambled on, the two gradually moved away. During these past few months, dozens of star seeds in the Wild Sky Realm fell, and there was hardly any effective counterattack from the Wild Sky Realm. They were merely being pushed back. Finally, countless divine lights descended upon the highest divine domain of the Wild Sky Realm, and two legions composed of the elite of the Star Tower and the Wild Sky Guild reached the front lines of the war. The attack from the Bright Realm Sea came to a halt. On a desolate star, Qin Ming stood with his sword on his back while Lu Dei was fiddling with a jade talisman in his hand, which kept flickering as if he was communicating with someone. After a long while he said, all right, they are almost here. He looked at Qin Ming and said. Qin Ming nodded, closed his eyes, and the surrounding Tao rhythms began to rise, entering a state of cultivation. Lu Dei watched this scene, full of admiration. If I had this kind of effort, I would have long become the head of the Lu family. After waiting for a month on this desolate star, a figure descended from the starry sky, landing before the two. Lu Dei, I never expected you to have a day of enlightenment knowing to cultivate seriously. Your family members will probably want to lift you to the heavens when they see you like this. This was a young man in a vigorous outfit looking at Lu Dei with a smile. Qin Ming, let me introduce you. This is my childhood friend Cultivation, one of the top 10 prodigies from our place. He's cherished by his elders. It's hard to come out. He quickly looked at Qin Ming, introducing the identity of the newcomer. Cultivation also turned to Qin Ming. Qin Ming, my brother, Lu Dei said, making a move to pat Qin Ming on the shoulder, but a single glance from Qin Ming made him retract his hand with an awkward smile. He's a man of few words, but his actions speak louder than words, Lu Dei added. Cultivation's expression turned solemn. Though Lu Dei seemed boisterous, he rarely truly acknowledged anyone. In Wangwei ancient land, he was indeed one of the 10 prodigies, but Lu Dei was the foremost among them, descending with the full moon phenomenon and possessing the immortal platform bloodline. For Lu Dei to acknowledge him, he must either possess an extraordinary background or astonishing talent. In this desolate celestial sea, there should be no background that Lu Dei would value. Thus it could only be astonishing talent. Qin Ming also looked at Cultivation and nodded slightly. Yihongyu has arrived as well. Lu Dei looked up at the sky. A faint glimmer flickered a few times among the stars before arriving before them, revealing a woman in red robes. A soft sword was coiled around her waist, and a cyan light surged within her pupils. Her countenance was breathtakingly beautiful, her temperament otherworldly, and her cultivation was the highest among them at the 5th layer of the creation realm. Yihongyu ranked first on our beauty list. Half of the 10 prodigies are her suitors. She's quite a coveted treasure, Lu Dei said to Qin Ming, leaning in closer as he spoke and lowering his voice. If you're interested, I could put in a good word for you, he said, but Qin Ming only gave him a cold stare. Lu Dei waved his hand. No fun. Qin Ming, don't get me wrong, but life is about seeking pleasure. Beautiful women and fine food are indispensable. What's the point of cultivating all day? He said, but no sooner had he spoken than he was blasted away by a beam of red light. Yihongyu now stood in his place, frowning as she looked at Qin Ming. 2nd layer of the creation realm, the same cultivation as Lu Dei. She seemed puzzled as to why Lu Dei would bring someone of only the 2nd layer of the creation realm. At the same realm, they were not like the so-called prodigies of this desolate celestial sea. They all possessed immortal platform heritage. Their families, even without an immortal platform giant, had once produced one. Invincible at the same realm, and even capable of challenging those several realms above. Indeed weak. Such strength is unworthy of standing with us. Another voice rang out as the final person arrived. It was a young man with purple hair standing amidst a void with thunder surging around him, gazing coldly at Qin Ming. Qin Ming said nothing, merely looking at the three of them calmly. A trace of murderous intent flickered in Qin Ming's pupils, causing the three to inexplicably tense. Just then Lu Dei reappeared among them. No need for that, no need for that, he said, his corpulent frame blocking the front of the others, easing the tense atmosphere. The murderous intent in Qin Ming's eyes also subsided. His sword was drawn only to kill. Qin Ming is a brother I met in this desolate celestial sea. His temperament is a bit extreme, but he's a good man. From now on, we're all friends. There's no need for fighting and killing. Qin Ming, they're all my childhood friends, each one insufferably arrogant. Don't bother with them. Luda said, only to be blasted away by Yi Hongyu again. Yi Hongyu looked at Qin Ming, her gaze sharpening. I don't know how you ended up with Luda, but since he acknowledges you, we trust you too. Just don't hold us back. We are not from this desolate celestial sea. Our clan elders sensed a great war in these waters and sent us here to gain experience. With us, you need not worry about your safety. Our every move is watched over by our elders at home. There is no one in this desolate celestial sea who can threaten us. However, if you fail to meet our standards, even with Luda vouching for you, we will expel you. Her words were cold and left no room for sentiment. The other two shared the same attitude. They only spoke so much to Qin Ming out of respect for Luda. Elsewhere, they wouldn't even deign to notice someone at the second layer of the creation realm, let alone the transcendent realm. In Wangyue Ancient Land, they were figures on par with the clan's chosen heirs, the 10 prodigies of Wangyue Ancient Land, a title they had earned through sheer combat. Qin Ming gazed calmly at the three, then turned his eyes to a corner of the starry sky. In the profound, boundless cosmos, he sensed more than one gaze peering at them. These must be their protectors. Wangyue Ancient Land. He had never heard of such a place. Do you need protectors for training? He asked flatly. Though his tone was devoid of emotion, it made all three feel slighted, especially the purple-haired youth. We are not like you, some obscure so-called genius of this desolate celestial sea. We are the chosen heirs of the 4 great clans of Wangyue Ancient Land. Born with the mission to revitalize our clans in the Wangyue Ancient Land. Luda also introduced him. His name was Meng Chuan, the most arrogant of the 3. In this celestial sea, he seemed to look down on everyone. Qin Ming said nothing more. Hearing his words, he fell silent. They were here to revive Wangyue Ancient Land, but what about him? After a moment, his gaze sharpened. He had begun cultivating merely to protect his sister and survive, but now he cultivated for the human race, and also to one day truly stand behind his master. All right, enough boasting. The Rebel Alliance has already set out. It's time for us to go. I found our target, a Star Tower army. Let's go kick their asses. Luda said, cutting off their conversation. Without further ado, they soared into the air, heading towards a corner of the starry sky. Without a starship, they traversed the cosmos with their bodies alone, their Daos surging around them as they turned into streaks of light darting across the starry sky. It was both a journey and a contest primarily aimed at Qin Ming. They wanted to see Qin Ming fall behind, unable to keep up. He's keeping up. When they looked at Qin Ming, they were all startled. This man brought by Luda had actually followed them, his body transforming into a sword light covering millions of miles in a single flicker. He was even faster than them, pausing occasionally as if waiting for them. In the void behind them, 3 figures watched this scene with astonishment. Such a genius exists in this desolate celestial sea. His speed is no less than that of Yi Hongyu, Meng Chuan, and the others. And he's only at the second layer of the creation realm. But speed is not the only measure of a true genius. They have all comprehended the Immortal platform, ancient scriptures. In terms of combat power, they should be able to crush him. They spoke, finding Qin Ming surprising, but not believing Yi Hongyu and the others were inferior to him. This was their confidence in Yi Hongyu and the others, and their confidence in Wangyue Ancient Land. How could the heritage of an ancient land be compared to a celestial sea prodigy from an unknown origin? We have arrived. The 5 halted in a starry expanse concealed beneath a veil of flowing stones, gazing into the distant cosmos where thousands of starships lay anchored. Stars adorned the starry void, forming a formation capable of enveloping the entire Star Tower army, while streams of divine consciousness swept through the surrounding heavens. Luda produced a small flag and planted it in the starry space, causing the 4 of them to completely vanish from the cosmos, rendering all detection methods employed by the Star Tower army ineffective. This Star Tower army does not hail from the wild heaven divine domain. It is merely a temporary force assembled from various star seas, commanded by an individual at the 9th level of the creation realm. I will use the 9 dragons chain to ensnare that commander at the 9th level of the creation realm, and once all else is dealt with, we shall confront this commander together. Luda declared, producing a chain engraved with dragon patterns, seemingly entwined by 9 dragons, with the faint echo of dragon roars resonating in the air. Qin Ming observed the scene, feeling little surprise. He had grown accustomed to it. Luda's cultivation was not particularly formidable, yet his treasures were countless. Throughout their journey together, he had witnessed Luda unveil an array of artifacts. The 9 dragons chain was forged from the scales of a dragon's corpse at the peak of the primordial realm, taken by a powerful Lu family member capable of restraining practitioners of the celestial realm. Meng Chuan remarked, glancing at Qin Ming. The beings of the wild heaven sea must rarely have encountered such a treasure, especially those related to dragons. The dragon clan had long been extinct. Even the great figures of the Immortal platform could only find dragon corpses whose ages were unknown. Dragon corpses there are probably none throughout the entire Wild Heaven Sea. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for you to witness one. He continued while Qin Ming paid him no heed, quietly gazing at the distant Star Tower army, a faint aura of murderous intent swirling around him. Slaughter to him was also a form of cultivation. The paths of the sword, thunder, and slaughter. He cultivated in all three, making rapid progress in the first two, yet the final path of slaughter lagged behind. The fusion of the great paths requires a three-legged stance. Now was the opportunity to complete this third leg. Brothers, prepare for action. Luda said, tossing a sharp spike that shattered the defense formation of the Star Tower army, then casting a net that sealed the entire starry expanse. Kill. Qi Beishan stepped forward, transforming into a towering giant, delivering a punch toward the most densely packed area of the starships, following the path of absolute power. With sheer force, he smashed through myriad laws. Enemy attack. Instantly, the Star Tower army reacted, with thousands rushing to confront Qi Beishan, yet he sent them flying with a single punch, destroying over 100 starships. Heavenly thunder annihilation. Meng Chuan emerged, summoning thousands of bolts of thunder toward the Star Tower army, instantly shattering their formation, while he plunged directly into the midst of the Star Tower forces. Surrounded by thunder, he resembled a thunder god, swiftly slaying thousands. Yi Hongyu drew her soft sword, countless sword shadows enveloping her, stirring up an endless storm as she charged into the Star Tower army. How dare you! A rough-looking man clad in heavy armor stepped out from the Star Tower ranks, sending Qi Beishan flying with a single punch, emanating the aura of a 9th-level creation realm being. 9 Dragons Chain. Luda appeared, the 9 Dragons Chain extending infinitely, directly binding the commander of the Star Tower army, and then he cast out several treasures to form multiple formations. Leave him to me, he stated, sitting cross-legged in the starry void, using formations to contend with the commander of the Star Tower army. Only Qin Ming remained standing in place. I'm scared of this. I told you the Wild Heaven Sea has no true talents. One wonders how Luda was fooled. Meng Chuan, having come from the Moonwatcher ancient land, had long ceased to regard the talents of these fringe seas with any respect. The Wild Heaven Sea was a place he would not have known if it had not been designated as a trial location. Protect yourself. Yi Hongyu's voice rang out as she eliminated several Star Tower soldiers approaching Qin Ming. Qin Ming closed his eyes, an invisible ripple spreading through the starry void. He could not help but take a deep breath. Slaughter and death were a long-lost sensation. His long-dormant heart finally could not help but stir with excitement once more. This was his path. Battle, slaughter, death. And then he drew his sword. With a single sword strike, a suffocating scent of blood arose in the starry void, followed by overwhelming murderous intent. Meng Chuan and Yi Hongyu both turned to Qin Ming, their expressions shaken. A single sword strike invoking a sea of blood, he charged into the very core of the Star Tower army, aiming to dismantle the entire force from within. Who are you? How dare you attack the Star Tower? A commander at the 4th level of the creation realm glared at the scene, furious, and charged at Qin Ming. As he drew near, his body was severed in two by a cold, long sword, not even affording him time to react. Uft, uft, uft. A single sword, a figure surrounded by boundless murderous intent, rampaged through the ranks of millions in the Star Tower army, raising a hand to extinguish countless lives. His gaze was cold and frenzied, as if completely immersed in this state. Qin Ming, be careful. Luda called from afar as a dozen or so creation realm commanders from the Star Tower surrounded Qin Ming. Qi Beishan, Yi Hongyu, and Meng Chuan also noticed this situation and rushed to assist, but it was already too late. Qin Ming had plunged too deeply. He had completely deviated from the formation they had arranged. Boom. Suddenly, a bolt of thunder split the starry void, shaking everyone to their core. Only after regaining their senses did they realize that the thunder was a beam of sword light. Qin Ming was surrounded by the power of thunder, the sword entwined with the path of thunder, seemingly fused into one. Each sword strike unleashed endless destructive force. In just a few strikes, he had slain another commander at the 3rd level of the creation realm. A dozen or so Star Tower creation realm experts were actually forced back by him alone, and moments later more fell as he pursued a group of Star Tower elites. The Thunder Path. Meng Chuan watched the scene, unable to suppress a deep breath. His own cultivation was the Thunder Path. How could he not recognize it? Moreover, Qin Ming's understanding of the Thunder Path surpassed his own, but that was not what shocked him the most. He has fused the Sword Path with the Thunder Path. Yi Hongyu slashed down a group of Star Tower soldiers, then gazed at Qin Ming, who was rampaging through the Star Tower army, her expression serious. The fusion of great paths. Could he be another 9 lives divine sovereign? That's a divine sovereign so formidable that even the immortal platform giants struggle to slay. Qi Beishan remarked, though he soon shook his head. Unlike the 9 lives divine sovereign whose strength lies in his terrifying healing ability, his lies in absolute offensive power. The sword and thunder are both paths of attack. At this moment, they finally understood why Lu De placed such importance on Qin Ming. He was indeed a potential divine sovereign capable of rivaling the 9 lives divine sovereign. Even among peak divine sovereigns, distinctions exist. Peak divine sovereigns, unparalleled divine sovereigns, ultimate divine sovereigns, and then there are those like the 9 lives divine sovereign who are truly extraordinary, capable of contending with the giants of the immortal platform while in the primordial realm. The leap from the Hunyuan realm to the Xiantai realm is an immensely formidable transcendence, a fundamental elevation of life itself, making it nearly impossible to truly cross. Among 10,000 cultivators at the 9th tier of the Hunyuan realm, scarcely one attains the Xiantai realm, thus many recognizing their inability to break through seek alternative paths to Dao attainment. Though not reaching the Xiantai realm, such practitioners approach it infinitely closely, even surpassing it in certain aspects. The fusion of Dao principles is a legendary alternative path known across the 3,000 realm seas, yet success remains exceedingly rare. Moreover, ascending to the Xiantai realm via Dao fusion is exponentially more arduous than any other method. Choosing this path effectively severs all possibility of attaining the Xiantai realm through conventional means. A cultivator in the Hunyuan realm enjoys a lifespan of 10 billion years, whereas one who reaches the Xiantai realm endures nearly an entire YNJI, a span so vast it feels like the birth and death of eternity to most sentient beings. 1 YNJI, trillions of years, represents the complete withering and rebirth of an entire starfield. Such a chasm in longevity renders even supreme strength meaningless. What use is unmatched power when faced with inevitable decay? To live as long as heaven itself, to shine eternally alongside the cosmos. This is the ultimate aspiration of countless cultivators. Qin Ming's prodigious talent was indisputable, yet this path was precisely what such Xiantai families did not wish to see, especially for figures like Yi Hongyu and Meng Chuan. They were Dao heirs, the elite seeds nurtured by the 4 great families of Wangyue ancient land, and absolutely forbidden from treading this unorthodox path. The world sees only the overwhelming might of the 9 life divine sovereign, yet knows nothing of the price he paid to ascend to the Xiantai realm. He exhausted half his life, manipulating fate, scheming relentlessly, bordering on madness. Yet still no path revealed itself. 5 warriors stood against the entire Star Tower Legion, engaging in a one-sided slaughter, especially after Qin Ming fully unveiled his fused Dao principles. Monstrous. Lu De, commanding several grand formations, and the 9 dragon chain watched Qin Ming carve carnage across the starfields, and could not help but exclaim. What did severed paths, or incomplete Dao principles matter to him? Even if the path were severed, someone must first step upon it. And fusing Dao principles ranked second only in difficulty to breaking through from the Hunyuan realm into the Xiantai realm. They were merely sour grapes, those who could not grasp the fruit, so they scorned its taste. In truth, he had already spoken with Qin Ming about Dao fusion, explicitly warning him it was a dead end. Qin Ming's reply had been simple: there is no such thing as a severed path. If a path is severed, it merely lacks the one who will mend it. If my Dao offers no road ahead, then I shall be the first to blaze it. He still remembered the look in Qin Ming's eyes that day. Unshakable, piercing, utterly resolute. It is too difficult, he murmured, sighing deeply. Qin Ming gazed at him and shook his head. My master once said, among the myriad Dao paths of the world, each may lead to the summit. What defines a Dao ancestor? One who walks where none have walked before, and stands alone atop peaks no one else has ever reached. If my master says it can be done, then it can be done. With those words, every doubt froze in his throat, and from that moment he began to remember the enigmatic figure so often invoked by Qin Ming. The master. Is he a Dao ancestor? He asked. Qin Ming shook his head. Xiantai realm. No. He paused, startled, then asked again. Hunyuan realm. I do not know. Upon hearing this, he fell silent for a long while. Could a being who might not even have reached the Hunyuan realm dare speak of becoming a Dao ancestor? Did he truly comprehend what lay ahead on the path of Dao fusion? Had Qin Ming been deceived? At times he wondered. Yet he sensed Qin Ming's absolute faith in this master, and knew that voicing such doubt would draw Qin Ming's sword toward him without hesitation. I have already transmitted your identities to the Star Tower world. The Star Tower now knows of your existence, and has issued a bounty on all 5 of you. The Star Tower Legion's commander, trapped by Lu De, roared in fury as he watched his forces slaughtered without reprieve. Lu De, hearing this, scratched his earlobe idly. The Star Tower world, the creation of the Star Tower sovereign, is indeed troublesome. Though he spoke thus, his expression betrayed no concern. Only such trials held true value. Brothers, we've just been placed under interstellar warrant. Are you afraid? he shouted to Qi Beishan and the others. They responded by cutting deeper, especially Meng Chuan, who seemed locked in rivalry with Qin Ming, even unleashing the ancient Xiantai Sutra. A thunderous purgatory manifested, coalescing into a world-ending disk that obliterated legions of Star Tower soldiers. Too weak, utterly dull. Kindly inform them, next time send stronger opponents. Qi Beishan's voice echoed across the void. Lu De smiled faintly and turned toward the Star Tower commander ensnared by the Nine-Dragon chain. Did you hear that? My brother says your forces are too few and far too feeble. Next time send something worthy. What kind of Star Tower legion is this? Unable to defeat 5 mere Zhao Wu realm cultivators. How dare you claim to challenge the armies of the Bright Realm Sea? The Huangtian Realm Sea should surrender before it's too late. Lu De declared, each word stoking the commander's wrath further, until finally the commander activated the forbidden art of lifespan combustion. Sacrificing his very years of life to unleash immense power, he shattered the bindings of the Nine-Dragon chain. Danger! Lu De jolted backward instantly. This man's gone mad. Brothers, retreat. At the 9th tier of the Zhao Wu realm, even Yi Hongyu, the strongest among them, lagged 4 full realms behind. Such a disparity made the battle unworthy of Lu De's risk. Crimson flames erupted across the Star Tower commander's body as his lifespan burned violently away. Gripping a colossal maul, he brought it down upon Lu De with cataclysmic force. A surge of azure light flared from Lu De's boots, and in a single instant, he vanished 10,000 miles away. Boom! The maul struck empty starfield, collapsing an entire sector of the cosmos. Yi Hongyu, Meng Chuan, and Qi Beishan had already withdrawn the moment Lu De cried out, such seamless coordination born of long-standing camaraderie. Yet barely had they retreated when something felt profoundly wrong. They turned and froze in shock. Qin Ming, only at the 2nd tier of the Zhao Wu realm, was charging headlong toward the 9th tier Star Tower commander. His sword rose, coiling with infinite lightning, while behind him surged apocalyptic visions, mountains of corpses, seas of blood, so terrifying that even the 3 hidden guardian soft Dao behind them paled in disbelief. 3 Dao principles fused. The 9-life divine sovereign, renowned as a heaven-defying sovereign capable of matching Xiantai elders, had fused only 2 Dao principles. Yet Qin Ming had fused 3. Madman! Lu De cursed, and whirled back, hurling formation arrays and priceless treasures in reckless profusion toward the Star Tower commander. Shoo! All present perceived only a blinding flash. Then a crimson line split the starfield cleanly in 2, cleaving the heavens themselves. That was Qin Ming's sword stroke, and at the very moment it fell, his cultivation broke through Zhao Wu realm 3rd tier. At the pinnacle of the creation realm, a strike could rival the might of a transcendent being, yet it merely sent Qin Ming retreating. Standing in the vast starry sky, Qin Ming held his sword aloft, surrounded by boundless malevolence infused with the power of thunder. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, intensifying the battle intent in his eyes. Qin Ming, we are here to assist you. Meng Chuan, Yi Hongyu, and Qi Beishan returned to the fray, each of them radiating the formidable power of the ancient celestial scriptures. You have guts, Meng Chuan declared as his lightning spear swept across the starry sky, shattering it. His pupils had entirely transformed into a deep purple, with countless lightning patterns emerging on his skin. You are worthy to stand with us. I admit the wilderness sea does have its prodigies. With the fusion of 3 paths, you surpass even that 9 lives divine, sovereign in talent. Today I will indulge your madness once and slay this man. Lu De said, nothing, quietly producing another pile of treasures. Previously, he had helped Qin Ming share the burden of power from the commander of the Star Tower army in this manner. You seek death. The commander of the Star Tower army shouted angrily as his heavy hammer descended, causing the entire starry sky to collapse. Explode. Lu De grinned at the commander of the Star Tower army. In the next moment, dozens of treasures detonated in the starry sky, directly blasting the commander of the Star Tower army away, as Qi Beishan transformed into a giant and stomped down with tremendous force. Get lost. The commander of the Star Tower army burst forth from the remnants of the explosion and punched Qi Beishan away. Crack. Suddenly he felt a tightness in his chest as a sword tip as thin as a cicada's wing appeared at his heart. It was a soft sword that pierced through his entire body. Yi Hongyu had approached him from behind without him noticing. In the next moment, the flames of his lifespan burned fiercely as he forcibly turned around, bending the soft sword and pulling it out. A palm accompanied by a fierce wind reached for Yi Hongyu. I am here too. Meng Chuan's voice echoed, and a bolt of lightning appeared in the starry space, piercing through the vast starry sky and sending the commander of the Star Tower army flying. Ah! The commander of the Star Tower army roared in fury, appearing almost mad as the aura of the pinnacle of the creation realm swept through the surroundings, fixating his gaze on Meng Chuan and charging forward. Yet another figure appeared before him. Qin Ming stood with his sword, gazing at the nearly dead commander of the Star Tower army with a cold, indifferent expression. After all this turmoil, the flames of his lifespan had diminished significantly, and his aura had completely withered, leaving him with barely 1/10 of his strength. "You are going to die," he said calmly as endless bloodthirsty energy surged around him, and a vision of a sea of corpses and blood appeared behind him, standing atop the vast blood sea. "Even in death, I will take you with me." He fixed his gaze on Qin Ming, gripping his hammer tightly, channeling all his strength into the massive weapon, which even blazed with blood-red flames. "Four symbols extermination array." Lu De's voice rang out as he Yihong Yu Qi Beishan and Meng Chuan positioned themselves at the four corners of the starry sky, each wielding a unique treasure, the light of the celestial scriptures shining brightly upon them. Four terrifying beings manifested in the starry sky, and even a mere shadow caused the commander's aura to falter, suppressing it by 70%. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback by this scene. Among the colossal shadows occupying the starry sky, he recognized two of them. Qin Ming, take advantage of his weakness and strike. Lu De's voice called out, and Qin Ming focused his gaze fixed on the commander of the Star Tower army, pointing his sword towards the starry sky and gently closing his eyes. An indescribable aura suddenly enveloped Qin Ming, causing the three protectors watching from behind to stiffen in surprise. This aura. The battlefield had been under their control from the beginning, but at that moment something appeared that they found difficult to comprehend. Whoosh! A shadow appeared behind Qin Ming, clad in white robes, standing silently, yet causing the three protectors to tremble. The path of visualization. He has actually cultivated such a profound path. The path of visualization, a rather futile path, allows one to visualize a being and gain a trace of its essence. It belongs to the realm of borrowing the Tao. The further one cultivates, the more useless it becomes, a practice discarded by celestial families such as theirs. Whom is he visualizing? A celestial giant. They were shaken, not expecting that this genius, whom they considered an outcast of the wilderness sea, had such fortunes and had encountered a being of such terror. In truth, Qin Ming had not anticipated that through the method of visualization he would attain such terrifying power. He merely extended his sword gently toward the front. The sword sliced through the commander of the Star Tower army's body, as if it were mere paper, tearing through without the slightest resistance. This. Lu De and the others could not help but gasp in astonishment at this scene. This was not some ordinary being. This was a pinnacle powerhouse of the creation realm who had burned his lifespan, yet he was slain so easily. They looked up again at the figure standing behind Qin Ming. With just one glance, they seemed to catch a glimpse of that person's appearance, but the next instant it all faded from memory. "Do not look directly." A voice echoed in their minds, their protector's warning. Their expressions tightened, and they quickly averted their gaze, not daring to look directly at that shadow. Celestial beings should not be observed or contemplated. Even a mere shadow of such an existence is beyond our sight. Just that one glance could offend a celestial giant. The three protectors said, only daring to gaze at the figure's back. 8 feet tall in white robes, standing with hands clasped behind him, holding a book between his hands. This scene seemed to resonate with a memory in Qin Ming's mind. Only Qin Ming knew that this direction pointed towards the star of the Heavenly Emperor. Qin Ming, who was that? Lu De and the others approached, asking. For the first time, even Lu De felt he could not see through his brother. At first he had seemed like a slightly stubborn genius, then it became clear he was a cultivation fanatic, and now he was a monstrous prodigy. And now he had visualized a celestial giant. "Sir," Qin Ming replied with just 2 words, leaving Lu De momentarily stunned. Then he quickly came to himself. "Qin Ming, you don't need to tease me like that. You said your teacher had not yet reached the primordial realm. Now he might have reached it." Lu De was again left speechless. "If you don't want to speak, then don't. Just be cautious about visualizing that individual often. Such a being can sense every one of your visualizations. Once or twice is fine, but you never know when you might provoke that being." He cautioned, not believing that a teacher who might not yet be in the primordial realm could be the terrifying existence Qin Ming visualized. The method of visualization is indeed a double-edged sword. It should be used sparingly, for it is ultimately not a power that belongs entirely to oneself. Relying on it for too long will lead to one's downfall. Meng Chuan said. This time his attitude was not as proud as before. He now regarded Qin Ming as an equal. If one were to merge 3 great paths and not perish, they would become a formidable godly figure. Even their family would not dare to underestimate such an existence. However, I truly did not expect that the commander of the Star Tower army also mastered the art of burning one's life. In terms of explosive power, it is no weaker than a newly ascended powerhouse in the Tongtian realm. Qi Beishan said, his gaze fixed on Qin Ming with a hint of shock in his expression. I have only heard that those who walk the path of merging the great roads possess terrifying combat prowess. As long as their cultivation reaches the pinnacle of the Hunyuan realm, they are comparable to the mighty figures of the Immortal platform. This is the first time I have seen such a thing. The merging of the great paths, I have indeed tried it, but it is incredibly difficult, practically impossible. Qi Beishan took a deep breath and said, it is precisely because he has attempted it that he truly understands the difficulty and power of merging the great paths. Thus he knows even more about Qin Ming's prodigious talent. No wonder Lu De values you so highly. Even if you cannot step into the Immortal platform realm, you will still be comparable to the giants of the Immortal platform. At that time, even my Wangyue ancient land will have to show you respect. Having traveled through so many realms, I have seen many so-called geniuses. You are the most terrifying genius I have encountered, with the most audacity. It should be the most mad. The last sentence was spoken by Yihong Yu, who looked at Qin Ming, her brows slightly furrowed. Qin Ming also looked at her, dressed in red with a soft sword coiled around her waist, exuding a certain elegance, as she shook her head while observing him. Ultimately, without guidance from elders, you have embarked on such a path. The merging of the great paths is powerful, but a single misstep could lead to complete annihilation of both body and spirit. The great paths contradict each other. Theoretically, there is no way for them to coexist. Even if merged, it is merely a temporary union, and the higher one's cultivation, the more perilous this hidden danger becomes. The Hunyuan realm originally has a lifespan of 100 million years, yet a practitioner like you who merges the great paths has only about half of that lifespan. Given that you have merged 3 great paths, your lifespan is likely even shorter. These words caused Qi Beishan, Meng Chuan, and Lu De to wear solemn expressions, as their elders had also mentioned these matters to them. Exchanging future potential for temporary combat power is too foolish. If you were born in Wangyue ancient land, such a thing would absolutely not have happened. Your ability to merge 3 great paths indicates your talent exceeds that of us few. What a pity, Yihong Yu finally said. Qin Ming merely looked at her, indifferently, unaffected by her words. The teacher has said Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all things. The essence of all paths is the same, originating from the same source. All paths can return to one. There has never been a dead end, it is just that no one has walked this path before. He said, always remembering Lin Fan's words. Even with countless voices surrounding him, he remained resolute, for Lin Fan had paved the way for them. They were moving forward along the path laid out by Lin Fan. His faint words contained an incomprehensible, profound rhythm of the Tao. Even the 3 guardians hidden among the stars looked puzzled. All paths originating from the same source. Yet all the elders had told them that the great path is singular. This knowledge is the most precious treasure accumulated by generations of ancestors in Wangyue ancient land. Could the ancestors be mistaken? Absolutely impossible. No one has ever stepped into the Immortal platform realm through the merging of the great paths. It has never happened before, nor will it in the future. The so-called teacher mentioned by Qin Ming is merely comforting him. Qin Ming, you are too stubborn. In the future you will understand. Yihong Yu shook her head, choosing not to debate further. Although she did not recognize Qin Ming's merging of the great paths, she acknowledged his talent. This talent is no less than theirs, and in fact far exceeds them. Actually, I really want to meet that so-called teacher of yours someday. Someone who can speak such words must be a remarkable person. I Lu De enjoy those who defy convention and do not tread the usual path. Lu De said with a smile, pleased to see Yihong Yu, and the others acknowledged Qin Ming. As for the merging of the great paths, he did not care much. When people in the world mention the merging of the great paths, they say it is a severed path. Yet how many among them can truly step into the Immortal platform? Most merely squander their lives in the Hunyuan realm. Life is not measured by longevity, but by its brilliance. Speaking of the teacher, Qin Ming fell into silence for a moment. Previously, when gathering at the Anti-Heaven Alliance, he felt an inexplicable sensation, as if something important in life had dissipated. He first thought of Lin Fan. There will definitely be an opportunity. Suddenly, he said, looking at Lu De with a tone full of certainty. Could something happen to the teacher? Could he die? He did not believe it. The teacher might just want to rest for a while. Sensing that Qin Ming's emotions were off, he was momentarily taken aback and did not pursue the matter further. The teacher he mentioned might have encountered some trouble. He thought he would ask later if he could help him. The support from the Star Tower is on the way. We should retreat. He then took out a star map, the scenes on the map constantly shifting, with countless small dots rapidly approaching them. The people from the Anti-Heaven Alliance should also be arriving soon. There should be quite a few from the Tongtian realm. Next, it will be their business. Brothers, hold tight. Lu De took out a starship. After the 5 boarded, the starship vanished into the void, carrying them deep into the starry sky. The three guardians watched this scene, slightly focused. Go investigate that teacher mentioned by Qin Ming. He should be in the Wild Sky Sea. I sense that this so-called teacher is not simple. They said. As for what is not simple, it is precisely because of that statement about the merging of the great paths. One person departed while the other two continued to follow the five. It seems you will live a little longer, Heavenly Emperor. At the edge of a star, see the divine sovereign of the heavenly star gazed at the starry sky, a fierce, killing intent in his eyes. A simple statement caused the group of Star Tower powerhouses behind him to tense up. They also looked at the starry sky in the direction the divine sovereign of the heavenly star was gazing. They naturally understood what direction he was looking at. It was the Beidou star, see the territory of the heavenly emperor, where the disciple of the divine sovereign of the heavenly star Beidou, Star Lord, had perished. However, that area has already become a zone of collapse. There have been reports that the judgment divine sovereign from the Radiant Sea has already descended. He is an extreme divine sovereign. The combined strength of their group would not be enough to withstand the judgment divine sovereign's wrath. The extreme divine sovereign is second only to the anti-heavenly divine sovereign. In a sense, the anti-heavenly divine sovereign is even rarer than the giants of the Immortal platform. The extreme divine sovereign is the strongest beneath the Immortal platform. Heavenly Star that day is not far off. The First Lord has awakened, and that one from the Wild Sky Association has also descended from the supreme divine realm. Although the judgment divine sovereign is strong, he cannot possibly contend with these two. One person said, and he too was a Hunyuan divine sovereign. Upon hearing this, everyone wore solemn expressions. Both the First Lord of the Star Tower and that one from the Wild Sky Association are extreme divine sovereigns. As long as the Wild Sky Lord and Star Tower Lord do not return, they are the rulers of the entire Wild Sky Sea. Beyond the Heavenly Emperor Star Domain, a vast river of swords stretches across the starry sky, like an indestructible city wall protecting the entire Heavenly Emperor Star Domain within the boundless celestial dome. The Bright Realm Sea naturally took notice of this place. Their powerful beings also attempted to cross the Sword Sea, but without exception, anyone who entered the Sword Sea perished. Even a certain primordial divine sovereign met his demise within. This place has already been designated as a forbidden zone by the Bright Realm Sea. High Priest, this is the forbidden Sword Sea mentioned by Lord Xinyuan. Even Lord Qianyan perished within it. A radiant light enveloped the Bright Realm Sea as a group of people surrounded an elderly man with white hair clad in white ceremonial robes who descended here, and all the soldiers of the Bright Realm Sea, standing guard, bowed down. High Priest. Unlike the divine sovereigns who had come here before, the High Priest held an extremely high status, even within the Bright Realm Sea, being an unparalleled divine sovereign. He was one of the strongest among those who descended upon the wild Heavenly Realm Sea. The Judgment Divine Sovereign guards the sea passage, while the High Priest and a few others are the true commanders leading countless armies of the Bright Realm Sea to attack the wild Heavenly Realm Sea. Sword Sea. The Bright High Priest stepped out of the crowd walking towards the Sword Sea. Endless light followed him, and behind him even appeared a vast heavenly realm, as if he were a supreme deity descending from the realm of light. High Priest, be careful. As the High Priest approached the edge of the Sword Sea, someone behind him reminded, and all eyes suddenly focused on him, causing his heart to tremble. He quickly bowed towards the figure of the High Priest ahead. It is merely a Sword Sea. How could it possibly block the High Priest? Just this once. If you dare to offend again, you may return to the embrace of the Master. Someone scolded, and that person quickly nodded in agreement. But his gaze remained fixed on the High Priest's back. Once Lord Qianyan had been just as confident, but after entering the Sword Sea, he never returned. Later, someone discovered his fated Taoist soldier and realized he had died. The Bright High Priest gazed at the Sword Sea, which was merely a stone's throw away, his brow slightly furrowing. Even before stepping in, he could already sense the vast sword intent, and when his divine sense probed deeper, this sword intent directly attacked his soul. What kind of place was this? He did not enter directly, but instead inquired. This was originally one of the 7 star domains of the Big Dipper Star Sea, called the Tsungyun Star Domain, which was renamed the Heavenly Emperor Star Domain before our arrival. The one who had been staring at the Bright High Priest spoke. The Bright High Priest looked at him, took a deep breath, and continued. Within the Big Dipper Star Sea, there is a being who comprehended the Tao of Destiny, a disciple of the Star Tower, Heavenly Star Divine, Sovereign, known as the Big Dipper Star Lord, hailed as the #1 prodigy of the wild Heavenly Realm Sea. He died here just before we arrived, killed by someone referred to as the Heavenly Emperor, and it is rumored in the wild Heavenly Realm Sea that the Heavenly Emperor had just entered the primordial realm. He said after this Sword Sea appeared, he sent people to inquire about the Heavenly Emperor Star Domain in the wild Heavenly Realm Sea. The more he learned, the more he felt the mystery of this Heavenly Emperor. Thus he reported numerous times wanting the Bright Realm Sea to pay attention, but what followed was Lord Qianyan delving into the sword sea, perishing therein. He effectively caused Lord Kianyan's demise indirectly. How long has this sword sea existed? The bright high priest then inquired, gazing at the vast sword sea, already linking it to the mysterious heavenly emperor. It appeared just when our Bright Realm Sea army stationed in the Big Dipper Star Sea, and one of our Bright Realm Sea's legions vanished within this heavenly emperor star domain. Then this sword sea appeared. He respectfully replied, and upon hearing this, the bright high priest fell silent for a long while before nodding. I understand now. The next moment he directly stepped into the sword sea, an endless sword intent surged forth, and boundless light naturally emanated from him, extinguishing all sword intent. No one can obstruct the path of the Bright Realm Sea's conquest regardless of who they are, he said lightly, as one radiant divine statue after another appeared around him, emanating a terrifying aura, causing the sword sea to momentarily stagnate. Before my Bright Realm Sea army, no matter what your background is, you have only two choices: death or submission. Relying on this sword sea cannot stop me. With each step a star follows, a light accompanies him as a vast phantom appears behind him, standing atop the light, overlooking the entire sea realm. The method of visualization is universally practiced only in the Bright Realm Sea. All beings of the Bright Realm Sea worship the Lord of Light and can visualize the Lord of Light. The more powerful the being, the more formidable the Lord of Light they visualize. Come forth, he said, gradually delving deeper into the sword sea, while a multitude of beings from the Bright Realm Sea outside could only see a light slowly receding. Such an extensive sword sea cannot possibly be cut open by mere human strength unless by a celestial platform giant. However, if it were a celestial platform giant, they wouldn't need to use such means to obstruct us. It must be a celestial platform Taoist soldier, they remarked, gazing at the vast sword sea with a hint of seriousness. Celestial platform Taoist soldiers are not ordinary Taoist soldiers. Typical primordial divine sovereigns would only meet death when encountering a celestial platform Taoist soldier. Only the bright high priest dares to enter. Indeed, the bright high priest thought the same. The so-called heavenly emperor used a celestial platform Taoist soldier to lay down a forbidden sword sea, isolating the entire star domain from the war of the sea realms. But this is rather absurd. Looking at the surging sword sea around him, he shook his head slightly. The war of the sea realms cannot be evaded at will. Any being of the sea realms, as long as they are within the range of war, must make a choice. Are you not going to reveal yourself? He said as endless light descended upon the world, purifying the entire realm, allowing thousands of sword intents to touch nothing. After a long while he frowned. Having walked for so long, he still could not see the end of the sword sea, and he had begun to feel some impatience. A mere individual who had just entered the primordial realm, he should be kneeling to welcome him, not forcing him to seek him out personally, nor should he be ignoring his words. Do you truly believe that a celestial platform Taoist soldier can stop me? He stamped his foot, gazing at the endless sea realm, his voice cold. My master is a true celestial platform giant. I have seen many such Taoist soldiers. While an ordinary primordial realm individual cannot cross this sword sea, I am not an ordinary primordial realm individual. I am the bright high priest, he proclaimed, and then brilliant flames of light surged from his pupils, igniting the entire sword sea before he hurled a spear of light into the endless starry sky. In Xingjing, a small courtyard, beneath the Bodhi tree, Lin Fan was still asleep. The sound of gentle breathing echoed, seemingly forgetting all things, immersed in dreams. But it seemed he sensed something as Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly in his sleep, and he turned over, causing a Bodhi leaf to fly out from beneath him. Buzz! Above the sword sea, the spear of light capable of destroying star domains vanished, and the brilliant flames surrounding the bright high priest extinguished. Around him, time and space came to a halt in an instant. He looked up. A small courtyard appeared in his line of sight, and he saw the figure lying under the Bodhi tree, sound asleep, as well as the Bodhi leaf flying towards him. A single leaf, pausing time, tearing through space, even carrying the power of fate, simultaneously converging three supreme Taoist powers. How could this be? He trembled. How could anyone comprehend three supreme paths simultaneously? He fixated on the Bodhi leaf flying towards him, his body trembling involuntarily. Just a single leaf, yet it extinguished any thought of resistance. Perhaps no one in this world has ever faced three supreme paths at once: time, space, and destiny, each a path against the heavens. Illumination. His voice rang out akin to one who has fallen into the abyss, letting out a final roar. A vast power of light surged from his body. He seemed to be entirely subsumed by the essence of light, transforming completely into a beam of radiance. However, when that leaf approached, all the light was extinguished as if fire met water, vanishing in an instant. The Bodhi leaf pierced through his body, devoid of blood, yet the high priest of light shuddered, his dark hair turning white at a visible pace. Countless years of past karma descended upon him in an instant, transforming into endless inner demons that eroded his soul, devouring it at a terrifying speed. His body was also fading away inch by inch. From multiple dimensions, he was heading toward annihilation. He looked in terror at the courtyard, wishing to plead for mercy, yet found that the people within had not awakened, as if struck by an unconscious blow. Even though the master has sealed the realm with a sea of swords, there are still those who defy fate, rushing forward to meet their deaths. A voice echoed as from the pond in the courtyard a golden dragon raised its head to look at him. His gaze froze, filled with shock. Dragons. There are actually dragons here. The dragon race even refers to that person as master. Who exactly is he? In his final glance towards that person, he witnessed a terrifying scene: myriad paths cascading down the river of time, flowing endlessly by his side, with countless karmas sinking beneath him. A strand of chaotic Tao rhythm suppressed the origins of myriad paths. Boom. This was the last sound in his mind, and then like ashes he was obliterated within the sea of swords, completely erased from existence. Outside the sea of swords, many from the light realm were still waiting, gazing at the realm, their eyes following that vast beam of light. That was their high priest of light, a peerless divine being, one of the strongest existences beneath the master. Suddenly, under everyone's perception, that beam of light trembled, and then before the incredulous gazes of the crowd, it extinguished. In an instant, all minds were blank. The aura of the high priest of light had vanished. Had the high priest of light died? They could hardly believe it. This is impossible, they said, starting to call for the high priest of light in various ways, especially the one who had witnessed the Thousand Eyes divine being enter the realm. He trembled as he watched this scene, which was eerily similar to what had happened with the Thousand Eyes divine being. In the meantime, within the light realm atop the supreme light holy court, a candle flame at the highest point quietly extinguished. The one guarding the candle stared blankly at this scene. After a long time he exclaimed, "The high priest has died." His voice echoed within the holy court, and countless believers of light turned towards the source of the sound, disbelief etched on their faces. How could the high priest have just left and already be dead? Outside the sea of swords, a group from the light realm stared at the calm sea of swords before them, receiving news from the light realm, a trace of fear inexplicably emerging in their eyes. Following the fall of the Thousand Eyes divine being, another divine being had perished. This time it was the high priest of light, a peerless divine being. Meanwhile, on the other side of the sea of swords, one of the protectors of Yi Hongyu and Meng Chuan had arrived here. He gazed at the sea of swords before him, deep in thought. Tracking Qin Ming's whereabouts, the initial point should be here. He frowned and said, "But this should not be a place a creation realm can tread upon. Could it be that I am mistaken?" The sea of swords fluctuated, endless sword intent surged within a single ripple, capable of annihilating countless creators and Tongtian realm cultivators. Suddenly, he saw a group of people from the light realm, and then heard their words, causing his expression to change. The high priest of light has died. He was at the 4th level of the Hunyuan realm. Naturally, he had heard of peerless divine beings like the high priest of light. Such existences were considered strong throughout the 3,000 realms. His initial intention to delve deeper into the sea of swords vanished in an instant. "I must be mistaken," he said, turning to leave. What a joke. A peerless divine being has died. How could Qin Ming, merely a creation realm cultivator, possibly come from here? He silently transmitted the information about this sea of swords back to the Wangyue ancient land, and the description was quite simple. In the wasteland of the Tianjia Sea, within the starry sky, the high priest of light had fallen. As for how the group of old antiques from the Wangyue ancient land would classify this starry sky, that was not his concern. He would continue searching for the origins of Qin Ming. A starship soared through the starry sky, halting before a life-bearing star. "We received news that a legion from the light realm will attack this star. At that time, the Anti-Heaven Alliance will also send people to help us draw a lot of fire." Lu De said, and Yi Hongyu and the others nodded. This would be their second battle. "Qin Ming, what are you looking at?" Qi Beishan asked, glancing at the silent Qin Ming beside him. At this moment, Qin Ming held a star tower, his mind immersed within searching for all information related to the Heavenly Emperor star. However, all the information above remained stagnant at the time of the North Dipper star, Lord's demise. Since the invasion of the light realm, there had been no further information, as if the Heavenly Emperor star had vanished within the realm. "Still thinking about your esteemed gentleman, eh?" Lu De inquired. Qin Ming shook his head, then nodded. "Rest assured, before we return to the Wangyue ancient land, we will definitely pay a visit to your esteemed gentleman. I am also quite interested in your gentleman," Lu De stated, feigning great interest. Yi Hongyu, Meng Chuan, and Qi Beishan also nodded. They spoke to Qin Ming about the Wangyue ancient land, mentioning the stark contrasts with the wasteland Tianjia Sea, a place where Tao flourished and spiritual energy was dense to dozens or even hundreds of times greater than the wasteland Tianjia Sea. There was even a giant from the Immortal platform who had secluded himself there. The Tao rhythm of the Immortal platform enveloped the entire Wangyue ancient land, turning it into a sacred place of cultivation that countless people flocked to. Qin Ming also agreed to go to the Wangyue ancient land with them. However, before leaving, he still wanted to return to see the gentleman. He mentioned they could tell that this gentleman was Qin Ming's obsession. The Wangyue ancient land is the supreme divine domain known as Wangyue realm in the 3,000 realms from which several giants of the Immortal platform have emerged over countless ages. We are all descendants of the bloodline of Immortal platform giants. This was the confidence that appeared on their faces when they mentioned the Wangyue ancient land. Buzz. The starry sky trembled as a beam of light descended from the vast cosmos, illuminating the entire expanse. In this moment, all beings on the Luotian star raised their heads. Amidst the vast brightness, rows of soldiers clad in radiant armor appeared, followed by a massive formation sealing off this section of the starry sky. The armies of the bright realm sea. Countless people on Luotian star trembled. One by one warships ascended and numerous mercenaries from the Wild Heaven Guild soared into the air, converging into a sea of black, heading straight towards the starry vault. For them, the alliance with the Bright Realm Sea was solely to fulfill the mission issued by the Wild Heaven Guild in pursuit of cultivation resources. The great battle was about to erupt. The tide of black surged against the army of the Bright Realm Sea in the starry space, and in an instant the entire starry sky was stained crimson. 5 individuals concealed in the void observed this, seeing their expressions slightly solemn. It was their first encounter with such a large-scale war of 2 armies with nearly 1 billion participants engaged in brutal combat. Wait a moment, the core legion of the Wild Heaven Guild has not yet appeared, and neither have the members of the Anti-Sky Alliance. This is merely a test. These individuals are merely cannon fodder. Lu De spoke, gazing at the battlefield ahead with a grave expression, his source of information unknown, but he had never been wrong. Yi Hongyu and Meng Chuan listened to him. A war involving over 1 billion beings was merely a test. This was the battle of the Realm Sea, where the lives lost in each conflict numbered in the trillions. They're coming. Suddenly Qi Beishan looked towards a section of the starry sky, where countless arrows pierced through the void, landing among the army of the Bright Realm Sea. Each arrow pulsated with the force of the Tao infused with the full strength of its shooter. Each arrow that fell could pierce through a section of the starry sky. In an instant, the army of the Bright Realm Sea suffered countless casualties. Then a legion clad in black armor descended onto the battlefield, comprising millions. This was the mercenary army belonging to the Wild Heaven Guild. 1 life taken grants 1 merit point. The higher the cultivation, the more merit points earned. Anyone who can slay a celestial being will earn 1 million merits from the Wild Heaven Guild. After the war, one can come to the merit pavilion of the Wild Heaven Guild to exchange for treasures. A voice came from behind the mercenary legion as dozens of streams of light shattered the starry sky, all celestial beings, and even a Hunyuan Divine Lord was present. The Hunyuan Divine Lord has also arrived. Lu De remarked, quickly activating several items to conceal their presence, yet a gaze still fell upon them. Run. Lu De dispelled the concealment and led the others to flee into a section of the starry sky. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure descended, trapping them in this section of the starry sky, and a voice echoed in their ears. 1 million merit points equate to 1 life. The voice stated calmly. The 5 individuals were taken aback, halting in their tracks, all turning to look towards the rear of the Wild Heaven Guild's legion. The Hunyuan Divine Lord did not reveal himself, yet the invisible pressure came from all directions, nearly suffocating them. It was evident that the Hunyuan Divine Lord of the Wild Heaven Guild had seen through their identities, as they were already targets of the bounty issued by the Star Tower. All right, 1 million merit points for 1 life. You better not go back on your word, Meng Chuan said as he dispelled his concealment, and soon faced soldiers from the Bright Realm Sea charging toward them, wielding a lightning spear to clear a section of the starry sky. Naturally, the individual replied, indifferently unconcerned whether they were being hunted by the Star Tower, only focused on the battle at hand. Good. The 5 nodded in agreement, then charged into the surrounding starry sky, while the mercenary army of the Wild Heaven Guild regarded Qin Ming and his companions as their own. At the rear of the Wild Heaven Guild's army, a woman with a serpent tail stood quietly, her pupils a crystalline blue. In this moment, the reflections in her pupils showed Qin Ming and his companions. Come out. She was also observing the performance of Qin Ming and his companions, after watching for a long while she turned to the nearby starry sky, where one of Yi Hongyu's remaining 2 protectors revealed themselves. This was a 2nd-layer Hunyuan being. However, the woman was stronger, possessing a 3rd-layer Hunyuan cultivation, and was a special being practicing an exceptionally powerful Tao. He regarded the woman with great trepidation. Are they your people? The serpent-tailed woman asked, her tone cold, causing the temperature of the surrounding starry sky to plummet. The protector's expression stiffened and a sword appeared in his hand, emanating the aura of a peak divine lord gifted by a peak divine lord from the moonlit ancient land. I am from the moonlit ancient land, and those are several disciples of my moonlit ancient land here for a trial. Please just pretend you didn't see us, it would be for the best for both of us. He spoke, his tone firm. This was his confidence as a divine lord from the moonlit ancient land, fully assured that the wild heaven realm dared not provoke the moonlit ancient land. The serpent-tailed woman fell silent upon hearing this. After a long pause, she spoke this time only. Next time we meet, I will kill you. Her words were calm. Upon hearing this, the protector smiled. The moonlit ancient land is one of the few forces in the 3,000 realm seas that probably wouldn't dare to provoke. The 4 great immortal platform families, and 1 immortal platform giant still alive. Boom. Suddenly, a catastrophic force surged from the battlefield, sweeping through the void in an instant, obliterating miles of the starry sky. The flames of light burned within who once they faded. A muscular man, completely bare, adorned with countless flame patterns, stood up. The holy fire divine lord. Upon witnessing this scene, the serpent-tailed woman was taken aback, and the next moment, she crossed the starry sky, descending with an endless chill. By the order of the Lord, annihilate the wild heaven realm. The holy fire divine lord, making his first appearance on the battlefield of the wild heaven realm, was known to nearly all Hunyuan divine lords. A 6th-layer Hunyuan being wielding the fire that can annihilate worlds, following a new path comparable to a 3rd-grade Dao. Disciples, hurry and flee. At the same time, a voice echoed in the ears of Qin Ming and his companions amidst the carnage from the protector who had been shielding them. At this moment, he no longer concealed himself, revealing his presence and leading the group to escape. However, the holy fire divine lord had already locked onto them. Since you have come, you shall all remain. The flames of light engulfed the starry sky, wrapping around them, attempting to incinerate them entirely, injuring them severely despite the protector's desperate efforts to shield them. Moonlit scroll activate. At a critical moment, another protector opened a scroll depicting an ancient land beneath a bright moon, a supreme phantom standing between the moon. This was once the work of a giant from the immortal platform, imbued with the aura of the immortal platform giant. Although this giant was no longer present, his Tao still endured through the ages. Flee. Using this scroll to block the holy light divine lord, the 2 protectors shielded the 5 as they departed from the scene. Wangwei ancient land. The holy fire divine sovereign frowned slightly at the scene. Could it be that Wangwei ancient land also knew about the matter of the human realm fragment? Subsequently, he issued a command to his subordinate Light Realm Naval Corps. Upon encountering these individuals from Wangwei ancient land, they were to be killed at all costs. Then he turned his gaze to the serpent-tailed woman before him. Holy flames blazed within his pupils, and the surrounding vast starscape ignited in response. Countless mercenaries of the Desolate Heaven Guild screamed in agony, many reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Yet the serpent-tailed woman merely watched coldly. Did the Desolate Heaven Guild send only Yui? The holy fire divine sovereign spoke indifferently. A holy light spear coalesced in his hand, with myriad sacred flames converging at its tip. The merest touch of the spear caused the starscape to shatter. Roar. Spikes pierced through her body, and the woman underwent a complete transformation, reverting to her true form. Many beings in the cosmos did not manifest in human form. The first reason stemmed from the pride of their race. The second, that their true bodies were no weaker than those of humanity. The woman belonged to the second category. A colossal beast spanning the starscape emerged, snake-like, yet not a snake, its body covered in spikes and equipped with a pair of massive scale-armored claws. When Luda and the others turned back, they witnessed the beast tearing through the starscape and spewing endless frigid air. A ferocious beast. Luda shuddered at the sight. Ferocious beasts, as opposed to divine beasts, were not far inferior in power. However, most were violent and savage by nature, and thus not recognized by the myriad beings of the 3,000 realm sea. Qin Ming also watched involuntarily, recalling the demonic beasts of the Heavenly Emperor Star. On that star, all spiritual beasts and demonic entities were collectively referred to as the Demon Clan. In truth, the Demon Clan comprised countless tribes. Among them were clans similar to the ferocious beast in the distant starscape. Hurry, the Guardian said with a focused expression. The 2 of them directly led Luda and the other 4 tearing through the void. Their eyes had lost their earlier ease. The Light Realm Sea did not fear Wangwei ancient land much. It too had a giant of the Immortal Terrace, and that giant was not on good terms with the one from Wangwei ancient land. Leave the Desolate Heaven Realm Sea immediately. This trial ends here. As they traversed the starscape, they spoke. Luda and the others bearing injuries were startled, but offered no objection. With the holy fire divine sovereign's appearance, their whereabouts were exposed. Continuing would indeed invite unforeseen dangers. Leaving was the best course. Soon the third guardian joined them. He brought earth-shattering news. The high priest of light from the light realm, sea has fallen. He spoke, and a single sentence shook everyone. The high priest of light was a peerless divine sovereign renowned across the entire 3,000 realm sea. He had died in the desolate heaven realm sea. No wonder a powerhouse like the holy fire divine sovereign had appeared. This was the light realm sea's retaliation against the desolate heaven realm sea. At the border where the desolate heaven realm sea meets the light realm sea in a place called the Big Dipper Star, a sea of swords suddenly appeared sealing off the star region. The high priest of light perished there. The powerhouses of the light realm sea have begun preparing to awaken the judgment divine sovereign. He spoke, and these few sentences contained explosive information, leaving Lu De, Yihong Yu Ming Chuan, and the others utterly astonished. A sea of swords sealing the stars to ambush and kill the high priest of light. What a monumental scheme. Was this also the work of the Star Tower and the Desolate Heaven Guild? The Judgment Divine Sovereign was one of the few supreme beings in the Light Realm Sea, second only to the Lord of Light himself. Was she about to descend upon the Desolate Heaven Realm Sea? Upon hearing this news, they quickened their pace. They all knew that the war between the Desolate Heaven Realm Sea and the Light Realm Sea had spiraled completely out of control, heading toward a decisive, destructive battle. But one person stopped at that moment. Qin Ming, what's wrong? Lu De and the others looked at him. Qin Ming, however, fixed his gaze on the guardian who had come from the Big Dipper Star, his expression extremely grave. What did you say happened there? He asked, his body trembling faintly, his emotions surging. Lu De's expression hardened. It was the first time he had seen Qin Ming so emotionally unsettled. Suddenly a thought struck him. Are you from the Big Dipper Star Sea? He said. At these words, everyone's eyes fell upon him. They all knew what had happened there and what was about to unfold. Qin Ming was silent for a moment, then nodded. Is your master there too? Lu De asked. Upon hearing this, the others' faces turned grim. They all knew the importance of this master to Qin Ming. They had originally planned to visit that master before leaving the desolate Heaven Realm Sea. The three guardians also realized this and shook their heads. Sorry, we can no longer go to the Big Dipper Star Sea. Our identities are known to the Light Realm Sea, and we will face endless pursuit by their powerhouses. That place is also a key focus of the Light Realm Sea. Countless of their forces are heading there, including the Sunto awakened Judgment Divine Sovereign. They won't let the High Priest of Lights fall go so easily. They spoke, analyzing the pros and cons. The guardian who had just returned from the Big Dipper Star Sea wore a face full of gravity. Moreover, if the master Qin Ming spoke of was truly there, he was most likely already dead. The Big Dipper Star Sea had fallen. The Light Realm Sea's army had already massacred its inhabitants. Now with the High Priest of Light dying there, it was nearly impossible for anyone to have survived. Even if the master Qin Ming mentioned was a chaos primordial divine sovereign. Qin Ming said nothing in response, merely gazing toward the direction of the heavenly Emperor Star for a long time. The others did not disturb him, watching in silence. Lu De stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. My condolences, he said. This isn't the time for a heated clash. When the opportunity comes, we brothers will accompany you to the Light Realm Sea to settle this blood debt. The Light Realm Sea may be strong, but our Wangyue ancient land does not fear it. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. The others consoled him, all tacitly assuming that Qin Ming's master was dead. After all, even the High Priest of Light was in that star sea. Under the wrath of the Light Realm Sea, no living being could survive. Qin Ming said nothing, offered no explanation, and showed no grief. He simply bowed respectfully toward the direction of the heavenly Emperor Star. Master Qin Ming takes his leave, he said, his face full of reverence. Was the master dead? When Lu De's guardians mentioned that a sea of swords had appeared there, and that the High Priest of Light had died, Qin Ming knew his master was still alive. But his master's condition might not be good, which was why he had sealed the Star's Cape with a sea of swords. The High Priest of Light had likely died at his master's hand. As expected of the master, even in a poor state he could still slay a peerless divine sovereign. At this thought he smiled. The others looked at him startled. Why was he smiling? Let's go. Qin Ming turned back and said while the group stared at him in a daze. Qin Ming, are you all right? Though that gentleman of yours is no longer here, you still have us. The Huangtian Jiehai may have abandoned you, but our Wangyue ancient land is willing to accept you. From now on, you're one of us in the Wangyue ancient land, and we'll have your back. Faced with their consolations, Qin Ming merely offered a faint smile. The gentleman is still here, he said. Lu De was taken aback at his words, then also smiled. Right, he is still here, he said, not refuting Qin Ming's words. Yihong Yu Ming Chuan and Qi Beishan looked at Qin Ming and sighed softly, all believing that Qin Ming was likely overwhelmed by grief. No matter how prodigious a person might be, they ultimately have their weaknesses. and Qin Ming's weakness was that gentleman. The three guardians set up a teleportation array. As a beam of light shot into the sky, the group vanished from the Huangtian Jiahai Tiandi Star Shengjing courtyard. Year after year, the leaves of the Bodhi tree in the courtyard yellowed and fell, carpeting the entire yard while the pond lay still and silent. 100 years have passed, and the master has yet to awaken. A dragon said, gazing at the figure beneath the Bodhi tree, his expression dazed. The sunrises and sunsets, the changing seasons within the courtyard, were all born from Lin Fan. Even the Bodhi tree could not escape this rule, its form still shifting with the passage of time. Outside, it was the world tree that upheld the entire Tiandi Star. Here, it was merely an ordinary tree. Those people haven't come in a long time either. In the end, they're still afraid. Several more dragon voices sounded. They looked up at the starry sky where a vast, endless sword sea fell into their view. 100 years ago, those people had once attacked the starry sword sea with over 100 Hunyuan divine venerables, several of whom had even reached the peak of the Hunyuan realm. Radiance seeped into the sword sea, transforming into a blazing sun of light, intent on incinerating the entire sea. But in an instant, that blazing sun sank into the sword sea. The countless mighty beings that composed that blazing sun all perished. That woman was truly formidable. She nearly broke through the sword sea. Fortunately, the master acted unconsciously, but that blow should have scared her off. That day, a woman bearing 16 wings of light descended, wielding a holy sword that pierced halfway through the sword sea, truly reaching its edge. At that moment, a star core source stone flew out from the small courtyard, emanating a terrifying force that could crush a sea of stars, directly blasting the woman out of the sword sea. The Guangming Jiahai, the Huangtian Jiahai, and what other factions? The outside world is so exciting, I wish I could go out and see it. A dragon said. Having spent so many years in the small courtyard, they all yearned for the outside world. Don't even think about it. We're dragons, divine beasts. The moment we step out, we'll be captured, skinned, and dissected for research. It's safest here. As long as the master is here, no one can harm us. The 9-petal flower in the backyard graveyard also nodded, its roots swaying. Then their gazes fell back on the figure beneath the Bodhi tree. On a narrow recliner, a young man in white robes lay quietly. A faint Tao rhythm flowed over him, with worlds constantly being born and extinguished within it, a sight that could inspire boundless terror in any onlooker. It's good that he's sleeping. I feel the master is very tired, as if he hasn't rested in a long time. They said, silently keeping watch over Lin Fan, observing the sun and moon cycles and the seasons' changes in the courtyard. Each transformation contained the profound Tao rhythm of the heavens. Li Yu and Zhao Kuangyi are quite thoughtful. They then looked beyond the courtyard. Beyond the western mountain, led by Li Yu and Zhao Kuangyi, the mighty experts of the entire Tiandi Star domain had gathered Demon Emperor Qian Yuan, Sea Clan, Qian Yuan Realm, Clan Hong Fu, and others. They erected a statue of the Heavenly Emperor outside the western mountain, and all knelt together. Bow. Li Yu, wearing an imperial crown and robed in black dragon patterns, had fully established his identity as the human emperor over the years. As he looked up, all races submitted. Countless beings followed him in prostration. The western mountain revealed to the mortal world was not particularly tall, but in the eyes of countless beings, it was an unattainable, ancient, divine mountain, for the Heavenly Emperor resided here. They designated this day as the Festival of Heavenly Worship, held once every 100 years to pay homage to the Heavenly Emperor. Soon another 300 years passed. The war between the Huangtian Jiahai and the Guangming Jiahai reached a fever pitch. Aside from the Adjudicator Divine Venerable, another Ultimate Divine Venerable from the Guangming Jiahai descended. The Huangtian Jiahai fell into a complete disadvantage. Star seas were breached and devoured one after another, leaving the entire Huangtian Jiahai in a state of desolation. Within a great sun, a deeply hidden world revealed a corner. Someone entered and saw an ancient land upon which they discovered humans. Not beings who had taken human form, but true humans. Humans. Immediately, the entire Jiahai trembled. The armies of the Guangming Jiahai, the Huangtian Guild, and the Star Tower Alliance, who had been locked in battle, all turned their attention to this world. Finally revealed. On the side of the Guangming Jiahai, the Adjudicator Divine Venerable, adorned with 16 wings of light, gazed at the starry sky and spoke solemnly. This was the purpose behind the Guangming Jiahai's attack on the Huangtian Jiahai. To find the fragment of the human realm hidden by the Huangtian Guild and the Star Tower. They could no longer hold back and leaked news of the human realm fragment at this moment, likely trying to use it to scheme against us. Beside the Adjudicator Divine Venerable stood a giant with 3 heads, wielding a massive battle axe of light. He stood amidst the vast starry sky, and his mere aura could crush cultivators at the Tongtian realm. This was the other Ultimate Divine Venerable of the Guangming Jiahai, the Giant Spirit Divine Venerable, also a special being. But this completely rules out the possibility that the human realm fragment is hidden within that sword sea, so we won't have to disturb the master's cultivation," he said, casting a glance at the adjudicator divine venerable when mentioning the sword sea. Sure enough, he saw a flash of killing intent surge in the adjudicator's eyes, and he shook his head with a smile. 300 years ago, the adjudicator divine venerable had personally descended upon that sword sea, attempting to break through and see what lay hidden deep within. But unexpectedly, he was blasted out of the sword sea by an inexplicable force, nearly dying in the process. It took him decades to fully recover. Since then, that sword sea was listed as a forbidden zone on par with the Immortal Terrace by the Guangming Jiahai. If even an ultimate divine venerable nearly died there, only a nirvana divine venerable or an Immortal Terrace powerhouse could attempt it. The Guangming Jiahai had no nirvana divine venerable, only a single Lord of Light. On the side of the Star Tower and the Huangtian Guild, the first floor master of the Star Tower and the general guild leader of the Huangtian Guild stood together, gazing at the countless Guangming Jiahai troops in the distant starry sky, their brows slightly furrowed. So this is their goal. A mere human settlement seems unlikely. For the Guangming Jiahai to be so concerned, even willing to go to war with our Huangtian Jiahai, it must be a fragment of the human realm. They said, their expressions turning grave when mentioning the human realm fragment. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, scorching the entire land with mirages flickering in the air, as if the whole world had been refined by the great sun. Xianhua grandfather said that this land of the sun, where we live, may no longer be safe, but we need to prepare for our next migration. If you don't marry me soon, there may not be another chance. They say that many of us die during each migration, many ancestors perished in the process, and the last clan leader died protecting us. On a cliff engulfed in flames, a girl in a green pleated skirt looked at a young man on the cliff who carried a long bow on his back and spoke. Xianhua turned to look at her. It won't happen. A simple statement that seemed void of emotion, yet a smile appeared on the girl's face. Xianhua, this time you really can leave. Are you happy? Xianhua remained silent. Above the sky, a crack opened beside the great sun, with vast starlight pouring in as if the heavens had torn open a hole. Xianhua knew this was the world beyond the land of the sun, the wild sky sea. Grandfather said that the human race is envied and finds it hard to survive in the outside world. Only through migration can our race continue. Do you really want to leave alone? The girl asked, her eyes shimmering with a hint of hope as Xianhua shook his head while looking at her. You will die, the girl said again. If your gentleman could have saved you, he would have come by now, and you wouldn't have to wait so long. Come with us, grandfather can protect us. Once we are settled, I will go with you to find your gentleman, if he is still alive. The girl said, having been taught since birth that beings from the outside world envied the human race, that countless powerful beings were searching for traces of humanity, and that the human race must remain hidden to survive. To her, the outside world was filled with dangers for the human race. Xianhua looked at her and smiled, reaching out to stroke her head, causing the girl to tense up and freeze. This was the first time he had shown such affection towards her. With the gentleman around, one day we will be able to live openly in the 3,000 seas. I am different from you. I was not born into this world. I was born in an era of the human race's rise, witnessing humanity clawing its way out of the mire, and I have seen the spectacle of humanity ruling over myriad races. There everyone strives for the rise of humanity. My companions have similarly ventured far from home, walking the path to seek the rise of our race. These words caused several people watching this scene in the fiery ancient forest to tremble, as if they were reminded of something by Xianhua's statement. What kind of place is that? They asked, and all fell silent. Suddenly, the entire land of the sun trembled, and they looked up at the heavens where light poured in through the crack, allowing this world to first touch the ways of the outside. Then a long sword glowing with the flame of judgment pushed open the crack in the sky, falling to the earth and disturbing the primal force of the entire world. They have come, one shouted, and the group looked on in terror. The stories of the outside world's invasion and the migration of the human race were tales they had heard since childhood, knowing what it meant for them. As long as Xianhua endures, the human race will thrive. This was a saying etched into their very bones. They emerged from the fiery ancient forest, and Xianhua and the girl also looked at them. Xianhua, it is time for us to go, they said, and at the same time a terrifying aura surged from them, revealing that several among them were at the celestial realm. Xianhua. Tuoba Xian, looked at Xianhua, who glanced at the heavens, then at her, and nodded. Boom! The heavens shook, and a powerful force struck the barrier of this world, transforming the crack in the sky into a gaping void. Countless stars then poured in, all members of the Tuoba clan, into the Qian Kuan boat. A voice echoed throughout the land of the sun, and then a figure engulfed in roaring flames rose from the earth, taking a step, transforming into an ancient giant. Grandfather. Tuoba Xian, looked at the giant and called out. This ancient giant summoned a bronze ancient boat, and Tooba Xinu along with the entire human race of the sun was uncontrollably sucked into it. Crack! The sky of the entire land of the sun shattered like a mirror, and the great sun that had burned for endless years slowly descended, causing the entire land of the sun to collapse. The ancient giant stepped out of the land of the sun, and with the next step he found himself in the vast starry space, and all aboard the Qiankuan boat looked upon the outside world they had longed for over countless years. The vast light flooded the starry sky where countless holy swords were embedded, forming a grand formation that surrounded the entire starry universe. Indeed, it is the human race. A voice followed belonging to a three-headed giant that could rival the ancient giant wielding a giant axe resting in a section of the starry sky. Judgment, it seems your information is not false. This is indeed a fragment of the human world, and they are the remnants of the human world. Who? A sharp aura capable of slicing through the entire starry sky surged forth, and a woman with 16 wings walked step by step, resembling an immortal deity, ready to judge the entire starry sky. The judgment god also arrived. Or rather, they had been waiting here all along, setting up their grand formation and making various preparations, just waiting for the human race of the land of the sun to emerge. They had never dared to underestimate the human race. So this is your purpose. Another voice spoke, and a beam of starlight tore through the void, forcefully descending upon this starry sky. It belonged to a purple-eyed woman dressed in starry robes. The master of the first tower of the Star Tower, yet another extreme god. A fragment of the human world. No wonder you would go to such lengths to start a war in the Sea of Realms to enter my Wild Sky Sea. The president of the Wild Sky Guild stood outside the great light formation atop a starship, standing with hands behind his back, as the entire starry sky froze inch by inch. The ancient giant also had a solemn expression upon witnessing this. Four extreme gods. Oh, I did not expect my Tooba clan to still possess such honor after all these years, but it won't be easy to take what belongs to my Tooba clan. The ancient giant spoke, grasping the void. A sun god bow engulfed in endless flames fell into his hands, and a golden crow phantom emerged behind him. Tooba Qingtian, this was the name of a clan leader of the Tooba clan. He was merely at the 8th level of the mixed Yuan realm, and had yet to reach the pinnacle of that realm, but he wielded the might of an extreme god, standing with his bow ready to face four. This is the ancient clan of the human race. Truly remarkable for a member of the human race. Even at the 8th layer of the Hunyuan realm, you are so powerful. If we had waited longer for you to reach the pinnacle of the Hunyuan realm, we might not have been able to hold you down. The giant spirit god said, looking at Tooba Qingtian, and then at the Qiankuan boat beside him, where countless beings were visible inside, as if he were watching an amusing spectacle. It's been a long time since I've seen so many humans. It's also been ages since I've tasted the essence of the human race. The nonchalant words caused Tooba Qingtian's aura to solidify. He grasped the sun god bow in one hand and pulled back with the other, followed by the sound of a golden crow's cry echoing. A fiery arrow appeared on the sun god bow, transforming into a golden crow as it shot forth, charging towards the giant spirit god. Human race, are you already angry? The giant spirit god said, but there was no arrogance in his tone. He grasped the air, and the vast starry sky shattered, then descended upon the golden crow's arrow. Boom! The giant spirit god retreated a step, and the golden crow's arrow dissipated into a fiery sea. The judgment god, the leader of the Star Tower, and the president of the Desolate Heaven Guild all looked at this scene with solemn expressions. The ultimate power of flame resonates with the ancient divine beast, the golden crow. You don't possess the bloodline of the divine beast, do you? The leader of the Star Tower remarked. Tooba Qingtian ignored his words and drew his bow again, shooting 4 arrows directly towards the 4 ultimate gods. Freeze! The president of the Desolate Heaven Guild said lightly, and extreme cold descended, freezing the starry sky. The golden crow's cry was also sealed within, ultimately dissipating with a mournful sound. The leader of the Star Tower waved his hand, tearing a massive chasm in the starry sky, resembling a gigantic abyssal mouth, which directly swallowed the golden crow's arrow. A holy light sword materialized beside the judgment god, crushing the golden crow's arrow. Fight! Tooba Qingtian, witnessing this scene, showed no signs of retreat. He drew his bow like a full moon, and waves of arrows shot forth, creating a fiery curtain across the starry sky. He then charged directly towards the giant spirit god. The 2 massive figures clashed in the starry sky, throwing punch after punch, each capable of shattering a section of the cosmos. The giant spirit god was a unique being, naturally endowed with a terrifying physique, while Tooba Qingtian possessed the ancient bloodline of the golden crow, making his physical body no less formidable than the giant spirit god. The judgment god and the others watched the battle from the sidelines. They were not anxious. To them, the outcome of this battle was already predetermined. No matter how defiant this human race was, escape from this place was impossible. What they should be wary of was each other. The Qian Kuan boat floated in the starry sky, and the humans aboard looked on with trembling faces. Grandfather, clan leader, ancient ancestor. They called out, each face showing a grave expression. They could see that Tuoba Qingtian was clearly no match for the four ultimate gods merely holding on. Will grandfather also lose? Tuoba Xinyue said, witnessing for the first time that her invincible grandfather was repeatedly knocked down only to stand up again, his entire body stained with blood. They are just too strong, some members of the Tuoba clan beside Tuoba Xinyue said, glancing at the three ultimate gods watching the battle, their faces filled with despair. Xinhua, can you still walk? Tuoba Xinyue turned to Xinhua, her eyes brimming with tears, yet she held back, seemingly not wanting to show her vulnerable side. Xinhua shook her head. I can't walk anymore. Then can your gentlemen still come to pick you up? She asked again, and the other members of the Tuoba clan looked at Xinhua, but then shook their heads. It was truly a desperate situation. What were they thinking? Those few people obviously exuded overwhelming power. Even if Xinhua's elder came, what use would it be? It would only result in one more death. Xinhua looked towards the direction of the Heavenly Emperor Star. Even after hundreds of years, she still remembered the direction of the Heavenly Emperor Star and recalled the words her gentleman had spoken to her when they parted. Go, I hope one day your arrow can pierce through the Sea of Worlds, letting the entire Sea of Worlds know your name, Xinhua. He had kept this phrase hidden in his heart, thinking of it countless times. This was his gentleman's expectation of him, but would he ever achieve that day? Gentleman, he murmured, a hint of confusion appearing in his eyes. Tuoba Xinyue looked at Xinhua's expression, suddenly chuckling softly, wiping away her tears, and walked to Xinhua's side, gazing at the starry sky together. It's all right, at least Xinyue can die alongside brother Xinhua, she said, watching her grandfather being repelled time and again by the giant spirit god, only to charge forward again and again, her heart trembling. We can't let the ancient ancestor fight alone. Oh, let's help the ancient ancestor. Someone on the Qian Kuan boat attempted to rush out, but was blocked by the residual power left by Tuoba Qingtian in the void. Boom. Another collision occurred. Tuoba Qingtian retreated again and again, ultimately collapsing in front of the Qian Kuan boat. Countless humans looked at this scene with sorrowful expressions. They shouted and cried out, yet not a single person could step out. The giant spirit god did not take the opportunity to strike, but merely watched this scene calmly. Human race, do you still have the strength to fight? He said, appearing at ease, yet his body was covered in wounds. Unfathomable how a human who had not yet reached the pinnacle of the Hunyuan realm could push him to this extent. Tuoba Qingtian propped himself up slowly, standing up and smiling. Fight. Alone he prepared to charge out again, but a voice called out to him. Do you still have the strength to draw your bow? He should not have heard this voice, but it was uttered by the person whom his beloved granddaughter had been thinking of. He looked towards the Qian Kuan boat and saw the young man. He knew him, someone who had accidentally fallen into the land of the sun, claiming to come from a place called the Heavenly Emperor Star, where there were other humans. He thought it might also be a human race hiding away like them, and after observing for a while, he did not pay further attention. He believed Xinhua might be one of those humans sent outside to find a new place to migrate. In the creation realm, with low power and superb concealment techniques, one would not easily attract the attention of beings within the 3,000 seas of worlds. Yes, he replied, not knowing why he would respond to a young man in the creation realm at this moment, perhaps due to Tuoba Sinyu's influence. This is the bow bestowed upon me by my gentleman. I lend it to you, Xinhua said, taking the long bow from her back and tossing it towards Tuoba Qingtian. Tuoba Qingtian was taken aback upon hearing this, watching the long bow fly out of the Qian Kuan boat and land in his hands. The surrounding people were also stunned by this scene. To offer a bow in a moment of crisis is indeed commendable, but in the realm of the ultimate gods, what could a bow from the creation realm accomplish? Little friend. Tuoba Qingtian regained his senses and shook his head. Just as he spoke, he suddenly felt the bow in his hand begin to enlarge, gradually accompanied by a heavy, vast aura surging forth. His expression suddenly changed. This bow. As his gaze fell upon the longbow, he felt an expansive void, as if he were not holding a bow, but rather the vastness of the starry sky. As if sensing the presence of Tuoba Qingtian, the longbow ignited with primal Tao flames, fiercer and more terrifying than the sun's fire. Xianhua stared at this scene, his face filled with astonishment. So this Ho-E bow not only possesses the essence of the soul's primal Tao, but also the essence of flames. It is not merely a soul Tao weapon. He murmured, having always known that the bow given to him by Lin Fan was not as simple as it appeared, yet he had not expected there to be more than one essence. But why? He had clearly cultivated the soul Tao. He did not believe that his master had made a mistake. Every action of his master was intentional, yet he had not grasped that layer of meaning. Flames. Soul. He gazed at the primal Tao flames burning on the Ho-E bow, and the soul, Tao naturally unfolded with the two paths, gradually finding common ground within his sea of souls. In that instant he achieved enlightenment. The name Ho-E inscribed on the bow, when his master placed it in his hands, represented something his master had not revealed. He felt it was not yet time, perhaps he had not yet met his master's expectations. I have achieved enlightenment. Tuoba Xinyue and the members of the Tuoba clan looked at Xian Hoi, their faces filled with shock. He had actually achieved enlightenment at this moment. Hoi. Tuoba Qingtian gently stroked the two characters on the bow, inexplicably feeling a tremor in his Golden Crow bloodline, as if even the Golden Crow bloodline feared those two characters. An inexplicable fear with no source to be found, yet it undeniably existed. Human race, you have no chance in this battle. Why not speak with us about the matters of the human realm, as well as your origins and the fragments of the human realm behind you? The voice of the giant spirit god resonated. He saw Tuoba Qingtian switch to another bow and noticed the person who had given Tuoba Qingtian the bow unable to suppress a smile. A bow from the creation realm. A human deity would actually resort to such desperate measures. The judgment deity, the Star Tower Master, and the president of the Wild Heaven Guild glanced at the collapsed sunlit area, all frowning slightly. Is this the fragment of the human realm? Hearing this, Tuoba Qingtian slightly furrowed his brows and smiled. Standing with the bow in hand, he smiled at the four limit deities and the countless beings in the distant starry sky, seemingly mocking their ignorance. So you came here for the human realm, thinking that the world where my Tuoba clan resides is a fragment of the human realm. Alas, your intentions are misguided. My Tuoba clan's ancestors foresaw the calamity of the human realm and left before it shattered. The world where my Tuoba clan survives is not a fragment of the human realm. His calm words caused the four limit deities to stiffen. Although they had suspicions, they still felt anger, especially the giant spirit god, who had prepared for so long only to find that this place was not a fragment of the human realm. Since it is not a fragment of the human realm, then you shall all perish. With a single axe strike, the starry sky collapsed. This was absolute power capable of breaking through countless laws of the world, and it was also his all-out strike. To kill Tuoba Qingtian, to split that Qingquan boat. Tuoba Qingtian focused his mind, raised the bow, and with one hand pulled it taut, like a full moon. In the next moment, he felt his soul power rapidly depleting, concentrating entirely on the bowstring. An arrow took form. Soul Tao. The expressions of the judgment deity, the Star Tower Master, and the president of the Wild Heaven Guild changed. This was a second-grade Tao, and few could comprehend it across the 3,000 realms. In the next moment, flames ignited on the arrow, different from before. This sun fire possessed a terrifying aura capable of melting countless laws. Then amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the soul power and flame power on the arrow merged together, ultimately becoming one. Merge Tao? Giant spirit, be careful. The judgment deity's expression changed as he hurriedly warned. Just as he spoke, the arrow shot forth, and in an instant the starry sky lost its color, a scorching red, igniting the entire starry expanse. The giant spirit god's colossal axe, a companion Tao weapon inherited from his bloodline, possessing the terrifying power to shatter the starry dome, was pierced in one blow. Then it was the giant spirit god's body. A drop of crimson oozed from his brow, a black hole appeared on his forehead, followed by the giant spirit god's anguished scream. Before their eyes, the renowned giant spirit god across the 3,000 realms was pierced through the head by an arrow, his soul extinguished. Tuoba Qingtian was also shocked by this arrow. To kill a limit deity with a single arrow, he could hardly believe that this arrow was shot by him. You seek death. Holy light converged as a long sword broke through billions of miles of starry sky, directly striking towards Tuoba Qingtian. Tuoba Qingtian looked up to draw the bow. Again, a wave of indescribable weakness overwhelmed him. He realized that his soul power was no longer sufficient to support another pull. That arrow had nearly exhausted his soul power. Unable to draw the bow, he would instead block it with his body. He roared, placing the bow in the starry sky, and directly reached for the judgment deity's holy sword. Open! A voice resonated throughout the universe, and countless gazes converged on Tuoba Qingtian. He resembled an ancient giant deity, hands raised to the heavens, palms opposing the sword of judgment. Boom! The starry sky surged, countless void fissures spreading for billions of miles as the blood of the human race splattered across the starry expanse. Tuoba Qingtian's left chest was torn open, a blood hole gushing forth, half kneeling in the starry sky. Yet he did not die. He had caught the judgment deity's sword. Cough, cough. He coughed, looking up at the judgment deity who had unfolded 16 wings of light. Birdman, you are nothing special. His words caused countless beings to tremble, especially those on the Qingquan boat, whose faces were filled with sorrow, each one kneeling down. Ancestors! They exclaimed in terror. They knew that Tuoba Qingtian had reached his limit. Challenging the 4 limit deities at the 8th level of the Hunyuan realm was already a defiance against heaven. Xianhua grandpa is going to die. Tuoba Xinhua looked at Xianhua, who was in a state of enlightenment beside her, and said, "The bow cannot be drawn anymore." Her voice drew the attention of many Tuoba clan members who looked at the Ho-E bow floating beside Tuoba Qingtian, then back at Xianhua. This person, once seen as an outsider by them, had brought them a glimmer of hope with this bow, but it was only for a fleeting moment. The cost of drawing the bow was too great. They saw the soul power of the ancient ancestor rapidly depleting a near-sacrificial arrow, and even the ancient ancestor found it difficult to shoot a second arrow. Xianhua opened his eyes. The soul Dao and flame Dao surged within him, and he finally stepped into the threshold of the merged Dao. However, he was different from Qin Ming and Qin Gu. He prioritized the soul Dao with the flame Dao as a secondary focus, distinguishing the order of importance. He raised his head, looking at the Ho-E bow. "Master," he called out. Outside the Qinkuan boat, amidst the starry sky, Tuoba Qingshan's blood flowed across the cosmos, yet he still looked up at the approaching Judgment God. The Judgment God, stronger than the giant spirit god, had nearly reached the threshold of the heavenly reversal god. He no longer had the strength to fight. "Human race, kneel." The voice of the Judgment God rang out like a voice from the heavens, causing Tuoba Qingshan's entire body to tremble. However, instead of kneeling, he raised his head. "Human race, we would rather die than yield." This was his response, and countless members of the human race on the Qinkuan boat echoed him. Tuoba Qingtian looked at the Qinkuan boat, a smile appearing on his face. "This is my human race. Can you extinguish us? As long as the flames of our spirit endure, the human race will live on," he said, finally turning his gaze to the Ho-E bow, the bow brought by the outsider that allowed him to shoot down a peak god. Then he laughed. "The human race also has its strong ones. We may die, but others will come to settle the score. You and the Lord of Light behind you." He had never cared about the master that the flames often mentioned, but it seemed that he should be a supreme powerhouse of the human race. That group of humans did not migrate like they did. They were a much stronger race than they had imagined. "Really?" the Judgment God said lightly, also looking at the Ho-E bow. It was because of this bow that a peak god from the Sea of Light had fallen. But she also knew that this bow represented a supreme powerhouse. If he truly had the power to settle everything, why would he need to hide? "You ask, would he dare to come to my Sea of Light to face my Lord? When my Lord descends upon the world, illuminating the 3,000 realms," she said, raising her hand. Endless light gathered in her palm, and a holy light sword appeared. Tuoba Qingshan's body moved, but he could no longer stand. At that moment, the Ho-E bow, suspended in midair, suddenly trembled. It only shook slightly, but attracted the attention of everyone in this starry sky, including the Judgment God. A hand suddenly grasped the bow. This hand was pristine, not a speck of dust upon it, and emitted no aura, yet its calmness silenced the entire starry sky. A shadow then appeared, its face indistinguishable, as if a long river of time separated them, making it impossible for the gaze to reach. Dressed in white robes, as if traversing through the river of time, Xiantai, the owner of the Star Tower and the president of the Wilderness Heaven Guild, who had retreated far away, were both astonished, while the Judgment God revealed a trembling expression. "It's you." She recognized this aura, a terrifying power that had almost crushed her in the sea of stars, leaving her with lingering fears. In that moment, she understood everything. She had been wrong, all wrong. This was not a fragment of the human world, merely a hiding place for the remnants of the human race. The true fragment of the human world lay where the army of the Sea of Light had just set foot, in the Wilderness Heaven Sea. Within that sea of swords, the sea of stars existed to conceal the fragment of the human world. But there was also a giant of the human race within it. "Flee!" Without a moment's hesitation, she shouted to the entire starry sky, transforming herself into a ray of holy light, instantly vanishing across billions of miles. Immediately after, the army of the Sea of Light also fled in panic, as did those from the Star Tower and the Wilderness Heaven Guild. Even the owner of the Star Tower and the president of the Wilderness Heaven Guild had long since disappeared. In just a moment, the entire starry sky was left with only Tuoba Qingtian and the Qinkuan boat, along with a towering figure standing beside the Ho-E bow. One person frightened away millions of troops. Tuoba clan leader Tuoba Qingtian pays respects to the senior. Tuoba Qingtian said, even in his injured state, bowing his head to this figure. This era was different from the human world era. It was too difficult to give birth to a giant of the human race under the blockade of the 3,000 realms, at least not in this reincarnation. This individual might be the first giant of the human race after this reincarnation, or rather after the era of the human world. Such an existence deserved the reverence of any member of the human race. Countless beings on the Qinkuan boat knelt down, including Tuoba Xinhua. They all understood that their survival was due to this individual. All of them wore expressions of excitement, for having lived long they knew what it meant for the human race to give birth to a giant of Xiantai. The human race might rise again. The figure seemed to hear their voices, turned to look at them, nodded slightly, then gazed at the flames. Not bad. A faint voice, and then the figure simply dissipated. Everyone was left in a daze. After a long while, Tooba Xinhua looked at the flames. Brother Xinhua, does the master not like us? She asked, to which Xinhua shook his head, staring at the place where Lin Fan had vanished, his expression grave. Although I do not know what has happened, the master's state seems off, if those people from before have already perished. Yet they left alive. It did not seem like the master's spiritual projection that had come, but merely a strand of spiritual consciousness that existed briefly in this starry sky before dissipating. Perhaps it had no power to strike. Those people were merely frightened. State seems off. Tuoba Qingtian transformed into an elderly figure and approached Xinhua. A group of people hurriedly bowed to him, and Xinhua also bent in respect. What happened, senior? He asked, worry etched on his face. It was a rare opportunity for the human race to have a giant of Xiantai. Nothing must go wrong. Xinhua shook his head. I do not know. He looked towards the direction of the heavenly emperor star, staring for a long while, then turned to Tuoba Qingtian. Senior, let us leave. Tuoba Qingtian focused, no longer asking, and directly commanded the Qianquan boat to traverse the star sea. They were to leave the wilderness heaven sea. As for where to go, they did not know. The worst-case scenario was to wander in the 3,000 realms indefinitely. Heavenly Emperor, Star, Shengjing Courtyard. Under the Bodhi tree, Lin Fan was still asleep, not truly awakened. Only a wisp of spiritual consciousness had briefly come to awareness, his breathing synchronizing with the movements of heaven and earth. Following the changes of the sun and moon and the seasons, his cultivation was constantly rising. He had already reached the second level of the mixed yuan realm. In the world there are prodigies, either special lives or those who have walked a new path. When they reach the 9th level of the mixed yuan realm, they are referred to as heavenly reversal gods. Their combat strength could rival that of newly entered Xiantai giants. Lin Fan at the first level of the mixed yuan realm could already compare to a giant of Xiantai. I do not know which one it was, Xinhua or Bai Zhen or perhaps Qingge, that triggered the master's spiritual mark. A dragon from the pond said. Bai Zhen and others were unaware of what Lin Fan had left for them, but they knew that it was Lin Fan's spiritual mark. Within a certain distance and range, Lin Fan could descend through the spiritual mark as a spiritual consciousness avatar or a Tao avatar. The giant spirit god has fallen. In the sea of light, a holy lamp extinguished, drawing the attention of countless powers within the 3,000 seas. Even within the sea of light, which fully venerates the Lord of Light, many forces have their eyes everywhere. Each dominant force with a celestial platform master is under the scrutiny of countless factions. A supreme deity at the limit, the strongest beneath the celestial platform, each capable of stirring tremendous waves across the 3,000 seas, yet he died silently. He died in the war against the Wild Heaven Sea, but the master of the Stellar Tower and the Lord of Wild Heaven have long vanished. Who could have killed him? Someone employed the art of fate to deduce the events within the Wild Heaven Sea. What came was a terrifying backlash, as if someone stood above the river of fate, overlooking these fate-seeking practitioners. The path of fate. They trembled, realizing that the fall of the giant spirit god was related to someone who practiced the path of fate. There is a practitioner of the path of fate who has reached the pinnacle of the primordial realm. To kill the giant spirit god, one must either be a celestial platform master or a rebellious deity. Those who practice the 3 supreme paths become rebellious deities upon reaching the pinnacle of the primordial realm. Countless beings gazed towards the Wild Heaven Sea, their expressions shaken. The Wild Heaven Sea had birthed a rebellious deity who practices the path of fate. From that moment on, no one dared to calculate the events within the Wild Heaven Sea. The path of fate is enigmatic and unpredictable, capable of transcending the seas and killing through the power of causality. This was the most terrifying class of practitioners among the 3,000 seas, especially since this was a practitioner of the path of fate who had reached the terminus of the primordial realm, comparable to a celestial platform master. At the edge where the Wild Heaven Sea meets the Sea of Light in the shattered starry sky, where the Xianyuan great world once existed, the judgment god also heard this news. Her expression trembled. The 16 light wings on her back quivered, crossing the spatial barrier, returning to the Sea of Light, her demeanor suggesting that something terrifying was concealed behind. A rebellious deity who practices the path of fate is in many ways even more frightening than an ordinary celestial platform master who has just advanced. Throughout ancient times and endless years, there have been too few who could practice the path of fate to this extent. The beings of the 3,000 seas are largely unaware of the path of fate. They do not know what means this class of practitioners at the pinnacle possesses. The unknown is what truly instills fear. Retreat. A command spread throughout the army of the Sea of Light that was invading the wild heaven sea. Many of these soldiers from the Sea of Light were reluctant, but still obeyed the order to withdraw. The ultimate fate and destiny of a sea depend forever on the strongest. They dared to invade the wild heaven sea because it lacked a celestial platform master. But now there is a rebellious deity. Of course, a contingent of about 100,000 soldiers from the Sea of Light remained beyond the Sword Sea, tasked with observing any anomalies in this Sword Sea. The Sea of Light has retreated. The people from the Stellar Tower and the Wild Heaven Sea watched the light fade in a fragmented and withered starry sky, slightly concentrating their minds. Has a rebellious deity truly emerged from the Wild Heaven Sea? A deity from the Stellar Tower gazed at the starry sky, her expression dazed. It has been too long. The Wild Heaven Sea lost its Stellar Tower Master and Lord of Wild Heaven, completely dropping from the ranks of celestial platform hegemonic forces, enduring countless humiliations. Is this moment finally about to change? They walked through the starry sky, ravaged by the army of the Sea of Light, watching the floating corpses as countless life stars were slaughtered, their faces trembling. Survival of the fittest. This is the eternal law of the 3,000 seas. Where is that rebellious deity? Someone began to trace the whereabouts of that rebellious deity, traversing the starry sky, countless beings, including those from the Stellar Tower and the Wild Heaven Guild. They had already revered that rebellious deity as a god. Among the Stellar Tower and the Wild Heaven Guild, there were those in the know. They witnessed that battle, saw the fall of the giant spirit god, and also saw that towering figure. That one is a human, they sighed, yet did not divulge this news. The long silent Wild Heaven Sea may need this fabricated rebellious deity, a deception, to briefly revitalize this sea. The human realm and the human race hold a very special existence among the 3,000 seas. The beings of the 3,000 seas both seek the remnants of the paths left by human realm powerhouses and encircle and kill the human race. Countless epochs have passed. The human realm has ruled over the 3,000 seas for far too long. Even after such time, their lingering power remains. They do not wish to return to such an era. They fear that my human race will rise again. The Qian Kuan boat flew out of the Wild Heaven Sea, and they heard the discussions within the 3,000 seas, disdainfully saying, "The pride of the human race has never dissipated even in such circumstances. No matter how many obstacles there are, my human race will ultimately rise. Even under such a blockade, my human race has also produced a rebellious deity, have we not?" Tua Ba Ching Tian approached Xian Hua, Tua Ba Xian Yue, and several other proud descendants of the Tua Ba clan. They all bowed. Tua Ba Ching Tian looked at Xian Hua, his face showing a trace of satisfaction. He could see that Xian Hua had already integrated two paths, forging his own path, and he was also related to that mysterious human powerhouse. The path of integration is not a dead, and it is merely a misinterpretation by the beings of the 3,000 seas. The one who proposed this theory is indeed a Tao ancestor of my human race. Since it is said by the Tao ancestor, it cannot be false. The beings of this world always feel that what cannot be done is a dead end. In fact, it is merely their lack of potential. Those who can integrate the paths are all rebellious figures. Stepping onto the celestial platform with a rebellious posture, in the human realm era, all proud descendants were like this. How could they be like those now, just at the pinnacle of the primordial realm, already thinking of entering the celestial platform? Tua Ba Ching Tian said, disdainfully mentioning those geniuses of the 3,000 seas. The Tua Ba clan, even in the human realm era, was a major clan. They had also given rise to such geniuses. With today's so-called rebellious deities stepping onto the path of the celestial platform. Xian Hua nodded. The teacher has said that the paths are myriad. There is never a predetermined road. Only those who can forge their own path can truly glimpse the peak of cultivation. The teacher also integrated the paths. He said a single sentence, causing Tua Ba Ching Tian to be visibly shaken. That one also integrated the paths, but wasn't he practicing the path of fate? It is said throughout the 3,000 seas that the one from the Wild Heaven Sea is a rebellious deity who practices the path of fate, which is one of the three supreme paths. Wasn't it originally an invincible path? Could it also merge with other paths? Perhaps with the path of space and the path of time? He dared not imagine. If indeed two supreme paths merged, how powerful would that be? However, stepping into the celestial platform in such a manner would be even more challenging. The thicker the foundation, the higher the threshold for the celestial platform. But one would also be stronger after stepping onto the celestial platform. One cannot help but admire a person who can become a transcendent deity in an era when the human race is in decline. Their talent would be hard to surpass, even in the golden age of humanity. Looking at the crowd of humans before him, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Though he could not protect the human race or lead them to rise again, at least there were others capable of doing so. Where is the master? Tuoba Qingtian asked again. Although people claimed that this transcendent deity resided in the Wild Heaven Sea, they knew that only an illusory shadow appeared in the Wild Heaven Sea. Xin Hui slightly focused his mind, looking at the crowd before him, all eyes fixed on him, their expressions tense. The Wild Heaven Sea, he said. These 4 words sent a shockwave through everyone. It really was in the Wild Heaven Sea. If that is the case, then we need not undertake a long migration. We shall remain around the Wild Heaven Sea. Regardless of what happens, I trust that transcendent figure. Tuoba Qingtian concentrated for a moment before speaking. The crowd nodded in agreement. They preferred to wait for that figure to appear rather than migrate aimlessly. The Taishan Sea. This is one of the most powerful seas among the 3,000 seas. Xianyuan Ming, accompanied by the divine source, appeared on a life-bearing star, listening to the discussions of the crowd about the transcendent deity of the Wild Heaven Sea. Both of them felt a sense of solemnity. It is the master, Xianyuan Ming said. The divine source nodded. Even after such a long time, the appearance of that figure was still deeply etched in his mind, a monstrous and transcendent existence. That figure has already reached this realm. At that time, he was merely at the initial stage of creation. Too fast. This speed of cultivation is far more terrifying than that of the Tao ancestor. Could it be that the human race is truly destined to rise in this generation? Is this the great era for humanity that the master spoke of? He said, looking at Xianyuan Ming before him. According to the master's arrangement, Xianyuan Ming was to lead the human race out of their predicament. The master even set countless backup plans for him, leaving behind a secret realm and several sacred weapons. However, when that person stood before them, everything changed. The master of the great era has changed. Xianyuan Ming looked at the divine source, understanding what he was thinking, and simply smiled faintly. I might be able to lead the human race out of trouble, but that figure is the one who can truly bring the human race to rise. I did not awaken early, though everything is destined. This is the time I should awaken. The great era of humanity needs my strength, he said, noticing the watchers outside. He smiled. Divine source, are you afraid of death? He asked. The divine source was taken aback and shook his head. I am but a piece of divine source, born with wisdom only due to the master's enlightenment. To have lived this long is already worth it. If my life can still be of service to the young master, then everything is worthwhile. Xianyuan Ming nodded at this, then looked outside the pavilion at 3 figures flying in. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura, all being mixed element deities. They seem to think we are truly at their mercy. This inferior race always dreams that obtaining even a bit of fortune from the human race will allow them to ascend to greatness. If they wish to go, we shall take them there. I also wish to see what treasures my father has left behind, he said, quietly watching as the 3 individuals landed before him. These 3 were the most powerful beings in this life-bearing star. 3 mixed element deities. Human race, have you thought this through? One of the elderly women with a dragon-shaped staff asked, her gaze fixed on Xianyuan Ming, as if trying to see right through him. Xianyuan Ming looked up at her. I certainly know of a secret realm of the human race, he said. The 3 were taken aback, then unable to contain their excitement, staring intently at Xianyuan Ming. However, with just the 3 of you, you cannot open that secret realm. Even if you manage to sneak in, it would be death. You need a powerhouse above the level of a supreme deity, preferably a great figure of the sacred platform. Supreme deity, or above. A great figure of the sacred platform. Boy, do you know what a great figure of the sacred platform is? Do you think we can reach such an existence? The other 2 said, the pressure of the mixed element deities bearing down on Xianyuan Ming. The divine source directly countered, emitting divine light, causing the 3 to momentarily brighten. So you are the spirit of a divine object, the divine source said, showing little emotion, merely gazing at the 3. Get lost, he said, unafraid of the 3 before him, even wearing a look of disdain. He had seen more than one great figure of the sacred platform in the past, and would not regard 3 mixed element deities lightly. In his eyes, besides the master, there was Xianyuan Ming, and that figure, everything else was inconsequential. Yet the 3 did not seem angry, instead their eyes gleamed with excitement. You know of matters in the human realm protected by a divine object. You must be the descendant of the strongest beings of the human realm's Tao seed. Then you surely know the location of the human realm's secret realm. Quick, take us there. The 3 said, their gazes carrying a hint of oppressive power. Xianyuan Ming looked at them faintly. Are you sure you want to go? Yes, the 3 replied in unison. All right, Xianyuan Ming said, for only he could see the threads of fortune surging from the heads of the 3 before him, which he slowly began to absorb. This is his cultivation, devouring the fortunes of others to achieve his own path. This is also a method he realized after being guided by Lin Fan, stealing the destinies of others and walking the path of defiance. The 3 left and sent more people to guard the pavilion. Soon the powerful beings of the entire star were mobilized, nearly emptying their ranks. They boarded a massive starship and flew into the depths of the starry sky. The sacred platform's secret realm, they exclaimed excitedly, as if they could already see astonishing opportunities just within reach. Numerous epochs among the 3,000 seas saw many powerful beings rise because of the human race's hidden treasures. Who would have thought they could also have this chance? Xian Yuanming and the Divine Source stood on the starship calmly, watching the people below. Young Master, the secret realm left by the Master has experienced countless epochs and may have undergone some changes. We need to prepare in advance. The Divine Source said with a serious expression. Xian Yuanming gazed into the distant starry sky, a corner of the river of fate only he could see surged in his pupils. Looking upward, he saw that towering figure. He might be the only one who could see that figure at any time. His path of fate was derived from Lin Fan's guidance, intertwining their fates. When he truly comprehended the path of fate and entered the river of destiny, he saw the silhouette of that figure. Your state seems a bit off. Although I don't know what happened, I will try to buy you some time as a way to repay your guidance. If I die, the human race will be in your hands, he said, looking at that towering figure, for in the river of fate, he was like a drop in the ocean. Only he knew just how strong that figure truly was. Is he merely a defiant divine being? He looked up like a speck of dust, gazing at the sun and moon, resembling an immortal deity overlooking all living beings from the river of destiny. Yet in this moment his eyes held a deep silence. Like an ancient tranquil abyss, not a ripple in sight, as if they were oblivious to his existence. Sir, please recover soon, he said, then bowed deeply to Lin Fan in the river of destiny. Then his expression regained clarity, a starry sky reflecting in his eyes as the starship arrived in a sea of stars that had already been destroyed, docking before an extinguished star. Countless beings flew out from the starship, 3rd, 3rd, and 4th stage primordial lords standing at the forefront, all their gazes fixed upon the star before them. The Death Spirit star system. It is said that a being who practiced the path of death once rose here, refining all the life forms in the star sea into corpse demons. A world-ending war erupted in the Taishan Sea, causing even peak divine beings to perish. It was the divine being who quelled a great turmoil of corpse demons. Someone spoke, recounting the history of this star sea, revealing the reason for its current state. Divine being. Everyone present was taken aback upon hearing this title. This was a peak divine being of the Taishan Sea, one of the strongest beneath the Immortal platform. The divine being once descended upon this star sea due to the chaos of corpse demons. If there were an Immortal platform secret realm, it should have been discovered long ago. An elder in a green robe spoke, one of the 3 great primordial divine beings, his divine sense simultaneously searching this star sea as he spoke. The old woman holding a dragon head, Kane, shook her head. If the Immortal platform's secret realm were so easily discovered, it wouldn't be a secret realm. It is said that there are Immortal platform giants in the human realm who are adept at wind and water, even able to alter the cosmic trends. Although the divine being is powerful, he is not well versed in this path. The Immortal platform's secret realm must be opened by the human race, she said, and all eyes fell upon Xian Yuanming. Xian Yuanming, as long as you can open this Immortal platform's secret realm for us, we will conceal your identity as a human. My clan has a proud daughter who has grasped the embryonic form of a 3rd grade path suitable to match with you. You may join our clan. From then on, the South Mountain Star will be your backing. She said, her words startling everyone, especially many young prodigies among them. A woman in a flowing blue dress stood behind the 3 great primordial divine beings, possessing a stunning beauty and ethereal grace, and upon hearing this, her body trembled slightly. She was the current #1 prodigy of the South Mountain Star. Do you agree? The old woman looked at Xian Yuanming, who had yet to speak, but Shun Yuan stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at the proud daughter of South Mountain Star. If one cannot even comprehend the 3rd grade path, what qualifications do they have to be the wife of our clan's young master? Back in the day, even our clan's young master's maid was a prodigy who comprehended the 2nd grade path. She is only fit to stand outside as a doorkeeper, he said, the 3 great primordial divine beings watching him with faint smiles. But now is not the past. The human realm has collapsed, the human race's momentum has faded, and what remains are those who have yet to reach the celestial realm. To be able to ally with our South Mountain Star is your only chance for survival. You have no other choice. His words carried a hint of threat. They were unaware of what path Xian Yuanwu had comprehended, but they knew that Xian Yuanming must have a shocking background. To have sealed Xian Yuanming in this life with divine artifacts, and only now awaken, what a terrifying background. His talent would undoubtedly not be inferior to their South Mountain Star's proud daughter. Only by the union of prodigies could a descendant of even more monstrous talent be born. Good. Just as Shen Yuan was about to speak, a single sentence from Xian Yuanming left all his words caught in his throat, looking at Xian Yuanming in disbelief. Young master, Xian Yuanming said nothing, merely casting a calm gaze towards the proud daughter of South Mountain Star, who slightly furrowed her brow. I refuse. Someone in the crowd spoke, also a young prodigy, a sixth-stage creation realm prodigy, his eyes fixed on Xian Yuanming, as if he wanted to tear him apart with his gaze. He is merely at the fifth stage of the creation realm, weaker than I am. Why should Han Yun be betrothed to him? To marry Han Yun, one must first defeat me, he said, glaring at Xian Yuanming with hostility. Yes, why should it be? As if influenced by him, many young prodigies around stood up, evidently all suitors for the proud daughter of South Mountain Star. The three great primordial divine beings did not interrupt this scene, but instead looked towards Xian Yuanming, seemingly curious about what he would do. From beginning to end, they knew too little about Xian Yuanming, only aware that he was a human prodigy sealed since the era of the human realm, and that he had exposed this himself. After a brief surge of emotions sparked by the Immortal platform secret realm, they grew a little cautious, recalling various events, feeling as if their every move was being manipulated by the youth before them. What could his true intentions be? Why reveal his identity? They could not comprehend. Xian Yuanming gazed at the group of South Mountain Star prodigies, his expression calm. Come at me all at once, or I will remain here. If any of you can take a step closer, consider it your victory, and we will abandon the matter of marriage. His words were laced with immense arrogance. Shen Yuan watched this scene, momentarily lost in thought, as if he had returned to that era where youthful ambition dared to challenge the masses alone. This was the true form of Xian Yuanming, son of the Immortal platform giant, unparalleled prodigy. Arrogant. A group of South Mountain Star prodigies angrily retorted. Even the proud daughter Han Yun fixed her gaze upon Xian Yuanming, for the first time seriously observing this so-called human. The three great primordial divine beings also wore solemn expressions. In that instant, they felt an invincible aura emanating from Xian Yuanming, as if he could truly push through this era, defying the heavens. Since you want us to come together, then do not blame us. Don't worry, you are still useful to us. We won't kill you, but the rest is uncertain. The South Mountain Star prodigies said, then surrounded Xian Yuanming, who remained calm, simply striking out with a palm into the void. There was no power of the Tao nor any other mix, merely pure physical strength, yet it repelled the forces of the Star River. Boom. A group of South Mountain Star prodigies were sent flying like a pile of rags scattered across the starry sky, blood staining the cosmos, leaving everyone in shock. This, they exclaimed in astonishment, a single palm defeated the entire South Mountain Stars prodigies. What a monstrous talent. Such a terrifying physique, and that bloodline. The three great primordial divine beings also appeared grave, watching Xian Yuanming, feeling that certain things were gradually spiraling out of control, yet they had already reached the threshold of the Immortal platform secret realm. No matter what lies ahead, even if it is a mountain of knives or a sea of blood, they will forge ahead. It seems we have all underestimated you. Truly, as a descendant of the Tao seed of the human realm, you are indeed a genius that is hard for our world to match. Given this, you should join me in Nanshan Star. The overwhelming aura of the Hunyuan realm descended upon Xian Yuanming with a violent force. His body trembled, a drop of blood falling from the corner of his mouth as he raised his head, a smile appearing at the corner of his lips. The old woman with the dragon head staff's expression turned even colder at this moment, her staff slightly pressing against the starry sky, causing Xian Yuanming's entire body to be directly forced down. Kneel before me, she shouted angrily. A torrent of blood energy surged from Xian Yuanming's body, an ancient scripture manifesting around him, resisting the old woman's oppressive aura. This is no longer the era of the human realm. Now above the 3,000 seas lies the 3,000 supreme divine realms. The human race is no longer the supreme race. You are merely a group of prisoners beneath us. If we want you dead, you cannot live. Even if you were once dragons, you must submit. This is merely a warning. Next time, even if you have a great background, you must die. The old woman said, and in just a moment blood had already stained Xian Yuanming's entire body. He raised his head, his eyes deep and terrifying. Do not think that just because your human race has produced a heaven-defying divine sovereign you can be saved. A mere heaven-defying divine sovereign, who knows how long he can live. Can a single heaven-defying divine sovereign possibly overturn the 3,000 supreme divine realms? Said the other two Hunyuan divine sovereigns, attempting to undermine Xian Yuanming's pride, yet they failed to change his expression in the slightest. He merely looked at them calmly. The nearby divine source laughed, helping Xian Yuanming up, his eyes filled with anger, while he looked at the group before him, as if mocking their ignorance. If time were sufficient, that one would certainly have been able to overturn the 3,000 supreme divine realms. Open the secret realm of the Immortal platform. Do not play tricks. Remember, your fate is in our hands. We can let you live or require your death. The three Hunyuan divine sovereigns spoke, their expressions cold. The proud geniuses of Nanshan Star gathered together, looking at Xianyuan Ming with faces full of hatred. Xianyuan Ming said nothing, simply stepping out of the crowd and moving to the front before the already extinguished giant star. He reached out, seemingly wanting to touch something that no longer existed. "Do you know what this place is?" he asked, causing the crowd's expressions to tighten. They realized they might soon witness the appearance of a secret realm of the Immortal platform that had never been seen before. In the era of the human realm, there was a giant of the Immortal platform who refined 3 corpses to attain Tao. He once tried to create a netherworld corpse realm here, giving countless deceased heroes a place to be reborn. Have you ever heard of the technique of borrowing corpses to return souls? This method originated from him. He spoke slowly, and the crowd listened in shock. They looked at the dead, silent, starry sky before Xianyuan Ming, unable to help but tremble in fear. There really is a secret realm of the Immortal platform. At that time, he was known as the Lord of Burial Heaven by the human race, and was called the Master of Burial by countless beings in the 3,000 seas. With a single phrase, a title, everyone trembled in unison. Lord of Burial Heaven. What a terrifying title. Yet they did not know that this existence had passed long ago, too long for generations to have dwindled down to so little knowledge. This is his Tao ground. Xianyuan Ming said, his palms bleeding, drops falling into the starry sky, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. Darkness surged in the starlight, faded, and everything was undergoing unknown changes centered around Xianyuan Ming. The opening of the corpse realm requires the blood of living beings. They are already too thirsty, needing the nourishment of blood. In truth, the ones who truly open this door are you. Xianyuan Ming said, then turned to look at the people of Nanshan Star. In silence, the entire starry sky was completely shrouded in darkness, a faint gray mist spreading throughout. This was the overwhelming aura of corpses. This is not right. The divine sense cannot penetrate. We have fallen into an unknown realm. My cultivation has also been suppressed. Countless voices rang out, and the faces of the people from Nanshan Star all displayed terror. What are you doing? Stop. The old woman with the dragon head staff suddenly looked at Xianyuan Ming, only to see a torrent of blood light surging from his body along with a thick aura of corpses. Do you know why I can live for so long? It is not merely because of the seal of the divine source, it is because I have already transcended the normal realm of living beings. My father instilled the Tao of the 3 corpses into my being. His words caused the old woman with the dragon head staff to show fear for the first time, looking at Xianyuan Ming in disbelief. You are the descendant of the Lord of Burial Heaven, she exclaimed, causing countless people around her to be horrified. The divine source stood aside, coldly staring at the group. My master is the Lord of Burial Heaven, and this one is the only biological child of the Lord of Burial Heaven, sealed to this era to settle accounts with you rebellious ones. He said, standing firm in this world. Xianyuan Ming, as the child of the Lord of Burial Heaven, was practically invincible. I've said enough, you all deserve to die, Xianyuan Ming said calmly. As his words fell, a terrifying skeletal claw reached into this world, crushing a Hunyuan divine sovereign in one grip. Then a fearsome bone dragon towering like the abyss forced its way into this world, with Xianyuan Ming standing atop the bone dragon, the aura of corpses pervading, causing numerous people from Nanshan Star to perish. Monstrous beast. The old woman wielding the dragon head staff swung her staff like a sword, striking down at the bone dragon. Roar. The bone dragon howled, emitting a sound that could tear the soul apart. The old woman trembled, continuously retreating, and by the time she regained her senses, the skeletal claw had already descended. Bang! The old woman was sent flying thousands of meters, her staff shattering, her hair disheveled, while another Hunyuan divine sovereign was directly crushed into a pulp by the skeletal claw. Blood seeped into the void, a terrifying great realm inching its way into this starry sky. It has been too long, they have indeed undergone mutations. Xianyuan Ming looked towards that corner of the terrifying great realm, feeling the dreadful death energy, slightly furrowing his brows, but then he smiled. But at least they still recognize me. The once heroic souls of the human race were gathered into this corpse realm, borrowing corpses to return souls under the guidance of the Lord of Burial Heaven, living in this world in another way. However, the Lord of Burial Heaven had passed away too long ago, and these beings had undergone strange changes. Xianyuan Ming then looked at the living people of Nanshan Star ahead, his expression cold. Not enough. As his words fell, another person's body exploded, bones and flesh seeping into the void, nourishing the slumbering, terrifying great realm and slowly awakening it. The beings of Nanshan Star, including the 3 Hunyuan divine sovereigns, were the offerings Xianyuan Ming prepared for the corpse realm of Burial Heaven, as well as the method to open this realm. He sought to disrupt the 3,000 seas with the corpse realm of burial heaven. The starry sky was peeled away layer by layer, revealing a world shrouded in gray mist and reeking of corpse chi, with a blood-red moon hanging high above it like a crimson eye. Below, figures cloaked in corpse chi slowly rose, their hollow, lifeless eyes and broken, decaying bodies evoking a sense of dread. The old woman and the surviving people of Nanshan Star were filled with terror. "Corpse demons!" they exclaimed in horror. Tracing back through history, a being who cultivated the Tao of Death had risen under the same starry sky, and countless corpse demons emerged from here, wreaking havoc across several realms of the sea. Now it seemed that person had merely been fortunate to obtain the fortune within this secret realm, thereby comprehending the Tao of Death and mastering the art of refining corpse demons. It was like Pandora's box. The first person to open it had only pried it open a crack, but now the box was fully unsealed. A roar like that of a wild beast resounded through this world. Xianyuan Ming stepped into it, his bloodline power unleashed without reservation for the first time. He was the son of the burial heaven, Lord, the master of this world. Sensing Xianyuan Ming's presence, the corpse demons bowed before him in reverence, a fear ingrained in their very bones by the burial heaven Lord. Even after the strange transformation and the loss of memory, this remained unchanged. "You?" The people of Nanshan Star stared at Xianyuan Ming in shock, having speculated about his identity, but never imagining it to be so terrifying. "I am Xianyuan Ming, the young master of the Burial Heaven Palace and the lord of the corpse demon realm," he said, looking at the people of Nanshan Star. The rhythm of fate surged around him, making everyone feel as if something of theirs was being stripped away. The Tao of Fate. The old woman, disheveled and pale, sensed that the world's laws no longer favored her. She was stunned and cried out in alarm. What kind of existence had she provoked? She used her own Tao to obscure the heavens, forcibly severing Xianyuan Ming's power of fate, and then hurled a transmission talisman out of this world. She had held little hope, but to her surprise the talisman actually flew out of this world. She was momentarily taken aback. When she came to her senses, a bone dragon wreathed in endless death chi flew before her, with Xianyuan Ming standing atop its head looking down at her coldly. She shuddered and suddenly understood. "You did this on purpose." Xianyuan Ming smiled faintly and nodded. "Your purpose has been served. It's time for you to die," he said, and from the void beside him a ghastly corpse hand reached out, grabbing the old woman by the neck. Endless corpse chi surged into her, stiffening her entire body. An elder in ancient attire stepped through the void, standing before her. His icy hand held immense power, leaving her utterly helpless. Only boundless fear remained. With a crisp crack, her neck was snapped. Death chi seeped into her sea of consciousness, instantly eroding it entirely. A divine sovereign of the fourth level of the chaotic origin realm perished like that. The surviving people of Nanshan Star watched in terror, but before they could react, countless corpse demons surged around them. Like relentless parasites, they devoured them in moments. Xianyuan Ming watched coldly, his expression indifferent. These people were once ancient human spirits revived, inhabiting corpses, each one a prodigy of the human race. Naturally, they were beyond comparison with these others. "I am willing to marry you to do anything. Spare me." Only one person remained, Han Yun, the so-called celestial maiden of Nanshan Star. Perhaps due to some connection with Xianyuan Ming, the corpse demons had not killed her. She knelt in the void, begging Xianyuan Ming, all her former pride gone. Xianyuan Ming gave her a cold glance. "Kill." With those two words, Han Yun's body trembled. She stared at him in disbelief, unable to accept that he would have her slain. She was the celestial maiden pursued by countless on Nanshan Star. Even a core disciple of the Taishan Sacred Gate had expressed such intentions toward her. She opened her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a word, a corpse demon pierced through her body. Thus all beings from Nanshan Star were annihilated. The vast sea of stars boiled like a cauldron, with countless corpse demons emerging, their corpse chi filling the entire expanse. At the center stood Xianyuan Ming. This is one of the contingencies the master left for the young master, the final wish of these human spirits, to use their remnants to carve a glimmer of hope for humanity. Xianyuan said, gazing solemnly at the myriad corpse demons before him. This was a measure the young master was supposed to activate only as a last resort, yet he had deployed it now to divert the attention of the 3,000 realms, and by time for that person. The bone dragon and 8 terrifying corpse demons stood before Xianyuan Ming, all of them peerless divine sovereigns or limitless divine sovereigns. Under normal circumstances, he would have tried to stop Xianyuan Ming, but since meeting that person, the course of events had changed. Those people said the corpse demons were refined by someone who obtained some fortune from the corpse demon realm, but that's not true. The birth of corpse demons spreads like a plague. In the corpse demon realm, the corpse demons are the source of the plague. Anyone injured by them will have their mind and soul eroded, gradually turning into a corpse demon. This is the master's ultimate weapon for the young master, he said, finally unable to resist taking a deep breath. According to the trajectory of the corpse demon's birth and evolution, if they ever went out of control, they could consume the entire 3,000 realms. It was a double-edged sword. Xianyuan Ming nodded in agreement, gazing into the boundless starry dome. His eyes were as deep as an abyss, and no one knew what he was truly thinking. Go expand your corpse demon army and throw the 3,000 realms into chaos, Xianyuan Ming said. At his command, all the corpse demons in the corpse demon realm turned to look at him, then vanished into the sea of stars one by one. Billions upon billions of corpse demons marched into the various star seas of the Taishan realm sea and even beyond into other realm seas. A catastrophe that would engulf the entire 3,000 realms descended silently. The instigator Xianyuan Ming began his journey home, to the place of his birth which held countless memories and where he had awakened. If possible, he wanted to return and see it again. Sir, you said that if I returned alive you would grant me a fortune. Well, I am coming back, he said. The 3,000 realms were never lacking in those who could sever fate or trace origins, especially since the old woman had sent the message at the last moment. He would be exposed sooner or later. This place was far from the Huangtian realm sea. He had come here, using the realm sea teleportation array in the ruins of the human realm. After using it, he had destroyed all arrays to prevent anyone from tracing the path to the Heavenly Emperor's star. To return, he would have to travel back step by step. The Taishan Sacred Gate. A magnificent mountain range stands amidst the vast starry sky spanning countless stars and encompassing 10,000 skies. Generally, it takes a cultivator at the creation stage 100 years to fly from one end to the other. It is a celestial platform-level force like the ancient moon land and the bright holy court, possessing living giants of the celestial platform. Within one of the mountain ranges, an old man with white hair suddenly opened his eyes at a certain moment, reaching out as a communication talisman landed in his hand. A faint aura of death emanated from the communication talisman. He frowned slightly at this scene. Elder, we have encountered a descendant of the Tao seed sealed by a supreme being of the human realm in this life. He is a descendant of the Lord of the buried heaven. He lured us into a place using the secret realm of the celestial platform. The voice on the communication talisman abruptly stopped, as if unable to finish due to some reason, or perhaps someone intended for him to hear this. The Lord of the buried heaven. The old man pondered while holding the communication talisman, sensing the aura of death within it, creating an atmosphere of silence in the entire hall. After a long while, he smiled. Interesting. It seems there are still prodigies of the human realm alive to this day. But is this action a provocation towards me? The human race is truly difficult to eradicate. His tone was calm, yet the words were filled with murderous intent. Then he left the hall, transforming into a streak of starlight as he flew out of the Taishan Sacred Gate. When the corpse demons emerged, the first affected area was the South Mountain Star region. In just a few days, the entire South Mountain Star region turned into a scene of death. Only then did the nearby star sea notice. Then began a battle against the demons. Corpse demons. Haven't they all been eradicated by the Divine Wood Supreme? How are there still some? Someone remarked, recognizing the origin of the corpse demons. Perhaps someone has comprehended the method to refine corpse demons again. With our strength, we cannot completely suppress this chaos of corpse demons. We should inform the upper sect. Inform the upper sect. It did not take long for corpse demons to rampage throughout the Taishan Sea, with each star sea being eroded at a speed akin to a plague, making it difficult for people to respond. They finally realized the birth method of the corpse demons was through assimilation and infection, unlike the records that suggested a need for refinement. Boom. The overwhelming corpse demons rampaged through the starry sky like locusts, yet were crushed by a large hand as a star boat descended in the void, occupied by a white-haired old man. A faint starlight surged around him as he gazed at the starry sky ravaged by corpse demons. Residual souls attached, borrowing corpses to return to life. He frowned tightly, truly perceiving some connections, but the more he understood, the more it alarmed him. How could such terrifying methods exist in this world? Could it truly be the means of the Lord of the buried heaven? With this thought, a grave expression appeared on his face. Involving a giant of the celestial platform, he could not afford to underestimate it. The Taishan Sea is one of the most powerful seas among the 3,000 seas, and the master of Taishan is one of the closest existences to the Tao ancestor in the world. Although the chaos of the corpse demons erupted in the Taishan Sea, it was quickly suppressed. Especially the Divine Wood Supreme, who had once quelled the chaos of corpse demons, also appeared. It is said that the people of South Mountain Star captured a human, and thereafter the experts of South Mountain Star surged out, leading to the chaos of the corpse demons. There is also talk of the Lord of the buried heaven's involvement. It is truly possible that a Tao seed of the human realm has awakened. but thinking to contend with us using some beings that are neither human nor ghost is perhaps too underestimating us. The San Yuan Sea is already separated by several seas from the Taishan Sea. A starship was traversing the starry sky at incredible speed heading towards the endless cosmos with Xianyuan Ming Xianyuan and a corpse demon at the extreme divine sovereign realm on board. The art of heavenly mechanisms. On this day while practicing, Xianyuan Ming suddenly spoke, prompting Xianyuan to quickly approach him. In the next moment a pair of eyes appeared in the void locking onto Xianyuan Ming and Xianyuan as the corpse demon sliced through the stars with a sword obliterating that pair of eyes. However, Xianyuan Ming's whereabouts had already been revealed. They've discovered us, Xianyuan said with a serious expression. Xianyuan Ming nodded. Although the path of fate is the most difficult to comprehend and cultivate among the 3,000 seas, there have always been those who have comprehended it over endless ages. My understanding of the path of fate is only at the initial stage. It was merely a matter of time before I was discovered. The child of the celestial platform of the human realm and a corpse demon realm is quite a delicacy. Once discovered, these people will swarm like beasts that have caught the scent of blood. The path ahead will no longer be peaceful. He said, then immersed himself in cultivation as the brilliance of the path of fate surged. His consciousness fell into the river of fate again. That figure still stood at the end of the river of fate, unchanged from before. Sir, I may not return. He spoke without fear or regret, as if merely wanting to express these words. If given another choice, I would not wish to seal myself. Endless epochs have made me forget much and stripped me of many feelings about being human. They are all dead. Oh, what significance does my survival hold? However, my father said the human race needs me, so I must live. But sir, you are a person my father did not anticipate, as well as a variable that those individuals did not account for. Perhaps this world does not need me that much. He said, his voice resonating in the river of fate, looking at the countless lives whose fates intertwined, within shaking his head slightly. Fate hits me like a hammer whenever I think I've seen through it. Who in this world can truly escape the grasp of fate? I cannot, but perhaps you will be able to in the future, sir. He said, looking up, seeing those eyes that resembled an ancient abyss, gazing for a long time before shaking his head and smiling. Sir, I do not know when I will be able to see you again. No matter what happens, Xianyuan Ming hopes you can recover soon. They all need you. He said, then directly turned around, his figure disappearing within the river of fate. Above the river of fate, that towering figure moved slightly after his departure. The eyes that hadn't stirred for many years seemed to have moved. In Shengjing, within a small courtyard, the water in the pond churned as several members of the dragon clan surfaced, gazing at the person sleeping beneath the Bodhi tree. Does the master really intend to sleep for 3,000 years? One of the dragon clan asked. Not likely, replied the oldest dragon. Haven't you noticed that the master's breathing has not been as steady recently? The number of times he rolls over has also increased. The master may be about to awaken. Are you serious? Didn't the master say it would be 3,000 years? That was something the master said for those outside to hear. You just need to listen. The master is merely taking a nap, not dead. From the human realm seal to this era's child of the celestial platform. In the 7th hall of the divine demon temple, Qin Gu overheard the guards discussing matters from the 3,000 realms, mentioning the child of the celestial platform from the human realm. His long dormant eyes flickered slightly. It shouldn't be fake. Several princes have already gone to the divine demon temple, and indeed many places in the 3,000 realms have erupted with the chaos of the corpse demons. Shen Shi appeared behind Qin Gu at some point and spoke. It is rumored that this is a descendant of a celestial platform giant from the human realm known as the Master of Buried Heaven, who likely possesses some hidden means left behind by the Master of Buried Heaven. He may also know of a secret realm related to the Master of Buried Heaven. However, given his status, he should keep a low profile. In such circumstances, even if he possesses many means left by the Master of Buried Heaven, survival will be difficult. Shen Shi observed Qin Gu's interest in this descendant of the Master of Buried Heaven and elaborated further. Qin Gu remained silent. Gazing at the starry sky from the 7th hall of the divine demon temple, a glimmer of cold light passed through her eyes. From now on, inform me of anything related to him. She said, her calm words causing Shen Shi to pause, looking at Qin Gu as if wanting to say something, but ultimately gave a silent nod. The ancient land of moon viewing. This is the supreme divine realm above the sea of moon viewing. This expanse of heaven and earth is not vast, roughly the size of a heavenly emperor star composed of 4 corners of the universe. The talents of the human realm, what a surprise these ancient relics have emerged. Luda heard news from the starry sky and couldn't help but exclaim, while Yihong Yu Ming Chuan and Qi Beishan revealed grave expressions upon hearing this. The one who can break through the seal from the human realm to this era must be an unparalleled talent. I wonder how he compares to Qin Ming. They said, glancing at Qin Ming, who was sitting cross-legged on a large green stone not far away. Since arriving at the ancient land of moon viewing, he seems to be in a perpetual state of cultivation. With a sword as his companion, he seemed capable of sitting there until the end of time. Even if Qin Ming is not comparable now, he will surely catch up in the future, for I have never seen anyone as monstrous as Qin Ming. That person merely has a few more years of life than us. They remarked, yet they did not notice that Qin Ming had opened his eyes at some point, gazing at the starry sky beyond the ancient land of moon, viewing a hint of crimson appearing in his pupils. The child of the celestial platform, he had already guessed who it was. Not just him, Xian Hui, Yibu Zheng, and Chu Yan all understood that this so-called human realm talent was none other than Xianyuan Ming from the academy. It was the master who opened his seal and brought him to this era. I may need to go out. In the initial secret realm, Yibu Zheng gently caressed the woodsman's knife in his hand and said, while the figure in black looked at him, knowing why he wanted to leave, merely nodding slightly. No matter what, you must survive. The figure in the dark said, originally a spirit tool, and having stayed in this initial secret realm for so long, he should have lost all emotions. But upon hearing Yibu Zheng say he was leaving, he still displayed emotions that should not have been there. The master of buried heaven, that was a celestial platform giant second only to a few in that era. Since he is of his bloodline, he should be saved. Oh, call upon me if needed, he said as Yibu Zheng looked up at him. He smiled faintly. Don't think I'm weak. Oh, I can be considered a mixed origin divine sovereign, and this is merely a part of a Tao field. But there are existences stronger than me, he said, appearing relaxed, and Yibu Zheng nodded. I'm leaving. Then he sheathed his knife at his waist and departed from this world. The hidden dragon divine sovereign watched his figure for a long time until it completely vanished from his sight. Boom! In the 3 yuan sea, a massive hand descended, grasping the entire life star within its grasp, and then a face resembling that of a heavenly lord appeared. Soul search. A faint voice echoed, and all beings within this life star fell into chaos as a tremendous divine sense instantaneously read all their memories. Finally found you. Then a colossal figure like a heavenly abyss descended. This being had 3 heads and 6 arms, resembling a deity or demon emerged from ancient murals. He looked towards a direction in the starry sky, and then his body vanished in an instant. For a long time, a portion of the starry sky surged like ocean waves, a starship floating within like a small boat that could capsize at any moment in a storm. Xianyuan Ming stood aboard the starship. It's here, he said, then saw a pair of terrifying pupils appearing in the starry sky, followed by the massive figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. Giant God Clan, Xianyuan said. This was a clan that existed during the human realm era, extremely rare in number, yet each possessed strength comparable to true dragons. Human Tao child, I have only seen such a person in ancient records. It is said that during the human realm era, a Tao child of the human race rode our clan and traversed the 3,000 realms sea. Now I too shall take a human Tao child as my slave and traverse the myriad realms, he proclaimed, revealing a long-lost ancient secret. The giant God clan, a colossal group of that era, was also once subdued by the human race and became captives. Many of the giant God clan even became mounts for the strongest and most talented of the human race. Xianyuan Ming looked on indifferently at this scene. Roar! The void behind him tore apart, and a torrent of deathly aura enveloped the entire starry universe as a massive skeletal dragon tore through the starry sky, charging directly at the 3-headed giant. Dragon Clan. No, it's the corpse demon. Then a tremendous battle erupted, disrupting the secrets of heaven and allowing Xianyuan Ming to escape the gaze of those pursuing him for the first time. He left the 3 yuan sea and headed towards the next realm sea. He escaped again. Then more powerful beings descended, seeing only a torn skeletal dragon and a giant God clan that had lost all semblance of humanity. 2 existences comparable to the extreme divine sovereigns had perished together. Many others around witnessed this scene, all with expressions of shock. It was at this moment they truly understood how terrifying that human realm Tao child was, as an extreme divine sovereign had perished. The lines of causality have been disrupted. It will take several years to deduce his whereabouts again. A fortune practitioner standing in the void, his body radiating with the light of destiny, gazed at the vast starry sky and spoke, followed by several years of tranquility. 10 years. A green comet descended in a part of the starry sky, and an elderly man in a green robe stood at the center of that comet, gazing at a massive starship before him. Come out, he said, and with this one sentence, everyone on the starship trembled. A divine sovereign had appeared to block their way. Moments later, a young man indeed stepped out from the starship, someone they recognized as a person they had brought along during their trading journey. At this moment, the young man slightly waved his hand. A figure enveloped in terrifying death aura surged towards the person blocking their path. The corpse demon. Everyone trembled, fully aware of the fearsome being that had terrified countless lives during this time, and they immediately thought of the identity of the young man. the Tao child of the human realm. I am the divine wood god, said the old man in green robes. With a flick of his hand, countless seeds took root and sprouted in the starry sky, instantly forming a vast ocean of green. Looking up at the moonless sky, not a hint of starlight could be seen, as if it formed a separate domain. The corpse demon that had surged out from behind Xianyuan Ming was actually trapped within it, while those aboard the starship watched this scene with astonished expressions. Divine wood god, the unparalleled powerhouse who had once quelled a corpse demon riot. Is this all you can do? A faint voice sounded. It was the divine wood god who had traversed the starry sky and landed 10 zhang in front of Xianyuan Ming, beginning to scrutinize the person before him. Indeed, he is of the human race. Within him surged a bloodline that could suffocate the heart, faintly revealing the supreme power deep within his bloodline, the aura of the immortal platform. This person indeed had the blood of the immortal platform flowing through him. So this is what the immortal platform realm is like, he said, as in that green world of wood spirits the corpse demon was shattered into pieces. He then grabbed Xianyuan Ming, and Xianyuan, taking a single step and teleporting millions of miles away. Divine, would you have overstepped your bounds? This person has killed so many in my 3 Yuan Sea, he must be taken back to the 3 Yuan Sea to atone for the lives lost. A black heavenly knife fell, accompanied by endless thunders that shattered the entire star sea, as yet another supreme god descended. Hearing this, the divine wood god turned back, his face full of murderous intent. Stay put and wait for me. He glanced at Xianyuan Ming, and Xianyuan then spoke, after which a green path to the heavens formed beneath his feet. With one step, he was 10,000 stars away. Xianyuan Ming watched this scene and looked to the side, where a corpse demon with blood-red eyes crashed down from the void. Transform into my likeness and wait for him. He spoke to the corpse demon and then departed directly. The heavenly mechanism was once again disturbed as the Fate Tao Supreme God, who was approaching this domain, slightly frowned and paused in the starry sky. Here they come again, these fools, he said, then sat cross-legged in the void, taking out an ancient Fate Tao weapon to begin calculating Xianyuan Ming's whereabouts. 100 years passed. Another supreme god had fallen, but not at the hands of the corpse demons. He had died at the hands of the divine wood god. That old fellow has grown stronger again, Xianyuan said. At Xianyuan Ming's side there had been 9 supreme demons, but now only one remained, nearly all having perished because of the divine wood god. Although the combat power of the corpse demons could rival that of the unmatched and extreme supreme gods, they were ultimately not truly living beings and could not contend with an established extreme supreme god like the divine wood god. Ahead lies the 9 lives sea. Standing before a vast sea of realms, Xianyuan said with a grave expression, then looked at Xianyuan Ming. Along their journey they had avoided all sea realms with immortal platform giants, traversing only realms that possessed extreme supreme gods. Although the 9 lives sea lacked immortal platform giants, it had a 9 lives supreme god. The rebellious supreme god. Xianyuan Ming nodded and stepped into the 9 lives sea. After a while the wood spirit supreme god caught up to this place and gazed at the sea with a slight frown. Extreme supreme gods and rebellious supreme gods, though both appeared to be in the primordial unity realm, the difference between them was vast. What is rebellious is an existence that even the immortal platform giants cannot contend with. Having had the combat power of the immortal platform for a long time, they were only bound by their realms. What? Wood spirit, are you afraid to go? Another white-haired elder descended. The wood spirit frowned slightly upon seeing him. He was a core elder of the Tai Xian Holy Sect, also an extreme supreme god. If you want to go, then go, he said. The elder of the Tai Xian Holy Sect smiled faintly, but did not move. Not just him, but also numerous other powerful beings stood outside the 9 lives sea, yet none dared to step inside. Speaking of which, the 9 lives supreme god should be nearing death, right? Someone suddenly said. The others were momentarily stunned before falling silent. The 9 lives supreme god had indeed lived far too long. It was foretold by those skilled in the art of fate that he would not survive a single century, yet even so he had persisted for several cycles of a century. When exactly will he die? No one knows. The 9 lives sea. Xianyuan Ming had barely entered this realm when a young man blocked his path. With bright eyes and white teeth, the graceful youth remained calm even in the presence of a notorious Tao child of the human realm and a corpse demon exuding endless malice beside him. Gentlemen, the Supreme requests your presence, he said, giving a slight bow to Xianyuan Ming. Xianyuan Ming nodded. He was then led into a place that seemed like a paradise, with 10 miles of peach blossoms and 1,000 miles of azure rivers, presenting a scene of harmony. A man stood before a cliff, painting using a branch as a brush and river water as ink, creating a landscape that depicted mountains entering the sea. Xianyuan Ming quietly stood behind this person, not disturbing him. Those who could walk the path of integration were all prodigies even during the era of the human realm, and the 9 lives supreme god was one of the brightest prodigies of that time. Of course, he was also the most tragic prodigy. He had no significant background, it was said. He was merely a wandering physician who stumbled upon enlightenment just before his demise and inadvertently walked the path of integration leading to his current state. Having just reached the peak, yet his time was running short. As countless beings had said, the path of integration was a path of unparalleled strength, but it was also a dead end. He now stood at this precipice. Ahead lay a vast void with not a trace of vitality to be found. Behind him, there was no retreat. The entire Nine Lives Sea depended solely on him. His death would spell disaster for the Nine Lives Sea. He had saved countless lives throughout his life, yet he could not save himself. How are corpse demons formed? After a long time, he turned around and asked Xianyuanming. Xianyuanming was slightly taken aback, then he smiled. Indeed, you are merely at the creation realm. How could you know the methods of the immortal platform? The Lord of the Burial Sky, I once saw fragments of him in a secret realm. To the west of the human realm, one is the Nine Nether, and the other is the Lord of the Burial Sky, who dominates the world of the west. The Nine Nether and the Burial Sky should represent two immortal platform giants. The Lord of the Burial Sky is a being who could also be considered a supreme powerhouse during the human realm era. I never expected this Nine Lives Supreme God to have such deep knowledge of the human realm and even be aware of the layout in the west of the human realm, Xianyuanming thought, nodding. May I take a look at your corpse demon? The Nine Lives Supreme God suddenly asked. Xianyuanming paused for a moment, then nodded and saw the Nine Lives Supreme God extend his hand toward the corpse demon, which exuded a fierce aura. The corpse demon directly fell into his hands. A sky-high corpse aura spread out, yet the Nine Lives Supreme God merely smiled faintly and gently pressed down, causing all the death energy to be forced into the body of the corpse demon. To borrow a corpse to return to life, to think it could survive for so long, can I also become a corpse demon? He said, and his words startled Xianyuanming. Xianyuanming looked at the Nine Lives Divine Sovereign, wanting to say something, but found himself unable to utter a word. He could sense that something was off with the Nine Lives Divine Sovereign before him. Death for living beings in this world does not manifest solely through the aging of the body or the depletion of vitality. There is also a form that arises from madness and despair, where the mind collapses, leading to the ultimate extinction of the soul. The Nine Lives Divine Sovereign was evidently the latter. He was on the brink of madness. If I were to become a corpse demon, how much longer could I live? He said. That corpse demon, comparable to the ultimate Divine Sovereign, was like a mere puppet in his hands, while the Divine Source beside him displayed a look of shock for the first time. This man is too powerful. The rebellious Divine Sovereign could no longer be categorized merely as a mixed origin realm. Roar! The corpse demon roared, and the Nine Lives Divine Sovereign's brows suddenly knitted together, halting his movements. Yet in the next moment, half of the corpse demon's body was ripped apart. The Nine Lives Divine Sovereign remained utterly focused, watching the torn corpse demon, his divine sense weaving through it inch by inch. The madness in his eyes grew more intense until a voice rang out. Gu Yuan. It was a woman's voice. The Nine Lives Divine Sovereign's body trembled, and he lifted his head, the madness in his eyes gradually receding, revealing a hint of gentleness. A woman dressed in a simple white skirt and carrying a medicinal basket stood on the other side of the mountain wall. She looked at Gu Yuan with deep concern. Have you had another episode? The woman asked desperately, trying to suppress her emotions, yet tears still shimmered in her eyes. Gu Yuan released the corpse demon and stepped forward to gently embrace the woman, brushing away the tears from her eyes while shaking his head. I am fine, he said, dressed in green, resembling a noble young master from a prestigious family, his gaze soft, as though the woman was the only one who existed in his eyes. Xianyuanming quietly observed this scene. He had once witnessed a defiant being's mind collapse, causing chaos among the living before they perished with boundless resentment and unwillingness. No one was like him. On the brink of mental collapse, he could be restored by just a single word. Husband, do we have guests? Suddenly, it seemed the woman had just noticed Xianyuanming and the Divine Source. A slight blush appeared on her face as she turned to look at the two. Xianyuanming slightly bowed. Junior Xianyuanming here to pay my respects. You are here to find my husband for a cure, aren't you? The woman interrupted Xianyuanming's words. Xianyuan was taken aback, looking at the charmingly smiling woman, and nodded. My husband is the most skilled doctor in the area, able to cure any ailment, but you must listen to his instructions, she said. Gu Yuan stood silently beside her, gazing at her with a gentle expression. Husband, I won't disturb you any longer. Please take good care of them, the woman said, then bowed slightly to Xianyuanming before leaving this side of the cliff. Gu Yuan watched her figure for a long time. Her name is Nian Yuan. She does not have a significant background nor much cultivation. She is merely an ordinary healer in this realm of life, Gu Yuan said. Xianyuanming looked at him and nodded. Indeed, she was an ordinary healer, but because of him, she was no longer ordinary. A person who could suppress a rebellious divine sovereign on the brink of mental collapse. She does not know who I am as she believes I am just a wandering doctor. Perhaps fate is like this, starting from the beginning and returning to the beginning. But thankfully I have her, he said, looking back at Xian Yuanming and the corpse demon, his expression no longer one of madness, but instead imbued with tranquility. The Tao son of the human realm is indeed different from many geniuses. With the bloodline of the celestial stage and the fortune of the path of destiny, if you don't die, your achievements will surpass mine. But he is just too ostentatious. He glanced beyond the Nine Lives realm sea where many gazes were peering in, but dared not step inside. I never expected that a dying person like me could instill such fear in them, he said, shaking his head again. I am not interested in the secrets you carry, but this is not your place to remain forever. I won't live much longer, and perhaps I am the greatest calamity in this realm. You must have seen rebellious beings with collapsed minds before, right? Xian Yuanming nodded at this. Aside from his master Gu Yuan, was probably the only one who couldn't comprehend him remaining calm when discussing life and death. Yet every being whose mind has collapsed harbors a terrifying obsession. What could his obsession be? Is it the desire to live? All those rebellious beings he had seen with collapsed minds felt the same. But as long as I live for one more day, they will not dare to enter. You can stay a little longer, just in this peach grove. Oh, don't wander too far, he said, glancing only once outside the realm sea before looking away. To him, the countless divine sovereigns seemed like mere wisps of smoke, and he had never regarded those waiting for his death outside the Nine Lives realm sea. Thus, Xian Yuanming remained in the Nine Lives realm sea. But I cannot return to the heavenly Emperor's star. He gazed outside the Nine Lives realm sea, his expression lost in thought. Outside the Nine Lives realm sea, terrifying auras descended, yet they all adhered to a fixed rule, not daring to encroach upon the Nine Lives realm sea even by a hair. This Tao son of the human realm is surprisingly not leaving, someone remarked. It seems the Nine Lives divine sovereign has truly given up. With the Tao son of the human realm by his side, astonishing transformations occur, yet he remains indifferent. He only knows to guard that peach grove and that woman. However, he probably won't last much longer. The winds and clouds of the 3,000 realm seas arose because of Xian Yuanming, yet were completely suppressed here by the Nine Lives divine sovereign, becoming a deadlock. The Nine Lives divine sovereign is truly ruthless, they remarked in Wangyue ancient land, listening to the news from the Nine Lives realm sea. A dying person can still instill such fear in a group of divine sovereigns. The rebellious divine sovereign is indeed defiant, but alas, his lifespan is too short. They said, their gazes unconsciously falling upon Qin Ming. The world knows only the Nine Lives divine sovereign, yet they are unaware that there is also a prodigy here comparable to the Nine Lives divine sovereign, perhaps even more terrifying in the future. Qin Ming has merged three paths. However, the Nine Lives divine sovereign's decree only prohibits those of the mixed origin realm from entering the Nine Lives realm sea, but does not restrict those below the mixed origin realm. There are still some who can enter the Nine Lives realm sea. It is said that a few from the divine demon palace have already entered the Nine Lives realm sea. The last statement startled them. They knew well what a terrifying force the divine demon palace was. Wangyue ancient land is already a behemoth power in the 3,000 realm seas, but the divine demon palace is even stronger in ancient legacy that gathers talents from the 3,000 realm seas, undoubtedly hiding countless geniuses. Even the giants of the celestial stage are numerous. Years passed, and Xian Yuanming truly settled down in this peach grove of the Nine Lives Sea, which is the real forbidden zone of the Nine Lives Sea. The 10-mile peach grove is the Tao venue of the Nine Lives deity. Besides the Nine Lives deity and the girl named Nian Yuan, there was also a young man named Zhao Ming who came to welcome Xian Yuanming and was a disciple of the Nine Lives deity. There was also a girl named Tao Yao who appeared to be Nian Yuan's maid, but was actually a manifestation of Tao Ling. Young master, do you really think that girl named Nian Yuan does not know the identity of the Nine Lives deity? The two watched the celestial couple playing the zither and dancing with swords in the peach grove, and Xian Yuan couldn't help but speak. Xian Yuanming shook his head at his words. Does that matter? He spoke as the threads of fate flowed through his eyes, allowing him to see things that others could not. Luck is also a concrete manifestation of the path of destiny. He saw the luck above the Nine Lives deity's head gradually dissipating, yet the luck of the girl named Nian Yuan was also fading away. Is there any way to save him? Xian Yuan asked again. This was fundamentally an unsolvable question, but Xian Yuanming did not respond immediately and fell silent for a long time. There might be a way, he said, and Xian Yuan seemed to understand Xian Yuanming's meaning, uttering two words. Sir. Xian Yuanming nodded. But he practices the path of fusion, and his life has long withered. Even being a little closer allows one to sense the desolate feeling of time fading away. Unless the Tao ancestor revives, Shun Yuan said, a defiant figure whose mind had collapsed. He had never seen anyone survive, not even in the era of the human realm, let alone now. Xian Yuanming shook his head at these words. His consciousness would almost periodically enter that river of fate, and though that imposing figure remained still, he could sense that aura growing even more vast. The Sir has grown stronger. The very existence of the Sir is a great miracle. How can you know that miracles cannot arise from the Sir's hands? The trajectory of fate is quietly changing, and all of this revolves around the Sir, including me and those around the Sir. Without the Sir, I would not have awakened, and they would not have stepped into the starry sky so early, nor would they possess such terrifying talents. He said that the further he walked on the path of destiny, the more he felt the Sir's strength. He almost single-handedly changed the fates of countless beings on the Celestial Emperor star. He practices the path of destiny, but the Sir controls the path of destiny. Xin Yuan was shocked upon hearing this. He knew how proud Xian Yuanming was. During that era, there were countless prodigies, holy sons of sacred lands, Tao sons of ancient families, and heirs of celestial platforms. In the face of those people, he could still say one sentence: "Come, let us fight." He never felt inferior to anyone. He believed he lacked time. Given time, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even longer, he could suppress all. But now when mentioning that person, only reverence appeared on his face. Should we tell him? Xin Yuan said, and Xian Yuanming turned to look at the two in the peach grove, where the girl named Nian Yuan was playing the zither, and the Nine Lives deity was dancing with the sword. Their eyes occasionally met, filled with tenderness and smiles. Just as Xian Yuanming was about to speak, a voice came from beyond the 10-mile peach grove. The master of the 31st Hall of the Divine Demon Palace, Yun Tao. Do you dare to fight, Tao son of the human realm? The words broke the tranquility of the 10-mile peach grove. The Nine Lives deity and Nian Yuan both looked towards the outside of the peach grove, where a young man in black stood in the sky, gazing directly at Xian Yuanming. Divine Demon Palace, what is that? Nian Yuan asked. The Nine Lives deity shook his head. A sect of cultivators. He said. Nian Yuan nodded, not asking further. She simply held the hand of the Nine Lives deity and watched Xian Yuanming walk out of the 10-mile peach grove. This was Xian Yuanming's first time walking out of the 10-mile peach grove since arriving at the Nine Lives Sea. Even knowing that countless people awaited him outside, he still stepped out. So you still dare to come out? The master of the 31st Hall of the Divine Demon Palace, Yun Tao said, while looking at Xian Yuanming. He spoke indifferently, and behind him many people were present, but they dared not advance due to his presence. The Divine Demon Palace is the true supreme overlord of the 3,000 seas. What is there to be afraid of? Xian Yuanming replied lightly, standing in the sky as if he had returned to an endless time before, reminiscent of his confrontation with the prodigies of the western heaven before entering the Celestial Emperor's palace. I do not deceive you. You are only at the 7th level of the creation realm. I will suppress my cultivation to the 7th level and fight you. During this period, no one shall dare to interfere with this battle. Yun Tao said as he glanced around. Countless people retreated. This was his pride as a prodigy of this era, to defeat the Tao son of the human realm at the same cultivation level. Xian Yuanming looked at him and smiled. There is no need to lower your cultivation. You may fight as you wish. If you have any divine weapons bestowed upon you by the Divine Demon Palace, use them all, otherwise you will not last 10 breaths. His words were simple, yet caused countless people to tremble. Yun Tao frowned, but instead of being angry, his fighting spirit grew stronger. Very arrogant. Good. Then let me see what abilities you truly possess. Yun Tao made his move, still suppressing his cultivation, using the 7th level of the creation realm to manifest the stars of the universe, forming an array in an instant, and then pressing down towards Xian Yuanming. Xian Yuanming simply pointed to the sky, and a torrent of bloodline power surged forth like a dragon emerging from the depths, shredding the entire array of stars, forcing Yun Tao to retreat repeatedly. When he steadied himself and looked at Xian Yuanming, a serious expression appeared on his face. Celestial bloodline. He said, no longer suppressing his cultivation. Using his peak power in the creation realm, he manifested a large star and smashed it down towards Xian Yuanming, whose pupils revealed the power of fate. With a single gesture, countless threads of causality were severed, and the large star that had been manifested collapsed directly. Yun Tao spat blood and retreated, looking at Xian Yuanming in disbelief. The path of fate, he exclaimed, no longer possessing his previous arrogance. The Nine Lives deity was also momentarily stunned, then smiled. You have lost. Xian Yuanming said, withdrawing his hand, standing with hands clasped behind him, quietly watching Yun Tao, who looked deeply at Xian Yuanming before turning to leave. Live and await my next challenge against you, he said, then glanced at the surrounding sky. Outside the 10-mile peach grove above the creation realm, all beings leave none behind. As soon as the words left his mouth, the guards of the 32nd Hall of the Divine Demon Palace acted simultaneously, blood staining the sky. After the people of the Divine Demon Palace departed, the sky was left empty. The Divine Demon Palace did not send only Yun Tao to challenge Xinyuan Ming. This became a test task for the palace masters below the celestial realm. However, some did not even reach the 10-mile peach grove before returning defeated. In a piece of starry sky, a burly man looked at the youth holding a firewood knife in front of him with a face full of disbelief. "Who are you?" he asked. "Yibu Zheng," the young man replied, marking the first time this name appeared in the 3000 Seas. In the 72 halls of gods and demons, each hall master is one of the strongest prodigies from the 3000 realms, yet on the same day, they suffered 2 defeats at the hands of the same prodigy. "Yibu Zheng, I will remember you." This was the master of the 67th Hall of the Gods and Demons, watching the departing youth with a slight frown. A group of guards from the Gods and Demons Hall stood behind, their faces filled with shock as they struggled to comprehend that their master had lost in his first battle since emerging into the world. A woodcutting knife had driven their master into a corner of despair. "Master, given the direction he is heading, he should be going to the 9 Lives Sea. Should we pursue him?" A guard spoke, but the master of the 67th Hall shook his head. "There's no need to follow. Having been in the Gods and Demons Hall for too long, it's time for me to walk the world again. I can lose, but it must be only once. Ahead lies the Wangyue Sea. Let us make a trip to the ancient lands of Wangyue." He declared, undeterred by his defeat, his eyes filled with battle intent, brimming with fierce determination to challenge the prodigies of the world. The guards exchanged glances, nodding slightly. The ancient lands of Wangyue boasts 10 prodigies. Among them, the top-ranked prodigy is said to have awakened an immortal physique unmatched within his realm. The other prodigies should not pose much difficulty for the master, but this one requires caution. They noted as their duty was to assist the master in gathering various information from the 3000 realms, including details about prodigies, powerful beings, and secret realms. Being closely tied to the master's fate, the stronger the master becomes, the more training resources they can obtain, even receiving teachings directly from the formidable beings of the 10 great empires of gods and demons. Of course, should the master perish, all of them would be cast into the gods and demons prison for 100,000 years. Those who endure would return to the 72 halls, but more than half would die in the prison. In general, the instances of a master of the gods and demons hall dying are rare, as few forces in the 3000 realms dare to kill members of the gods and demons hall. The Northern Bright Sea. This is a realm adjacent to the Bright Sea and also the closest route from the Bright Sea to the 9 Lives Sea. A beam of light descended from the endless starry sky, piercing through the vast expanse, landing before the pinnacle force of the Northern Bright Sea. A young man clad in radiant battle attire, wielding a luminous spear. "My lord, the Son of Light, I challenge the prodigies of your realm. Are you willing to battle?" An elder stood behind him, gazing at the grand palace before them. His words stirred tumultuous waves, and in an instant hundreds of thousands of streams of light erupted from the palace, countless gazes fixating on the Son of Light. The reincarnation of the human realm's Tao child, sealed for countless ages, had emerged, prompting many prodigies from the 3000 realms to follow suit, all eager to battle the Tao child of the human realm. In the era of the human realm, the prodigies of the human race suppressed the prodigies of the 3000 realms, with any one of them capable of overwhelming countless prodigies from the realms. Although they had not lived through that era, they had read extensively in ancient texts. Their emergence aimed to surpass this human realm Tao child, proving that it was not due to the Tao child's strength, but merely their absence from that time. Moreover, this was also an opportunity for various forces to showcase their younger generation's power to the 3000 realms. The younger generation symbolizes the future. The Son of Light was on his way to the 9 Lives Sea, passing through the Northern Bright Sea to challenge its prodigies, marking his first battle to make a name for himself in the 3000 realms. The Son of Light. Someone exclaimed, having recognized his identity. Close to the Bright Sea, they had long heard of this Son of Light and knew of his formidable strength. At the pinnacle of the Northern Bright Sea, a force known as the Northern Bright Palace existed. At this moment, the Tao child of the Northern Bright Palace was receiving guests in a courtyard, his visitors being 2 prodigies from the Xinhua and Tuoba clans. Hearing the voice from outside the Northern Bright Palace, he frowned and looked towards the starry sky outside. The Son of Light, rumored to be the biological child of the Lord of Light, has followed him since birth, comprehending the rhythms of the celestial path day and night. His understanding of the great Tao has far surpassed his current realm. He is merely solidifying this realm and can break into the celestial realm at any moment. A woman in white said within the courtyard, another prodigy of the Northern Bright Palace. She gazed at the youth enveloped in the power of light outside the Northern Bright Palace, speaking with focus. "I will go and test him." The Tao Child of the Northern Bright Palace said, rising and giving a slight bow to Xinhua before him. Brother Xinhua, wait here a moment while I take you to see the divine platform of our Northern Bright Palace, which bears the inscriptions of all the powerful beings from the primordial realm since ancient times. I will return shortly, he said, and the woman in white stood up, as well looking at Xinhua, and the two from the Tuoba clan, her brow slightly furrowing in confusion. Why would the Tao Child place such importance on these three human beings? Brother Peng, I wish you a victorious flag. Xinhua returned the gesture, noticing that although the Tao Child of the Northern Bright Palace appeared relaxed, his slightly clenched fist revealed the gravity he placed on this battle. The Son of Light, a genius nurtured with utmost care by a celestial titan, had merely stumbled upon an opportunity to enter the Northern Bright Palace and gradually risen to his current status. This battle would be difficult to win, but as the Tao Child of the Northern Bright Palace, he must step out to fight. Peng Yin of the Northern Bright Palace challenges you to battle. A voice echoed from outside the Northern Bright Palace as Peng Yin soared into the air, a terrifying phenomenon erupting behind him. A celestial palace. He extended his hand, summoning a long spear from the void of the celestial palace into his grasp. At this moment, countless gazes from within and outside the Northern Bright Palace fell upon Peng Yin. Many did not know much about the Son of Light, but Peng Yin was known by all. The Tao Child of the Northern Bright Palace, the #1 prodigy of the Northern Bright Sea. The gaze of the Son of Light settled on Peng Yin, golden light streaming from his pupils, causing Peng Yin's expression to shift slightly. In that instant, he felt as though he had been seen through. With your mediocre foundation, how did you cultivate to this realm? The Son of Light remarked lightly, his tone akin to that of an elder addressing a younger generation, carrying an interrogative tone that made many in the Northern Bright Palace frown. Yet Peng Yin was not angered. He merely smiled and shook his head. A hero does not ask about origins, and a genius does not inquire about the path taken to arrive here. Does it matter how I reach this realm? What matters is that I stand before you today. In this battle, you may not necessarily win, he said, yet the Son of Light merely shook his head at him. To be honest, I am quite disappointed. The strongest prodigy of a realm is merely like this, not even comparable to some of the individuals from my holy court of light. His words insulted the entire Northern Bright Sea in an instant, provoking countless waves of anger. Peng Yin's expression shifted as vast thunder erupted from his spear. He thrust it forward, piercing through the starry sky towards the Son of Light. However, the Son of Light did not even draw his spear, merely striking out with his palm. Boom! The entire starry sky shattered as thunder and the power of light intertwined, radiating for thousands of miles, and a figure was sent flying amidst the astonished gazes of countless spectators. Then it crashed onto the signboard of the Beiming Palace. Blood flowed down the signboard, and the entire starry sky fell into silence. Too weak. The voice of the Lord of Light echoed as the light spear hovered beside him, resembling a radiant sun illuminating this part of the starry universe. Just one strike. How is that possible? Countless people gasped in horror. The Daozi of Beiming Palace, who had risen to prominence step by step in front of many witnesses, was undeniably powerful, and many of them were his former subordinates. Yet such a person could not withstand even a single palm strike from the Son of Light. Was the gap truly this vast? Daozi. In the courtyard, a woman in white who had been watching the battle alongside Xinhua rushed out to support Peng Rao, her face filled with concern as she looked at his injuries. Peng Rao shook his head, a hint of dejection on his face as he gazed at the Son of Light, radiating endless brilliance in the starry sky. I lost. He spoke, and the Son of Light looked at him indifferently, adopting a condescending posture without responding, instead gazing at the surrounding starry sky. Is the Beiming Sea really this weak? He said, not merely targeting Peng Rao, but challenging the entire Beiming Sea, igniting the anger of countless people who stared at him with fury. Yet no one dared to truly unleash their anger. The Holy Court of Light was not to be trifled with. Unlike the Wasteland Sea, which possessed a defiant divine being, if the Lord of Light descended, the Beiming Sea would face annihilation. Daozi. A group of elders from Beiming Palace approached Peng Rao, who merely shook his head at them. I'm fine. Now is not the time to quarrel with them. Let him speak. Time is long, and the situation in the world cannot remain unchanged forever. Beiming Palace will not end here. There will be opportunities in the future. He said, his words bringing relief to the elders of Beiming Palace, who suppressed their anger as they looked at the Son of Light in the starry sky. But just then a voice rang in their ears. Brother Peng, may I give it a try? They turned to the side, where a young man dressed in red with a longbow on his back stood beneath the signboard of Beiming Palace, looking up at the arrogant Son of Light. Xinhua, he said somewhat hesitantly, as several elders from Beiming Palace looked on with uncertainty. Xinhua and the two talented members of the Tuoba clan did not conceal their identities, and it was immediately obvious to everyone that they were from the human race. The Daozi was actually connected to the human race. It's fine, don't worry. Although the Son of Light is more powerful than Xinhua, is not an ordinary person, among his peers none can compare to him. In terms of background, Xinhua is not inferior to him. The Tuoba clan's genius said, and Peng Rao looked at the Tuoba genius, then at Xinhua, feeling a tremor of realization before nodding. Be careful, he said, and Xinhua merely smiled lightly. Flames erupted from him initially as a few sparkles, but quickly forming a blazing tide that dimmed the surrounding light. Countless eyes were drawn to him. A person they had never seen before walked out from Biming Palace. Even Peng Rao followed behind him with the support of several elders. The gaze of the Son of Light also fell upon Xinhua. Human race, he exclaimed, and the two words shocked countless people, revealing Xinhua's identity. The Daozi of the human realm awakened after endless ages, shaking the 3,000 seas with the chaos of the corpse demons. The human race, a group that had almost faded into the dust of history, reappeared in the sight of countless beings. They only knew that the Daozi of the human realm was in the Nine Lives Sea, but they did not expect that there were humans in the Biming Sea hidden within Biming Palace. Human race, Xinhua. Xinhua said calmly, not hiding his identity as a human, nor concealing his name, stating it in front of countless beings in the starry sky. The Son of Light was momentarily stunned, then he smiled. I had originally intended to go to the Nine Lives Sea to find that Daozi of the human realm, but unexpectedly, I encountered another human genius here. Very well, let this be a prelude to a battle. Let me see what kind of strength the human genius truly possesses. Your cultivation is at the 6th level of the creation realm. I won't suppress you with my cultivation, but will fight you at the 6th level of the creation realm. If you lose, you shall die, or if you win, you may live. He declared, suppressing his cultivation to the 6th level of the creation realm, and without wielding his spear, he simply struck out a palm toward Xinhua. To him, whether it was the Daozi of Biming, the Daozi of the human realm, or this human before him, it mattered not. Once he emerged, he was invincible, and all geniuses would be trampled beneath his feet. Xinhua watched him and smiled lightly, also striking out a palm. Boom! The vast light was torn apart by the blazing fire, causing the Son of Light's expression to change slightly as a terrifying force descended, sending his entire body flying thousands of miles. Xinhua stepped forward, crossing thousands of miles, and then took another step towards the Son of Light. You dare! The Son of Light, furious, gripped the light spear in his hand and thrust it at Xinhua, gathering endless power of light into a single point, causing the surrounding starry sky to collapse towards that point. Die! A single thrust sent Xinhua flying, piercing his right shoulder. Yet Xinhua merely glanced at the wound, which quickly healed, and then he removed the bow from his back, doing nothing else, causing countless hearts in the starry sky to tremble. My lord, be careful. That bow has a great origin, one of the protectors of the Son of Light warned, but this remark seemed to touch upon something in the Lord of Light, who unexpectedly turned his first strike towards his protector. The protector did not evade, bracing against the blow. His bow has a great origin, it does, my spear not. This was personally bestowed upon me by the Father God, and with the blessing of the Father God, I can suppress all enemies in the world. He proclaimed, directly raising his spear to strike at Xinhua, and as he charged forward with his spear, a holy seat of light appeared behind him, with a towering figure standing upon it. The Lord of Light. Countless people were astonished as this strike actually summoned the manifestation of the Lord of Light. They turned to the other side and saw Xinhua, drawing his bow as the power of the soul and the power of fire converged on the bow, forming a terrifying arrow. Simultaneously, in opposition to the Lord of Light, an extraordinary phenomenon also emerged behind Xinhua, with a majestic figure standing in the endless void beneath which the myriad realms collapsed. Unlike the Lord of Light, who was resplendent, this figure wore simple white robes, held a book, and gazed quietly at the vast starry sky, yet his might was no less than that of the Lord of Light. Another great figure of the immortal stage. They were shocked, especially Peng Rao, who had not expected that the person he casually invited to Biming would possess such a terrifying background. Of course, he did not believe that the great figure of the immortal stage was of the human race. He merely thought that Xinhua had become a disciple of a great figure from the 3,000 realms. From the Hunyuan realm to the Xiantai realm, this represents a true leap of life, aptly described as a transformation from human to divine. Heaven envies the divine, thus it brings calamities upon those who aspire to enter the Xiantai realm. The nature of these calamities varies among different beings. The beings of the 3,000 realms refer to this as the God-extinguishing tribulation, which manifests in various forms, such as the thunder tribulation, fire tribulation, and soul-severing tribulation, among others. Only those who can survive the God-extinguishing tribulation are allowed to enter the Xiantai realm, and these tribulations often cause great upheaval, shaking an entire realm, or even more dramatically. When a new giant of the Xiantai realm emerges, many beings in the 3,000 realms will be aware of it. However, among the giants born in this era, there is no human. Humans serving under some Xiantai giants is not unprecedented. However, most of these humans feel little connection to their own kind and even harbor disdain. Once there was a human known as Bingxian Shinzun who served under a Xiantai giant and killed more humans than any of the beings in the 3,000 realms. It turns out to be one who has forsaken his identity as a human. No wonder he dares to appear in the 3,000 realms. However, from the moment you gave up your human identity, you have already lost. How can a coward who has lost the heart of invincibility contend with me? The voice of the Son of Light rang out. With a single strike, the path and rules across the entire starry expanse were pierced, the tip of the spear even transforming into a black hole. Shinho gazed at him, drawing back his bow, and released an arrow. Flame and soul power intertwined and merged, transforming into a haunting ghost fire capable of scorching 1,000 miles of void, deterring countless paths from approaching. The Path of Fusion. Countless onlookers were stunned at this scene. The Path of Fusion, such a defiant path, had appeared, and one of its aspects was the most enigmatic soul path in the 3,000 realms. No wonder a Xiantai giant would take him as a disciple. It is also no wonder that he emerged at this time, someone commented. All this originates from that Tao child of the human realm. But now the center of the vortex in the 3,000 realms is the Nine Lives realm, the place where the Nine Lives deity resides. That individual also walks the path of fusion. He has emerged for the Nine Lives deity. Countless people gasped, and in the next instant they saw the spear of light and the arrow collide, the ultimate power of light meeting the ghost fire. Sizzle, the starry expanse ignited, revealing the essence of the void from which countless chaotic streams of void surged forth. In the next moment, both figures were sent flying backward. One person stabilized with a slight tremor, while the other was stained with blood against the starry sky. The crowd's gaze fell upon the blood-stained figure, their expressions shaken. The Son of Light has been defeated. They were astonished to realize that this bloodied, retreating figure was the Son of Light, a formerly invincible being who had now lost to the Tao child of the North Ming, but fell to an unfamiliar individual. Shinho. Everyone remembered this name. How could this be? The Son of Light looked at the dim spear in his hand, clearly seeing a dark spot on it. It was not just him, but the light spear granted by the Father God had also been vanquished. Defeated by that bow. My lord, do you want me to kill him? A guardian looked towards Shinho on the other side of the starry expanse, prompting a cold glance from the Son of Light. The guardian fell silent. Are you trying to die by killing him here? The Son of Light said, his gaze settling on Shinho, who stood with his long bow, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He did not resemble those who had been tainted by the mortal world, but rather had a youthful demeanor. He actually lost to such a person. No wonder he is a prodigy of the human race favored by the Xiantai giants. Even that so-called Tao child of the human realm would likely not be your match in a battle at the same level. However, it does not necessarily mean we must fight to the death. We both come from the Xiantai forces, and in a certain sense we are actually the same. Perhaps we could become friends. He said, no longer suppressing his cultivation, stepping into the half-step Tongtian realm, his aura several times stronger than before, undeterred by the previous battle. Instead, he displayed a hint of friendliness towards Shinho. Shinho looked at him and smiled. Friends, he said, nodding. Yes, this vast world needs some people to take charge. Those in power have grown old, lost their spirit, and fear this, and that. The next era will be our time. Let us join forces and dominate the next era. He said, looking around with unparalleled arrogance. The power of light surged in all directions, causing even the elders of the North Ming Palace to dare not voice their anger. Shinho listened to his words, merely shaking his head, a trace of coldness evident in his eyes. What you say is good, but we can only be enemies. Those words instantly extinguished the smile on the Son of Light's face, and the atmosphere turned icy. A group of guardians rushed to the side of the Son of Light. Similarly, Peng Rao and the elders of the North Ming Palace also moved to stand behind Shinho. This is the North Ming Palace. An elder of the North Ming Palace spoke. The Son of Light frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over the group from the North Ming Palace. Then he cast a deep glance at Shinho and turned to leave. Shinho, I hope next time you can still say such words. As the Son of Light departed, he took all the members of the Holy Court of Light with him, allowing the elders of the North Ming Palace to breathe a sigh of relief. They also felt pressure facing the Holy Court of Light. The ambitions of the Light Realm were evident. It seemed they only needed a reason to invade the North Ming Realm, which could not withstand the invasion of the Light Realm. Thank you. Shinho looked at the elders of the North Ming Palace, giving a slight bow. The elders of the North Ming Palace hurriedly returned the gesture. Young friend, there's no need for such formality. It is we who should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, we at the North Ming Palace would still be wondering how to resolve this situation. As for offending the Light Realm, even without this incident, they have long coveted our North Ming realm. Sooner or later the North Ming realm will have a battle with the Light Realm, they said, and when the Light Realm was mentioned, the atmosphere slightly darkened. We hope that when that day comes, young friend, and your sect can extend a helping hand, the beings of the North Ming Palace and the North Ming realm will be immensely grateful, they said, and Xinhis' expression grew serious. He understood their meaning, yet he could not make decisions for his master, even though he knew his master would likely agree. My master is a free-spirited person. I do not know what he will decide, and I have not seen him for a long time, but he should be paying attention to the Light Realm. The invasion of the Light Realm into the Wild Heaven Realm originated from the starry sky of the Xian Huang Great World. There is no way my master would be unaware. The Lord of Light is powerful, but it is uncertain whether he can safely emerge from the Light Realm. The flame of the embers did not linger long in the Biming Palace, and after borrowing the cross-border teleportation array, it departed from the Biming Sea, escorted by a group of divine beings from the Biming Palace. They knew where the flame was headed, to the Nine Lives Sea. Not only the flame, but many from the 3,000 seas were also making their way there. The Nine Lives divine being is about to perish. A supreme divine being skilled in the art of heavenly mechanics uttered this prophecy, causing many powerhouses from the 3,000 seas to rush towards the Nine Lives Sea. Though the Nine Lives divine being had not yet stepped into the immortal stage, he was no different from any other immortal giant. What he left behind along with the path of integration could attract countless beings. The seventh palace of the Divine Demon Hall. Are you going to? Divine Seven looked at Qin Ming, his face puzzled. This person had merely focused on cultivation since arriving at the Divine Demon Hall, and had rarely ventured out of the seventh palace, hardly recognizing the other palace masters. Yet this time he surprisingly showed interest in a Nine Lives divine being. Is it because of that person from the human realm? He continued, mentioning that several palace masters from the 72 palaces of the Divine Demon Hall were focused on defeating that person from the human realm. Although Qin Ming should not be interested in such fame, this was the only reason he could think of. To meet someone. She simply stated, dressed in a white gown, standing at the edge of the palace, letting the heavenly wind brush against her face. No one could discern her thoughts. Divine Seven looked at her and fell silent. Though a palace master had already been defeated by the person from the human realm, reportedly crushed completely, he felt Qin Ming could win. It was just a gut feeling. He had followed 3 palace masters, and this was the only one he could not see through. He did not ask further, reported to the imperial court, arranged everything, and left the Divine Demon Hall's space with Qin Ming. Wanghua Ancient Land. Qin Ming, I have heard that immortal stage giants may appear in the Nine Lives Sea. We should avoid getting involved in this murky water. Qi Beishan looked at Qin Ming and advised. Yi Hongyu and Meng Chuan beside him also nodded. As the saying goes, when a whale falls, myriad things are born. The Nine Lives divine being is now a delicacy coveted by countless individuals, and with the addition of a human realm prodigy, who knows how many will perish. Even the great powers are mere cannon fodder, let alone us. They said, recounting what their elders had warned them, advising them not to get involved in the murky waters of the Nine Lives Sea. Yet now Qin Ming was telling them he was going to the Nine Lives Sea. He looked at the 3 about to speak, when suddenly a voice echoed from the sky. Help me, Qin Ming. Several people turned their gazes, seeing a bald, chubby man sparkling with treasures rushing towards them, followed by a sturdy young man. A group from Wanghua Ancient Land looked at this scene with grim expressions. They did not expect their top genius to escape without fighting a few rounds, shouting for help while fleeing. The master of the 67th palace of the Divine Demon Hall was momentarily stunned by this sight, then took off after them, knowing that the top genius from Wanghua Ancient Land had an immortal constitution. It was not so easy to be defeated. He'll blow you up. Luda threw a treasure at the master of the Divine Demon Hall, which exploded before even reaching him, slowing the master's pursuit. Then Luda quickly hid behind Qin Ming. The master of the Divine Demon Hall emerged from the explosion, his expression also grim, and then he saw Luda hiding behind a young man carrying a long sword. His brows furrowed. Is there still a genius from Wanghua Ancient Land? Who are you? He looked at Qin Ming and asked, while several people from Wanghua Ancient Land also turned to Qin Ming, knowing that Luda and the others had brought back a human prodigy. This was their first encounter. Human Qin Ming. Qin Ming replied, saying no more, drawing his sword, and with a single slash cleaved the heavens and earth, unleashing the 3 paths of sword, thunder, and slaughter simultaneously. Countless people turned pale. The master of the Divine Demon Hall's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly threw a punch, being sent flying back 1,000 miles with his entire hand nearly severed from his body. He was horrified, and a group of guards from the Divine Demon Hall arrived, instantly looking at him with concern. He waved his hand, incredulously staring at Qin Ming. That one sword nearly killed him. You fused 3 paths, are you insane? He said the 9 lives divine being had fused 2 paths and reached the peak of the mixed origin realm, being called mad by countless people, yet this person was even crazier. He directly fused 3 paths. Qin Ming merely looked at him calmly. Do you want to come again? This single sentence made those around him and the guards of the Divine Demon Hall tense. This was a palace master of the Divine Demon Hall, yet they felt Qin Ming was truly ready to kill him. His entire demeanor was fierce, with the appearance of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood surrounding him, as if he were about to draw his sword and kill at any moment. The master of the Divine Demon Hall shook his head. "Am not coming again, I concede," he said for the first time, revealing a look of dejection, having just left the Divine Demon Hall, and he had already been defeated twice, both times by individuals he had never heard of. Was it not said that anyone who could enter the Divine Demon Hall was among the strongest prodigies of the 3,000 seas? He thought this trip would make him famous in the 3,000 seas, but unexpectedly, he had encountered setbacks right from the start, leading him to involuntarily harbor some self-doubt. Crack! The sword returned to its sheath, and Qin Ming's gaze shifted away from him, looking at Lu De beside him, who grinned and stepped out from behind Qin Ming. "Qin Ming, you truly are exceptional," he said, while Yi Hongyu and Meng Chuan looked stunned for a long time before regaining their senses, staring at Qin Ming as if he were a monster. "The 9 lives sea, are we going?" Qin Ming directly asked Lu De. Lu De was taken aback. "Can't we not go? If you don't go, I will go alone." "All right, I'll risk it and go with you." In just a few short exchanges, they reached a consensus. Yi Hongyu and the others looked on helplessly and followed along. "When are we leaving?" Lu De asked again. "Now." "All right." Then, under the gaze of countless people, they made their way out of Wangyue ancient land, while the master of the 67th palace of the Divine Demon Hall watched Qin Ming's back, slightly focused, suddenly recalling something. "Do you know Yi Bujing?" he suddenly asked. Qin Ming abruptly stopped and turned to look at him. The master of the 67th palace took a deep breath, his face showing a trace of bitterness. "You indeed know him. All human beings, I did not expect that Xie Chuan would be defeated twice in such a short time, and you all know each other. You wouldn't be brothers, would you?" he asked again. At this moment, not only Xie Chuan, but also Lu De, Yi Hongyu, and many people from Wangyue ancient land turned their gazes to Qin Ming, realizing he had a significant background. "Sort of," Qin Ming replied with just 2 words before walking away. Xie Chuan listened to Qin Ming's answer, looking puzzled. What did "sort of" mean? Was it not said that all prodigies were in the Divine Demon Hall? Could it be that this was even stronger than the Divine Demon Hall? The 9 lives realm sea. Those at the primordial chaos realm were forbidden to enter, all remaining outside its bounds, either manifesting their own domains seated upon lotus platforms or standing amidst the void. Each terrifying vision represented a mighty primordial chaos divine sovereign who had already occupied billions of miles of starry sky, blocking every path into the 9 lives realm sea. Of course, if any being wished to enter the 9 lives realm sea, they would not obstruct them, for they too had sent many below the primordial chaos realm inside. Truly worthy of the 9 lives divine sovereign. Though his end is near, he has endured for so long that even the art of celestial divination cannot fully predict his death. A primordial chaos divine sovereign spoke, gazing at the 9 lives realm sea with solemnity. A heaven-defying divine sovereign who walks the path of fusion. Though the heavenly Tao has severed their way forward, as long as they have not ascended to that realm, they remain invincible. Called a heaven-defying divine sovereign, there must always be something extraordinary about them. Yet we have never truly seen the 9 lives divine sovereign in action, nor know if he is as mighty as legend claims. Despite these words, none dared to enter the 9 lives realm sea, especially those who truly understood what it meant to be a heaven-defying divine sovereign. A faint trace of fear lingered in their gazes as they looked upon the 9 lives realm sea. Suddenly, someone's eyes fell upon a figure flying toward it, and they frowned slightly. A human. This person, clad in a simple green robe with a woodcutter's axe at his waist, possessed a cultivation of the 7th level of the creation realm. Passing through the visions of the primordial chaos divine sovereigns, he did not even conceal his human identity. The human realm's Tao child has appeared, so it's natural for a human to show up. Sending only a creation realm cultivator suggests they do not fully trust this Tao child. What has gotten into the 9 lives divine sovereign protecting the human realm's Tao child? Does he think the human race can save him? The path of fusion was proposed by a human realm Tao ancestor, but it remains mere theory. Even that Tao ancestor likely does not know if it is feasible. Yi Bujing walked through the special domain formed by the primordial chaos divine sovereigns and stepped directly into the 9 lives realm sea alongside many others. Some came from the factions of those primordial chaos divine sovereigns outside the 9 lives realm sea, while others were rogue cultivators drawn by a sliver of opportunity. Yi Bujing did not know where the 10-mile peach forest was, so he simply followed the crowd. Though the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign is a heaven-defying one, he never founded any faction, only this 10-mile peach forest said to be his Tao companion's abode. It is but an ordinary patch of mortal soil, yet because of the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign, it is no longer ordinary, rivaling the sacred lands of the 3,000 Realms Sea. If the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign perishes, everything he possesses, opportunities, fortune, and more, should be there. Those divine sovereigns wait for him to pass away, but we can wait directly outside the 10-mile peach forest. We might yet get there before them. They spoke, each filled with excitement and fervor. Yi Bujing listened quietly to their chatter. Inside the 10-mile peach forest, the scene remained the same. Within the peach grove, blossoms flew through the air as one person played a zither and another danced with a sword, while Xianyuan Ming and the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign's disciple stood silently by. Hard to imagine, isn't it? This is the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign. The disciple smiled at Xianyuan Ming, who looked at him momentarily dazed. What was strange here was not only the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign, but also his disciple. By all logic, a being like the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign should have a disciple with a heaven-defying talent. Yet this disciple's aptitude was utterly ordinary, barely reaching the creation realm. Outsiders believe my master gained his path through a miraculous opportunity, and that he must have left some incredible creation in the 10-mile peach forest. But the reason he remains here is solely because of her. As for the path of Tao fusion, there is no shortcut. My master never taught me how to fuse the Tao, but he never thought me incapable either. Follow your heart, and all will come naturally. That is the Tao my master imparted to me. He spoke, seemingly never troubled by his own cultivation or circumstances. Xianyuan Ming looked at him, and suddenly felt he was not so ordinary after all. You must prepare yourself early. Once my master dies, everything here will be destroyed, and you will be the first to suffer. He then addressed Xianyuan Ming. Xianyuan Ming was about to respond when his expression shifted, and he looked beyond the 10-mile peach forest. The 10-mile peach forest lay within a starry secret realm, but its grade was low, inferior even to ordinary life-bearing stars. It was as if the Creator had casually forgotten it amidst the cosmos. Now thousands of miles around the 10-mile peach forest were devoid of life. Even those coveting it dared not approach, while the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign still lived. But at this moment a figure broke through the crowd and stepped directly into this starry realm. Clad in a simple green robe with a blade at his waist, he walked toward the 10-mile peach forest under countless gazes. Brother, have you lost your mind? The 9 Lives Divine Sovereign has not yet died. There is no rush. Someone warned him, but he seemed not to hear, walking straight to the edge of the 10-mile peach forest. Zhao Ming, the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign's disciple, also fixed his gaze on this person. A human. He was momentarily stunned. A peach blossom drifted down, transforming into a woman in a red dress, a maid of Nian Yuan, who approached the newcomer. All the others wait at a distance. Why have you come? Yi Bujing looked at the woman before him, then into the 10-mile peach forest, first seeing the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign and Nian Yuan before his gaze settled on Xianyuan Ming. I am looking for someone. He then stepped directly into the forest. Zhao Ming frowned and was about to speak when he saw the human realm's Tao child, Xianyuan Ming, approach. Yi Bujing, Xianyuan Ming said. He had little contact with Yi Bujing, but he knew that anyone connected to the master was never an ordinary person. I heard you were ambushed. I came to help, Yi Bujing said. Xianyuan Ming was taken aback, then looked at the countless beings in the distant starry sky and shook his head slightly. You should not have come, he said. Yi Bujing merely glanced at him. We both came from the master's courtyard. Though neither of us formally became his disciple, we have both received his grace. We are of the same lineage. Moreover, this is not just your matter. It is a matter for the human race. At these words, the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign, who had paused his sword dance to observe, smiled. Of the same lineage. Are you like him, someone awakened from a seal by a human powerhouse? Did you know each other in the human realm era? Is that so-called master your elder? He said, and Nian Yuan also turned her gaze. Matters of the human race would surely pique anyone's curiosity in this world. Xianyuan Ming was taken aback, then shook his head. He is not like me, sealed until this era. He was born in this age. As for the master, he is indeed an elder. The 9 Lives Divine Sovereign paused, seemingly trying to comprehend Xianyuan Ming's words, but the next moment a ferocious expression appeared on his face. The entire peach grove underwent a sudden change. Gu Yuan. A voice echoed and a hand grasped the trembling hand of the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign. The fierce look on his face quivered slightly before gradually subsiding. He glanced at Nian Yuan, showing a hint of apology. I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself again. It's fine. Nian Yuan interrupted him, gently hugging him, then expressed her apologies to Xianyuan Ming and Yi Buzheng before leaving with the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign. Watching their retreating figures, even Xianyuan Ming sighed softly. He is nearing death. He spoke forcibly, extending his life to this point, yet he could no longer withstand the erosion of time, his mind teetering on the brink of collapse. Once he broke down, death would follow. Can the master save him? Yibu Zheng inquired, to which Xianyuan Ming shook his head. I don't know. The master is also in an unusual state. I can sense that he is still in this world, but for some reason it seems he hasn't moved for a long time. If the master were present, perhaps there would be a way to save him. They conversed while Zhao Ming listened nearby, his face filled with shock. You can save the master, he said, his voice trembling, unable to contain his excitement. Yibu Zheng and Xianyuan Ming looked at him, and both shook their heads. It's not us, it's the master, but he should be in a special state right now, and we don't know when he will recover. It could be a year, 100 years, or perhaps 1,000 or 10,000 years, they said, causing Zhao Ming's previously racing heart to sink once more. He looked at the two, exhaling heavily. In his view, his master might not even last a month, let alone 1,000 or 10,000 years. It's okay, this is likely what my master meant by fate. All beings have predetermined destinies and endings, and even the Tao ancestor finds it difficult to defy fate, let alone us. We must face our own destinies, he said, giving a slight bow to the two before departing, his figure dejected as he walked towards where the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign and Yin Yuan were. Upon seeing the two, he once again revealed a smile. Days later, people from the 7th Hall of the Divine Demon Palace arrived. Even the Divine Seven did not enter the 9 Lives Sea, remaining outside and watching as Qinggu entered. Another human race. Nearby, a Hunyuan Divine Sovereign frowned at this scene. The prodigy from the Divine Demon Palace turned out to be a human, and one they had never heard of before. Qinggu. Upon seeing Qinggu, Xianyuan Ming displayed a serious expression for the first time. Aside from his master, she was the only person in that courtyard who made him feel pressured. One of the earliest followers of the master. Yibu Zheng's expression also became solemn. Although their group had never ranked among themselves, in his heart Qinggu was the senior sister, while Qin Ming was the senior brother. They were the master's closest companions. Zhao Ming, watching this scene nearby, was slightly astonished. Xianyuan Ming was the one who had awakened in this era after being sealed for endless ages as a giant of the human realm. How could he have such trepidation towards one person? The human race does not consist of just you. You are not the Tao child of the human realm, and the master does not need you to make these sacrifices. You underestimate the master too much. Qinggu looked at Xianyuan Ming and said. Her calm words left Xianyuan Ming with nothing to retort, and he simply listened quietly. Qinggu also turned to gaze at the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign, who was already exuding a hint of death energy, and the rationality in his eyes was diminishing. Can you hold on? Qinggu looked at him and asked. The 9 Lives Divine Sovereign raised his head to look at her, momentarily dazed, then nodded. I can. Then hold on, as since you have endured this long, you should not falter at this final step. The path of Tao integration is not a dead end. There are still those who can reach the pinnacle through this path, she said, causing the murky eyes of the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign to shine once more, albeit briefly, yet it was enough. Is there really such a person? Yes, as long as you are alive, you will see him come, Qinggu replied, causing Xianyuan Ming and Yibu Zheng behind her to look at each other in shock, struggling to suppress the emotions stirring within. Will the master come? If someone were to ask them, they would say it is possible, but Qinggu directly stated he would definitely come. At this moment, the ever-composed Yin Yuan revealed an uncontrollable excitement on her face, her gaze fixated on Qinggu. Is there truly such a person? Qinggu glanced at her. Yes. Afterward, another person appeared in the peach grove, a woman of unparalleled beauty in white, playing the zither. As the music resonated, it even attracted the sound of phoenix cries. A path of life resided atop the peach grove, seemingly stabilizing the vitality of this realm. There are people beyond people, heavens beyond heavens. It is often said that the geniuses of the world are remarkable, but now seeing it, they are not much different from us. Zhao Ming sighed as he looked at the scene before him. The Tao child of the human realm, who was renowned outside, and that person named Yibu Zheng, were seated amidst the zither music, seemingly comprehending the Tao. After a long while, another person arrived. Outside the 9 Lives Sea, a colossal ancient figure carried a youth with a long bow on his back, walking into the 9 Lives Sea under the gaze of countless beings. Human race, Hunyuan Divine Sovereign. They focused their attention, then saw the colossal ancient figure dissipate, revealing it was merely an avatar. Xinhua, greetings, 9 Lives Divine Sovereign. Xinhua bowed to the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign, then approached Qinggu and Xianyuan Ming. The 9 Lives Divine Sovereign looked at his retreating figure, momentarily dazed. Another one, he murmured. For some reason, after Yibu Zheng, Qinggu, and Xinhua arrived and settled in the peach grove, he felt that the erosion of time had significantly slowed down. It was as if an unknown, mysterious presence had taken notice of this place, causing time to stagnate. Qin Ming, do we really want to go? That is the peach grove, the Tao ground of the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign. Once we go, there will truly be no turning back. The elders especially emphasized before we left that we should avoid attracting too much attention, especially not to. Before finishing his words, they saw a smile emerge on Qin Ming's face as he directly stepped into the peach grove. Lu De and Yi Hongyu were taken aback, exchanging glances. That guy, he's going all in. Lu De said, directly following suit. Though Yi Hongyu and the others were reluctant, they too followed along. Having come this far, they could not turn back. Then they witnessed an astonishing scene in the peach grove. A stunning human woman sat cross-legged in the void, playing the zither, surrounded by ethereal phoenix shadows, various pathways of aura flowing around her. Then there were the others, Xianyuan Ming, the Tao child of the human realm, who had long received his portrait from the moonlit ancient land, now also sitting in the peach grove comprehending the Tao. Though they had never seen the true path of fate, they knew that the aura surrounding Xianyuan Ming was that of the path of fate. Then there was a youth clad in green robes with a woodcutter's knife suspended beside him. Just one glance at that knife made one feel as if their soul would be torn apart. Finally, there was a somewhat dull-looking youth, a large bow resting beside him with the words Ho-E Bao burning upon it, as if it contained several great suns. The aura of each of these individuals filled them with dread, yet their cultivation levels were not much higher than theirs. Qin Ming stood before these individuals with three paths manifesting on him, his aura merging with theirs, as if they were all one. Monsters. They were shocked at the core. Qin Ming. The sound of the zither ceased, and several people in the peach grove turned to look at Qin Ming. Qin Ge finally revealed a smile on her face, faint, yet illuminating the entire world, leaving Meng Chuan, Lu De, and the others dumbfounded. Then they were suddenly jolted, their gaze returning to Qin Ming. This woman was actually Qin Ming's sister, and the others recognized Qin Ming. And they were all of the human race. Everyone has arrived. A smile appeared on Qin Ming's face, one that Lu De, Yi Hongyu, and the others had never seen before. It was a genuine smile free of defenses. Chu Yin did not come. She follows the new path created by the master, the path of righteousness, which is vastly different from ours, and her method of cultivation is also dissimilar. However, she should also be paying attention to this place. Yi Buzheng said, knowing little about Chu Yin, but they were aware that she was the only one who followed the master to read. The master said that one could achieve the Hunyuan realm through reading, only she truly understood this statement and cultivated along its true meaning. And there's Baizhan. Xianhua added Baizhan was not of the human race, but she too emerged from the Tiandi star and received the master's teachings. I met her once. She said she found traces of the three-eyed divine fox and went to pursue it. Perhaps she is still in some secret realm now. Just a single sentence made everyone slightly attentive. Secret realms represent the unknown, filled with dangers beyond imagination, especially those related to the three-eyed divine fox. According to ancient texts in the 3000 realm, see the three-eyed divine fox is a divine beast from the era of the human realm, unique in the world and a major figure in the celestial stage. It's fine, and no matter where she is or what predicament she falls into, the master will find her. This was said by Xianyuan Ming, the so-called Tao child of the human realm in the 3000 realm. See. As he spoke, Lu De and the others focused their gazes on him. They had never expected to meet the Tao child of the human realm, yet now he was merely a distance of several dozen zhang away, clearly visible to the naked eye. Master. The group exchanged glances and took a deep breath. They had heard Qin Ming mention this so-called master before, but they had never taken him seriously, even thinking he might be dead. But it seemed completely otherwise now. Whether it was the Tao child of the human realm or the others, they all spoke of the master with utmost respect, even treating him as a form of belief. The 9 Lives Divine Sovereign had also arrived, quietly listening to the group's recounting, then gazing into the vast starry sky, lost in thought. With one final sigh, he turned to leave. Gu Yuan, do you hear? There are still those who walk the path of unity in this world. This path is not severed, you still have hope. In the peach grove, Nian Yuan gently leaned against the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign, speaking. The 9 Lives Divine Sovereign embraced Nian Yuan, shaking his head slightly. That master might be someone who deeply understands the path of unity, but he may not have walked as far as I have on this journey. In this era, no human has ascended to the celestial stage, yet he is of the human race. He said, seemingly calm, but beneath lay a despair and unwillingness that ordinary people could not comprehend. Perhaps he should have accepted his fate long ago. Though his life was brief, it was equally splendid, at least within these 10,000 years in the 3000 realm. See, no one was unaware of the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign. Even in death, his name could still be inscribed in countless historical records. Upon thinking of this, he smiled. The two nestled beneath the peach tree, gazing up at the myriad stars in the sky. Perhaps the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign once had hopes, and was stirred by Qin Ge and others' words. But upon settling down, he realized that such things were impossible. Tiandi Star, In the small courtyard, the pond's water rippled slightly as the wind blew from afar, scattering fallen leaves, creating a desolate scene in the entire courtyard. Autumn has arrived. One of the dragon clan remarked, looking at the sun in the sky, then at the swirling dry leaves, finally landing on Lin Fan. In the cycle of the 4 seasons and the rotation of the sun and moon, this was the rule Lin Fan had established in this world. They knew that as long as day and night persisted and the seasons continued, the master was still alive. It seems that something has happened outside related to Qin Ming, Qin Ge, and the others. Recently, it appears that more attention has been directed toward the Starry Sword Sea. It must be those from the Light Realm Sea. After so long, they still do not give up, thinking this place is a land of great opportunity. The master is indeed in a land of opportunities, but it may also be the most terrifying forbidden zone for beings in the world. They said, looking toward the Western Mountain. Today marks the Onsen 100 Years Heaven Sacrifice Festival, with Li Yu and Zhao Kuangyi leading the Tiandi Star Domain's people to pay homage to the Western Mountain. Though Lin Fan was asleep, his own Tao rhythm constantly influenced the surrounding heavens and even the entire Star Domain. Now, even within the Tiandi Star Domain, it was regarded as a sacred place for cultivation throughout the 3,000 Realm Sea. Will the Tiandi die? Below the Western Mountain, a demon questioned as the gaze of Demon Emperor Qian Yuan fell upon him, a powerful aura pressing him down to the ground. Only this once, next time it will be death. Ordinary cultivators cannot clearly perceive the changes in this starry sky, but beings like Demon Emperor Qian Yuan, Xian Jian, and Hong Fu can sense the earth-shattering transformations in this starry sky. The constitution and essence of all beings are undergoing metamorphosis. Cultivation has become easier, heavenly materials and earthly treasures are everywhere, and even star cores and source crystals are no longer rare. Even those of average talent can feel the great Tao. The Tiandi slashing out the Starry Sword Sea is to protect the Tiandi Star Domain. This sword severed the external beings prying, allowing us ample time to recuperate. As long as the Sword Sea persists, the Tiandi will not perish. They said together, bowing toward the Western Mountain, all showing a face of respect, including the demon who had spoken earlier. In the small courtyard beneath the Bodhi tree, Lin Fan slightly turned over. The spiritual energy in the Tiandi Star Domain suddenly surged, the sound of the Tao resonating as countless people below the Western Mountain looked up astonished, as if witnessing a miracle. Thank you for the Heavenly Emperor's grace. Led by Li Yu, countless beings bowed down. In the 9 Lives Realm Sea, in the 10-mile Peach Grove, Xianyuan Ming revealed a look of shock as he gazed at the towering figure above the River of Fate. Master. He stared blankly at the figure above the River of Fate, utterly shocked. The figure seemed to stretch even more, growing more majestic, as if taking a step forward. After a long while, his mind withdrew from the River of Fate, looking at the group before him. The master has returned, he said, and with those words, everyone halted their actions, all gazes focused on him, including Zhao Ming, the disciple of the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign. The Heavenly Emperor Star Domain. A brilliant light pierced through the vast ocean of realms, landing before the sea of stars and swords. Standing at a height of 10,000 feet, his eyes seemed to rise like 2 white suns. Yes, this is the place. A sword pierced through the starry sky, thrusting into the space between stars, and then a beam of light descended upon the sword's hilt. The Judgment Divine Sovereign, the supreme being of the Realm of Light, had returned. She also brought another powerful being from the Realm of Light. We previously searched in the wrong place, mistaking a gathering point of humanity for a fragment of the human realm, unaware that the true fragment of the human realm was so close at hand. This Sea of Swords is the means by which that person concealed the fragment of the human realm, she said, seemingly lowering her head before another individual. The towering figure listened to her words, observing the sea of stars and swords with a slight frown. Is the one who harmed you here? He inquired. The Judgment Divine Sovereign nodded. If it is a fragment of the human realm, then it is not surprising that it could injure you. Even a fragment of the human realm left behind after its collapse is beyond our imagination. Its survival to this day indicates the arrangements of a powerful immortal and perhaps even the means of the human clan's Tao ancestors. With such methods, even a being of the celestial realm could harm you, he said, seeming to have seen through something as he looked at the sea of stars and swords, a smile appearing on his face. The fact that it could only injure you without killing you proves that there are no means exceeding the primordial realm within this fragment of the human realm. At most, it could only threaten the divine sovereign who defies the heavens. Sealing off a star domain with the Sea of Swords proves they are afraid. This place is close to my realm of light. They must be afraid of us. Judgment, you must have been intimidated by them. Injuring you is likely their last resort, he said as a vast power of light surged from his body. The light transformed into a grand army, each point of light becoming a soldier. In an instant, it was an army of millions. Go see what lies at the end of this sea of stars and swords, and discover what else those humans have in store." He commanded as the millions of luminous soldiers surged forward into the depths of the sea of stars and swords, while the Judgment Divine Sovereign stood quietly behind him. She was truly a mortal who had cultivated while the person before her was different. He was a fragment of the divine consciousness of the Lord of Light, who had ultimately gained self-awareness, becoming the strongest beneath the Lord of Light in the realm of light. His title is the Light Divine Sovereign. Approaching the level of the divine sovereign who defies the heavens, he even regarded himself as such, and his lifespan was not limited, far surpassing that of the 9 lives divine sovereign. In the distant starry sky, the master of the star building and the president of the Wild Heaven Guild observed this scene, sensing the terror of this light divine sovereign. Yet they also wished to know what lay within the sea of stars and swords. The realm of light truly treats my Wild Heaven Sea as a place they can enter and exit at will. The master of the star building looked at the president of the Wild Heaven Guild and said. The president of the Wild Heaven Guild furrowed his brow slightly. They merely felt that the 2 powerful immortals of the Wild Heaven Sea were no longer present, so they no longer regarded the star building and the Wild Heaven Guild. If it were in the past, they focused their thoughts watching the Light Divine Sovereign and the Judgment Divine Sovereign outside the Sea of Stars, both of them harboring murderous intent. The Wild Heaven Sea once experienced a period of peak in this era of reincarnation, with 2 powerful immortals coexisting in a single lifetime, renowned throughout the 3,000 seas. One Wild Heaven Sovereign made the entire ocean of realms bear his name, followed by the Master of the Star building, ascending to the realm of immortality through the path of void, creating a new era where both powerful immortals soared high. However, this glorious scene did not last long. Both powerful immortals suddenly vanished without a trace. They left no information behind, simply disappearing into thin air. As time passed, neither powerful immortal had news returned. The beings within the 3,000 seas tacitly accepted that the Wild Heaven Sovereign and the Master of the Star Building were dead. Did these 2 powerful immortals truly die? No one could provide an answer. With the 2 powerful immortals absent, it is up to us to uphold the Wild Heaven Sea. Let us see what they can truly find within my Wild Heaven Sea. Is the Heavenly Emperor Star Domain truly a fragment of the human realm? They said. Although the realm of light still has its Lord of Light, they have never feared it, nor have they ever believed that the Wild Heaven Sovereign and the Master of the Star Building were dead. A surge of light flooded into the sea of stars and swords, overwhelming countless sword images like an invading army capturing land piece by piece. Kill. The soldiers, transformed from divine powers, seemed to come alive, shouting in unison, their voices piercing through the sea of swords, reaching the other side. On the other side, countless cultivators from the Heavenly Emperor Star Domain heard the sound and were shaken. They looked towards the Sea of Swords, seeing some light of power emerging from within, as the Sea of Swords, which had spanned over 1,000 years, was being gradually penetrated by the light. This is the means of the Heavenly Emperor. The Sea of Stars and Swords is disappearing, someone said, their expressions grave. As they approached the Sea of Stars and Swords, they no longer bore the same sharpness as before, resembling a fragment of sand that would vanish upon contact. It is not because of the light, but because the Sea of Swords is dissipating by itself. Someone else said, and many seemed to have thought of something, their expressions changing as they looked back towards the direction of the Heavenly Emperor Star, unconsciously taking a deep breath. For over 1,000 years, whether or not they were from the Heavenly Emperor Star, everyone knew that this Sea of Stars and Swords was cleaved by the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor Star. That one seemed to be in slumber, perhaps immersed in some state of cultivation, thus protecting the Heavenly Emperor Star Domain. Now that the Sea of Swords is dissipating, there are only 2 possibilities. Either the Sea of Swords has truly been extinguished by the external light, or that one is about to awaken. Judgment, is this the Sea of Stars and Swords that you say can block you? Outside the Sea of Swords, the Light Divine Sovereign looked at the Judgment Divine Sovereign beside him and said. The Judgment Divine Sovereign gazed at the gradually dissipating Sea of Stars and Swords, her expression filled with confusion. This is indeed a place she had been to before, yet it felt entirely different. It seems you have truly been deceived by these humans. If it were a fragment of the human realm, there should be celestial soldiers to block you. However, after using that once, they must have also suffered great losses, making it difficult to use it a second time. Now this Sea of Stars and Swords is merely an empty shell. I can extinguish it effortlessly, he said, taking a step directly into the collapsing Sea of Swords, then walking out towards the other side of the sea, endless light following him. The Judgment Divine Sovereign watched his figure, recalling the scene she had witnessed in the Sea of Swords, and then thought of the human shadow that had appeared outside the land of the sun. She seemed to have thought of something, her expression changing. It is him. In an instant, she felt a chill run down her spine. She looked at the figure walking through the sea of stars, opened her mouth to warn him, but suddenly felt her soul shudder. It seemed as if a gaze swept over her, and her memories were laid bare in an instant. Without the slightest hesitation, 16 wings of light surged into action, piercing through the starry sky and swiftly departing from the sea of the desolate heavens. The master of the Star Tower and the president of the Desolate Heaven Guild frowned slightly at this scene. The Judgment Divine Sovereign has escaped. This once supreme sovereign who led the forces of the Bright Realm to conquer the sea of the desolate heavens now fled like a lost dog. It seemed as if there was some great terror lurking within that sea of swords. Something's not right, they said solemnly, realizing the strangeness. They had been to this sea of stars before, and when their divine sense penetrated, it felt as if their very souls were being severed. Yet now the bright divine sovereign walked in with great confidence, extinguishing countless sword intents around him with the mere power of light. It was as if someone had opened a door inviting him in. Whooshed! A gust of wind swept through, parting a pool of water in the Sea of Realms, causing the sword sea that had spanned millennia in the starry sky to dissipate. An endless starry sky lay before their eyes. It appeared no different from the surrounding stars, but upon closer inspection, that sky seemed like another world where even the great Tao was suspended between realms. "The Star Eye is on alert," said the master of the Star Tower, holding a crystal that resembled an eyeball pulsing with red light that grew ever more intense. This was a celestial weapon left by the master of the Star Tower, the core of the Star Tower world, capable of observing the entire sea of the desolate heavens and serving as a warning system. Since the departure of the master of the Star Tower, the Star Eye has only sounded the alarm once, when the 9 lives divine sovereign traversed the 3,000 seas and arrived at the sea of the desolate heavens. He continued gazing at the vast starry sky with a grave expression. The two exchanged glances and stepped back. A thin line separated them, as if 2 worlds existed. The bright divine sovereign was unaware that the judgment divine sovereign had left, nor did he know that the master of the Star Tower and the president of the Desolate Heaven Guild had retreated billions of miles from this starry expanse. He saw many cultivators before him, most of them sword practitioners, many of whom were human, all gazing at him in shock. "Humans," he said, lightly scanning the starry sky, but felt his divine sense restricted, able only to see within a radius of 10,000 miles. "It seems you possess more than one celestial weapon, but such weapons can only delay your demise. They cannot save you. I've heard this starry sky is called the Heavenly Emperor Star Domain. Then you must be the so-called Heavenly Emperor." A circle of golden divine seals appeared behind him, the power of light swirling around him, as if he were a deity stepping forth from beyond the world here to judge the beings of this realm. His words were filled with a sense of the sacred, as if he awaited the arrival of the strongest beings in this world. "I am the messenger of the Lord of Light, here to guide you. Embrace the light, believe in my Lord, and my Lord shall grant you supreme power," he said, looking at the beings in the starry sky around him, yet the humans merely gazed coldly at him, as if looking at a dead man. In their eyes there was not fear, but rather an anticipation of some existence. "So it's a powerful being from the Bright Realm." One figure, surrounded by a torrent of demonic energy, stood among the stars looking at him with a mix of fierce malice and a hint of pity. "Why do you not kneel before me?" The expression of the bright divine sovereign grew cold as he pointed, and boundless light surged from his fingertip, threatening to engulf the entire starry sky. In the next moment, an invisible force descended like an unseen hand, pressing all his radiant light back into his body. His body trembled, blood seeping from every pore. "Who?" He looked around, and besides those humans who were not even at the primordial unity stage, there was no one else. Looking further, there was only emptiness. He turned back, and the vast starry sky behind him was silent. He could no longer see the judgment divine sovereign. "Thinking you could conquer the Sea of Swords, little did you know it was merely that one was about to awaken. The Sea of Swords naturally dissipated. You had a chance before, but now you can no longer escape." A voice echoed, and an image of the underworld sea appeared in the star space, where a ghost ship drifted with lanterns flickering on board. Primordial Unity Stage, first level. His gaze fell upon the ghostly sea, and he frowned slightly. A being aboard the ghost ship had stepped into the Primordial Unity Stage, able to manifest the underworld sea and the ghost ship beyond the Heavenly Emperor Star, but it was merely a mirage. The bright divine sovereign's spirit focused slightly. He turned and took a step. The space beneath his feet instantly fractured and overlapped, and he found himself back where he had just been. The path of space. He was startled deep within. He is about to awaken. The great Tao surrounding him will cover this star domain. Now this entire star domain is his Tao field. Do you think you can leave a Tao field of a celestial giant at your leisure? The voice from the ghost ship echoed, looking at the bright divine sovereign before him, seemingly mocking his ignorance, yet they were equally shaken. "How long has it been?" Just over 1,000 years, and that being has already reached such a realm. A celestial giant. The bright divine sovereign suddenly looked up, his gaze crossing the manifested underworld, staring into the vast emptiness of the starry sky, and he shook his head with great certainty. Impossible. The Lord has told me that there are no celestial giants in the sea of the desolate heavens. The Lord's light shines upon all worlds and illuminates every corner of existence. Here too, he said, and the beings on the ghost ship fell silent at his words. Had that one truly reached the celestial stage? They did not know, but what difference did it make? Creation, ascension, primordial unity, celestial stage, each step a plateau. This was the consensus of the beings across the 3,000 seas, Erul incarnate. But all of this was utterly useless against that being. If anyone could kill a primordial unity stage being, it would only be him. How many paths had he comprehended, and how much did he conceal? No being in this world could possibly know. They knew that long ago he had already attained the primordial unity stage, and thereafter he was beyond their comprehension. Even when he slept, they dared not disturb him. There are always places where light cannot reach, and this is precisely one of them. Even the so-called Lord may not be able to leave here unscathed. Here perhaps soon a celestial giant will fall. The voice from the ghost ship echoed, and upon hearing this the bright divine sovereign was instantly enraged, directly attacking the underworld sea, but it was merely an illusion. With just a slight disturbance it scattered. To him the Lord of Light was his faith, his conviction, the very meaning of his existence. He would not allow anyone to question the Lord of Light. Wherever the light shines, all beings shall submit. He declared, then walked toward the place where the underworld sea lay, the appearance of the underworld sea indicating another path for him, leading to the heavenly emperor star. Along the way people appeared one after another, mostly of the human race, watching him silently, without a hint of fear. Their gaze was akin to that of observing a condemned prisoner awaiting execution. The power of light swept across the starry sky, yet was restrained by an invisible force within 100 zhang around him, leaving him with only the sight of an endless star path. People from the light realm. Someone spoke to him with a hint of curiosity and scrutiny. 1,000 years on the heavenly emperor star equates to 10 epochs, and the entire human race was undergoing a significant transformation. Generation after generation, humanity was truly moving towards an era where everyone was like a dragon. They were unaware of what the outside world was like. All they saw were myriad races on the heavenly emperor star, with humanity revered, and the darkest era of the human race was gradually fading. Beyond the heavenly emperor star domain lies the northern Dipper Sea, which is merely one of the countless star seas within the wilderness heavenly sea. The light realm is another realm adjacent to the wilderness heavenly sea. Someone spoke, adding that the star path beneath the feet of the light divine sovereign was forcibly locked by a set of rules, with an indescribable Tao rhythm surging upon the star path, making it difficult for the light divine sovereign to step beyond this star path. I don't believe it. The light divine sovereign was still struggling as the power of light transformed into countless sharp swords shooting in all directions, yet all were blocked by an invisible barrier within this star path. He attempted to contact the judgment divine sovereign and communicate with the Lord of Light, but it was like sinking mud into the sea with not a hint of response, as if the rules of this starry sky had already surpassed those of the wilderness heavenly sea. This star path was not particularly long for him, yet he had been walking for quite some time. Step by step, he found himself developing a feeling akin to that of approaching a gallows. After a long while he seemed to grow numb. Finally a ray of light came from the end of the star path, and he saw a blazing sun and a bright moon, one yin and one yang, standing at the two ends of the world. Among them was a life star. A massive tree reached up to the heavens, supporting this star with countless branches spreading around, each segment pulsating with the power of the world. World Tree. He took a deep breath, focusing intently. This was the world tree from the legends of the human realm, said to give birth to many new worlds and could support a vast cosmos. At this moment he could already be certain that this was a fragment of the human realm. He looked back. The path he had taken was no longer visible, only a void remained. He had discovered the greatest secret of the wilderness heavenly sea, yet could no longer relay the news. Light divine sovereign. Apart from the Lord of Light, the strongest beings within the light realm have nearly reached the level of the Defiance divine sovereign commanding the light realm's holy temple guard. A voice rang out, and he saw a group of people walking out from the life star supported by the world tree, one of whom was holding a booklet seemingly recording something about him. This person was merely at the creation stage, yet in his eyes they appeared to scrutinize him like a prisoner. Further on, a man wearing a crown of emperors and a black dragon robe stood in that starry space, followed by a group of humans with a massive dark turtle trailing behind. Starlight descended from the starry sky, illuminating the beings within a certain realm who seemed to be undergoing transformation in that starlight. The human race is also mixed with some ancient bloodlines, he remarked, then glanced toward other areas, seeing groups standing in the void, some in the endless seas, and others surrounded by swirling demonic energy. Everything spoke of the ancient nature of this star. The human realm is not merely a domain of the human race. There are also other ethnic groups within it, with humanity being the most powerful, followed by dragons, phoenixes, and monsters, among others. Here he saw all the races recorded in the human realm's secret texts. The human realm. His heart trembled. Stepping here, it felt as if he had returned to the ancient past, to an era when the human realm soared above, with 3,000 seas standing beneath the celestial ocean. A sense of pilgrimage inexplicably arose within him. Back then, beings within the 3,000 seas could only ascend by reaching the celestial boundary. To them, the human realm was the upper world. The strongest among the 3,000 seas was the primordial divine sovereign, while within the human realm was the Tao ancestor. What is the Tao ancestor? It is the existence that stands above all beings at the end of the great Tao. With the collapse of the human realm and the disappearance of the Tao ancestor after so long, the 3,000 seas had not seen the true birth of a Tao ancestor. What was termed the Tao ancestor in the 3,000 seas were merely half-ancestors, having found the path to the Tao, yet struggling to advance even an inch on this path, completely lost. Thus, the beings within the 3,000 seas would frantically seek anything related to the human realm. The fragment of the human realm was a monumental fortune to the beings of the 3,000 seas. He had found the fragment of the human realm, and he was certain of it, yet there was not a hint of joy in him. All that remained was a tremor from deep within. In the year 1721 of the Heavenly Emperor's calendar, the light divine sovereign of the light realm entered the Heavenly Emperor's star domain. The Heavenly Emperor is finally about to awaken, Zhao Kuangyi said while writing, acting in the role of a historian, as Li Yu stood before him, exuding imperial majesty, while countless beings knelt before him. The human emperor, in a certain sense, represented the will of that being. Heavenly Emperor. The light divine sovereign murmured, observing the lands beneath the 9 layers of clouds within the Heavenly Emperor star, having never seen so many humans before. In the ancient forbidden area in that small courtyard, an old man stood in the courtyard watching the uninvited guest from the light realm. He emanated astonishing power, yet it was only revealed for a moment before retracting. This world no longer needs me. Tao ancestor, it seems all your arrangements will go unused, as humanity will not reach that point of desperation. I feel as if I've become a mere spectator, he said, not showing despair on his face, but rather a smile of relief. He could sense that at the core of this world, which was also the gathering place of faith for the entire Heavenly Emperor's star domain, a certain breath was slowly awakening. In Shengjing, in the small courtyard, the entire group of dragons in the pool transformed into fish floating on the surface, gazing at the figure beneath the Bodhi tree, watching as the aura on that figure grew increasingly potent. The master is about to awaken, they said, all filled with reverence. The Bodhi tree also manifested a spiritual body, quietly waiting beside the recliner, and in the graveyard at the back, a woman in a plain white dress also quietly awaited. Who? The gentle sound of breathing suddenly paused at a certain moment, and the entire world's Tao and rules came to a standstill at that instant. Then the person on the recliner opened their eyes. A beam of light pierced through the barriers of the world, illuminating the star. See, the Tao revived, all things rejuvenated, and countless beings raised their heads at that moment. A majestic figure appeared in their minds, and all beings knelt down. So I have slept for so long. A voice rang out, and all trembled. He has returned. The towering figure that once carried the entire world forward has finally come back. One ancient land after another awakens, and powerful beings emerge. All living beings in the vast heavens and the entire star domain turn to look in the same direction. Heavenly Emperor. Li Yu exclaimed, then bowed towards the heavens and earth, followed by countless beings who bowed in reverence, as if welcoming a deity. The God of Light also gazed towards the heavens and earth, illuminating the land, a magnificent phenomenon forming behind him, his eyes transforming into 2 blazing suns. At this moment, the power belonging to the limitless God was unleashed to its fullest, tearing through the vast emptiness, as if he aimed to contend against the so-called Heavenly Emperor. I am the God of Light, the strongest under the throne of the Lord of Light. He roared, stepping forth, defying the rules of the great Tao, shattering the vast azure sky. With each step, and with another step, he transformed entirely into a blazing sun. Light's sacred spear. A blood-red spear of light burst forth from the blazing sun, hurtling towards the heavens and earth. When Lin Fan awoke, he saw the heavens and earth splitting apart. A blazing white sun rose in one realm, followed by a long spear shooting directly towards him. The path of light. He murmured as he made a slight gesture, causing the light sacred spear to halt in midair. Then, under the incredulous gaze of the God of Light, it simply vanished. In the next moment, a gaze fell upon him, and he finally beheld the individual hailed as the Heavenly Emperor in this fragmented world of humanity. A young man in a white robe, pure and simple, stood quietly beneath a Bodhi tree gazing at him. With just this glance, the power of light surrounding him began to uncontrollably dissipate, as if, in that instant, the path of light was no longer under his control. The white blazing sun gradually dimmed, the light faded, leaving behind an endless starry sky as the shattered heavens seemed to restore at a visible speed. It was as if time was flowing backward. The god of light stood amidst the heavens in a daze. Countless beings watched this scene with excitement. The Heavenly Emperor had grown stronger, even able to influence the operation of the great Tao of the world. The great Tao of time, the god of light stammered. In the sea of 3,000 realms, beings regarded the great Tao of fate, the great Tao of space, and the great Tao of time as the three supreme paths, with all other paths beneath them. Yet there exists another saying: among the myriad paths, time reigns supreme. At the end of time, even the Hunyuan god and the titans of the immortal platform must perish. Time will erode and obliterate all beings in the world. Who are you? He asked. In that fleeting moment, all the power within him was shattered, as if he had transformed into a mere mortal beneath that gaze. Could the Lord of Light achieve this? He did not know. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned, then shook his head. Do you still need to know? His calm words, like the voice of the heavens, directly determined his life and death. His body trembled slightly, his eyes filled with anger and reluctance, which ultimately morphed into fear. He feared death. Heavenly Emperor, do I still have a chance? He asked, his voice trembling, his once straight posture slowly bending as countless beings watched this scene. They did not seem surprised, as if it were only natural. Lin Fan looked at him and smiled. Do you not know in what form you exist, or do you not understand your origin? His calm words brought a look of confusion to the face of the god of light as he struggled to remember something but could not recall it. Lin Fan shook his head slightly. You do not exist in your own right. You are merely an external manifestation of someone. The memories you possess were bestowed upon you by that person. Your so-called emotions and beliefs were forcibly instilled in you by him. Naturally, your life and death lie within his thoughts. From one thought arises life, from one thought comes death. Lin Fan said calmly, as deep within the sea of the god of light's soul stood another figure, a luminous spirit with tightly shut eyes. This was the core of the god of light's soul. His words, like a clear sky, left the god of light in a prolonged silence. He stared fixedly at Lin Fan, seeking even the slightest sign of deceit on Lin Fan's face. Yet Lin Fan simply gazed quietly at him, his expression resembling that of someone intrigued by an interesting object. I imagine there are not just one or two people like you, perhaps three, or even more. You are extensions of him, and also his eyes. As long as he wishes, he can take control of your bodies at any time. Lin Fan paused here, surveying the god of light with a deeply meaningful smile. What? You have been watching for so long, and still do not come out to say a few words. His words caused the god of light's expression to freeze abruptly, and also left countless beings watching from the heavens in shock. In their eyes, the god of light showed no signs of hesitation, instantly adopting a different demeanor. The terror in his gaze was replaced by a suffocating indifference. No longer resembling a person, but more like a deity transcending the mundane. Lord of Light, someone exclaimed, causing Zhao Kuangyi, who was writing and recording, to tremble, raising his head to look at the god of light, a chill running down his spine. The Lord of Light, a titan of the immortal platform, stood before them. At this moment, the god of light was no longer himself. He had transformed into the Lord of Light, or perhaps it could be said that the god of light was indeed the Lord of Light. Human race. He gazed at Lin Fan, uttering only these two words. Lin Fan smiled gently. What? Surprised. Did you not send this external manifestation here because you already knew this was the ancient land of the human realm? However, you are indeed interesting. At least you are at the immortal platform level, yet you do not dare to come here yourself, only sending a mere avatar. His calm words seemed to regard the Lord of Light, who dominated the 3,000 realms, as just an ordinary person. The Lord of Light was not angered by this. He merely gazed at Lin Fan, seemingly wanting to see through him completely. After a long while, he said, You have not yet reached the immortal platform level. He stated not as a question, but with certainty. What surprised him even more was that this person before him did not refute his words. Indeed, I have not reached the immortal platform level, Lin Fan replied, looking at the system panel where information about him began to materialize. Name: Lin Fan, age 1,761 years, cultivation, Hunyuan realm, 7th level, talent, unparalleled, in all ages, sword Dao simulation opportunities, 652 times, and used destruction origin comprehension opportunities, 234 times, and used thunder origin comprehension opportunities, 972 times, and used. Not only has he not reached the immortal platform level, he has not even attained the peak of the Hunyuan realm. The Lord of Light seemed to notice this, but even he found it hard to believe. Is this person before him truly at the 7th level of the Hunyuan realm? His external incarnation possessed the combat strength of the extreme divine sovereign, yet it could not withstand even a moment before this person, causing his mind to collapse. Even separated by endless starry skies, he could still feel the threat from the person before him. This was undoubtedly a terrifying existence that could endanger him. Have you concealed your cultivation? He asked after a long silence. Lin Fan smiled faintly and shook his head. What do you think that my 7th level of Hunyuan realm is unworthy to stand before you, considering you are a lofty giant of the Immortal platform? Lin Fan said, and as the Lord of Light gazed at him, he witnessed a shocking scene without uttering a word. Before his very eyes, this human cultivator's cultivation began to rise as boundless void power and the essence of the great Tao converged, granting him myriad paths. Then his cultivation broke through, effortlessly advancing from the 7th to the 8th level of Hunyuan realm, then to the 9th level. Fortunately, it stopped at this moment. Perhaps he himself did not notice that when Lin Fan's cultivation halted at the 9th level of Hunyuan realm, without further ascent, he unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. And now, Lin Fan asked again, his gaze not one of facing a formidable enemy, but rather as if teasing a curious object, causing the Lord of Light's expression to tighten. Not enough, he stated, his expression growing cold. I am the Lord of Light. Even among the powerhouses above the Immortal platform, few can rival me. Do you know that the Immortal platform also has 9 levels, and I am at the 4th level? As his words fell, endless light power streamed through the far reaches of the starry sky. Lin Fan turned to face the direction from which the light power emanated. 4th level of the Immortal platform, he said, shaking his head slightly. He pointed at the direction where the light power was projected. Although the world showed no visible changes, the Lord of Light's expression instantly changed drastically. You. He stared at Lin Fan, his expression a mix of shock and unimaginable fear. Finally, he dissipated this external incarnation. Lin Fan quietly observed this scene, shaking his head slightly. How cautious! Even after destroying so many of his incarnations, he still has some left. The Tao of Fate is ultimately limited. Without seeing the true body, it remains difficult to kill him. Lin Fan said, then looked at the Lord of Light above the heavens. Without the support of the Lord of Light's spiritual power, this body became like a rootless floating weed, directly collapsing and vanishing. Cultivating countless incarnations of light and treading an indestructible path, this can also be considered a new path. Among the 3,000 seas of realms, there are still some geniuses. He extended his hand, a wisp of divine sense gathering in his palm. A miniature version of the Lord of Light appeared in his grasp. Heavenly Emperor. The Lord of Light looked at Lin Fan, shocked. This wisp of divine sense had completely detached from the external incarnation of the Lord of Light. He was supposed to perish along with the extinction of the Lord of Light's external incarnation, yet this one before him reversed that rule, forcibly manifesting him. Lin Fan gazed at him, the lines of fate swirling in his pupils. He saw countless threads of fate emanating from this wisp of divine sense of the Lord of Light, with the largest thread belonging to the Lord of Light himself. From this, it could also be seen that the Lord of Light was still alive. Heh! Lin Fan smiled faintly, then waved his hand, directly erasing him from existence before the quivering gaze of the Lord of Light's divine sense. Using celestial techniques to gather a wisp of divine sense that should not exist, merely to check whether the Lord of Light was dead or alive. The Sea of Light. A place filled with the great Tao of Light, where the power of light permeated every inch of the land. At the center of the sea stood a grand sanctuary. 9 white blazing suns hovered around the sanctuary, forming a vast array that shielded the sky. This was the center of the Sea of Light, the core of the light sanctuary, and the dwelling place of the Lord of Light. However, this place, which instilled fear and reverence in countless beings of the 3,000 seas, was suddenly pierced through by an indescribable force in an instant. That being, revered as a god and a figure of faith by countless creatures of the Sea of Light, was also penetrated in the void, with barely a breath passing in between. Master. Countless members of the Light Sanctuary watched the terrifying scene, their expressions trembling. Such a magnificent existence had simply perished. The Judgment Divine Sovereign, upon reaching a distance of 10,000 miles from the Light Sanctuary, witnessed this scene, causing her entire body to chill. It was him. She could be certain. Yet she did not expect that person to be so powerful. This was the Lord of Light, one of the strongest beings in the 3,000 seas, a giant of the Immortal platform, who was killed by crossing a sea of realms. The Tao Ancestor. She could not help but glance towards the desolate star sea, recalling the cold sensation when that gaze fell upon her. She turned and left. She could not remain in the Sea of Light. Damn it! Despicable! In a secret realm of the Sea of Light, a white egg suddenly erupted with vast light, and a figure bathed in light emerged. He gazed angrily at the secret realm's entrance. The Lord of Light had been reborn. He had created countless incarnations and divided his soul among some of them, ensuring he could revive through these incarnations at the right time. Child! Child! A gigantic beast resembling a lion appeared on this land, looking at the shattered eggshell, and then at the Lord of Light in midair, hesitating before speaking. The Lord of Light looked at him. Just one glance, and the pressure of the Immortal platform descended, crushing the giant beast. After millions of years of planning, all ruined in a single moment. Humanity, I will kill you. He shouted in rage, his voice echoing throughout the secret realm, causing countless beings within to tremble in terror and look towards the suddenly rising white, blazing sun. The fragments of the human realm are not under my watch alone. There are many others in the 3,000 seas. Do you think you can withstand the giants of the Immortal platform from the entire 3,000 seas? He said, his eyes filled with hatred. But soon he retracted his own aura, not daring to step out of the secret realm directly. He still remembered the feeling of helplessness when the terrifying power descended. With the Tao of Fate as a guide, the Tao of Space as a foundation, and the Tao of Time as a depth, it directly annihilated over 90% of his incarnations in an utterly tyrannical manner. What was once thought to be indestructible seemed to turn into a joke before this power. He could feel that if that person truly appeared before him, even if he had countless incarnations, he would still die. That was a terrifying power that completely surpassed him. How could there be such a terrifying existence? He trembled. He knew that without him the light sanctuary would crumble and the sea of light would plunge into an abyss. But he did not dare to reveal himself. He loathed that person, yet feared him even more. The countless beings in this starry sky called out, though they had not truly seen him. An immortal figure had already emerged in their minds. This was the human emperor, the highest sanctity of this starry realm. Lin Fan looked beyond the small courtyard and beheld the glorious scenes of the human race over the millennia, witnessing the aspirations of generations of human powerhouses. A smile appeared on his face. After sleeping for 1,000 years, it seems I am not too bad. He spoke, and as thoughts stirred, Li Yu and Zhao Kuangyi appeared in the courtyard. They were momentarily stunned, then bowed respectfully to Lin Fan. Sir. An indescribable emotion blossomed in their eyes. After 1,000 years, they had witnessed countless sunrises and sunsets in this small courtyard, and their hearts had conceived numerous possibilities. They had also felt fear and trepidation, even if only a hint of possibility existed. Yet they could not show it. One was the emperor of the human race, and the other was a minister of state, and even if the sky were to fall, they would still stand before the world. At last they saw their master once more alive and well. Lin Fan looked at them and shook his head slightly. It's nothing. I was just tired and took a nap. When the time comes, I naturally wake up. You both have done well this past 1,000 years. I paved the way for the human race, and you are the true backbone of the human race. He said, and with those words both raised their heads, looking at Lin Fan with determination. In that moment, they were no longer the emperor of the human race or the minister of state. They resembled two fledgling youths awaiting the guidance of their elder. Sir paves the way for the human race, and we shall guard this vast universe for you. They said, and Lin Fan looked at them, nodding slightly. He picked 2 Bodhi fruits from the Bodhi tree, handed one to each, and condensed the essence of the source Tao onto them for the two to consume together. From now on, focus on your cultivation. I will be here for you. Lin Fan said, then gazed at the vast starry sky. After waking from 1,000 years of slumber, he no longer found this starry expanse to be distant or profound. It seemed as if the ocean of realms was merely within reach. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, then sat cross-legged in the courtyard, beginning to refine the spiritual energy within the Bodhi fruits and comprehend the essence of the source Tao contained within. Lin Fan smiled slightly at this scene. Reaching the 9th stage of the primordial realm, yet I still cannot attain a higher level. I wonder how I compare to the so-called Tao ancestor among the 3,000 realms now. His casual words caused the dragons in the courtyard's water pool to tremble, their gazes toward Lin Fan filled with even greater respect. Over the years, they had extended their divine sense beyond the small courtyard and naturally understood what kind of existence the Tao ancestor was. Standing at the end of the great path on top of all beings, he was the strongest among the 3,000 realms. Their master had already reached such a realm. Lin Fan entered the library pavilion. After 1,000 years, the books inside remained as they once were, not a speck of dust upon them. Lin Fan looked at this scene and shook his head. There is no need to be deliberate. It is best to let things happen naturally. After 1,000 years, some dust should have collected. The passage of time and the vastness of the universe should leave some traces in this world. His words caused many of the books in the library pavilion to stir slightly, and then dust settled upon many of them. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. This only made it seem more intentional. He shook his head. After staying in the library pavilion for 3 days, his aura, having escaped in the small courtyard for 1,000 years, had caused many things within the courtyard to awaken their own spirit. On the 3rd day, he put down the book and looked toward the heavens. Is it merely the title of Tao Son of the human realm that draws such attention? He spoke as he observed the myriad beings in the river of fate, especially those with whom he had karmic ties. He also glimpsed events from another ocean of realms through the river of fate. There are even major figures from the celestial platform involved, Lin Fan said, and then his gaze fell upon the water pool in the courtyard where a group of dragons felt Lin Fan's gaze and all surfaced from the water. They still manifested as red carps swimming on the surface of the water as if trying to please him. One of you come with me. With that single sentence, the entire water pool bubbled up and one by one the red carps leaped out of the water. Lin Fan looked at this scene and smiled slightly. You. Lin Fan pointed to one of the red carps. With a buzzing sound accompanied by a flash of golden light, the red carp flew out of the water pool and landed in the courtyard, transforming into a young boy with red lips and white teeth, bowing respectfully to Lin Fan. Master. Lin Fan nodded. You shall be called Ao Guang. Lin Fan said, and Ao Guang displayed excitement. Thank you for bestowing me a name, Master. The dragons in the water pool also emitted dragon roars, celebrating for Ao Guang, knowing that because of their master's gesture, Ao Guang's fate had already changed. If a king were to be selected among the dragons, it could only be Ao Guang. A dragon's roar resounded through the heavens, shaking the endless sky. Countless people looked toward the capital, seeing the massive form that spanned the entire heavens. With deer antlers, a camel's head, and 5 claws shimmering with brilliant golden light in the reflection of the sun and moon, clouds and thunder and myriad phenomena appeared around, as if the heavens themselves were celebrating the birth of this great being. The dragon race. At this moment, even Xian Jian, the demon emperor Qian Yuan, and that elder from the ancient forbidden zone were all stunned. A divine beast thought to be extinct has actually reappeared in the world. On the ghostly sea, all the soul lamps on the ghost ship ignited and figures stood upon the ghost ship, looking up at the sky in shock. That person has reached a realm beyond our imagination. With this ancient land of the human realm as the source, the human realm will once again manifest the 3,000 oceans of realms. This was the soul who had broken through to the primordial realm over these 1,000 years. They did not need that gaze to look upon them. They had already bowed toward that sky. They could not see, but an image appeared in their minds, a young man in a white robe sitting atop the dragon race, holding a book in one hand with a teacup beside him. That was the human emperor. Lin Fan merely glanced at the ghostly sea and then turned his gaze toward the ancient forbidden zone. At that moment, the mist in the ancient forbidden zone could no longer obscure his sight. He finally saw the full panorama of the ancient forbidden zone. He was momentarily taken aback, but did not rush to explore it. He merely smiled faintly and gently patted Ao Guang beneath him, who soared into the sky. Elder, wait for my return. In the ancient forbidden zone, the old man in black was momentarily stunned by Lin Fan's voice, standing in place, lost in thought for a long time before finally revealing a smile. He looked toward the direction in which the golden dragon had departed, nodding heavily. All right, I will wait for your return. After countless years of waiting and persevering, he finally reached this moment. He looked toward the gray mist world behind the courtyard and bowed respectfully. In the so-called supreme divine domain of the Wasteland Heavenly Sea, both the Star Tower Master and the president of the Wasteland Guild had worn exceptionally grave expressions over this period of time. Each day they remained stationed within the Star Tower and the Wasteland Guild as though awaiting something. Countless beings of the Wasteland Heavenly Sea remained ignorant. Only they understood what had transpired, and only those who had truly witnessed that scene knew its terror. The Light Divine Sovereign has perished just like that. The president of the Wasteland Guild spoke, communicating with the Star Tower Master in a form known only to them. After those words, a long, profound silence fell between them. They had seen little. Only the annihilation of a sea of swords and a burst of terrifying light at the edge of that starry sea, which then extinguished entirely. The aura of the Light Divine Sovereign vanished without a trace. What was that? Was it that person? They asked, yet they knew not to whom the question was directed, as though speaking to themselves. No one could answer their words, but they all thought of the silhouette that had appeared within the Sunland. Suddenly the Star Tower Master seemed to hear something, and his expression froze. The Light Lord is dead. After a long moment he said. The pupils of the Wasteland Guild president constricted sharply, his face a mask of utter disbelief. That the Light Divine Sovereign had died, they could still accept. But the Light Lord. That was a Xiantai giant, and no ordinary one at that. More ancient than many Xiantai giants, his origins untraceable even within the known history of the Wasteland Heavenly Sea. Roar! A dragon's cry shook the supreme divine domain of the Wasteland Heavenly Sea. Many beings looked toward the wasteland heavenly sea and saw a dragon raising its head to gaze at them. That gaze carried boundless majesty, as if questioning how any being in this world dared to stand above it. Could that be the Dragon Clan? Someone spoke. Though they looked down upon the dragon from the supreme divine domain, they felt as though they were being peered at by some fearsome entity. The legendary divine beast of the human realm has appeared in the world. Someone trembled as they spoke. Especially within the Star Tower region, a primordial spirit sovereign, surrounded by great stars, gazed at the dragon, his face trembling with awe. He had originally intended to seek vengeance against the so-called Heavenly Emperor of the Celestial Emperor Star Domain, a mere master of a secret realm at the edge of the boundless seas, who dared to kill his disciple. But that plan had been shelved due to the invasion by the Light Heavenly Sea. Though the armies of the Light Heavenly Sea had departed long ago, he had waited a long time out of caution, still uncertain, before deciding to seek out that Heavenly Emperor. He feared it was a scheme of the Light Heavenly Sea, a deliberate feigned retreat to set a trap aimed at slaying primordial spirit sovereigns like himself. He had cultivated to this realm precisely because of his caution, never provoking those stronger than himself, never touching what was uncertain. In cultivation, survival alone grants opportunity. The human realm Tao Child has appeared, and now the human realm divine beast has emerged as well. One by one, the prodigies of the 3,000 boundless seas are manifesting. It seems these 3,000 boundless seas are truly about to usher in a grand era. What a pity for my disciple. He too should have been one of the protagonists of this grand era. The Heavenly Star Sovereign said, his anger flaring at the thought. The disciple he had pinned such high hopes on had been slain by an obscure nobody. And that man dared to style himself as the Heavenly Emperor. But today is probably not a good day to go out. I will seek him another time. Gazing at the five-clawed golden dragon that spanned the wasteland heavenly sea, he hesitated for a moment before deciding to postpone his revenge against that Heavenly Emperor. Thus he retreated back into his palace. Above the golden dragon, Lin Fan looked toward the wasteland supreme divine domain and paused. I never expected that atop this wasteland supreme divine domain there would still be a thread of karma, and a rather deep connection at that. As he spoke, the moment he raised his head, both the Star Tower Master and the president of the Wasteland Guild felt their entire bodies tense, as if being stared at by an abyss. They too saw the five-clawed golden dragon that spanned the wasteland heavenly sea gazing up at the wasteland supreme abyss, but they knew this was definitely not the gaze of the dragon. It's him. The president of the Wasteland Guild said, his body rigid, every hair on end. Then, before the countless shocked gazes around him, he bowed deeply toward the wasteland divine domain below, his expression solemn, as if beholding something of great terror. On the other side, the Star Tower Master did the same. Is it because of that dragon? Their eyes fell upon the five-clawed golden dragon. The dragon's aura was indeed terrifying, but it was merely at the Tongtian realm. It was far from enough to inspire such reverence from the Star Tower Master and the Wasteland Guild president. Although Lin Fan sat cross-legged atop the five-clawed golden dragon's head, no one in the world could see him. The great Tao shielded him, and the heavenly Tao of the 3,000 boundless seas dared not cast its gaze upon him. Let's go take a look, Lin Fan said, and Ao Guang charged directly toward the wasteland divine domain. Throughout the endless ages of the wasteland heavenly sea, there had been no shortage of those who knocked at the heavenly gate, but encountering a dragon, doing so was a first. Their gazes fell upon the five-clawed golden dragon, and all shook their heads. Though the dragon was a divine beast of the human realm, and could not be judged by common standards, it was still only at the Tongtian realm. They could not fathom how a dragon with merely Tongtian realm cultivation dared to appear so brazenly in the wasteland heavenly sea, much less charge at the wasteland divine domain. Every part of a dragon was a treasure. Even its bones would be fought over by countless powerhouses, let alone a living dragon. Overreaching. Someone said, standing atop the wasteland divine domain, looking down upon the golden dragon soaring upward, as if they could already see the scene of the five-clawed golden dragon smashing its head and bleeding. Rip! With a tearing sound, the entire massive dragon body charged directly into the wasteland divine domain, becoming the first being in endless ages to forcibly enter that sacred realm. The barrier of the realm seemed to not exist. It tore open even before the golden dragon struck, as if some terrifying power had forcibly rent the very heavens. The sky is torn. No, the wasteland divine domain has been forcibly breached by that dragon. That dragon is assaulting the wasteland divine domain. Countless beings in the wasteland heavenly sea watched this scene, their faces filled with shock. In that single moment, the rule of the wasteland divine domain over endless ages crumbled. It seemed the wasteland divine domain was not so supreme after all. How dare you? Within the wasteland divine domain, streams of light converged on Ao Guang from all directions, accompanied by shouts and cries of fury. More powerful auras locked onto Ao Guang. But soon two voices tinged with panic rang out. Stop! All who had rushed over were startled, turning toward the source of the voices, the president of the Wasteland Guild and the Star Tower Master. The true rulers of the Wasteland Divine Domain. Both stared at the five-clawed golden dragon that had charged into the domain, their faces filled with panic, their eyes even carrying a hint of fear. Star Tower Master Bo Ye welcomes the senior. Wasteland Guild President Gao Li welcomes the senior. The two voices rang out one after another, stunning everyone. They looked toward the five-clawed golden dragon in disbelief. The Heavenly Star Sovereign, who had been about to step out of his palace, shrank back inside. The Lord of the Star Tower and the President of the Huantian Guild, the rulers of the entire Huantian Divine Realm, the Supreme Divine, actually bowed to this dragon clan. Why? They did not understand. This five-clawed golden dragon was merely at the Tongtian realm. Even with its extraordinary combat power, it could at most barely reach the Hunyuan realm. How could it compare to them? As for the dragon clan, they had long disappeared along with the human realm. He sat atop the dragon's head, yet no one in the world could see him, not even the Lord of the Star Tower or the Huantian Guild, who could only sense him vaguely. Someone has arrived. Roar. The sound of dragon roars reverberated through the starry universe as powerful figures descended upon the Huantian Divine Realm, yet no one dared to disturb the dragon clan that spanned the heavens. I have come for a cause, or I hope you two don't mind. A faint voice echoed, and that figure finally appeared before the world, dressed in white robes, seated atop the head of the five-clawed golden dragon. He gazed at them lightly. There was no aura emanating from him, yet when he manifested, the entire divine realm trembled, as if it could not bear his presence. No, we don't mind, esteemed elder, please proceed. The Lord of the Star Tower and the President of the Huantian Guild quickly responded, their expressions filled with respect. If time could be reversed, they would realize that the Lord of the Star Tower and the President of the Huantian Guild displayed such expressions when facing the Lord of the Star Tower and the Lord of Huantian. Lin Fan smiled faintly. The river of fate manifested from the void. Although they could not see it, they felt a suffocating sensation coming from all directions, as if their destinies were no longer under their control. Lin Fan grasped the void, and a figure flew out from the river of fate, landing in his hand. To the spectators, it appeared as though Lin Fan had reached into the heavenly dome of the divine realm, and a person directly emerged in his hand. Tianqing Divine. They looked at the person in the palm of his hand, their expressions shocked. Tianqing Divine was a highly renowned Hunyuan divine in the Star Tower at the 8th level of the Hunyuan realm, and he had been captured so easily. Tianqing Divine also looked dumbfounded, surveying the surrounding world with a bewildered expression. Seeing the Lord of the Star Tower and the President of the Huantian Guild both yield to the Dragon Clan, he sensed something was amiss, so he hid in the palace, deciding not to participate in the matter. But not long after, he felt a hazy sensation before an indescribable force descended, and the next moment, he found himself here. Where is this? He murmured, his consciousness momentarily clear, then widened his eyes in shock. Not far away, two figures stood with bowed heads, their expressions respectful. It was none other than the President of the Huantian Guild and the Lord of the Star Tower, along with numerous Hunyuan deities surrounding them. They all looked at him in astonishment, their gazes filled with disbelief and pity. Suddenly, he turned around and saw a pair of eyes before him that resembled an abyss, followed by an immensely imposing figure. He was actually in this person's palm. He was horrified. You? Who are you? He stammered as his aura surged, trying to escape this palm, but was firmly suppressed by an invisible force in this realm. His 5 fingers were like heavenly pillars, trapping him firmly in this realm. Lin Fan looked at him and smiled faintly. Weren't you just wanting to seek revenge on me a moment ago? Lin Fan said with a smile, causing the Lord of the Star Tower to tremble all over, looking at Tianqing Divine with incredulity. He actually wanted to seek revenge on this person. Tianqing, if you don't want us all to be dragged down by you, quickly explain what you've done to anger this supreme. The Lord of the Star Tower spoke, while Tianqing Divine remained confused, looking at Lin Fan, unaware of when he had offended such a being. Even the Lord of the Star Tower, as a supreme divine, and the President of the Huantian Guild treated him this way. There could only be 2 possibilities. He was either an unparalleled supreme divine or a giant of the Immortal platform. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, turning to Lin Fan with a shocked expression. Impossible, how could you be him? He said, and Lin Fan merely shook his head gently. There has never been anything impossible in this world. I killed your disciple, and thus an indelible cause and effect has been forged between us, destined to reveal itself one day. Today, didn't you want to find me, eh? Coincidentally, I have arrived. Lin Fan said, and the river of fate surged with his words as scenes unfolded in the heavenly dome of the divine realm, depicting the moment the Beidou Divine fell and Tianqing Divine seeking vengeance. The Lord of the Star Tower, who had initially wanted to plead for Tianqing Divine, also fell silent upon seeing this scene. You are the Heavenly Emperor, Tianqing Divine exclaimed. No, you are merely a master of a secret realm, an unknown person. Even my disciple could contend with you to some extent. How could you be so strong? He looked at Lin Fan, unable to believe the scene before him, endless fear surging within him. He had already lost his reason and actually struck at Lin Fan with a sword. His 5 fingers reached for the sky, suppressing everything, including Tianqing Divine's attack, which did not even create the slightest ripple. Lin Fan shook his head slightly as he witnessed this scene. The fingers converged, directly crushing Tianqing Divine, a fate sealed by cause and effect, but all of this seemed utterly laughable to Lin Fan. It's been 1,000 years. Lin Fan said, and no one could understand his words, but only he knew that he was just over 1,000 years old. 1,000 years was already exceedingly long for him. He looked at the beings in the Huangtian Divine Realm. One by one they knelt before him. He cast a single glance at these beings of the Huangtian Divine Realm, then patted Ao Guang's body, who roared like a dragon, and turned to leave. Remember, I am of the human race. Lin Fan left behind this sentence, causing countless beings in the Huangtian Divine Realm to tremble, unable to believe the figure that was departing. The golden dragon soared through the sea of realms, yet they could no longer see that figure, only a void. It seemed they did not have the qualification to gaze directly at him. He is of the human race. After a long while, someone spoke. The Lord of the Star Tower and the President of the Huangtian Guild exchanged glances, taking a deep breath. They both thought of a possibility. The invasion of the Bright Realm Sea into the Huangtian Realm Sea was for the so-called human world fragment, yet they had not found the human world fragment. They had only found an ancient clan of migrating humans. Back then they thought the Bright Realm Sea had made a mistake, mistaking the land of the sun for the human world fragment, but now it seemed the Bright Realm Sea had never been wrong. There truly was a human world fragment in the Huangtian Realm Sea. The Lord of Light must have been killed by him. He must be the strongest of that human world fragment, a contingency plan set by the Tao ancestor of the human race in this era. As soon as he was born, a giant of the Immortal platform fell. The heavens of the 3,000 realm seas are about to change, they said, all with expressions of tremor. The Tianyi sect, one of the most powerful forces beneath the divine domain of the wasteland. On this day, the secret realm within the mountains awakened, and the supreme elders who had been in seclusion emerged from their closed-off meditations. Their avatars stood between heaven and earth, gazing at the starry sky, witnessing the heavens being torn apart as a 5-clawed golden dragon surged into the celestial gate. They also beheld the scene of countless beings in the divine domain of the wasteland kneeling and heard the last words spoken. He is of the human race. He is of the human race, exposing his existence so boldly. He intends to support the human race in claiming their rightful place in the world. An elder spoke while the others looked grave. There have long been rumors that before the fall of the Tao ancestor of the human realm, he had laid plans for the future of the human race, and it is only a matter of time before the humans return to the ranks of the great clans of the 3,000 realms sea. He is likely the backup plan set by the Tao ancestor of the human realm. Having slept for countless ages, he has been awakened in this life, carrying the immortal obsession left by the Tao ancestor of the human realm. A figure suddenly appeared, a giant of the human race. His birth did not provoke any signs, which only leaves one possibility. He was someone who had existed long before. Of course, only practitioners above the Hunyuan realm could witness the events occurring within the divine domain of the wasteland, but this news would soon spread across the 3,000 realms sea. Outside the Tianyi sect in a bamboo house library, Chu Yin also gazed at the starry sky. Her eyes held emotions that no one could articulate, and for the first time in a millennium the ripples of her heart stirred, causing the man and woman behind her to shudder. "Sir," she murmured, setting down the book in her hand, seemingly trying to quell the turbulence within her heart. "Sister Yin, is something happening?" The woman in a silken dress asked, while the young man beside her looked at Chu Yin with curiosity. A dragon's roar echoed through the starry sky, and then the supreme elders within the Tianyi sect awakened one after another, their avatars manifesting in the starry sky, all knowing that something significant had occurred in the divine domain of the wasteland. However, their gazes could not penetrate the starry sky, nor could they see the events within the divine domain of the wasteland, leaving them to guess. Yet Sister Yan's gaze seemed to suggest that she knew what had happened. Hadn't Sister Yin only comprehended one type of 9th-rank Tao and not stepped into the creation realm in 1,000 years? It was only because Sister Yin understood many things and was familiar with various techniques and scriptures from the outer sect that many outer sect disciples came to her for guidance. They were the most frequent visitors. Elders from the outer sect had also visited here, but left shaking their heads after seeing Chu Yin, only lamenting that although her comprehension was decent, her aptitude was too poor. Chu Yin looked at the two and gently shook her head. "I saw an elder," she said, seemingly regaining her usual calm demeanor, "a handful of books, a lamp, and a basin of mountains and rivers representing a millennium." The two stared at Chu Yin, momentarily taken aback. Sister Yin, with such a commotion outside, could it be that the Radiant Realm has attacked again? Many people died in the sect during that battle 1,000 years ago. Some Supreme Elders perished because of it. They added, looking at the heavens with worried expressions. Chu Yin glanced at them, unusually responding to their words. The people from the Radiant Realm will not come again. She stated, her tone extremely certain, causing the gazes of both to fall upon her, unsure why she was so confident. Sister Yin, clearly only a practitioner of the Rules realm, always held an unfathomable aura. How does Sister Yin know they won't come? After hesitating for a moment, they asked again, feeling that today's Sister Yin seemed different from usual. Her previously dormant heart seemed to have come alive, willing to share many thoughts with them. Because the Sir has returned. Sir, they were taken aback, not fully understanding Sister Yan's words. Chu Yin merely smiled, stood up, and began tidying the library, only taking a few familiar books to place in her bookbox, and glanced at the mountains and waters outside the house, shaking her head slightly. I must leave now, she said, like a pearl being dusted off, revealing the brilliance hidden within, leaving the two in a state of shock. Moreover, her cultivation was no longer merely regarded as being at the Rules realm. She had reached the 7th layer of the creation realm, no weaker than the elders of the outer sect. And she had only practiced here for a millennium. Seeing the astonishment on the faces of the two, she smiled faintly. The Sir is coming to take me, she said, picking up the bookbox and stepping out of the library. The grand Tao surged in this realm. She gazed at the mountains, and behind her divine mountain phenomena manifested. She looked at the waters, and behind her vast oceans materialized. This transformation caught the attention of many, including the outer sect disciples and elders of the Tianyi sect, and even some inner sect members. Chu Yin, seeing her holding the bookbox and gazing up at the starry sky, they all shuddered. Chu Yin, they remembered more about the Tao she practiced, the grand Tao path. They had never heard of, likely her own newly realized path. Reading and comprehending the Tao, she spent each day engrossed in books. Oh, what kind of offensive capability did such a Tao possess, thus being rated by the elders as a 9th-ranked Tao? Indeed, she had not shown much progress in a millennium remaining in the Rules realm. The 7th layer of the creation realm, how could that be? At this moment, many revealed expressions of disbelief. This person they had already given up on had actually reached the cultivation realm of an outer sect elder. And this had only taken a little over a millennium. What of the 7th layer of the creation realm? Her Tao has no offensive capability. No matter how much she reads, what use is it? Merely an empty cultivation. A woman in a blue dress at the 3rd layer of the creation realm stared hard at Chu Yin, speaking as several outer sect elders followed her, seemingly all regarding her as their leader. Lanyu. Chu Yin looked at her, saying nothing, only pointing into the void. Mountains and waters surged at her fingertip, as if one finger could encompass a city of mountains and rivers. Lan Yu's expression changed. The few outer sect elders behind her hurried forward, but they were directly blasted away by this finger, which then landed on Lan Yu. With one finger piercing her forehead, Lan Yu's eyes widened, staring hard at Chu Yin before collapsing completely. Until her death, she never expected that Chu Yin would dare to kill her directly. Wasn't it said that her Tao had no offensive capability? Countless people watched this scene, especially the two behind Chu Yin, all in shock. This girl, who only knew how to read every day, actually possessed such terrifying strength, and when she struck, it was to kill without a thought for the consequences, completely unlike her usual indifferent nature. Reading can also lead to the path of killing, she said, looking calmly at the outer sect elders rushing towards Lan Yu's corpse, their faces trembling as they looked at her when they realized Lan Yu was dead. She knew Lan Yu had a background. She had previously ignored her simply because she wanted to cultivate quietly here for a while, but now that was no longer necessary. Chu Yin, you have brought great trouble upon yourself. An outer sect elder spoke to Chu Yin, and the other elders echoed the sentiment. Several outer sect elders stood at the 4 corners of heaven and earth, sealing off Chu Yin's path of escape, while others gazed toward one of the several Dharma bodies standing amidst the starry firmament. Lan Yu was the cauldron of the Supreme Elder Zi Wu'in Saint Physique that aided his cultivation. You are destroying the Tao of Supreme Elder Zi Wu. How dare you? A group of outer sect elders spoke, their words shaking all the outer sect disciples, who involuntarily turned their gazes to the deceased Lan Yu. Chu Yin merely gazed calmly at the crowd, her expression serene. Boom. Suddenly, an invisible force descended upon this realm. One of the Dharma bodies in the starry firmament had turned its attention to the outer sect. Supreme Elder Zi Wu. The group of outer sect elders promptly knelt, followed by the others. Only Chu Yin remained standing, lifting her head to quietly meet his gaze. This rare top-grade cauldron I finally discovered has perished just like that. A voice rang out, and then a divine thought incarnation descended upon this land, an aged man with white hair. He glanced at Lan Yu's corpse on the ground, then turned his gaze to Chu Yin. Chu Yin met his eyes. A promising seedling indeed. With merely 1,000 years of bone age to have reached such cultivation, in another 10,000 years you might even aspire to the primordial chaos realm. He spoke, and his words shook countless souls. Merely 1,000 years old, yet at the 7th level of the creation realm. They stared at Chu Yan in disbelief. This was far more than a promising seedling. She was an absolute prodigy, one who could contend with the unmatched geniuses of the 3,000 realms. Yet such a person had lingered in the outer sect of the Heavenly Will sect for a millennium. But you killed my cauldron. With these words, Supreme Elder Z was face chilled, and an invisible pressure made even Chu Yan's body tremble. Still, her face showed no fear as she simply looked at him. You have two choices. First, take her place and become my cauldron. I will spare your life, and you shall become the holy maiden of my Heavenly Will sect. Second, refuse, and you and everyone connected to you will die. His indifferent words carried boundless cold, causing many across the land to shudder. Those kneeling trembled, not daring to lift their heads. Nor could they believe these words came from the Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Will sect. The other Dharma bodies in the starry firmament also turned their gazes to this land, having heard Supreme Elder Z's words, yet they made no move. They merely watched this scene with cold indifference. A genius, and one who had comprehended an unheard-of grand Tao of righteousness. Even if she could one day break through to the primordial chaos realm, how could she compare to them? A cauldron she would be then. Chu Yan surveyed heaven and earth, her gaze sweeping over the Dharma bodies in the starry firmament before settling on the main peak of the Heavenly Will sect. She could sense countless eyes upon her from there, yet all remained silent. Suddenly she laughed. It was a mocking laugh. She had spent 1,000 years in such a sect. You have 10 breaths to consider. The voice of Supreme Elder Z Wu rang out. He was the Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Will sect, a divine sovereign at the 9th level of the primordial chaos realm, and no one in the entire sect could defy him. Nor would defiance be tolerated. What if she chooses neither? Suddenly a voice rang out, and a figure appeared in this realm in a most untimely manner, standing atop the sky. Even above the head of Supreme Elder Z Wu, clad in plain white robes, a book tucked at his waist, he appeared as a young man emerging without anyone's notice. Supreme Elder Z Wu and the other Dharma bodies turned to the newcomer, frowning slightly. Their sight could reach far, yet they only knew that a human had appeared above the wild heaven divine domain, causing all beings there to kneel. But they could not see what had transpired within the wild heaven divine domain. They only witnessed a 5-clawed golden dragon ascending through the celestial gates, hovering above it. They did not recognize Lin Fan. Master. Chu Yan bowed deeply, and her address startled the two who had stood with her in the study, causing them to look up. So this was the master that Senior Sister Chu had spoken of. Senior Sister Chu had said that the master could not be breached even at the Radiant Light Sea, and that he would come for her. And now this master had truly arrived. Supreme Elder Z Wu's expression tightened as he looked at Lin Fan, yet he felt as though the man before him was both present and absent, as if not truly existing in this realm. So you are her backer, he said, stepping forward, and the Dharma body in the starry firmament also took a step, unleashing a terrifying pressure that shattered the surrounding space. Yet Lin Fan merely glanced at him. In an instant the world froze, and a crack appeared on Supreme Elder Z Wu's forehead, tearing him apart. The Dharma body behind him also collapsed instantly. Destroying my Dharma body, you seek death. From the main peak of the Heavenly Will sect, Supreme Elder Z Wu's true body strode forth, crossing 100,000 miles in an instant. Lin Fan merely waved his hand lightly, and Supreme Elder Z Wu turned to ashes. As if swatting a mosquito. I am indeed her backer. Do you find that insufficient? Lin Fan's voice echoed throughout the Heavenly Will sect, and countless beings trembled, the scene still fresh in their minds. That was Supreme Elder Z Wu, a divine sovereign at the 9th level of the primordial chaos realm, one of the mightiest beings in the wild heaven realm sea, and he had been effortlessly swatted to death. Misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Please, Your Excellency, show mercy. For Supreme Elders of the Heavenly Will sect arrived together. They looked at Lin Fan, equally unable to discern his cultivation, feeling as though he were somewhat elusive. Yet they also bowed. Even among divine sovereigns there were gaps. They were merely ordinary peak divine sovereigns, while above them were peerless divine sovereigns, limitless divine sovereigns, and even heaven-defying divine sovereigns. They even suspected that the man before them might be a heaven-defying divine sovereign. There had long been rumors of such a being in the wild heaven realm sea. Perhaps this was him. Lin Fan said nothing to the four, instead turning his gaze to the starry firmament. Roar! A dragon's cry echoed, followed by the 5-clawed golden dragon, 100,000 meters long, its draconic might pressing down upon the mountain gate of the Heavenly Will sect, yet no one dared to stop it. The Lin Fan before them dissipated into dust. The four supreme elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. A divine thought incarnation. The one who had killed Ziwu with a wave of his hand was merely a divine thought incarnation. Then the true body of this being. They looked toward the approaching five-clawed golden dragon, a chill running down their spines. They had encountered the greatest terror of the wild heaven realm sea. The five-clawed golden dragon spanned the starry sky, halting above the Tianyi sect, obscuring the light of countless stars, casting the entire Tianyi sect into darkness. With its head pointed down, it faced the four supreme elders of the Tianyi sect. A figure stood atop the dragon's head, the same person as before, but unlike earlier, this was his true body, not just a manifestation of divine thought. He did not speak a word, merely his gaze sent the four into a state of despair. They knelt down instantly. Supreme One, spare our lives. At that utterance the world fell silent, all eyes fixated on that figure, many trembling uncontrollably. Supreme One. That was a title reserved for the giants of the celestial platform, or the defiant divine lords, the rulers of the entire 3,000 realms, existing like deities in their eyes. And now such an existence appeared before them. Lin Fan looked at Chu Yan. 1,000 years, and you've managed to advance the Haoran Dao to this point. Not bad. Lin Fan said. Perhaps he was far behind compared to him, but for Chu Yan this was already extraordinarily defiant. The Haoran Dao, this was the first time it had appeared in the 3,000 realms. A truly new path. Chu Yan's face broke into a smile. Oh, 1,000 years of longing seemed to culminate in this very moment. Because I believe in you, sir. If you teach me the Haoran Dao, then this path will be the strongest in the world. As long as you are here, the path will exist. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Walking one's own path is the strongest path. The Xianyuan Great World was an ancient land of humanity, and even the geniuses born here would possess extraordinary talents, especially since they had encountered Lin Fan. Sometimes fate is not predetermined at birth, it can be altered, and Lin Fan was the one who changed their destinies. What their original fate trajectories were they could no longer know. Now their fates were intertwined with Lin Fan. Lin Fan had traversed the paths they would take, passing on to them what would be their strongest path, realizing the unity of myriad paths, comprehending the Tao of chaos. No one understood the Tao better than Lin Fan. Even an ordinary person could transform into a genius under Lin Fan. Their conversation was clearly heard by everyone present, especially the four supreme elders of the Tianyi sect, who felt a surge of dread. Chu Yan was actually a disciple of this one, and they were to make this disciple a furnace. Could they escape? They exchanged glances, each face filled with despair and defeat. Even before the celestial platform giants, how far could they escape? Supreme One, we do not seek to live, we only hope you can preserve the inheritance of the Tianyi sect. Even if we four must commit suicide to atone, we will do so. They spoke, and Lin Fan looked at them, about to say something, when his brow suddenly furrowed. The four trembled at his expression. But the next moment Lin Fan's gaze turned toward the starry sky. Outside the 9 lives sea, the sound of waves echoed in the ears of countless beings as a terrifying entity, resembling a creature made of water and milk with numerous compound eyes, descended. Even the extreme divine lords looked on in horror at this scene. The Sea Demon Supreme. An extreme divine lord exclaimed in shock, and countless beings fled in panic, while the Sea Demon Supreme merely opened its mouth slightly, causing billions of beings to fall into its maw. In the 9 lives sea, amidst the 10-mile peach forest, the 9 lives divine lord suddenly looked up. A force capable of withering all things surged from his body, making the entire 9 lives sea tremble. Xian Yuan, Ming Qin Go, and others all looked at him. Palace Master, the Sea Demon Supreme is coming. We must leave now. A guard from the Divine Demon Palace at the Heavenly Realm rushed into the 10-mile peach forest in a panic, speaking to Qin Ge. At the same time, the voice of Shun Qi echoed in Qin Ge's mind. Her expression shifted slightly, yet she did not move. It's over. Didn't Wang Yuezun mention he was already dead? How could he appear here? Lu De Meng Chuan and the others rushed anxiously to Qin Ming and the others, each taking out new talismans to call upon their family's experts, but none received a response. The domain of the Sea Demon Supreme covers the entire 9 lives sea. All signaling talismans have become ineffective. He intends to devour all the beings in the 9 lives sea. There are simply too many beings gathered here, attracting the Sea Demon Supreme's attention. They said, and without needing to say much, Qin Ge and the others understood the terrifying existence that the Sea Demon Supreme represented. To consume the beings of an entire sea realm, what a mad act. Now the only one we can rely on is the 9 lives divine lord. Only he can stop the Sea Demon Supreme. Lu De and the others looked toward the 9 lives divine lord, sensing the aura that could wither everything, but they also felt the divine lord's vitality rapidly diminishing. He likely no longer had the strength to fight. The Sea Demon Supreme, as legend has it, absorbed the grievances of all beings in a special sea realm to attain the Tao, devouring half a sea realm upon entering the celestial platform realm. Billions of years ago, several celestial platform supremes joined forces to slay it, including Wang Wezun from my Wangwei ancient land, yet I never expected him to still be alive. Yi Hongyu spoke, revealing the origins of the Sea Demon Supreme. The crowd looked beyond the Nine Lives Sea, where despite the distance of tens of thousands of star seas, they could still see the red-stained void, witnessing a massacre unfolding outside the Nine Lives Sea. The nearest known celestial platform supreme outside the Nine Lives Sea is Wang Wezun from my Wangwei ancient land, but he is quite far away. Moreover, Wang Wezun is in closed-door cultivation, isolated from the outside world, and may not even be aware of the situation here. By the time other supremes arrive, it will be too late. They spoke, their faces pale with fear. Outside the Nine Lives Sea, the Sea Demon Supreme's body had grown 1,000-fold, with numerous gigantic mouths appearing on it, drawing countless beings into its maw with immense suction. The star seas near the Nine Lives Sea quaked. Delicious. The Sea Demon Supreme uttered a sound that filled countless hearts with despair. What terrified the people in the 10-mile peach forest even more was that the myriad compound eyes of the Sea Demon Supreme turned toward their direction, sending chills down the spines of the group, despite the vast starry expanse between them. I am not dead yet. The voice of the Nine Lives Divine Lord rang out. He stood beneath the gaze of the Sea Demon Supreme, his dwindling vitality igniting into the most magnificent flame of life at this moment. The Sea Demon Supreme looked at him, slightly stirred, clearly sensing the threat posed by the man before him. But you are dying quickly. Even if you live, you cannot stop me. Why not let me consume you, merging us into one, and I shall grant you eternal life. And you, human race. The voice of the Sea Demon Supreme echoed, even facing the Nine Lives Divine Lord, he still bore a fierce light. But the next moment, the tone of the Sea Demon Supreme suddenly changed. What is that thing? His numerous compound eyes retracted, all looking toward a rift in the void beside him, from which a book flew out. A slightly dog-eared book, its corners curled, and creased, the words on its cover still clearly legible. 300 Techniques of Planting. It was not even a Tao scripture, merely a mundane manual. Yet from that ordinary book there emanated a dreadful power that struck even the High Mo Jizuan with terror. Thud. The book struck the High Mo Jizuan, not because he failed to dodge, but because escape was impossible. The volume ignored spatial barriers and even seemed to halt time. Under countless stunned gazes, the High Mo Jizuan was hurled back. A billion li ghostly blue blood filled the void, intermingled with shattered eyeballs. A soul-shattering roar rent the void. The world-devouring High Mo Jizuan plunged into the emptiness and astonishingly fled. There was no visible adversary, only a single book. Yet that book nearly cost him half his life, not by ordinary force, but by the terrible Tao it bore. The oppression it brought in that instant surpassed even the combined siege of several Xiantai titans. He could not conceive what sort of existence was attacking him. There was only flight. The High Mo Jizuan had come fast, but fled faster. The void took long to calm, and countless beings who entered it trembled in awe. The void still bore his aura. The ghostly blue blood flowing there was Xiantai blood, each drop capable of corroding a portion of the starry sky. The eyes he left behind had become forbidden life zones that ordinary cultivators dared not approach. Yet such a being had been driven off by a mere book. Is there truly such a gulf among Xiantai titans? Someone whispered. They searched the starry expanse for that book, but found no trace, as if it had never existed. Legends of the High Mo Jizuan were countless, each a testament to ultimate horror, a creature born to devour myriad souls. Set in the mortal age, it would be called a primal ferocious beast. Jioming Jiahai surely Taolin. A crowd stared, including the Jioming Shinzuan, who wore a look of stupefaction. He had not expected such an existence to intervene on their behalf. Incredible! Lu Da and the others exclaimed. This High Mo Jizuan was once suppressed only by the joint might of several Xiantai titans, yet just now, it was nearly slain by a single book. Could it be the Tao ancestor acting? They murmured. They had seen Wang Wezun and sensed his terrifying aura, yet even that paled before the shock of the scene. At that moment, Xin Yuanming looked toward Qin Ge and the others. Is it the master? He asked. They all nodded. Yes. The single word was spoken with absolute conviction. Then before the astonished eyes of Lu De Yi Hongyu and even the Jioming Shinzuan, they bowed toward the far side of Jioming Jiahai. Master. A host beside them stared in stunned silence. The master, the very one who had acted. How could it be? Could there be a mistake? Lu De asked, bewildered. No matter how he turned it over, he could not imagine that a casually met friend harbored such a terrifying background. One reason he had brought Qin Ming to the Wangwei ancient grounds was to shelter him. After all, Guangming Jiahai had the Lord of Light, and Huangtian Jiahai would sooner or later be breached. He had also hoped Qin Ming would remain in the Wangwei ancient grounds. Such a talent should not be buried. He even thought to wait until Wang Wezun returned from seclusion and bring Qin Ming to petition to become his disciple. But now it seemed merely his own fancy. Qin Ming looked at him and shook his head. I once saw the master leaf through that very book. He said he was fond of cultivating plants, so later pear trees appeared outside the yard, their branches thick with pear blossoms. But that book had long been kept in the master's library. Oh, I never expected he would take it out again, he said, dazed, as if recalling a memory. The master loved to read all kinds of books, ancient classics, technique manuals, documents, and Tao scriptures. He said one should not question a book's origin. I read 1,000 tomes, and the Tao will reveal itself. Yet many of us lacked such patience. Only Chu Yin could do it. The master never faulted us. He said each person has their own path, though another's road may not suit oneself. He spoke as if recollecting much, a faint smile rising unwittingly on his face. I once asked the master if reading would be useful to me. He said I was not cut out for it, Xinhua added, scratching his head. Laughter rippled through the group. The tension that had accompanied the High Mo Zaizen's descent dissolved at once. Even Qin Gu smiled, and a scene of harmony returned. Lu Da and the others watched this slightly dazed. Reading, he said, glancing toward Yihong Yu Ming Chuan and Qi Beishan. Can reading elevate one to the Xiantai realm? The question bore bafflement. It cannot be. But the master they speak of, is he not a Xiantai titan? The group wore looks of bewilderment. At that moment, Nian Yuan arrived with the Jiuming Shinzuan before Qin Gu and the others. After the confrontation with the High Mo Zhizuan, the Jiuming Shinzuan stood at death's door. The last flicker of life in him was like a candle about to gutter out. Even Qin Gu and the others could clearly sense his condition. He could not hold on much longer. Master, can you save Gu Yuan? She asked, her voice trembling with anxiety. She had asked many, and all had told her the Jiuming Shinzuan had little time left. Time's erosion and the immutable ways of heaven. This was not a wound, but the approach of his allotted end. No medicine, no physician could change it. Some had said that if the Jiuming Shinzuan could break through to the Xiantai realm, he would live reborn and able to reverse his fate. But that was simply impossible. Even she understood that the Hunyuan Shinzuan, who chose the path of fusion, could not break through to Xiantai. Oh, from the outset, it had been a dead end. Gaining overwhelming power had also buried one's future, yet countless still pursued that path. Her husband was among the rare few who had succeeded. Qin Gu and the others looked at Nian Yuan, then at the Jiuming Shinzuan. His soul was almost silent, kept only half conscious, yet he still bestowed upon them a faint smile. It matters not. I foresaw this day. Oh, when my mind collapses, I shall choose to end it myself. I ask that you take care of her. All things have causes and consequences. Having chosen this path, I must accept such an end. The master may possess heaven-piercing power, but I know my own condition. He spoke, glancing at the tearful Nian Yuan beside him, and sighed softly. My husband. Nian Yuan embraced the 9 Lives Divine Lord, tears finally falling from her eyes, while the 9 Lives Divine Lord simply held her gently. After a long while, hope is never absent. Everything has its destined course, and yet it is not entirely so. The speaker was Xianyuan Ming, a renowned figure of the human realm in the vast 3,000 seas, who looked at the 9 Lives Divine Lord with utmost seriousness. A crowd of gazes fell upon him. He shook his head slightly, contemplating many things in that moment. From the collapse of the human realm being sealed by the master of the buried heaven within the divine source, to being forcibly awakened in this life by Lin Fan. According to the predetermined path, I must carry the fate of the entire human race, leading them out of despair and back to the 3,000 seas. Perhaps it is not just me. There are others sealed in some corner of the 3,000 seas. But regardless, our fates should be the same. He spoke slowly, then looked towards Qin Gu, Qin Ming, Yu Bujing, and others, shaking his head once more. But everything has changed. The appearance of the master has altered the fate of us all. Individuals like me no longer have to risk our lives for the future of the human race. The fate of the entire human race is also changing. The future may not necessarily hold a new human realm, but there will certainly be a grander era for humanity than the age of the human realm. He said, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the 9 Lives Divine Lord. You speak of cause and effect. From the moment you saved me, you have intertwined your fate with the human race. The master's arrival may very well be your fruit. The master can alter our fate, and he can similarly alter yours. The last sentence caused the 9 Lives Divine Lord to tremble slightly. But he wanted to say something more, but at that moment a surge of Tao rhythm emanated from Qin Ming, where thunder, sword, and slaughter coexisted, unexpectedly merging into 3 distinct paths. You are not the only one walking the path of Tao integration. I presume you sensed it when I arrived. Qin Ming stated. Beside him, the embodiment of the flame of life also manifested 2 Tao paths, the Tao of souls and the Tao of flames. He caressed the bow in his hands, never feeling burdened by the path he had chosen. Qin Gu said nothing, but faint Tao rhythms stirred around her, confirming that she too had integrated multiple Tao paths. A bunch of freaks. Luda remarked from the side, while Yihong Yu Ming Chuan and Qi Beishan had long become numb. The integration of Tao, the path against the heavens. There was a gathering of many here. This is the path the Master found for us, and we have reached this point only through his teachings. The path of integration has never been a dead end. However, this path is much more arduous than ordinary paths. Qin Ming continued, and the 9 Lives Divine Lord observed several individuals. The heart that had gradually begun to die was quietly reviving, and thoughts he had never considered before resurfaced in his mind. Did the Master also walk this path? He inquired, this being the question he most wanted answered. He had never met that figure, yet in his heart, that figure was equivalent to the Tao ancestor. Even at his peak, he could barely hold back the Sea Demon Sovereign, but that figure had merely used a book to scare away the Sea Demon Sovereign. Yes, Qin Ming replied. Perhaps not entirely. The path the Master walks and the Tao he cultivates have long surpassed our imagination. The Tao ahead may only reveal a fraction of what the Master perceives. But the Master said if this path can be walked, then it surely can be walked. He stated, and others nodded in agreement. From beginning to end, they had never doubted Lin Fan, even when the people of the world told them they had strayed from the path and severed their future. The 9 Lives Divine Lord looked at the group of people before him, and at that moment a hint of daze appeared in his expression. Then sparks reignited in his pupils as he turned to Nian Yuan. Nian Yuan, I wish to try one last time. He said, his tone extremely resolute. Nian Yuan understood what he intended to do as well as the potential consequences of failure, yet she still chose to believe. The 9 Lives Divine Lord entered his final seclusion. If successful, he would be the first in countless epochs of the 3,000 seas to ascend to the immortal platform through the path of integration. If unsuccessful, it would mean death. The 10-mile peach forest fell silent once more as the appearance of the Sea Demon Sovereign had considerably reduced the number of beings awaiting beyond the 9 Lives realm, yet many gazes remained directed here. They were all waiting for the moment when a great whale would fall, giving life to all. Xian Yuan Ming's thoughts fell once again into the river of fate. This time the river of fate was no longer as silent as before. The entire river surged endlessly, and an imposing figure at its end led the entire river of fate forward. He was astonished, recalling a legend from the era of the human realm. A practitioner of the Tao of Fate ascended to the immortal platform and opened the divine realm of fate, calling himself the Lord of Fate, ultimately desiring to encompass billions of stars within his divine realm of fate, to step into a higher realm. But he was thwarted by the Tao ancestor pinned to the gates of the human realm, serving as a warning to those who came after. Could this figure become another Lord of Fate? He was horrified deep inside. In the vast sea of chaos, the Tianyi sect Lin Fan retracted his gaze, and that book returned to his hand as if nothing had transpired. Yet only those from the Tianyi sect understood what had just occurred. This figure only gazed at the starry sky. In an instant, myriad realms tore open before him, revealing a terrifying being that resembled a mass of mud covered in eyes whose mere mouthful devoured countless lives. Despite the vast distance, it still made them tremble all over. Sea Demon Sovereign. Someone uttered its name, one of the ultimate terrors of the 3,000 seas, representing absolute destruction upon its appearance. But the most terrifying aspect was that this figure merely tossed a book at him, not some fearsome Tao soldier, but just an ordinary book. The book traversed space and time, crashing down upon the Sea Demon Sovereign. The Sea Demon Sovereign's wails echoed through the myriad realms, and then they beheld the azure blood spilling across the starry sky and the eyes filling the void. The being known as the ultimate terror of the 3,000 seas fled. Just how powerful was he? As they looked at the person before them, they involuntarily trembled, having originally thought him to be an ordinary giant of the immortal platform. Now it seemed they had vastly underestimated him. He actually escaped. Lin Fan remarked, a hint of astonishment on his face, then turned to the crowd from the Tianyi sect. Under the Tao of Fate, all these people's pasts unfolded before Lin Fan, like flipping through a book. In just a moment, Lin Fan shook his head slightly. The Tianyi sect should not exist. Just a single phrase determined the fate of the Tianyi sect. Lin Fan departed, taking Chu Yin with him as the members of the Tianyi sect turned to ashes one after another. Some survived, but they were those with little connection to the Tianyi sect, mostly from the outer sect. The Grand Xian Sacred Gate. A death knell tolled 9 times in succession, heralding the fall of a cultivator beyond the chaotic origin realm. One by one, formidable auras materialized within the void. They were all chaotic origin venerables of the Grand Xian Sacred Gate. The Sea Demon Sovereign has emerged, someone spoke with a grave tone, having received tidings from the 9 Nether Realm Sea. It must have been after the 9 Nether Divine Venerable. The flesh and blood of a rebellious Divine Venerable could elevate its life level, yet for some reason it did not succeed. By the time we received the message, the Sea Demon Sovereign had already fled, they said. The Grand Xian Sacred Gate was the supreme divine domain of the Grand Xian realm, one of the few powers in the 3,000 realm seas to possess two immortal platform overlords. The closest realm to the Nine Nether realm, should be the ancient land of Moonview. Could it be that the Lord of Moonview made a move? Another spoke. Not only them, but many powers in the 3,000 realm seas thought the same. The only one near the Nine Nether realm, capable of suppressing the Sea Demon Sovereign, was the Lord of Moonview. Regardless, since the Sea Demon Sovereign has appeared, it is time for us to awaken the Sacred Lord. Legend has it that the Sea Demon Sovereign was born from the fallen ground of a human realm Dao ancestor. That place might hold the secrets of the Dao ancestor, which is why the immortal platform overlords did not completely annihilate it last time. It is the only living being connected to that region. They spoke, then turned their gazes to the depths beneath the Grand Xian Sacred Gate. Closing their eyes in concentration, they began to chant an ancient scripture together. At that moment, every disciple of the Grand Xian Sacred Gate looked down at the land beneath them. Boom! Suddenly the entire earth trembled. Then under the astonished gaze of countless onlookers, a colossal hand emerged from the ground, and upon this very hand rested one of the main peaks of the Grand Xian Sacred Gate. "Why do you summon me?" A voice resounded. All the powerful experts of the Grand Xian Sacred Gate within the surrounding void steadied their expressions and bowed towards the hand that had risen from the earth. Reporting to the Sacred Lord, the Sea Demon Sovereign has appeared. At these words, the figure beneath the earth fell silent for a moment. Then the entire land was flipped open, mountains shifted, and the starry sky tilted. A figure of immeasurable proportions stepped forth. His eyes were like stars, and the ravines upon his body were the very mountains that once stood upon the land. He gazed at the boundless starry sky, and infinite mysteries surged from him. His sight seemed to pierce through the realm seas, looking towards another place. The Grand Xian Lord, one of the mightiest immortal platform overlords of the 3,000 realm seas. Cannot find it. He frowned and looked back at the group of chaotic origin venerables of the Grand Xian Sacred Gate. "Is there anything else?" he asked. The group bowed to him again. "A human prodigy sealed since the human realm era has awakened. He claims to be a descendant of the human realm heaven-bearing lord, and has caused a calamity of corpse demons across the stars. He is currently protected by a rebellious divine venerable of the 3,000 realm seas, whose great limit is approaching and should soon perish." They spoke. Their words caused the Grand Xian Lord to focus slightly. Without a word, he strode directly into the vast starry sky. The group exchanged glances, and several followed him. These were all limit venerables. The Grand Xian Lord has emerged. In another realm, the darkness coalesced into a pair of pupils surging with endless dark power. Countless beings below knelt in submission. This was the Dark Realm, the Dark Lord. A mere 9 Nether Divine Venerable would not warrant his personal intervention. It must be the Sea Demon Sovereign. That monster truly did not die. It seems it indeed harbors some secret. The Grand Xian Lord traversed the starry sky, drawing the attention of many powerful beings. Yet most merely watched, remaining hidden beneath the stars, biding their time. The ancient land of Moonview. Within an ancient cave, a man in blue robes stepped out. He looked towards the starry sky, countless images flashing through his pupils before coalescing into an eternal radiant moon. "These 3,000 realm seas are about to fall into chaos again," he said. Yet he did not leave the ancient land of Moonview, choosing instead to be an observer, quietly watching the changes of the vast starry sky. The void tore apart, and a spatial path stretched straight into the endless starry expanse. Spatial turbulence raged within it, and the slightest ripple could shred a creation realm cultivator. Even Ao Guang paused at the sight. "Master, where are we going?" He looked at the pitch-black spatial path and could not help but ask. Standing atop the dragon's head, Lin Fan clasped his hands behind his back, while Chu Yin stood silently behind him. Hearing Ao Guang's question, a smile curled at the corner of Lin Fan's lips. "I do not know either. Perhaps a place unknown to the 3,000 realm seas." In his eyes, a thread of causality stretched into the depths of the void, the final refuge of the fleeing Sea Demon Sovereign, likely its lair. Ao Guang was taken aback, but asked no further. He plunged headlong into the spatial path. In his final moment, Lin Fan cast a glance back at the 9 Nether Realm Sea. A divine thought traversed the void, descending upon the 9 Nether Realm Sea at an incomprehensible speed, taking the form of Lin Fan. The Tenli Peach Forest. Upon a massive blue stone surrounded by swirling peach blossoms that fell upon a figure who had been seated in meditation for an unknown eternity. His body trembled, each tremor annihilating a patch of the surrounding void. The Daos of wood and water clashed relentlessly within him, turning his body into a battlefield. This was the 9 Nether Divine Venerable in the midst of a secluded breakthrough. The corrosive force of time crept in, causing his flesh to fester, while his mind faced relentless assaults, teetering on the brink of collapse. After a long while he opened his eyes. The two Tao rhythms swirling around him dissipated on their own. A look of defeat and exhaustion appeared on his face. Still not enough, he said. At those words he seemed to age eons in an instant. His hair turned frosty white and countless wrinkles covered his body like a man in his twilight years. Time. He looked at the sky, feeling the passage of time with unprecedented clarity, and for the first time, he glimpsed the most mysterious and fearsome Tao of all. The Tao of time. Yin Yuan, forgive me. He looked towards the peach forest, his body rapidly shriveling. This being who had roamed the stars for 100,000 years had finally reached the end of his life. Perhaps this path was not a dead end, but he no longer had the time to search. He closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the end of his existence. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, seeing a figure before him. His spirit shook violently. A figure in white robes stood silently beneath the rain of peach blossoms. Time erodes all things capable of taking any living being from the world. Yet at this moment it was completely blocked. The figure looked at him and gently waved a hand. The surging power of time dispersed instantly, and his life on the verge of being extinguished was pressed to a halt. "You!" he exclaimed in shock, as if no words could adequately describe the astonishment of this moment, where someone was able to sever the power of time and forcibly extend the life of a person who should have already perished. "Sir." Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and said. Lin Fan smiled slightly and nodded. He took a deep breath and at that moment truly understood what the term sir represented in the words of Qin Go and Qin Ming. This is an unimaginably supreme existence. Even at his peak, he could not compare to it. The Tao ancestor. He trembled within, and a look of reverence appeared on his face. "You are not meant to die." Lin Fan simply stated his calm words, causing the surrounding power of time to retreat, as if uttered by a divine being. Even the heavenly Tao of time must heed his command. "You saved my life, which is the cause. Today I come to continue your path, which is the effect. However, from now on you will be completely bound to my human race. As long as the human race exists, you will live. If the human race perishes, so shall you." Lin Fan said, and the 9 lives divine sovereign, upon hearing this, struggled to rise from the large azure stone, then slowly stepped down to stand before Lin Fan, bowing deeply. Gu Yuan understands and is willing to serve as Sir's subordinate to support the rise of the human race. As long as Gu Yuan lives, the human race will not perish. He said, his tone extremely firm. Lin Fan smiled faintly and nodded. Then Lin Fan extended his hand, and a blossom of peach flowers landed in his palm. Gu Yuan's gaze fell upon this blossom, and upon it he saw the 2 great Tao of wood and water. Surprisingly, the Sir comprehended these 2 paths. Most people comprehend the Tao by observing the achievements of their predecessors, learning their methods, and walking the paths they tread, but they are wrong from the very beginning. The path of integration should take nature as a teacher, and the heavens and earth as a mirror. The peach blossom flew from Lin Fan's hand, landing on the 9 lives divine sovereign's forehead, then sinking into it. The 9 lives divine sovereign's expression shook, and he closed his eyes. A world composed entirely of the origins of water and wood appeared before his eyes, and he witnessed how water gave rise to all things and would transform all spirits as the world evolved. Who? A supreme will descended upon this starry sky, and the entire 10-mile peach grove instantly fell silent, though everything became quiet, as all eyes in the peach grove turned towards the place where the 9 lives divine sovereign was in seclusion. Could it be? Yi Hongyu exclaimed in shock. Nian Yuan revealed an expression of great excitement. This was unlike the scene of demise she had witnessed. She saw the peach grove extending and all things growing. This was a scene of revival. After a long time splash, the sound of water suddenly echoed within the peach grove, and one peach tree after another grew wildly, transforming into ancient peach wood of thousands of years as peach blossoms floated and drifted through the vast starry space. Countless beings in the 9 lives realm looked up, all with faces of shock. What is this? Someone reached out to catch a peach blossom, feeling all the ailments in their body vanish in an instant as the peach blossoms spread across the starry sea, gradually covering the entire 9 lives realm. The breath of life. The power of the Tao. They exclaimed in astonishment, then turned their gazes towards the place they revered as a holy land, the residence of the 9 lives divine sovereign, the 10-mile peach grove. Peach trees grew in the starry sky, and that 10-mile peach grove transformed into a 100-mile grove, then into a 1,000-mile grove, and eventually a 10,000-mile grove. Outside the 9 lives realm, the ultimate divine sovereign, who wielded the destiny Tao soldiers and practiced the heavenly secrets, looked at the indications from the soldiers in disbelief. How is this possible? This was a certain death situation. How can he still be alive? One sentence drew countless gazes towards him as they all witnessed the anomalies in the 9 lives realm, seeking answers from him. The 9 lives divine sovereign was said to be dying, and this was what he had proclaimed. Absolutely impossible. He said, once again summoning the compass in his hand, and immense star power surged in his eyes. The light of destiny swirled around him as he attempted to calculate the fate of the 9 lives divine sovereign once more. Boom. Before his eyes the void split open, revealing a grand scene. It was a boundless peach grove. A person stood amidst the blooming peach flowers, their aura surging violently, a terrifying Tao rhythm emanating from them, as they underwent a transformation unique to their own life. Flowers fell in the starry sky and all things revived. These were the anomalies triggered by his life transformation. Boom. He saw a purple lightning bolt streaking across the starry sky, aimed at the person undergoing transformation, and just before striking it fell into a hand. There was another person in the peach grove. His gaze shifted to that individual. Sizzle. Outside the 9 lives realm the compass shattered, and the person who practiced the heavenly secrets trembled, vanishing instantly, as if erased by some power. He left no prophecy, not even an opportunity to look upon this world again, perishing directly in the starry sky. He's dead. Countless people were horrified. This is the backlash of the heavenly secrets. He touched a certain forbidden existence and had no chance to retract the heavenly secrets, directly dying. Someone said, tremblingly, wondering what kind of terrifying existence could cause an ultimate divine sovereign to vanish so easily. Anomaly arises. The immortal platform descends. In the moon viewing ancient land, the Lord of Moon Viewing spoke, looking towards the direction of the 9 lives realm, unable to suppress a tremor in his expression. What a 9 lives divine sovereign who defies the heavens and attains the Tao through the path of integration. It turns out the Tao ancestors' words were not false. This path truly can lead to the Tao. But can you withstand the heavenly tribulation of a divine sovereign defying the heavens? He said. At this moment, not only he but many others in the starry sky were also watching the 9 lives realm, including the master of Tai Xian, who was halfway there. The first person to attain the Tao through the path of integration in countless epochs. He said, a look of seriousness appearing on his face. An ultimate divine sovereign at the primordial realm could rival those at the immortal platform realm. What if he stepped into the immortal platform realm? Boom. This was a blood-red lightning bolt, and to the people in the peach grove they only saw a flash of blood light in the void before it fell into the peach grove. So fast, transcending time and space. This was a calamity descended by the heavenly Tao. Can the 9 lives divine sovereign withstand it? Xen was said, a hint of uncertainty on his face. This lightning did not carry the grand power like worldly lightning, yet it was even more terrifying. This was a terrifying lightning tribulation capable of crushing everything. The blood-red lightning struck down, shattering a portion of the peach grove, revealing the scene within where the 9 lives divine sovereign sat cross-legged, undergoing his lives transformation as if he had forgotten the passage of time. And blocking this apocalyptic lightning was another figure. Dressed in white robes, he stood quietly in the peach grove, allowing countless bolts of lightning to fall, all of which turned into time's dust in his hands. This, Nian Yuan Yihong Yu, and others displayed expressions of disbelief. This was heavenly Tao lightning, a terrifying force capable of killing even those at the immortal platform level. It was said that allowing others to withstand the lightning tribulation could amplify its power several times. Yet this person received it so easily. Sir. Suddenly a voice rang out from beside them. They looked over to see Qin Gu, Qin Ming, Yibu Zheng, Xian Hua, and Xian Yuan Ming, all bowing to the figure ahead. Boom! A pitch-black thunderbolt descended upon this realm, tightening the hearts of a crowd as the sea of souls fell silent in an instant. This was a strike capable of obliterating all living beings in the world. However, that figure merely raised his head slightly as the space before him tore and reconfigured, ultimately catching the thunderbolt in his hand. Like a spark extinguished, it caused not a ripple. He glanced at the group of people by the peach grove and nodded slightly. This. Yihong Yu, Lu De, and others widened their eyes, unable to recover for a long time, while Qin Gu and Qin Ming quietly observed this scene. Previously, no matter what happened, they would not be too shocked. It had always been this way. The tribulation has passed, and the next is the heart refinement tribulation. Lin Fan looked at Gu Yuan and said, as Gu Yuan opened his eyes, a vast world of water and wood appeared before him, rising as if it were the creation of heaven and earth. In everyone's eyes, a world entirely composed of the essence of water and wood emerged, within which a giant rose upright from the earth. This was the 9 lives divine sovereign. Thank you, sir. Gu Yuan can handle the upcoming heart tribulation by himself. Gu Yuan bowed slightly to Lin Fan and said, though the heavenly tribulation was not yet over, his body had already undergone transformation, reaching the level of the immortal platform, and he had transcended to another dimension of life. In this dimension of life, he could already see that the figure before him was not his true self, but merely an incarnation of divine thought. This realization left him even more astonished. Just a divine thought incarnation could effortlessly extinguish that world-destroying thunder, and with a slight raise of the hand it could cause spatial rifts, making even time retreat. How strong had he become? Lin Fan nodded a single word, calming Gu Yuan's previously restless heart, making him patiently await the arrival of the heart tribulation. The Immortal platform tribulation varies for different individuals, but most tribulations consist of a world-destroying tribulation followed by a heart-destroying tribulation. After overcoming these two, one attains a complete Immortal platform. The manifestations of the world-destroying tribulation are numerous, with thunder tribulation being the most common form, while the heart-destroying tribulation tests the mind and soul, and its arrival is equally unpredictable. Logically, outsiders cannot assist in the heart-destroying tribulation. It must be faced alone, yet this figure before him spoke as if he could also provide aid in the heart-destroying tribulation. Yet he also had his own pride. He was the divine sovereign who defied the heavens, traversing the seas of 3,000 realms for 100,000 years, and he too had the ability to overcome the heavenly tribulation. Buzz. An invisible force descended. Everyone except Lin Fan felt as if the entire world had suddenly lost color, as if isolated from reality. Gu Yuan trembled, countless emotions surging onto his face, revealing various struggles. The tribulation had arrived. Lin Fan watched him quietly, suddenly raising his head at a moment. Beyond the 9 lives, see the master of Tai Xian descended, stepping across countless star rivers, as if he were an ancient deity, gazing intently at the 9 lives sea before him. In the sea of flower falls water and wood converged into the heavens, signifying the phenomenon of ascension to the Immortal platform. The first person in history to enter the Immortal platform through the path of Tao fusion. He spoke lightly, preparing to enter the 9 lives sea, but just as he was about to take that step, a gaze suddenly fell upon him. It was an unobscured, indifferent gaze. 9 lives, divine sovereign. He frowned, then smiled faintly. You have not yet fully overcome the Immortal platform tribulation. You cannot yet be considered a true Immortal platform. If I am not mistaken, you should still be undergoing the heart-destroying tribulation now. Can you still divide your focus to resist me? He asked, taking a step directly into the 9 lives sea. To the countless beings in the star sea of the 9 lives sea, he appeared as a shadow looming over the starry sky, forcefully entering this realm. Is that so? At that moment, a voice sounded in the ears of the master of Tai Xian, followed by a terrifying pressure locking onto him, halting the step he was about to take. Buzz. This was the sound of a sword's cry resounding throughout the 9 lives. See, a terrifying sword light, imbued with the power to erase time, swept across the starry sky, instantaneously crossing 100,000 star seas. It struck directly at the enormous shadow about to enter the 9 lives sea. The master of Tai Xian focused his mind, clenched his fist, and boundless star power gathered, forming a dark void in the surrounding starry sky, then met this sword. Boom. A loud bang shook several realms, an invisible ripple sweeping across billions of miles. In the astonished gazes of countless people, that immense figure akin to a heavenly abyss collapsed. A severed arm flew billions of miles, shattering countless stars. Blood scattered in all directions, each drop heavy as a mountain, capable of crushing a Hunyuan divine sovereign. This was the blood of an Immortal platform giant. How is this possible? This was the voice of the master of Tai Xian. He grasped the severed arm, reattaching it, and looked towards the direction of the 9 lives. See, his face filled with shock. But in response to him was another sound of a sword's cry. He trembled in expression and turned to flee. That sword light cut out from the 9 lives. See, severing the endless starry sky, wielding the powers of space-time and fate, striking directly at the master of Tai Xian. A scream echoed across several realms. Countless beings looked up to see a massive figure clutching a severed arm, fleeing in a panic through the starry sky. Even the slightest aura that oozed from that figure could cause a star sea to collapse, leading countless beings to perish, yet such an existence still bore an expression of terror. He didn't even dare to look back, fearing another sword would cut towards him. He never expected that the 9 lives divine sovereign would not give him the opportunity to speak, coming straight at him with lethal intent. Wasn't he supposed to be undergoing the heart-destroying tribulation? How could he still act against him at this moment? He was at the 5th level of the Immortal platform, while the 9 lives divine sovereign had just entered the Immortal platform. How could he be so powerful? Is this what they call a divine sovereign defying the heavens? In the ancient land of Moonwatch, the Lord of Moonwatch closed his eyes, and an eye opened on his forehead, revealing the scene of the master of Tai Xian fleeing in panic, as well as the terrifying sword. After a long time, a trace of blood overflowed from the eye. He retracted the eye and opened his own. What a terrifying sword! The 9 lives divine sovereign should be called the Lord of 9 lives. This new Immortal platform giant must be the most defiant one in countless epochs. an immortal platform of the 1st level defying the master of Tai Xian at the 5th level. He said, remaining silent for a long time before finally stepping out of his secluded place. The next moment, a bright moon rose from the ancient land of Moonwatch, instantly stirring the entire ancient land. This ancient ancestor who had been in seclusion for countless years had awoken. In the Peach Forest, the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign was still trapped in the Heart Annihilation Tribulation, his aura flickering like a dying flame, while the peach blossoms drifting in the realm sea gradually became shrouded in gloom. The 9 Lives Divine Sovereign was not in a good state. Lin Fan's gaze shifted from the starry sky to the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign. Do you hold so many obsessions? Lin Fan spoke, his voice faint, as if it were an invisible thunder tearing open a rift in the heart and mind of the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign. Through this rift, Lin Fan glimpsed the heart and mind of the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign, a past marked by wandering in the void of the starry space and self-redemption amid the ruins of war. After a long time, Lin Fan shook his head slightly, placing a finger on the forehead of the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign. A healer cannot heal himself. A sometimes excessive kindness is an obstacle to achieving the Tao. This was also one of the reasons that prevented the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign from breaking through to the immortal platform realm even until his death. A group of people stared blankly at the figure standing in front of the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign, still lingering in the previous scene, unable to regain their senses. A shadow descended upon the 9 Lives realm sea, an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe, causing the souls of the group to tremble. It was an aura more terrifying than that of the Sea Demon Sovereign. It belonged to another immortal platform powerhouse who was crossing the starry sky to forcefully descend upon the 9 Lives realm sea. This individual merely gazed at the starry sky, extending a finger like a sword. With one stroke, he swept across 100,000 star seas, even cutting beyond the 9 Lives realm sea. In the first strike, they saw that the shadow was missing an arm, blood drifting across the starry sky, and then they witnessed its hasty retreat. After the second strike, they heard the scream of the immortal platform powerhouse. After that, there was nothing more. It was unknown whether that mysterious immortal platform powerhouse was alive or dead. After all, he was an immortal platform powerhouse. That is the Lord of Tai Xian. Luda murmured, his signal talisman flickering continuously as the Moonwatch ancient land inquired about his situation and informed him of events occurring in the 3,000 realm seas. Yihong Yu Ming Chuan and Qi Beichuan were similarly affected. Luda, you all must leave the 9 Lives realm sea quickly. The Lord of Tai Xian is heading towards you. He is coming for the Tao child of the human realm. The 9 Lives realm sea is doomed. The Lord of Moonwatch has emerged from seclusion. Voices transmitted from the signal talismans, yet the few of them had forgotten to respond to the person on the other side. Their gazes could not tear away from that figure. Was the Lord of Moonwatch this powerful? For the first time, that existence which they regarded as invincible seemed to pale under this figure. Master, are you still alive? This was Shen Qi transmitting a message to Qin Gu, his voice filled with urgency. He stood outside the 9 Lives realm sea, worry etched on his face as he watched the realm. He initially thought this was merely a routine trial for the master. Unexpectedly, an immortal platform powerhouse had intervened. First the Sea Demon Sovereign, then a mysterious immortal platform powerhouse appeared, driving off the Sea Demon Sovereign with a book. Now another Lord of Tai Xian had arrived in existence that even the God Demon Palace feared, nearly slain by 2 sword strikes, and those 2 strikes came from the 9 Lives realm sea. Was it the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign? He could not be certain. How strong could an immortal platform powerhouse that walked the path of integration truly be? No one knew, and there had been no records throughout history. If not the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign, then who else could it be? Could there be other immortal platform powerhouses that had already entered the 9 Lives realm sea, such as that mysterious existence who had driven off the Sea Demon Sovereign with a book? He repeatedly transmitted messages to Qin Gu using the unique communication method of the God Demon Palace, but received no response, and his heart grew increasingly cold. Just as despair said in Qin Gu's voice came through. Just a single word, yet Shen Qi was overjoyed. Master, are you okay? Do you need me to help you? The top 10 imperial courts of the God Demon Palace have issued orders for all members outside to return, he said while Qin Gu slightly furrowed her brow in the peach forest. Understood. This was her only response, and she paid no further heed to Shen Qi's calls, quietly gazing at that figure in the peach forest, as if she perceived something. Her expression slightly dimmed. After executing those 2 sword strikes, Lin Fan's incarnation of divine thought had reached its limit, the once solid figure gradually becoming somewhat ethereal. In guiding the 9 Lives Divine Sovereign, only a fleeting shadow remained. Incarnation. Luda and the others looked on in disbelief. Qin Ming, Yibu Zheng, and Xian Huo were also taken aback. Perhaps the master has been delayed by something. Qin Ming said, glancing at Qin Gu, whose emotions settled quickly. Facing Qin Ming's gaze, she merely nodded. Even if it is just an incarnation, it is still the master. Even a mere incarnation can slay immortal platform powerhouses. Though the master is not here, he is certainly watching us from somewhere. Indeed, Yi Buzheng said. The others focused slightly, all nodding in agreement. In the peach forest, Lin Fan withdrew his hand, and the 9 lives divine sovereign opened his eyes. A ray of immortal platform light surged from his pupils, and with his heart and body united, he had finally fully stepped into the immortal platform realm. Thank you, master. He glanced at the starry sky, then bowed respectfully towards Lin Fan, while Nian Yuan, his disciple Lu De, and others knelt one by one. Gu Yuan overestimated himself. Had it not been for the master, Gu Yuan would have perished at the moment of the transformation of his mind. Following the master's orders, Gu Yuan shall forever stand behind humanity. He spoke earnestly, making a vow for a lifetime. He did not grow lax towards the person before him simply because he had stepped into the immortal platform realm. Rather, he showed even more respect. Only by standing higher can one truly comprehend how frightening this person is. An incarnation, yet capable of slaying an immortal platform. Even if he was not the Dao ancestor, he was not far off. Lin Fan looked at him, nodded, and then turned to Qin Gu and Qin Ming. The fates and chances upon you have been concealed by me. From now on, no one in the 3,000 realm seas shall be able to ascertain your whereabouts or origins. I traced the path of fate to a mysterious secret realm, which may be related to a certain Dao ancestor of the human realm era. It should remain for a while. When the time comes, I shall naturally appear. As he spoke, the others felt their bodies relax, as if something had been severed. Only Xinyuan Ming could see that it was the line of causality that had been cut. In the God-Demon Palace, a mysterious existence opened its eyes, its expression turning serious. The 7th Palace. It gazed at the palaces beneath the sky, finally resting upon the 7th Palace. Has someone from the human race awakened? It seems the 3,000 realm seas are becoming interesting again. I just wonder how long this person can hold on. There are quite a few who covet the secrets of the human realm and the 3,000 realm seas, yet it seems the God-Demon Palace is to take the lead. He looked at the 7th Palace, speaking indifferently. In the peach forest, Lin Fan's figure gradually faded away while the group respectfully stood aside, until Lin Fan's figure completely vanished from this world. This is a spatial avenue devoid of any light and endless darkness, like an abyss, like a phantom realm capable of swallowing all living beings of the world. Eternal silence is the only portrayal of this path, where they cannot even feel the passage of time. Even Ao Guang experienced a shiver. This is the true void. Shattered layers of space must be traversed to arrive here. Even someone of his caliber at the pinnacle of the heavenly path feels as insignificant as a mayfly before the vast ocean. Master, shall we continue? As he traversed the frigid void, he involuntarily shuddered, an indescribable cold gradually invading his body, which even the blood of dragons could not extinguish. A sense of inexplicable fear rose in his heart, and he finally could not help but speak. Lin Fan looked ahead, his expression calm. Let's go. As his voice echoed, an endless avenue to the heavens was forcibly opened in this boundless void, extending forward with no end in sight. A warmth enveloped Ao Guang, who let out a dragon's roar and continued to traverse the void. The void seemed endless, and Lin Fan appeared as the lone light, soothing Ao Guang's trembling heart. He simply chose to keep his eyes shut, following Lin Fan's guidance. I once read an ancient text that spoke of the void, Chu Yin said at this moment. Lin Fan turned to her, and Chu Yin gazed at the icy void surrounding them, her expression grave. The ancient text stated that the essence of the 3,000 realms sea is a derivative of the void, akin to an island within an endless river without visible shores. The void is infinite, and only the titans of the immortal platform are qualified to witness the deepest secrets of the void, capable of truly surviving within it. Yet even so, they cannot be away from the 3,000 realms sea for too long. At this point, Chu Yin unconsciously looked at Lin Fan, noticing his contemplative expression, her demeanor slightly tightening as she continued. The author of that text even speculated that the shattering of the human realm was related to the void. He suggested that the strong of humanity may not all be dead, perhaps they are lost within this endless void. In his view, even the titans of the immortal platform could easily become lost here. This statement deepened Ao Guang's fear, prompting him to open his eyes again, revealing the heart-stopping, endless darkness devoid of light. Does that mean within this void there are many unknown deities, or perhaps islands, like the 3,000 realms sea? He spoke, and Chu Yan's expression tightened as she nodded. According to what the author of that book said, that is the implication. Then Chu Yan and Ao Guang fell silent, for this was beyond their comprehension, something they should not touch. The deepest secrets of the 3,000 realms sea also represented the deepest fears. It was the master who brought them here. Lin Fan quietly listened to their words, a hint of chaotic Tao rhythm appearing in his pupils, as even this boundless void seemed to retreat. The void was devoid of light, yet the light of chaos still shone bright. The trace of fate from the Sea Demon Supreme still lay ahead deep within the void. Their path thus far had followed the footsteps of the Sea Demon Supreme. "We're almost there," Lin Fan said. The void could obscure the gaze of countless beings, but it was useless against Lin Fan. Chaos transcended the void. Ao Guang and Chu Yin both trembled upon hearing this. They looked at the dark void ahead and took a deep breath, quietly following Lin Fan. With the master present, they should not become lost. In the endless void, darkness surged, and they did not know how long they had walked. Here there was no concept of time, nor any sense of spatial distance, only instinctual forward motion. Finally, something stirred in the void ahead. They looked forward, and their gazes instantly froze. Before them lay a colossal corpse, its size unfathomable, spanning billions of stars, with a single pore resembling an abyss broader than a star domain. Just looking at it invoked an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if the sea of souls had come to a standstill at this moment, especially those hollow eye sockets that made the endless void swirl around. "What is this?" They trembled as they spoke, their voices quaking. "What kind of being could this be?" "Master." Chu Yin looked at Lin Fan. Even her steady heart surged with deep unease, and she unconsciously harbored a thought of fleeing. A terrifying dread, an unimaginable terror. It lay just ahead. Ao Guang coiled his dragon body, his form stiffening. From a single pore, he sensed an aura he could not contend with, as if some terrifying giant lay hidden within. Lin Fan observed this scene and took a step into the void. He said nothing, merely gazing at the corpse, his eyes sweeping over the seemingly abyssal pores before finally resting on one. "Sea Demon Supreme," he said, his voice soft, yet resonating throughout the void, penetrating into the unfathomable pore. The void fell silent for a moment, then a voice emerged. "It's you." He seemed astonished that a being from the 3,000 realms sea had followed him into the void and found his dwelling place. Lin Fan extended his hand, a beam of chaotic light illuminating the void. An invisible hand descended into that pore, directly pulling the Sea Demon Supreme out. At this moment, the Sea Demon Supreme appeared as a mass of slime covered with gaping, hideous orifices, as if this was his true form. Lin Fan gazed at this scene, slightly taken aback. Bacteria, he mused, recalling a type of microorganism from a past life. He then looked again at the entire corpse, his gaze returning to the seemingly abyssal pore. In that moment, he fell silent. It was too similar. If this corpse could be likened to a person, then the so-called Sea Demon Supreme was akin to a bacterial life form. He had perished, and his corpse birthed beings resembling the Sea Demon Supreme. "Spare me," the Sea Demon Supreme pleaded, confused. He had already escaped here, yet this person had still pursued him. This was the Sea of the Void. Did he not fear becoming lost? He had traversed the 3,000 realms sea several times, each time fleeing to the Sea of the Void to survive, as the titans of the 3,000 realms sea dared not step here. For them, the Sea of the Void was an absolute dead zone, where even the immortal platform's footsteps were a matter of life and death. Lin Fan grasped him firmly, his 5 fingers forming a world that locked the massive body within, leaving him with no power to resist. "Who is he?" This was Lin Fan's first question. He looked at the corpse in the void, his expression heavy. This was the only existence he had seen that he could not penetrate. If the beings birthed from this corpse were of the immortal platform realm, how strong would he be if he were alive? He glanced at the system panel. It remained eerily silent, with no changes at all. "Immortal," the Sea Demon Supreme said, a single word that plunged the void into silence. In the next moment, within Lin Fan's eyes, the cultivation tier on the system panel slowly shifted, revealing a new path of cultivation before him. Name: Lin Fan. Age: 1762 years. Cultivation: Soul Refining Realm 9th Layer. Talent: Unrivaled Through the Ages. Sword Tao Deduction Opportunities 376 and Used. Destruction Essence Comprehension Opportunities 72 and Used. Thunder Essence Comprehension Opportunities 89 and Used. The chaotic origin realm had transformed into the soul refining realm, signifying a dimension beyond the 3,000 realm seas, though this world had yet to unfold before Lin Fan's eyes. He had only touched upon it. The corpse before him was one that had truly stepped into that domain. "Immortal," Lin Fan murmured. The single word seemed to represent a supreme law, causing the void itself to stagnate, a presence that also transcended the sea of void. Yes, this is a true immortal, incomparable to those false ones. A transcendent being beyond the sea of void, a creature that even the sea of void cannot bear. Sea Demon Sovereign spoke, and as he did, his countless eyes also fixed upon the corpse before him, his gaze filled with reverence. He was but an insignificant being born from this corpse. As the saying goes, when a whale falls, all things thrive. He was merely a tiny part of that. Beside him, Chu Yin and Ao Guang were utterly stunned, unable to digest what they had seen and heard. Immortal? What kind of existence was that? Wasn't the end of Cultivation the immortal platform realm? All their worldviews crumbled in an instant, replaced by a boundless world where the only thing they could see was the figure before them. Even upon hearing of immortals, he remained utterly calm. I am the spirit of the immortal corpse bearing the will of the immortal. You cannot kill me. Seeing Lin Fan fall silent, he spoke. Lin Fan looked at him, and the next moment his hand closed, crushing Sea Demon Sovereign into dust. Did the immortal corpse have a spirit? He did not know, but he indeed felt a gaze fall upon him, stirring his chaos Dao instinctively, as chaos light enveloped his entire being. He glanced at the dense, massive pores before him, then looked up at the immortal pupil billions of miles away, surrounded by endless void. In that single glance, all Daos manifested within his pupils. The chaos Dao encircled his form, time and space stagnated around him, and the power of destiny swept across all directions. This was the only time Lin Fan had unleashed all his power. Boom! The void annihilated, the dense pores trembled, countless terrifying beings awakened, and then a fearsome ripple swept through the void. Two terrifying existences were at a standoff, even stirring the immortal corpse, and awakening countless slumbering beings, yet all dared only to watch from afar. Master, Lord, Ao Guang and Chu Yin called out. This was the first time they had seen Lin Fan so solemn, and also the first time they felt the complete, undiminished chaos Dao, transcending all, reigning above all Daos. In an instant, myriad realms were born, and in another they perished. Yet Lin Fan, who had unleashed such terrifying power, still furrowed his brow, as if contending with an unimaginably dreadful existence. Boom! The next moment, all beings in this sea of void fell silent. A patch of void shattered like layers of glass, only to reform in an instant, repeating this cycle billions of times in a mere breath. Finally, everything returned to silence. Lin Fan stood still, his chaos light slightly dimmed, yet it remained the sole light in this sea of void, undimmed even by the immortal corpse. After a long while, Lin Fan turned and left this void with Chu Yin and Ao Guang. He did not walk quickly, yet no creature dared to pursue. From the dense pores, beings emerged, all gazing at the immortal pupil, surrounded by endless void, where a blurred figure stood. He seemed to be watching Lin Fan's retreating back. Soul refining realm. Those three words stirred a massive uproar around the immortal corpse. Countless beings looked at the fading silhouette, their eyes full of disbelief. This man had crossed the sea of void, slain a powerful being among them with a wave of his hand, and battled that immortal spirit. Yet he was only at the soul refining realm. The void stretched endlessly. Lin Fan stood atop Ao Guang, a layer of power both dim and sacred appearing upon him, like a stain entwined around his sea of soul. Even just being near it made Chu Yin and Ao Guang tremble uncontrollably. Master, what's wrong? Chu Yin asked with concern. Though she didn't know what had happened, she could sense that a battle invisible to them had occurred moments ago. And in that battle, though Lin Fan hadn't lost, he certainly hadn't won. Lin Fan looked at his hands, stained with specks of black, an indescribable corruption slowly eroding his body. So this is an immortal, he said, unconcerned about the power consuming his life. He merely watched it flow between his fingers, as if observing the essence of this power. That was not an immortal, but an ominous existence born from the immortal corpse. Yet even so, in that battle he had failed to gain the upper hand. In the end, he was entangled by this corruptive force. The immortal corpse ground. The figure standing in the immortal pupil watched Lin Fan's departing direction, his eyes dark and inscrutable. This is the immortal annihilation force forged from the immortal corpse. Even a false immortal cannot endure it long. Within 1,000 years, he will surely die. He spoke as if pronouncing Lin Fan's fate. The beings in the countless pores shuddered, feeling the annihilating aura of the immortal pupil's shadow. They did not doubt his words. When an immortal dies, an annihilating force naturally arises, and this power was commanded by a fearsome being born from the immortal pupil. Thus he became the so-called spirit of the immortal corpse, the mightiest among them. Soul refining realm, yet able to match a false immortal. He must be the most monstrous prodigy ever born in the sea of void. Pity he should not have come here. But that world is ripe for harvest. Go when he is dead. A mere 1,000 years. A few words revealed a shocking secret beyond the 3,000 realm seas. The beings of the immortal corpse ground had been coveting the 3,000 realm seas. They even regarded the 3,000 realm seas as a field for harvest. Ao Guang traversed the void, a wisp of chaos light guiding their way back. His expression was equally grim, for he could see Lin Fan's poor condition. It was the first time he had seen Lin Fan injured. Chu Yin also looked at Lin Fan with worry. She had much to say, but when she saw him quietly studying the corruptive force on his hands, her words caught in her throat. The power of an immortal. Lin Fan closed his eyes slightly, attempting to extract the trace of immortal aura within this corruptive force. He had no intention of removing it. Instead, he wished to use it and understand it. The void surged like flowing water, as if layers of curtains were being drawn back, revealing a vast world gradually unfolding before them. Ao Guang and Chu Yan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Finally returned. The endless darkness and eternal void were too oppressive for them, as if even a ripple could completely engulf them. The 3,000 Realms Sea. Ao Guang couldn't help but exclaim, diving into this magnificent world, deeply sensing the aura around him, and Chu Yan did the same. Only Lin Fan remained standing in the void, quietly gazing at the world before him, yet he paused just before stepping in. The starry sky trembled, boundless thunder coalesced above the celestial dome, and the original Tao monuments appeared intermittently in the sea of thunder, as if the heavenly Tao feared Lin Fan and sought to prevent him from entering the 3,000 Realms Sea. Lin Fan looked at the darkness in his hand, momentarily taken aback. "Are you afraid of it?" Lin Fan said, then smiled. If the heavenly Tao of the 3,000 Realms Sea represents all living beings, then this dark power represents total annihilation and death. It was indeed not accepted by the heavenly Tao of the 3,000 Realms Sea. "Sir, Master." Ao Guang and Chu Yan looked at Lin Fan with worried expressions, as walking in the void brought them not only the oppression of the void, but also the pollution power emanating from Lin Fan. If Lin Fan hadn't been suppressing that power, they would have likely been erased by it long ago, a force of annihilation brought from the celestial corpse. Lin Fan shook his head slightly. "I should stay in this void for a while, there's no need to worry. The void is also an extension of space existing under my Tao." Lin Fan said, then allowed the heavenly Tao to close the void rift, and the scene before him transformed back into that eternal dark void, which he merely gazed at indifferently. "Heavenly Tao, what kind of existence are you?" he said, as the light of chaos illuminated the void, revealing the embryonic form of the 3,000 Realms Sea, followed by a vague voice appearing in his mind. "Hide! Hide!" A voice synthesized by some power sounded somewhat obscure, but Lin Fan understood the meaning behind the words. It urged Lin Fan to hide and not expose the existence of the 3,000 Realms Sea. This was the heavenly Tao. Lin Fan focused slightly, his mind flowing like water, landing upon the entire 3,000 Realms Sea, probing the secrets of the heavenly Tao. The light of chaos remained ever bright, not fully heeding the words of the heavenly Tao to hide, though he didn't know how those celestial corpses managed to do so, but they should be able to evade the heavenly Tao's scrutiny of the 3,000 Realms Sea. The 3,000 Realms Sea had long been discovered. This ball of light might be the true existence that the land of celestial extinction feared. The 3,000 Realms Sea. At the moment the void closed, a force penetrated the obstruction of the heavenly Tao and fell upon them, causing the endless space before their eyes to crack open, directly creating a spatial gateway connecting to another realm. They knew this was Lin Fan's guidance and stepped in without any hesitation. Whooshed! In just a few steps the world before them transformed, revealing a starry sky they had never set foot upon, and looking back the spatial gateway had vanished. "Where is this?" They looked around, bewildered. "Roar!" Ao Guang let out a dragon's roar that echoed through the starry sky, then a terrifying aura descended upon this starry expanse, revealing a peach grove. A figure stood quietly in the center of the peach grove, gazing at them. "Human race, dragon race," he said, seeming to recall something, then glanced to the side, and several familiar figures appeared in his line of sight. Chu Yan, Qin Gu, Qin Ming, and others shouted, and the slightly furrowed brow of the Lord of Nine Lives relaxed instantly upon hearing it. Then he smiled at Chu Yan and Ao Guang. "So it's Sir's people," he said, as the peach grove extended to Chu Yan and Ao Guang. Chu Yan focused, slightly walking forward with Ao Guang, who had already transformed into human form. In the next moment the peach grove shrank, and they arrived before Qin Gu, Qin Ming, and the others. "Chu Yan, greetings to the senior," Chu Yan said, giving a slight bow to the Lord of Nine Lives. She could tell that the person before her was a giant of the Immortal platform, likely the renowned Lord of Nine Lives from the 3,000 Realms Sea, but now he had already stepped into the Immortal platform realm. Ao Guang looked at the Lord of Nine Lives and merely nodded. As a dragon and the Dragon King, only Lin Fan had the right to make him bow. No other Immortal platform giant held that qualification. "Where is Sir?" In the peach grove Qin Gu and others asked, and the Lord of Nine Lives' gaze also fell upon Chu Yan. That power transcended the realm sea, directly transporting the two of them to the edge of his Tao field, likely Sir's doing. Upon hearing this, Chu Yan's face took on a serious expression. Beside her, Ao Guang's expression also darkened slightly. "Sir is injured," Chu Yan said, glancing at the starry sky. She felt that Sir was outside the 3,000 Realms Sea in the void and might be able to see them. Those 5 words startled everyone. "Sir is injured." The first to speak was the Lord of Nine Lives, his face filled with shock. Only he truly understood how strong Lin Fan was. Could such a person also be injured? Who else in this world could injure him? Yes, Chuyan nodded. Remembering the endless void she had seen, she still felt a shiver at the thought of a colossal corpse that seemed to stretch endlessly with pores as vast as a starry sky. The sea demon sovereign referred to him as an immortal. Ao Guang felt similarly. Even thinking of leaving Lin Fan made them hesitant, as if merely recalling it could touch upon taboos and invite ominous existences. A group of people listened to their words, remaining silent for a long time. Who injured Sir? Qin Gu asked, her face betraying a cold, killing intent, a cycle of black and white manifesting behind her, as if she were a deity controlling life and death. Chu Yin looked at the others and shook her head. It's not something that can be said. A master wouldn't let us tell you, Ao Guang said as the eyes of the group turned back to him. Ao Guang smiled lightly at them. I have known you all for quite a while, especially Qin Gu and Qin Ming. I have watched you grow up, he said, and everyone was taken aback. Suddenly, they remembered the pond in Sir's courtyard. Ao Guang nodded. I was enlightened by Sir and transformed into a dragon in the pond of his courtyard. This time Sir took me along on his journey and bestowed upon me the name Ao Guang, he said, and everyone was shaken upon hearing this. They naturally knew that everything in Sir's courtyard, every living being, was extraordinary, especially those granted names. For example, Bodhi and Hota, one upholding the world as its foundation, supporting the entire heavenly emperor star and transforming into the heavenly Tao of that star, while the other presides over the human cemetery in Sir's courtyard, possessing the power to reverse life and death. The Lord of Nine Lives quietly observed the scene, filled with awe for that gentleman, realizing how the dragon lineage of the human realm was born. In the courtyard, a carp leaped over the dragon gate. What a terrifying method this is. Is the gentleman's injury related to the sea demon supreme? The Lord of Nine Lives concentrated for a moment, then asked, as everyone turned to look at Ao Guang. Ao Guang was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. It's somewhat related, but not entirely. Just the sea demon supreme alone is not enough to injure the gentleman, but there are more matters that you are not yet ready to touch. If you wish to know, let the gentleman tell you himself. Ao Guang said. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Nine Lives' expression tightened, and countless speculations arose in his mind. There have been rumors in the 3,000 seas that the sea demon supreme was born from the dojo of a Tao ancestor of the human realm, and through him one could find the Tao ancestor's dojo. Only he could retreat unscathed after causing several blood disasters in the 3,000 seas. It wasn't that he couldn't be killed, rather those celestial giants were unwilling to kill him, as they wanted to find the Tao ancestor's dojo through him. The gentleman may have found the birthplace of the sea demon supreme, that legendary Tao ancestor's dojo, but perhaps something unknown has happened there. It is also possible that the Tao ancestor of the human realm left behind some contingency, causing the gentleman to suffer a calamity. Where is the gentleman? Xian Yuan Ming asked, his expression solemn when he posed this question, as though he had many words hidden in his heart, only to be fully expressed in front of Lin Fan. But Ao Guang merely shook his head. He gazed at the endless starry sky, seemingly trying to see through this celestial dome into the eternal void beyond. The gentleman is probably over there, he said, pointing to the starry sky, and everyone looked into the void, all shaken. The gentleman may be watching us right now. Although he is injured, it is only temporary. His will can still descend upon the 3,000 seas. The gentleman might exist in a form we cannot imagine, Ao Guang said. The group looked up at the starry sky, gazing for a long time before finally lowering their eyes to Ao Guang, all nodding seriously. We understand now, they said, and no one questioned Ao Guang's words. The Lord of Nine Lives, watching this scene, slightly focused his mind, wanting to say something, but ultimately held his tongue. The 3,000 seas indeed has a sky, though above that endless starry sky still lies a boundary, but very few beings in this world can reach that boundary. He had only seen it once. A barrier of void, like a thin membrane or a formation enveloping the 3,000 seas, encasing the entire realm. He once asked a celestial giant what lay outside, and that giant simply shook his head. You only need to remember that the 3,000 seas is the only place we can survive. There is no need to explore beyond it. The celestial giant spoke these words with great solemnity, as if he had personally witnessed that the 3,000 seas was the world and had seen despair with his own eyes. How could that giant possibly be above the starry sky? In the peach grove, 2 more people had arrived. Lu de Yihong Yu and others were still present. They transmitted the events of the 9 Lives Sea back to the Wangyue ancient land, where the people of Wangyue remained silent for a long time. Then they were told to stay. These are the exact words of the Lord of Wangyue, urging you to remain. This was said by an elder they greatly admired, and if the celestial platform did not appear, that elder was also a peak powerhouse of the 3,000 seas. Many events occurred in the Nine Lives Sea, but only Wangyue Ancient Land truly knew what had happened, yet they chose to conceal this information. The Nine Lives Divine Sovereign has attained Tao. This news quickly spread across the 3,000 seas, causing countless beings to tremble as one celestial giant after another awakened from slumber. Ancient clans and great families re-emerged from seclusion, and one genius after another stepped into the 3,000 seas, ushering the entire realm into a magnificent new era. To achieve Tao through the integration of the Great Path has the 3,000 seas changed, someone remarked. Many celestial giants who had reached the celestial platform, yet found it difficult to progress further, had explored this integration path, yet none could succeed. They had deemed the integration path a dead end. And yet now one person had attained Tao through this so-called dead end. Many visitors began to arrive at the Peach Grove, crossing the Sea of Realms, each appearance causing numerous wonders, as if bringing the Great Path with them. Another celestial giant has arrived. Luda and the others sat in the Peach Grove, watching a woman enveloped in a light of pure world walk into the grove, heading towards the training ground of the Lord of Nine Lives. After all, she attained Tao through the path of integration. Although she has just entered the celestial platform, she is already comparable to some seasoned celestial giants. The Lord of Wangyue might not even be her match. However, as more people arrive, they should be leaving soon. They looked towards another part of the Peach Grove where there were people related to the human realm, including a divine beast from the human realm. With so many visitors, the Peach Grove was no longer a peaceful place. Qin Gu responded to the call of the God and Demon Palace and returned there. Yi Bujing also left. As he departed, he merely held his sword and smiled at the others. "This is my Tao," he said, and after finishing he walked away, one person with one sword disappearing from their sight. "I am not the only one sealed in this era from the human realm. They are waiting for a great era, and it seems the time has come. I will go find them." This was Xian Yuanming going to search for the ruins of the human realm, one ancient land after another that had perished. As for what he was truly searching for, only he knew. "I need to return to the Tuoba clan," Xianhua said, touching the back of his head, looking quite shy. He was about to leave but turned back to say something. "I have fallen in love with a girl. Why, I am going back to marry her. Next time I will bring her here to show her to the gentleman," he said, then transformed into a beam of starlight and left the Peach Grove. Qin Ming smiled faintly at his departing figure. "That kid," he said, then looked at Chu Yin. "Chu Yin, what about you?" Chu Yin looked at Ao Guang beside her, then at the surrounding peach blossoms. "I think this place is quite nice." She chose to stay here, accompanied by the peach blossoms and the stars and moon, returning to her former days of solitary study. The world was noisy, but it could not affect her heart's tranquility. Qin Ming then stayed in the Peach Grove for a while longer with Luda and the others before heading to Wangyue Ancient Land, bringing with them a message. The Great Abyss Divine Dynasty invites all the talents of the world to gather in the Great Abyss Divine Capital for a martial arts competition, promising a celestial platform ancient treasure as the top prize. The Great Abyss Divine Dynasty is a celestial power that dominates 19 realms, ranking among the top 5 in the entire 3,000 seas. In the Tiandi star Shengjing, two figures stood beneath the city tower, gazing up at the sky, watching the luck golden dragon swirling above the entire Shengjing city, slightly focusing their minds. The luck transforming into a dragon, it is unexpected that the human race has gathered such fortune here. It is not surprising that the birthplace of that one possesses such luck. I wonder how he compares to the Master of the Star Tower and the Lord of the Wasteland. This is the Master of the Star Tower and the President of the Wasteland Guild, who once held dominion over this realm, and at this moment, they came to the human city wall with a heart full of reverence. Master Han Zhao of the Star Tower pays respects to the human emperor. President Gu Changyuan of the Wasteland Guild pays respects to the human emperor. They walked along the long street of Shengjing, entering the imperial city, and finally arrived before the star-picking hall, bowing to the human emperor, who was only at the creation realm. Under the star-picking hall, Xuanjian, Hongfu Qinyuan, and others were arranged on both sides, while Li Yu, dressed in a black dragon imperial robe, stood above, observing the two below. "What brings you both here?" Li Yu inquired. These two were powerful enough to overturn this imperial court with a mere gesture, and although his imperial might was vast, he could not allow the slightest ripple of emotion to appear on their faces. But the awe on their faces was genuine. He knew they came because of the Master. The Star Tower wishes to submit to the human race, to come under the Great Tang Dynasty, and to heed the orders of the human race. The Wasteland Guild has countless branches and mercenaries willing to submit to the human race. With just a command from your Majesty, millions of mercenaries can be mobilized at any time. The two spoke one after the other, actually coming to pledge allegiance. Their attitude was very humble, devoid of any aura of the supreme divine being, and one could even see a fleeting hint of trepidation on their faces. The star-picking hall fell into silence. After a long time approved. A single word not only relieved those in the hall, but also eased the minds of the master of the Star Tower and the president of the Wasteland Guild. They felt that the master had merely stepped away for a moment and upon returning would certainly settle accounts with the entire Wasteland realm. Thus it was better to submit to the human race in advance to avoid a reckoning. The law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest, was an unchanging principle in these 3,000 realms, and they were simply complying with the rules. The Wasteland realm indeed needed a great figure from the celestial stage. The two offered countless treasures accumulated by the Star Tower and the Wasteland Guild, and after leaving the Imperial City, they exchanged glances and smiled at each other. It is unexpected that we would have a time when we serve together in the same court. Perhaps this is fate, but we have no other choice. As the great age approaches, great figures from the celestial stage emerge and numerous talents compete in the 3,000 realms. Only we have nothing at all. Only by relying on a great force can we survive, even if it is the human race. They said, unconsciously walking down to the western mountain. When they looked up, they were struck by a sense of disorientation, as if a slanting sun hung in the sky, giving them the feeling of having fallen into another realm. Where is this? Master Han Zhao of the Star Tower asked, and President Gu Changyuan of the Wasteland Guild was also slightly taken aback. The Tiandi star is a fragment of the human realm widely known across the 3,000 realms. From the first moment they saw the Tiandi star, they knew it. Even as they stepped onto this ground, they could feel an indescribable heaviness. This is the foundation of the human race, the brilliance left over from countless ages. Besides Xinjing, could that be the residence of that one? President Gu Changyuan said. His words startled Han Zhao, who stared at the slanting sun setting in the west as a bright moon rose. He focused for a long while. Let's go take a look, he said, and the two entered the western mountain. They hadn't walked long when under the soft moonlight they saw a library at the end of their sight. Under the stone walls there were a few pear trees. When the wind blew, pear blossoms filled the sky. A vine wound up the wall, gently swaying in the wind, creating a scene of tranquility. Is this truly the residence of that one? Han Zhao couldn't help but ask, as this place looked too ordinary considering it belonged to a great figure of the celestial stage. Gu Changyuan turned back, the myriad lights of Xinjing still vivid in his mind, seeming as if they were within arm's reach, yet giving him a sense of being separated by endless realms. I don't know. He shook his head. Let's go see and we will know. We have already submitted to the human imperial court, so we are considered as belonging to that one. Such a visit should not anger him. Perhaps that one is waiting for us, they said, proceeding forward until they stopped at the courtyard gate. The courtyard was quiet, with only a tree, a pond, and in the middle of the courtyard the library, seemingly unremarkable, yet it made the hearts of the two tremble. A step away it felt as if something terrifying lay ahead, making them hesitant to move. Crack! Suddenly the void above the courtyard was torn apart. Their gazes turned upward in unison, and not just them, but the entire courtyard seemed to come alive in an instant. The pond churned, and the sound of dragon roars echoed. Beneath the Bodhi tree a vague figure looked up at the sky, and every grain of sand and stone seemed to come alive at that moment. This was not an ordinary space tier, but rather a sudden breach of countless layers, revealing an eternal and boundless black void. Just looking at it felt oppressive and suffocating. Boom! A dark thunderbolt split the sky, shaking the entire world, followed by an endless surge of Tao power rushing forth to mend this rift. No need to be so tense, I just want to take some books to read. A voice came, and the suffocating pressure instantly dissipated. They looked toward the eternal void, and a figure stood within it. Dressed in simple white robes emanating a faint halo, the dark void could swallow any light, yet could not erase the existence of this glimmer. He seemed to transcend above the eternal void. As his words fell, that one directly stepped through the void into the small courtyard, causing Han Zhao and Gu Changyuan to tremble in unison and hurriedly bow to this figure. Predecessor, they said. Lin Fan glanced at the two, offering a faint smile. There is a sky even in the 3,000 realms. Beyond the heavens lies this eternal void. Only the so-called giants of the celestial stage can touch it. You have seen it ahead of time. Lin Fan said. The two merely knelt respectfully, not even daring to lift their heads. Lin Fan looked at this scene and shook his head slightly. You are quite open-minded, willing to bow down and serve the human race. However, since you chose the human race, I will grant you a chance at the celestial stage. 2 Bodhi fruits fell from the Bodhi tree, landing before the two. Their expressions trembled, and they looked up at Lin Fan. In an instant their souls nearly faded into oblivion. The face of that one was actually covered with dark energy, a power of pollution difficult to describe coiling around him, continually eroding his soul. He seemed to be undergoing an ominous transformation. Boom! It seemed to validate their words as above the small courtyard sky, endless heavenly thunder descended, aiming to erase the person before them from existence. But the one before them merely waved his hand, and the heavenly calamity vanished. Rest assured I will not undergo any transformation, at least not so soon. Lin Fan looked at the heavens, smiling as he spoke. Han Zhao and Gu Changyuan were both startled. They finally understood that this one was speaking to whom. He was conversing with the Tao. Standing in the eternal void, the heavenly Tao indestructible. What manner of existence was this? Both were struck dumb. Crackle. Another bolt of lightning descended, carrying the power to annihilate all things. Lin Fan watched this scene, shaking his head, slightly paying it no further heed, merely binding the power of the heavenly tribulation within the western mountain. The heavenly tribulation raged, yet as it fell upon the library pavilion, it was erased by an invisible force. Lin Fan's gaze then fell upon Han Zhao and Gu Changyuan. This is the Bodhi fruit, which should be equivalent to what you call the immortality elixir. It can also enhance your comprehension. Consider this a reward for becoming ministers of the human race. The 3,000 worlds sea likely won't remain tranquil for long. Cultivate diligently, Lin Fan said, then headed towards the library pavilion. The two held the Bodhi fruits in their hands, unable to snap back to reality for a long time. When they looked up again, they only saw Lin Fan's retreating figure. Boom. The heavenly tribulation continued without cease, painting a scene of apocalypse above the entire small courtyard. Yet within the courtyard, tranquility reigned, as always, creating an extreme sense of contrast. The two exchanged glances, countless thoughts surging within their minds. They did not choose to leave, but instead knelt on the steps before the library pavilion, their expressions solemn. Still not leaving? A voice came from the pond. They looked over. What they had taken for a fish pond was clearly a vast ocean, with terrifyingly massive creatures lurking within. Those were the Dragon Clan. At a glance, there were no less than 100 of them. Their hearts filled with awe. So this was the origin of the Dragon Clan, not sealed from the age of man into this era, but born within this very age. Above the heavens, the heavenly tribulation ceased, yet an even more terrifying sight emerged. It was a pair of eyes of the heavenly Tao tearing through the boundless void to hover above the small courtyard. Their gaze was utterly cold, staring down at every living being within. Han Zhao and Gu Changyuan both trembled. The legendary eyes of the heavenly Tao. Are you so afraid of me? A voice rang out from the library pavilion. Lin Fan emerged holding a few books in his hands. He stood on the steps looking up at the eyes of the heavenly Tao. Leah, leave? The voice was still obscure and indistinct, as if realizing it could not strike Lin Fan dead. The heavenly Tao had changed its approach to negotiation. Lin Fan shook his head. I have lived here for so long, and this place is my home. I could briefly sit within that void, but leaving forever is impossible. How about we make a different deal? Lin Fan smiled faintly. The black aura on his face lent him a profoundly eerie air. Han Zhao and Gu Changyuan trembled, seeming to understand why the heavenly Tao was so wary of Lin Fan. The eyes of the heavenly Tao fell silent, merely staring at Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at Han Zhao and Gu Changyuan. Anything else you wish to ask? The two took a deep breath and bowed once more. Senior, have you ever left the 3,000 world sea? They asked. Lin Fan nodded. Then have you seen our masters, the Star Tower Lord and the Desolate Heaven Lord of the Desolate Heaven World Sea? They have been gone for a long time. Perhaps they are also in that void. They spoke, a hint of tension in their eyes as they looked at Lin Fan. They had imagined countless possibilities for the Star Tower Lord and the Desolate Heaven Lord. Perhaps they were in seclusion somewhere or had discovered some secret realm. Over the years, they had almost given up. But the sight of Lin Fan standing in the eternal void had rekindled their thoughts. Could the Star Tower Lord and the Desolate Heaven Lord be in that same eternal void? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. His gaze fell upon the two, and the great Tao of fate stirred. Upon the river of fate, Lin Fan saw the figures of those two individuals. They walked side by side, shattered the barrier of the void, and stepped into that eternal void. They did indeed go to the eternal void, Lin Fan said. The two were immediately filled with excitement, but the next moment Lin Fan's brow furrowed. The direction to which that thread of fate was connected was actually that land of celestial corpses. As his consciousness attempted to reach the land of celestial corpses, it was severed by a force. Lin Fan's expression turned serious. Senior, what is it? The two quickly asked. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, then looked at them again. Did the era of the Sea Demon Sovereign coincide with the disappearance of the Star Tower Lord and the Desolate Heaven Lord? At these words, both were stunned, unable to understand why Lin Fan would link the disappearance of the Star Tower Lord and the Desolate Heaven Lord to the Sea Demon Sovereign. But they still nodded. Not far off. Lin Fan looked at them, then thought of the two figures in the River of Fate, and understood everything. The void was eternal, the darkness boundless. There were no positions or coordinates, not even the concept of direction. The only things that could provide orientation were the ethereal concepts of karma and fate. And Lin Fan, an anomaly, who commanded the great Tao of chaos, completely transcending the eternal void. Long ago, the Star Tower Lord and the desolate Heaven Lord had happened to shatter the void barrier, entered the eternal void, and quickly became lost within it. After countless ages, they reached the land of celestial corpses. That was also the first time the land of celestial corpses learned of the existence of the 3,000 worlds, sea leading to the sea demon sovereign's numerous visits. It could be said that the Star Tower Lord and the desolate Heaven Lord had exposed the location of the 3,000 worlds sea. Are they still alive? Looking at Lin Fan's expression, they asked again. Lin Fan shook his head. Dead. The utterly certain answer shattered the hope that had just arisen in them. But then a look of solemn determination appeared on their faces. Senior, can you tell us who killed them? Their words were resolute, making no attempt to hide their desire for vengeance. Lin Fan looked at them momentarily stunned. Then Lin Fan smiled. If you seek revenge, then wait. One day they will come to the 3,000 worlds sea. When that time comes, you will naturally know who they are. If you wish to take revenge, then go ahead. Having said only this, Lin Fan walked towards the eyes of the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao tore open a passage leading to the eternal void, and Lin Fan stepped directly into it. Just as Lin Fan had said, he came and went bringing only a few books. Even the consciousness of the Heavenly Tao was at this moment somewhat bewildered. It did not understand the man before it. Clearly this man had been tainted by that power of celestial annihilation and would soon have his reason erased, merging into the void to become an unconscious void monster. Yet he could remain so calm. Coming to this mortal world for the sake of merely a few books, could he truly quiet his mind to read at a time like this? I do not understand you. It no longer used its obscure language, but directly conveyed this message to Lin Fan. Lin Fan simply smiled upon hearing it. It is normal not to understand. You think too much, worry too much. But as the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao, it is indeed fitting. No one can truly measure the length of a life. It is better to spend the limited time doing more of what one desires, like reading more books. Lin Fan walked into the void, seated himself cross-legged in the eternal void, and began to read, allowing that power of celestial annihilation to erode his body. The eyes of the Heavenly Tao manifested in the void, silently watching Lin Fan. Ding. You have read 10 volumes and gained a century of cultivation. You have gained insights into the immortal path. You have obtained a chance to deduce eternal immortal techniques once. A prompt sounded in his mind, and Lin Fan put down the book in his hand, glancing at the system panel. Reading the same 10 volumes of books, yet the system's feedback was completely different, offering over 100-fold cultivation reward and revealing something related to immortality. Insights into the immortal path. Eternal immortal techniques. Lin Fan pondered slightly, recalling the immortal corpse lying in the eternal void. To the system, the immortal corpse might be a key, as it presumed Lin Fan had already stepped into the world of immortals, opening a new puzzle for him. Just like leveling up. What exactly are you? Lin Fan murmured. He felt that the so-called system seemed merely a lifeless object operating solely according to established rules, and only a deceased immortal could trigger its new abilities. What it is doesn't seem important. Since you grant me insights into the immortal path, I will see what immortality is and what the so-called eternal immortal techniques are. Lin Fan said as the insights into the immortal path infused into his body. The eye of Heaven Tao, standing in the distance, suddenly focused. Immortal. An obscure language carrying an indescribable shock. The figure sitting cross-legged in the void emitted an aura that should not exist in the eternal void. That was the path of the immortals. The chaotic Tao rhyme still lingered in the void, dispelling the endless cold of the eternal void. At that moment, a new force appeared on him. No, it's not an immortal. Escape. The Tao of Heaven trembled, and the eye of Heaven Tao looked past Lin Fan towards the endless eternal void, revealing a trace of fear. At the same time, terrifying phenomena appeared in the 3,000 realms sea. A blood-red light like a veil enveloped all beings, causing countless lives to tremble and look up, witnessing the brewing of endless thunder within the starry sky. A sense of inexplicable oppression arose in everyone's hearts, as if great disaster was approaching. This is a warning. Someone said. A practitioner of heavenly mechanism technique attempted to forcibly glimpse a corner of the future, but only saw a sea of blood-red. Heaven Tao's warning. What has happened? Even the giants of the immortal platform showed confusion at this moment. Only Han Zhao and Gu Chongyuan, who had just left the Heavenly Emperor Star, looked at the starry sky with grave expressions. It is that one. Could it be that he is about to undergo a mutation? They recalled the malevolent pollution energy swirling around Lin Fan, their hearts sinking to the bottom, unable to believe that the one would encounter trouble so soon. They did not know how strong he was, but at least the master of the Star Tower and the Lord of the Wild Sky could not converse with the Tao of Heaven as he could. If he transformed into something bizarre, fear suddenly appeared on their faces. Escape. Where could they escape to? the Wild Sky Realm, or the 3,000 Realms. See, where could they possibly hide from him? The aura of the Immortal Path. In the shattered starry sky of the 3,000 Realms, see, a point of black light suddenly appeared, quickly morphing into a black hole that swallowed all surrounding light. If Lin Fan were here, he would recognize it. The devouring beast. But it was entirely different from the devouring beast in the Heavenly Emperor star. Its size was tens of thousands of times larger than that of the Heavenly Emperor star, devouring entire star domains with ease. The Sea of Immortal Spirits indeed hides the secrets of the immortals. It said at that moment it moved from the cold and silent starry sky towards the realm sea that nurtures all beings, swallowing everything in its path into the black hole. Boom. A thunderbolt roared across the star sea, striking the devouring beast, creating countless fissures in the black hole, but in the blink of an eye these fissures healed automatically. Do you still have time to care about me? The aura of the Immortal Path has leaked, and countless void monsters from the void are swarming in. This place is about to be annihilated, he said, breaking through the obstruction of the Tao of Heaven and continuing to devour the 3,000 Realms sea. Bold! How dare you devour my people like this? The war drums sounded, and a golden war chariot crossed the starry sky, descending into this region of the starry sky. A figure wearing a golden imperial crown surrounded by boundless fortunes landed in this starry sky. Taiyuan flag suppress. A golden banner was planted in the starry space, suppressing the entire starry sky, including the devouring beast. Then he stepped down from the golden war chariot and charged at the devouring beast. The Great Abyss Imperial City. The venue of the martial arts tournament, countless people witnessed the imperial shadow soaring into the sky, driving the golden war chariot towards the depths of the starry sky. The Lord of the Great Abyss. Someone exclaimed in shock. The Tao of Heaven warned, and a black hole emerged from the edge of the 3,000 Realms sea, traversing the starry sky, swallowing countless lives. Immortal platform giants emerged, yet none took action. They merely observed, allowing the black hole to devour myriad beings. Finally, in this great abyss capital, 10,000 golden lights surged, and the Lord of the Great Abyss, who only existed in ancient history, stepped out, driving the golden war chariot to combat the beings of the black hole. This is an alien being not of this world. Suppressing it is not difficult, but annihilating it is. I will refine it with the divine fire of the Great Abyss until its day of destruction. A voice spread throughout the starry sky, shocking countless people. They witnessed golden flames igniting the endless starry sky, completely enveloping and refining the black hole, as a figure clad in golden divine armor stood within. That was the Lord of the Great Abyss. This should be the reason for the Tao of Heaven's warning. I never expected such beings to exist within the 3,000 Realms sea. If not for the warning, I might not have discovered it. Someone watched this scene intently. The Lord of the Great Abyss, not just a giant of the immortal platform, but one infinitely close to the Tao ancestor, a powerful figure standing at the pinnacle of the immortal platform. In the form of a black hole with the void as its core, wherever it passed, all things perished. It seems I've seen records of it in human history. Humans called it the devouring beast. I never expected this so-called devouring beast to be so powerful. They said as the history of the human race was unearthed. Such beings had once been suppressed during the era of humanity, but it was so long ago that many had forgotten. Crackle. The heavenly Tao thunder tribulation appeared in another part of the starry sky, striking a being formed entirely from gray matter, causing the entire starry sky to twist as it opened its eyes. It awakened from a dead star that had been destroyed for countless ages. It reached out, and a living star fell into its hand, then twisted into a meatball. Then it was swallowed directly, slightly boosting its aura. Delicious. It looked towards another part of the starry sky, its eyes filled with ferocity and greed, as if all beings in the 3,000 Realms sea were its food. Suddenly peach blossoms scattered across the starry space. A figure embodying the principles of both water and wood descended. It was the Master of Nine Lives. From another direction, a bright moon rose. The Master of Moon Viewing had also arrived. Be cautious. Although his realm is not high, he carries a twisted and chaotic power that seems capable of eroding our Tao force. The Lord of the Moon gazed solemnly as a full moon rose from the Sea of Realms, confining a starry sea within it, binding this strange creature. The Master of Nine Lives took action, merging two great Taos into an immortal domain, transforming into a colossal figure that clashed directly with the misty creature. The misty creature was crushed time and again, yet it continuously reformed, seemingly unyielding, stalemating with the Master of Nine Lives. In the Nine Lives Sea Peach Grove, several figures gazed up at the starry sky, all wearing worried expressions. What is that? Nian Yuan asked, while those beside her shook their heads. The Lord of the Moon has also gone, with two great powers of the immortal platform joining forces. There shouldn't be too much of an issue. The Heavenly Tao warns that something unknown has occurred in the 3,000 Seas of Realms. I heard that the Lord of the Abyss has also emerged from the great Abyss divine dynasty. The starry sky was stained with blood and thunder occasionally flashed across the cosmos, an invisible gloom shrouding the entire 3,000 seas of realms. Even the rules of the great Tao were slightly chaotic. Perhaps we are overthinking. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. Isn't there still that one? Zhao Ming, the disciple of the Master of Nine Lives, remarked. Nian Yuan and her maid Tao Yao trembled at his words, the image of Lin Fan flickering in their minds, bringing them an inexplicable sense of calm. Indeed, there is still that one around, Nian Yuan said, and those around her were momentarily taken aback. They were later arrivals to the Peach Grove, unaware of Lin Fan, only knowing of the Master of Nine Lives, yet according to the words of this master's wife, there was an even stronger being. Thinking of this, a group of them had their expressions firm. They had come from various seas of realms, mostly leaving behind their visits to the Master of Nine Lives to cultivate the fusion of the great Tao he taught. Is there a senior in the Peach Grove? Could Madam introduce us? One of the women asked, and all eyes fell upon Nian Yuan. Nian Yuan shook her head. He has already left. Who was that senior? Not to be disclosed. Nian Yuan said, her face serious, a single statement silencing what they were about to say next, causing the group to hesitate before eventually taking their leave. However, they ultimately discovered signs of a special presence within the Peach Grove was an extraordinarily unique individual. This individual was not a disciple of the Master of Nine Lives, yet even the disciples treated her with respect, and even the Master's wife, Nian Yuan, often visited her. Chu Yan, the human girl who often leaned against a tree reading. Both the devouring beast and the misty creature were ultimately suppressed, but a shocking message was disclosed. Enemies from beyond the heavens. Of course, only those at the first level of the Immortal platform knew of this news. The 3,000 seas of realms remained unchanged for ordinary beings. Buzz. In a moment, a sphere of light appeared above the sky of the 3,000 seas of realms, brighter than the sun, a single point that dispelled the gloom enveloping the 3,000 seas. Even the strange aura emanating from the devouring beast and the misty creature was obliterated within it. So this is the Immortal? In the void, Lin Fan opened his eyes and spoke solemnly, but that moment his cultivation advanced a step forward from the Hunyuan realm to the Immortal platform realm. Or perhaps from the refining spirit realm to the Immortal origin realm. In that world of the Immortal Dao domain, there was no Immortal platform realm, only the Immortal origin realm, but the Immortal origin realm was not an immortal, merely the final step to becoming an immortal. With the great Tao perfected, imbued with immortal light, the Immortal Tao original power was birthed. A simple phrase, yet it represents 3 different tiers, 9 steps of the Immortal platform, each step a ladder, is in the process of perfecting the great Tao. Only after reaching the peak of the 9 layers of the Immortal platform can one begin the next step imbued with immortal light. This tier is known as the half-immortal, also referred to as the half-ancestor realm in the 3,000 seas. After being imbued with immortal light, one births the Immortal Tao original power. The nurturing of immortal light is merely the embryonic stage of an immortal, while the Immortal Tao original power signifies a preliminary grasp of a portion of immortal Tao power. This realm has many names, such as quasi-immortal, human immortal, etc. In the 3,000 seas, this realm is called the Tao Ancestor Realm. You cannot become an immortal. The obscure voice of the heavenly Tao echoed, a single pupil of the heavenly Tao lingering in the void, fixated upon Lin Fan, still filled with vigilance. The strange aura surrounding Lin Fan had not dissipated, it only intensified, even showing signs of becoming more peculiar. Lin Fan looked at him and smiled faintly. Is that so? He did not ask why, instead turning his gaze to another item provided by the system. Eternal Immortal Technique. Immortal techniques should belong to those of the immortal realm. Logically, it should not be something he, an immortal origin realm cultivator, could comprehend, nor was he qualified to view it. However, due to the reason of the immortal corpse, the system had opened the next chapter early. It was given too soon. Eternal Immortal Technique, deduce. Lin Fan said lightly, and then a beam of light appeared before his eyes, not the light of the Lord of Light, but at the moment this light emerged, the entire world vanished. There was no concept of the world or the void, only that beam of light. In the ancient times of immortals, my Tao is eternal. A phrase resonated in Lin Fan's mind. It was a Taoist in white holding a floating dust, gently sweeping as ancient years flowed past before his eyes. The beam of light dispersed before Lin Fan, beginning to transform, and in a moment it morphed into an endless sea of worlds from which countless beings emerged. In the eye of the heavenly Tao, the immortal light erupted around Lin Fan, and this eternal void, which should not have manifested the rules of the great Tao, began to exhibit principles, even starting to influence the surrounding void and the 3,000 seas. The light above the sky of the 3,000 seas visible to countless beings was transformed by Lin Fan, with immortal light eternally illuminating the entire 3,000 seas. At first people were unaccustomed to this sun hanging above the 3,000 seas, but over time they gradually adapted to it, calling it the heavenly sun, implying that the heavenly Tao has opened its eyes, manifesting in the form of the sun, surveying all living beings. That is not merely the heavenly sun, that is the master. Shengjing Shishan, the waters churned, and the dragon tribe looked up at the heavenly sun hanging above all beings, speaking though no one could hear their words. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 700 years had passed. The Great Abyss Divine Dynasty. Yi Buzheng stood for a long time before the majestic city of the Great Abyss that stretched across the starry sky, gazing at the heavenly sun, concentrating for a long time before finally entering the capital of the Great Abyss. Lin Fan had disappeared, leaving for 700 years. No trace could be found, even Shishan had merged into the void, though still in Shengjing no one could enter. The master is in seclusion. This is what Bodhi told them, only 5 words with no location or time, leaving them with no way to find him. The battle at the Blue Moon Sea's 3 Absolute Star Sea has yielded results. The master of the 16th palace of the Divine Demon Temple has been defeated, and the Holy Son of the Taishan sect is now ranked 321st on the Great Abyss list. It is said that the 72 palaces of the Divine Demon encompass the top talents of the 3,000 seas, but it seems it is not as impressive as it appears. In just 200 years, more than half the palace masters have been defeated. Only the master of the 4th palace can rank in the top 100. Compared to me, the Great Abyss Prince, he falls far behind. As I entered the Great Abyss Divine Capital, most of what I heard were discussions about the World Martial Arts Tournament and the rankings on the Great Abyss list, which have become the most watched events in the 3,000 seas. Talents vie for supremacy, striving to become the masters of this great era. Yi Buzheng listened to these conversations without much interest. He cared little for the World Martial Arts Tournament, and even less for the Great Abyss list. He was here solely to seek the Tao. In the vast divine capital, he had only one goal: the Great Abyss Prince. That so-called number 1 on the Great Abyss list, although the World Martial Arts Tournament had yet to conclude, he was already recognized as the foremost talent of the 3,000 seas. 700 years ago, there were rumors of a Tao child of the human realm emerging, and even several supreme beings fell for him. It was thought he would be a strong contender in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Unexpectedly, he vanished. He was merely a fleeting blossom. At that time, talents like the Great Abyss Prince and the Holy Son of Tai Xian had not yet emerged, which is why he garnered such fame. Once the Great Abyss Prince and the Holy Son of Tai Xian appeared, he would surely fade away. This is no longer the age of humanity. So-called human talents are similarly suppressed in this era. Along the long street, a group of people spoke loudly, drawing the attention of many around them. The age of humanity was indeed strong, but they never believed the Great Abyss Divine Dynasty to be weaker than the human realm. Hey, there's actually a human here. Suddenly, a group noticed. Yi Buzheng, taken aback at first, not expecting a human to boldly appear in the Great Abyss Divine Capital. Then they all laughed. What? Are you not convinced? Humans are simply inferior. One of the young men said, his aura surging, also a descendant of a major sect aiming to provoke Yi Buzheng. For the Great Abyss Prince had said that from the moment he was born, his only regret was not being able to battle that Tao child of the human realm. He could not compare to the Great Abyss Prince. Although he could not find the Tao child for a duel, he could easily crush an ordinary human talent, thus using the name of the Great Abyss Prince to make a name for himself across the 3,000 seas. Yi Buzheng glanced at him indifferently. You are too weak. With that simple statement, he turned to leave, leaving the young man dumbfounded and then furious. Too weak? Who do you think you are, the Tao child of the human realm? The young man said, deliberately raising his voice to attract the attention of those around them, as the World Martial Arts Tournament's decisive battle was imminent and the talents from the 3,000 seas had gathered in the Great Abyss Divine Capital. Even the slightest disturbance could draw countless gazes, especially when it was related to the Tao child of the human realm. He aimed to suppress the human talent before all these sea talents. Indeed, many sea talents turned their attention to Yi Buzheng, their gazes sharpening upon realizing his identity as a human. Humans typically concealed their identities and would generally avoid appearing in such a globally focused place as the Great Abyss Divine Capital. Yet this individual stood boldly before countless eyes without a shred of concealment. Even as that figure continued onward, growing more distant, the young man's eyes turned cold, and he drew a long sword, charging directly at him. A human dares to come to my Great Abyss Divine Capital seeking death. With one strike, he unleashed myriad phenomena, slashing forth a river of light, causing many to shake their heads, deeming the human to be courting death. entering the Great Abyss Divine Capital as a human, yet daring to provoke a genius of the Great Abyss Divine Dynasty. Swish! Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted before everyone's eyes, illuminating the entire space, causing many to involuntarily close their eyes. Then a head flew into the air, blood spraying forth. When everyone finally saw the scene before them, they were all shocked. It was not the human who had died, but that genius of the Great Abyss Divine Dynasty. With just one strike, the genius of the Great Abyss Divine Dynasty did not even have the chance to call for help. Too fast. Someone exclaimed in horror, looking forward where only a blurred figure remained. The human had not even paused for a single step. As he had said, too weak, they couldn't even make him stop. Tao Child of the human realm. Someone wondered, seeing a human so powerful they could only think of that Tao Child who had vanished 700 years ago. It's not him. But soon someone rebutted. The appearance of the Tao Child of the human realm is no secret among the 3,000 Seas. Within our clan, there are even images of the Tao Child. This is not him. This is a human talent who has never appeared before. The one who rebutted said, and soon others joined in the discussion, speaking of a special sea, the only one primarily ruled by humans. The Wild Sky Sea. Could he be from the Wild Sky Sea? It is said that there were once human celestial figures appearing in that sea, and many human relics have emerged there. Among the 3,000 Seas, many say that it is another source of the human race. This statement caused many to adopt serious expressions. They had certainly heard the legends of the Wild Sky Sea, a sea ruled by humans, the only case after the age of humanity. Will the celestial figures of the human race not intervene? Someone asked. What can they do? That one who became a Tao through the body of the rebellious celestial being, the Nine Lives Master, openly stated he would protect the Wild Sky Sea and even sent an avatar there. The Lord of the Moonlit Ancient Land is also closely linked to the Nine Lives Master. The two celestial figures must be treated with utmost caution. In the eastern palace of Dayuan, Yi Bujing stood firmly at the entrance, a faint aura of blade intent pervading the air, causing those around him to tense up, all eyes turning towards him. Human race. Someone focused intently. A guard from the Eastern Palace frowned and stepped forward. Before the Eastern Palace of Dayuan, no idle people are allowed to linger. Human, this is not a place for you. If you wish to avoid death, leave quickly. The reprimand caused everyone watching to flinch, retreating in haste, not daring to linger. The Eastern Palace of Dayuan, home to the Crown Prince of Dayuan, known as the #1 prodigy of the 3,000 Seas, is indeed not a place that ordinary people can approach. However, Yi Bujing merely gazed at him quietly. I have a blade. I asked the Crown Prince of Dayuan for guidance. His words caused the guards of the Eastern Palace to shudder in surprise, their gazes fixating on Yi Bujing. Just as they were about to angrily drive him away, a voice suddenly came from within the palace. Let him in. The single command changed the expressions of the group of guards drastically. They bowed respectfully towards the Eastern Palace of Dayuan, then turned to Yi Bujing and took a deep breath. The Crown Prince requests your presence. An elder stepped out from the Eastern Palace of Dayuan, leading Yi Bujing inside, ultimately arriving at a pavilion by the Baixia Lake, where a young man in a golden robe sat. I am Ling Yuan, the Crown Prince of Dayuan. The Crown Prince was not as arrogant as one might expect. Instead, he wore a serene expression, quietly observing Yi Bujing, yet anyone could detect the pride in his tone. Ranked first on the Dayuan list, and the #1 prodigy of the 3,000 Seas, he had every right to be arrogant. A corridor bridge approximately 10 zhang long separated the two as the Crown Prince assessed Yi Bujing, who was equally observing him. An invisible battle intent arose in the air. The elder who led Yi Bujing here was slightly shaken by this scene. This human race individual truly commanded the Crown Prince's attention. Was it because of that Daozi of the human realm? The Crown Prince of Dayuan had not faced defeat since his emergence, a fact known to the world, but only he who had followed the Crown Prince knew that he had indeed been defeated. They had encountered the Daozi of the human realm, who had vanished for 700 years, standing atop a river of destiny in a realm where a human race relic had appeared, and it was there that the Crown Prince experienced his first defeat. It was a crushing defeat. Despite all the myriad techniques of the Crown Prince of Dayuan, they were nothing but smoke under the might of that Tao of destiny, and he could not even approach the Daozi of the human realm. Human race, Yi Bujing. Yi Bujing spoke calmly. Realizing Yi Bujing's strength, the Crown Prince stood up, golden light swirling around him, already tapping into the power of the Tao. All the world speaks of me as the #1 prodigy of the 3,000 Seas, the first on the Dayuan list, yet only I know that the so-called Dayuan list and the World Martial Arts Conference are merely jokes. The true prodigies of the 3,000 Seas do not care for such things, he said as a sword flew out from between the Baixia Lake, landing in his hand. It was a golden sword imbued with the power to cut through anything. The person before him was formidable, he knew it at first glance. While the world often discussed how the human race was, he had never underestimated them. As the crown prince of the Dayuan divine dynasty, he had witnessed too much of the history of the human race. He knew and respected them. Even his father had advised him not to underestimate the human race. Thus, when the human race controlled the wild heaven sea, a petition was submitted to attack it, but his father directly suppressed that suggestion. I have been defeated, and it was a crushing defeat by that same human who is referred to as the Daozi of the 3,000 Seas. He stated as vast sword shadows emerged behind him. Golden giant swords were drawn from his back, crystallizing the supreme sword aura he had accumulated over 10,000 years. He did not wish to be defeated again, especially by another human. Yi Bujing merely gazed at him quietly, his hand lightly resting on the chopping knife. With that slight movement, the entire world trembled. It was as if an invisible blade scar fell upon the void, instantly fracturing the entire realm with countless cracks. The elder watching from the sidelines was visibly shaken by this scene. Another prodigy of the human race. Fortunately, he was only at the 3rd level of the Tongtian realm, 1 level lower than the Crown Prince, but the Crown Prince had only cultivated for over 7,000 years, still far from 10,000. The threshold for the World Martial Arts Conference is 10,000 years. The so-called prodigies of the realm must be under 10,000 years of age, and that Daozi of the human realm does not count as a member of this generation. Although the Crown Prince of Dayuan had been defeated, he still considered him the number 1 prodigy of the 3,000 Seas. Do you recognize him? The Crown Prince inquired. His words caused the elder to focus intently. He attempted to gauge the age of this human prodigy before him, but all he saw was a void. With his Hunyuan realm cultivation, he was unable to see through a Tongtian realm. Even his cultivation was only revealed by himself. If hidden, he would not be able to discern it. The secrets of heaven did not exist, as if all connections with this realm had been severed by an invisible force. Yi Bujing replied, and the pupils of the Crown Prince of Dayuan suddenly sparkled with brilliance, locking onto Yi Bujing. You recognize him? He asked again, a hint of shock emerging in his heart. Since his emergence, there had only been 2 instances where he felt pressure. The first was that Daozi of the human realm, and the second was now. And they were both from the human race, and both knew each other. What is your relationship with him? He questioned again, an invisible pressure bearing down on him, his wariness towards Yi Bujing increasing. You could say we are fellow disciples. His words left the elder stunned. Fellow disciples. The Daozi of the human realm had a sect, and this person before him was a fellow disciple of that Daozi. Could he be that mysterious human race, celestial giant? I see. After a moment of contemplation, the Crown Prince spoke, extending a sword. The entire world transformed into his sword world. Wherever his gaze landed was filled with swords, and the void became a sword. Without a hint of probing, he unleashed an overwhelmingly strong sword strike. In the Dayuan Imperial Palace, the Lord of Dayuan opened his eyes, gazing towards the eastern palace of Dayuan, his focus landing on the Crown Prince, then shifting to Yi Bujing. Human race. He slightly concentrated. In an instant, myriad lights flickered in his pupils. He was a pinnacle figure of the 9th layer of the celestial platform, having lived through endless years, naturally well-versed in the secrets of heaven. He aimed to use the individual before him to uncover the secrets of the human race, as well as that mysterious human giant. Human race, what exactly are you hiding? He murmured as the secrets of heaven broke through layers of mist, revealing countless fragmented paths of Yi Bujing, yet all he saw in that brief moment faded away. A light appeared in his eyes. This was a light that could not be described. Comparing the Tao to a candle flame, this light was the sun, capable of dimming all paths of the heavens. The power contained within had completely surpassed his own Tao. Then he saw a figure. He stood within that light, or rather the light emanated from him. He too saw a realm of eternal silence, and with one glance it sent shivers through his heart. What is this? He trembled as the absolute overlord of the 3,000 seas. At this moment, he actually felt fear, for he saw countless terrifying beings in that boundless void. And that person with just himself severed the entire eternal void. The scene before him gradually faded, light dissipating into the air, leaving behind a cold darkness that made the heart of the Lord of the Abyss tremble. As his vision returned to the divine capital of the Abyss, the familiar essence of the starry sky, the earth, and myriad beings filled him. He slowly rose, unable to resist, taking a deep breath. What is that? He stammered. As a peak figure of the 9 layers of the celestial platform, he found himself feeling fear. He looked up at the heavenly sun hanging over the 3,000 seas, and a thought that could overturn the entire pattern of the 3,000 seas appeared in his mind. Could it be that person, transforming into the heavenly sun, illuminating the 3,000 seas, standing alone against the endless void? At this thought, he trembled uncontrollably, pondering what kind of existence that could be, a half-ancestor, or perhaps a true Tao ancestor. What kind of beings lurked in the dark void? Even with just the consciousness perceiving that scene, he could still feel those beings noticing him cold, dead, greedy, and bloodthirsty. They had eyes that seemed to gather all negative emotions as if they intended to devour him whole. The heavenly Tao warns the heavenly sun appears. Is that the reason? After a long while he finally calmed down and dared to look again at the heavenly sun, but he no longer dared to extend his consciousness. He felt that those terrifying beings could even consume one's consciousness. A great tribulation in the void. At last he uttered these 4 words, looking towards the magnificent divine capital of the abyss, where the young talents stood tall, and the heroes contended for supremacy, his eyes filled with solemnity. The 3,000 seas should have faced calamity, but that person had used his own strength to shield the myriad beings from the catastrophe that could overturn the entire 3,000 seas. But how long could he hold out? In the eternal void, every chief who had entered the realm of the celestial platform had once gazed into it, facing the most terrifying fear at the end of the world, with no one knowing what lay hidden in that void. Only those who ventured deep into the eternal void had never returned. 10 deaths without life. Buzz. That was the sound of a blade ringing, echoing across half of the divine capital of the abyss. Countless people turned their gaze towards the eastern palace of the abyss, witnessing a terrifying blade light that could astonish the river of time. One strike cutting through the heavenly curtain lingered for a long time. Then came a prolonged silence. Countless people gazed at the eastern palace of the abyss, seeing a palace door slowly opening, revealing a young human with a woodcutter's blade at his waist stepping out. The aura of the blade on him had not yet fully dissipated. With each step he took, endless blade intent descended from the starry sky, chilling the void and casting darkness over thousands of miles. Human race, someone spoke gravely. In the past, when the human realm collapsed, myriad clans surged forth to seize the possessions of the human race, staining the 3,000 seas with human blood. Most of their ancestors had been among them. Perhaps to bury that segment of their past, or perhaps out of fear, or for other reasons, most of them held no fondness for the human race. To countless clans in the 3,000 seas, the existence of the human race was a stain. History could not be erased, and there had been no instance where the human race had completely vanished. I never expected the first to arrive at the divine capital of the abyss is not the Tao child of the human realm, but rather another human in the 3rd layer of the celestial platform. Were you sent by the Tao child of the human realm? A young man in a blue robe with a dark halo behind him stood amidst the starry sky, looking at Yi Bujing, speaking solemnly. He was the holy son of Tai Xian, the most talked about figure in recent times, having defeated dozens of celestial talents on the abyssal ranking within a year. Yi Bujing paid him no mind, simply walking towards the outside of the divine capital of the abyss. I cannot see through him. He seems rootless and sourceless, as if he has no connection to the 3,000 seas. Even tracing back into the past reveals no trace of him. Within the divine capital of the abyss, several celestial platform chiefs cast their gazes upon Yi Bujing, all frowning. Just a mere 3rd layer of the celestial platform, yet they could not see through him. Could it be that someone erased his traces? But who could make them unable to find even the slightest root? Such means perhaps even the Lord of the Abyss could not achieve. Human race, do you dare to fight? A dark light cut through the heavens. The holy son of Tai Xian stood before Yi Bujing, blocking his path. He shared the same cultivation as Yi Bujing, both at the 3rd layer of the celestial platform. But he was the holy son of Tai Xian, personally taught by the Lord of Tai Xian, possessing all the Tao scriptures and techniques of the Tai Xian Holy Gate, making him invincible in battles of the same realm. Yi Bujing paused. Countless gazes fell upon him, not only from other celestial talents, but also from many powerful figures of the sea and several celestial platform chiefs. Everyone wanted to know what capabilities this human possessed to dare come alone to the divine capital of the abyss. Good. Just one word. The blade intent that Yi Bujing was about to disperse suddenly solidified, and in the next moment the sound of a blade ringing echoed in countless minds. Countless people trembled. Then they witnessed a blade light that could astonish time. Under this blade light, all the means of the holy son of Tai Xian were extinguished, leaving only terrified gazes. Beneath this blade light, he had not even a shred of strength to fight back. This was simply beyond his capacity to contend against. Enough. In the final moment, a voice rang out. A mixed primordial deity from the Tai Xian Holy Gate intervened, manifesting a great hand in the void to block this strike for the holy son of Tai Xian. The holy son of Tai Xian took a long time to regain his senses. The fear in his eyes faded, replaced by a face full of killing intent. Kill him, he ordered, and the gaze of the mixed primordial deity from the Tai Xian Holy Gate fell upon Yi Bujing, the overwhelming pressure of the mixed primordial realm descending like a mountain. Yi Bujing focused his body like a blade, standing between heaven and earth, not taking a step back. Countless people around watched this scene, yet none intervened, not only out of fear of offending the Taishan Holy Gate, but also feeling that it was not worth it for one human. Human race must be exterminated. You are merely the first human, the next will be the Tao child of the human realm, followed by the wild heaven sea. A lord of 9 lives cannot protect the human race. The holy son of Tai Xian spoke coldly, while countless people around focused most tacitly agreeing with his words. In the eastern palace of the abyss, the abyssal prince looked at the broken sword in his hand, wiping away a streak of blood from his cheek. It was a long time before he came to his senses and looked towards the outside of the eastern palace. Seeing the holy son of Tai Xian attempting to kill Yi Bujing, he furrowed his brow about to speak, but a voice rose before him. Hearing these words, his expression shook. Let him go. Just 3 simple words imbued with supreme authority descended a colossal pressure, causing everyone in that realm to tremble. This included several celestial platform chiefs who were secretly watching this scene. They too were taken aback. This was the Lord of the Abyss. The mixed primordial deity of the Tai Xian Holy Gate trembled, an invisible force descending, causing him to spit blood and retreat to the side of the holy son of Tai Xian. Looking again towards the direction of the Tai Xian Imperial City, he wore a shocked expression. How could the Lord of the Abyss stand up for a human? Within the boundaries of the divine dynasty of the Abyss, you may come and go as you please. If anyone dares to strike at you, they are opposing me and the divine dynasty of the Abyss. My abyssal divine army shall extinguish all enemies. With a single sentence, the entire Deyuan divine capital was shaken. This included the crown prince of Deyuan and the human race, a group that opposed countless forces across the 3,000 realms sea. The Lord of Deyuan could actually go to such lengths for a member of the human race. It was almost as if he was telling the entire 3,000 realms sea that the Deyuan divine dynasty stood on the side of the human race. They were to protect the human race. Father. The crown prince of Deyuan looked in the direction of the Deyuan imperial city, his expression grave. His father must have discovered something significant, for the human race was indeed not as simple as he had imagined. Since his birth, he had only experienced 2 defeats, both at the hands of the human race, and those 2 were even his fellow disciples. He knew that the human race could not be underestimated. But he did not expect that his father had discovered this even earlier than him. Why? A giant of the Immortal platform asked, a voice that could only be heard above the Immortal platform, and only the few giants of the Deyuan divine capital could see each other. They could all see the Lord of Deyuan standing in the Deyuan Imperial City. The Lord of Deyuan stood atop the Deyuan Imperial Palace, looking up at the sky with a serious expression. He was stepping forward for that member of the human race, but his gaze was not focused on that individual. Instead, it was fixed upon the sun that hung above the 3,000 realms sea. For what reason the sun was born, they had all tried to seek an answer, but the heavenly Tao had severed the path to beyond the 3,000 realms sea. They had no idea what was happening outside the 3,000 realms sea. All they knew was that the sun seemed to be outside the 3,000 realms sea. A great calamity is approaching, the human race must not be disturbed. The Lord of Deyuan declared, and the giants of the Immortal platform looked at him with slightly furrowed brows. The Lord of Daiwan's expression was too grave. Even when faced with the bizarre black hole that appeared 700 years ago, he had never shown such a demeanor. What had happened? Did the Lord of Deyuan know something? Their gazes also fell upon that sun, all of them focused and silent. Within the Deyuan divine capital, Yi Bujing glanced at the Deyuan imperial city, before continuing to walk outside the Deyuan divine capital, this time, without anyone daring to block his path. Brother Yi, did you come from the wilderness sea? The crown prince of Deyuan called out to Yi Bujing as he walked out of the eastern palace, countless gazes falling upon him. Even the broken sword in the crown prince's hand trembled. The crown prince of Deyuan had actually been defeated as well. Yi Bujing replied, and then walked out of the Deyuan divine capital. The crown prince of Deyuan looked at his back and smiled. I will come to the wilderness sea. He said a single sentence that instantly attracted countless attentions to the wilderness sea, as the crown prince was heading to the realm of that human race's dominator. Yi Bujing walked away, heading toward the vast starry sky under the gaze of countless people, with no one daring to follow him, nor could anyone trace his whereabouts. But this battle shook the entire 3,000 realms sea. A person from the wilderness sea had defeated 2 of the top talents of the Deyuan ranking in a single day, one of whom was the crown prince of Deyuan. Soon many rumors about the wilderness sea emerged. There is a fragment of the human realm in the wilderness sea containing countless secrets of the human race, and even a venue of the human race's Tao ancestor. The Lord of 9 Lives was able to break through to the immortal platform realm due to the opportunity presented by the human realm fragment world. There lies the secret to attaining the Tao and becoming an ancestor. In an instant, the gaze of the entire 3,000 realms sea fell upon the wilderness sea, and countless celestial talents and strong practitioners began to converge towards it. In a place that had already been searched countless times by the beings of the 3,000 realms, Xinyuan Ming heard rumors about the wilderness sea and furrowed his brows slightly. So the 3,000 realms sea has indeed turned its gaze towards the wilderness sea, he said as he stepped out of his cultivation place, an unseen thread of fate pulling him towards the wilderness sea. He did not hide his figure. Under the astonished gazes of countless people, he headed towards the wilderness sea, the divine demon temple. The woman who had not moved for 700 years while cultivating in the divine demon temple finally made a move, and the moment she did, she was met with countless challenges. The master of the 7th palace, Qin Guyu, have finally emerged from seclusion. Countless streams of light rose from the ground, all converging towards the 7th palace, and the other palace masters of the 72 divine demon palaces also emerged to look towards the 7th palace. The palace masters of the 72 divine demon palaces emerged, yet faced consecutive defeats, leading the 10 great emperors to issue a decree that any cultivator under the age of 10,000 in the divine demon mountain could compete for the position of palace master. They only needed to challenge the palace master of the 72 divine demon palaces. For hundreds of years, more than half of the palace masters had changed, but the 7th palace had never changed, as its palace master had not once accepted a challenge in hundreds of years. All had refused under the pretense of seclusion. As such, many began to believe that the palace master of the 7th palace was lacking in strength, afraid to face challenges, and used seclusion as a means to remain in the position of palace master for a longer time, to gain more cultivation resources. Therefore, the moment the 7th palace opened, those challengers flocked in, all wanting to take charge of the 7th palace, even if it was just for a few days. Shenqi watched this scene without stopping them, only shaking his head slightly. In the past, I thought the palace master of the 72 divine demon palaces was the strongest in the 3,000 realms sea, but upon seeing her, I realized that some so-called geniuses are merely at the threshold of encountering true monsters. The guards of the 7th palace nodded in agreement. Only they knew just how terrifying their palace master truly was. It is said that the Tao child of the human realm once comprehended the Tao under her musical notes, and the Lord of 9 Lives fused 2 paths to attain the immortal platform body, becoming the strongest upon entering the immortal platform. Meanwhile, their palace master simultaneously comprehended 3 or even 4 great Taos, making her even more terrifying than the Lord of 9 Lives. On the mountain palace, the ancient door was pushed open, and Shenqi and the guards of the 7th divine demon palace stood respectfully on either side, quietly watching the woman before the door. She heard the sounds of challenges around her and saw the streams of light rising from the entire divine demon mountain, witnessing those people standing under the starry sky outside the 7th palace. She also sensed the gazes from further away and even some from higher places, yet she remained composed. "Qinggu, it is time for you to face a challenge," someone said. For some reason, many who had originally looked forward to this battle inexplicably retreated when they truly saw the woman appear. It was a strange sense, an invisible pressure. Qinggu did not say anything. The phoenix lute hovered beside her, and a melody resonated out, producing invisible ripples that swept in all directions, sending people crashing down to the ground like rain. "Block it!" Someone roared, their eyes turning red, trying to stand firm under this melody, but in the next moment they were cut down by the sound, blood spilling on the divine demon mountain. In just a moment, no one could stand before the 7th palace. Beneath the 7th palace, the so-called geniuses crawled up from the ground, looking at the woman standing before the 7th palace with trembling expressions. The palace masters of the other palaces in the 72 divine demon palaces looked at this scene with astonished expressions. How could there be such a large gap among fellow prodigies? With only the sound of the lute, without even having truly made a move, none could stand before the gates of the 7th palace. It turns out she is not avoiding battle out of reluctance, but rather because we simply do not possess the qualification to provoke her. She is already far beyond us. Even the so-called first prince of the great abyss ranking may not be her match. Perhaps only that human youth can stand against her. They said, their faces grave as the rivalry among the 72 halls of gods and demons came to a complete end today. Qinggu. She is the foremost individual of the younger generation in the hall of gods and demons. Suddenly someone noticed Qinggu's identity, and there was another shock. A human. They discovered that Qinggu was actually a member of the human race, following the Daozi of the human realm, and the human youth wielding a hatchet, yet another prodigy of the human race. And this was known only to them. Among the 10 great imperial courts, a pair of eyes opened, and brilliant resplendent starlight descended upon the entire hall of gods and demons, startling everyone. Looking up, a magnificent figure stood within that imperial court, quietly observing here. Or rather, he was looking at Qinggu. "Qinggu, would you be willing to take me as your master?" As the voice resounded, everyone couldn't help but tremble, looking at Qinggu with envy. This was a celestial giant from one of the 10 imperial courts extending an olive branch to Qin wishing to take her as a disciple. This was also what they had sought in the Hall of Gods and Demons after years of arduous cultivation, to be accepted by a celestial giant stepping into the core of the Hall of Gods and Demons to glimpse the secrets of the divine. But Qin looked up and uttered words that no one had expected. I refuse. The two words left everyone stunned except for Shun-Chi, who sighed slightly. From the moment Qin agreed to enter the Hall of Gods and Demons, he understood that she would never take any of the divine emperors as her teacher. Her thoughts and desires were solely for that one master. Yet he had never anticipated that a divine emperor would truly wish to accept Qin as a disciple. At least within a millennium, there should have been no opportunity, but he did not expect this day to arrive so swiftly. The emperor frowned at her words. The entire world darkened, and an invisible pressure descended upon the heavens and earth, causing all in the 72 halls to involuntarily kneel. The emperor was enraged. Qin merely looked up as the sky collapsed and the starlight extinguished, yet she remained calm. No matter how the world changes, whether the heavens fall or the earth sinks, only that sun in the sky remains eternal. Qin's gaze rose higher, looking towards that very sun. Why? The emperor's voice echoed, tinged with confusion and anger. Before Qin could respond, Shun-Chi stepped forward. The Hall Master has a master in the mortal realm, and out of gratitude, he does not wish to take the emperor as his teacher. Shun-Chi did not report this matter to the imperial court. I asked the emperor to quell his anger. His respectful words left those around him even more puzzled. What kind of master could possibly compare with the divine emperor? It is normal for cultivators to have more than one master throughout their lives. Some even have hundreds. However, this does not affect their willingness to take a divine emperor as their teacher. A mortal master cannot possibly compare with a celestial giant at the celestial platform level. This was a celestial giant accepting disciples, a tremendous opportunity. The emperor fell silent upon hearing this. Before he could speak, another aura awakened from among the 10 imperial courts, this aura, even more powerful, directly overshadowing the previous emperor. The previous emperor merely frowned, but did not show any anger. Do you wish to return to the wild heaven sea? The voice approached swiftly, appearing before the 7th hall. It belonged to an extremely tall figure, shrouded in black mist. In an instant, the gazes of all 72 halls of gods and demons were obscured, as if their consciousness had fallen into another dimension, unable to perceive real time. Qin looked at the person before her, with 4 paths of life, death, music, and flames manifesting upon him. Seeing this scene, the man's mouth curled into a smile. It indeed concerns you, he said, causing the celestial giant within the 10 imperial courts to frown. Walking the path of great integration, your talent surpasses that of the Lord of 9 Lives. I suppose he achieved enlightenment because of the person behind you, right? Humans govern a realm of the sea, and this is not the first time. Each time it has been due to fragments of the human realm manifesting in the starry sky, awakening powerful human beings. However, most of those awakened before were extreme divine lords and defiant divine lords. It is the first time that a celestial giant from the era of the human realm has awakened. His words drew several gazes from the 10 imperial courts, all scrutinizing Qin, their expressions grave, unsure of what to think. If I am correct, your so-called master should be that human giant who has been asleep since the era of the human realm. The wild heaven sea should have a fragment of the human realm, and even in the era of the human realm, this fragment had a remarkable origin, possibly related to the Tao ancestor of the human realm. Obtaining the Tao ancestor's transformation is why you are such a prodigy, not just you, but that so-called Daozi of the human realm, and even the human youth who defeated the great Abyss Prince are also for this reason. As he spoke, the greed on his face could no longer be concealed, his gaze locked on Qin, as if he wished to see through her entirely. Some individuals within the 10 great imperial courts also changed their gazes because of his words. To them, Qin was no longer just a genius, but a key to open the door of the Tao ancestor. Qin remained silent, merely gazing at the person before her, then looking at the 10 imperial courts. Although she could not see, she knew there were more than one pair of eyes watching her. So what if I do? So what if I don't? She said, not retreating from the gazes of the emperors, but instead taking a step forward. Music emanated from the phoenix lute, and the shadow of a phoenix flew out. Several emperors gazed at this scene, their eyes narrowing. Phoenix, a divine beast of the human realm. It seems she truly is a remnant of the human realm. Unexpectedly, a spy infiltrated our Hall of Gods and Demons. Since you have come, do not leave. If you wish to find someone, come personally. They said as the portal between the Hall of Gods and Demons and the outside world closed completely, sealing off Qin's path of escape, and that mysterious emperor stepped into the 7th hall. Human, tell me about the fragment of the human realm in which you reside, as well as your so-called master. He said as the seventh hall closed, the people within the 72 halls of gods and demons regained their clarity, gazing towards the seventh hall, all in shock. One emperor unexpectedly remained in the seventh hall. In the wild heaven, Si Yibu Zheng, Xian Hua Chu Yin, and Xian Yuan Ming returned one after another. Even the long-lost nine-tailed fox Bai Zhan also returned. The nine tails hung upside down, and within her fox eyes seemed to encompass a realm of stars. Behind her followed hundreds of figures, all powerful clans from the 3,000 seas. They did not manifest in human form, but trailed behind her in their true forms, their eyes only fixed on Bai Zhan, filled with obsession and madness. She had transformed into the true nine-tailed fox. The celestial emperor star? Liu stood before the hall of star, gazing up at the heavens. An invisible golden dragon of destiny coiled around him, radiating imperial majesty. Behind him, Hong Fu Xianjian and others stood in respectful silence. They have returned. Zhao Kuangyi spoke, one hand clasped behind his back, the other holding a book. He stared into the boundless starry sky, his expression deeply solemn. But those others have come as well. At his next words, everyone's expression tightened. The celestial emperor's star can no longer be hidden. I have pored over many ancient texts about the mortal realm within the 3,000 realm seas. I believe the celestial emperor's star is a fragment of that realm, and a uniquely special fragment at that. In the era of the mortal realm, humanity reigned supreme upon its lands, with myriad races coexisting. The celestial emperor's star mirrors this like a miniature version of the mortal realm. No one questioned Zhao Kuangyi's words. As the first human prime minister personally appointed by that master, he truly possessed an infallible ability to strategize. The primal mountain the master once visited was a prison of the mortal realm, holding the aberrations from beyond the 3,000 realm seas. The ancient forbidden zone buries countless secrets of the mortal realm's past. This place is the greatest contingency the mortal realm left within the 3,000 realm seas. If there is a single spark of humanity's flame within these seas, it can only be the celestial emperor's star. Each of Zhao Kuangyi's words shook the assembly. They were his own deductions about the celestial emperor's star, yet everyone placed their faith in him. The master must have known this. That's why he concealed the celestial emperor's star within the void of space, never allowing it to manifest. But now the western mountain has no path, and the master's power has vanished. All the veils hiding the celestial emperor's star have been lifted. We will face a calamity of unprecedented scale. He stepped forward, having the distance to Liu, and then looked at the human emperor appointed by the master before him. He could calculate the grand trends of the world, but the power of decision did not rest with him. Liu gazed at Zhao Kuangyi, his eyes sharpening. How certain are you of your deductions? 3 parts in 10. Zhao Kuangyi replied, as if anticipating Liu's question. It was the tacit understanding forged between them over 2 millennia. That is enough, Liu declared, then turned his gaze to the infinite starry sky. His sight could not encompass the 3,000 realm seas, nor even the entire Big Dipper star sea before him. Yet he knew that at this moment the eyes of all 3,000 realm seas were fixed upon the barren heaven realm sea, upon the celestial emperor's star. Humanity shall never perish, the flame shall pass on forever. His words, just 8 syllables, sent a tremor through everyone present, their gazes converging upon him. War. His voice echoed from the hall of star picking, spreading across Xinjiang, the 9 provinces, and the entire celestial emperor's star. Countless beings looked up, their faces etched with grim resolve. The barren heaven realm sea, with its 100,000 star seas, are our territory. Any who dare trespass shall be killed without mercy. A single decree resounding throughout the universe. Human cultivators emerged from the celestial emperor's star one after another. Armies marched into the barren heaven realm sea, not only from the celestial emperor's star, but also from the barren heaven guild and the star pavilion. Upon a single star, the pavilion lord of the star pavilion and the guild master of the barren heaven guild looked up at the eternal celestial sun standing above the 3,000 realm seas, their expressions grave. Han Zhao, do you think he still lives? Could he have truly transformed into that sun, never to return? After all, he was almost completely consumed by the aberrations back then. If he is dead, then our current path is utter folly. The two spoke, staring at the celestial sun, falling into a long silence. Aside from the beings in the western mountain courtyard, they were probably the only ones who knew that the sun standing above the 3,000 realm seas was the master's transformation. Countless beings surged into the barren heaven star sea. Initially, they maintained order, searching every star sea within the barren heaven realm sea. But as time passed, everything changed. The barren heaven realm sea has no immortal platform grandmasters. No one knew who first said this, but the invaders ceased to follow rules and order. Thus began the calamity of the entire barren heaven realm sea. To uncover the secrets of humanity, a cultivator at the celestial passage realm casually crushed a life-bearing star, coldly watching countless beings perish within. Another, a primordial spirit sovereign, plunged his sword horizontally through a secret realm of life, burying all its inhabitants within. A great sect that protected several star seas was annihilated in an instant, from the highest elder to the lowest disciple, simply for defying a power from another realm sea. Kill. Kill them all, especially the humans. Wipe them out, and the secrets of the mortal realm will naturally surface. The realm seas ran red with blood, a landscape of death. The beings of the barren heaven realm sea resisted, but to little avail. The barren heaven realm sea was too weak. How dare you? A colossal hand swept across a star sea, annihilating millions of invaders from beyond the barren heaven realm sea. Peach blossoms fell through the starry void as the 9 Lives Sovereign appeared. But other immortal platform grandmasters soon intervened. Gu Yuan, you cannot interfere in matters concerning humanity. It was an overlord of the 3000 realm seas, a majestic figure seated amidst the vast starry void. He manifested a boundless illusory domain, trapping the 9 Lives Sovereign within. At the ancient land of moon, gazing, a beam of black light descended, shrouding the bright moon. Before the moon-gazing sovereign, a figure appeared, a person merely a few feet tall. With gray skin and green eyes, he stared flatly at the moon-gazing sovereign. You cannot go to the barren heaven realm sea, he said, doing nothing more, but the moon-gazing sovereign could not move a single step. He looked towards the barren heaven realm sea and let out a faint sigh. You underestimate humanity, he said. The other being merely stared at him, devoid of any emotion. Before the divine capital of the Great Abyss, an ancient sword traversed the endless starry void, landing before the Great Abyss starry sky. It pinned down all the powerhouses of the Great Abyss dynasty, preventing them from moving. The divine sword Dao ancestor. A grandmaster of the Great Abyss dynasty stared at the ancient sword standing in the starry void, his expression heavy. It is not the ancestor himself, merely a half-ancestor. But that is enough. Even with all our strength, we cannot break through this sword. And for the sake of humanity, is this sacrifice truly worth it for our dynasty? To stand against the 3000 realm seas. No matter what hidden strengths humanity possesses, it is not worth it. They looked towards the Lord of the Great Abyss seated upon his throne and spoke. The Lord of the Great Abyss listened to them finish. Then he rose from his throne and strode into the boundless starry void. The banner of the Great Abyss fell as he unleashed a heaven-defying strike against the ancient sword. Your Majesty. They could not understand. No one could. The Lord of the Great Abyss was willing to exhaust the power of his entire dynasty, even to defy a half-ancestor, all to aid humanity. Boom. Several immortal platform grandmasters of the Great Abyss dynasty struck simultaneously, joining their lord to attack the half-ancestor's sword. Madness, utter madness. Within the divine capital of the Great Abyss, many who had come for the World Martial Tournament watched in sheer horror. They were shocked by the appearance of the half-ancestor's ancient sword before their capital, and even more stunned that the Lord of the Great Abyss dared to strike against a half-ancestor. Beginning with the barren heaven realm, see the 3000 realm seas erupted into chaos. Master. Amidst millions of alien beings in the barren heaven realm, Si Qin-ming cried out to the starry vault. He drew his sword, and a phantom shadow descended behind him, drawing its blade in unison. This was the first time the 3000 realm seas saw the figure behind humanity. Even as a mere visualized phantom, it shattered billions of miles of starry space, staining the endless realm seas with blood.